A second later, the ghost refining sect's grand elders also appeared consecutively, respectfully kneeling before their sect master as they welcomed his return. The ghost refining sect master's gaze swept over the group of people, asking, "Where is the young lord?" Replying the sect master, the young lord went to cultivate at the spiritual pond palace. "Should I make a trip over and inform him that sect master has returned?" The infernal ghost messenger inquired. "Since the young lord is cultivating in the spiritual pond palace, there's no need to disturb him. After returning from the Sea of Hell this time, I've more or less determined the location of the Devil King Palace. However, without the Devil Clan, there is temporarily no way for us to open it." The ghost refining sect master's voice turned solemn. "Do you know the whereabouts of the Devil Bead? According to the information we've collected, there is a 90% chance that the Devil Bead has fallen into Huang Xiaolong's hand." The infernal ghost messenger went on. "Huang Xiaolong is here in the path to hell. It's just that we were unable to locate him." The ghost refining sect master sounded even more solemn. "Use every means necessary. This Huang Xiaolong must be found. I must get that Devil Bead. There is something essential to me among the treasures left behind by the Devil King." "Yes, sect master. Go and prepare the succession ceremony well. Inform me when the young lord comes out from the spiritual pond palace." The present members of the ghost refining sect's higher echelon respectfully complied and retreated. Inside the spiritual pond palace, the ghost god lunging towards Huang Xiaolong was knocked back by his earthen Buddha palm strike, crashing into one of the palace walls. A resounding boom shook the hall. Under his earthen Buddha palm, the ghost chi flowing around the ghost god roiled violently, and a roar of pain escaped its mouth. The Buddhism energy was the bane of all ghostly creatures and devils. Although the ghost gods refined by the ghost refining sect members were powerful against Huang Xiaolong's Buddhism force, they would be suppressed just the same. "You, Buddhism energy. You're from the Bodhisattva faction," the ghost refining sect young lord blurted out in shock. If there was a power in the lower realm that the ghost refining sect had any qualms about, it would the Bodhisattva faction. It wasn't to say that the Bodhisattva faction was more powerful than them, it was just because of their cultivation techniques. The Bodhisattva faction's cultivation techniques birthed Buddhism energy. Especially after condensing their godhead, a cultivator's god force would contain Buddhism energy that was able to suppress their ghost refining sect's techniques to a ruthless degree. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent and silent. In a flicker, he executed the same earthen Buddha palm, but this time it was aimed at the young lord himself. The ghost refining sect young lord recovered from his shock. His calm returned. A cruel gleam flitted across his eyes as he bellowed, "Blood prison, 10,000 ghosts palm." A ghostly palm countered Huang Xiaolong's palm strike, causing blood-red light to explode in the hall, drowned in a sea of roiling ghost chi. Nefarious screeching ghosts multiplied as if they were being born from the blood prison itself. These nefarious ghosts formed a giant black palm with an ancient character for ghost at the center of it, exuding a vast, overwhelming, and terrifying ghost energy. "Huang Xiaolong, even if you have Buddhism energy, you're fated to die in my hands. This is the path to hell, my ghost refining sect's territory. I can freely manipulate the environment's ghost chi. In the end, your Buddhism energy will be suppressed by me." The ghost refining sect young lord bellowed. The blood prison 10,000 ghosts palm collided with the earthen Buddha palm. Violent shockwaves rolled out in all directions. Golden luminance pierced the sky, while a bloody light dyed the earth. The nefarious ghosts' wails were carried in all directions by the turbulent shockwaves. Huang Xiaolong and the ghost refining sect young lord were both forcefully thrown backwards from the impact. The young lord crashed into a stone pillar, completely shattering it, causing the whole palace swayed violently as if it could collapse in the next second. "You, impossible! How could you have become so strong?" The ghost refinf sect young lord forcefully pressed down turbulent blood flow in his body, but he couldn't help looking at Huang Xiaolong with shock and disbelief. 5 years ago, the two of them had battled once. At that time, he played Huang Xiaolong like a fiddle, but now, in a single exchange, he had fallen to a disadvantage. the peak of mid-8th order high god realm. But at that time Huang Xiaolong was just a peak early 7th order high god realm. As these thoughts flashed past his mind, the young lord saw 1,000 arms emerge from Huang Xiaolong's back. Those 1,000 arms moved at the same time. Every arm was enshrouded in a radiant golden luminance as great waves of Buddhism energy flooded out from them. The ghost refining sect young lord paled considerably, no longer hesitating. His body expanded several times at a rapid speed. Mad devil god's body. Ghost refining godly art. The young lord bellowed as he summoned the ghost chi in the surroundings towards him. In an instant, a terrifying ocean of ghost chi came into existence around him. Standing at the center of the high waves of ghost chi, the ghost refining sect young lord seemed to be the irrefutable supreme ruler of the underworld, the king amongst ghost kings. Following that, the blood-red light around him expanded, becoming more vivid, integrating with the rush of ghost chi and turning into numerous ghost gods. The ghost god he reared suddenly appeared behind him, combining into one body with the young lord. Both Huang Xiaolong and the ghost refining sect young lord attacked at the same time. In a split second, 1,000 earthen Buddha palms struck out. Blinding golden Buddha luminance and silhouettes of various Buddhas filled the sky. Resounding clashes thundered in the air one after another. At one point, the spiritual pond palace could no longer withstand the savage destructive power, exploding into pieces. After countless exchanges, the ghost refining sect young lord tumbled backwards in the air with blood spurting from his mouth, whereas Huang Xiaolong staggered back again and again for several hundred li before regaining his balance. "You!" The ghost refining sect young lord glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, blood gushed up his throat, dyeing the translucent ice field red. Huang Xiaolong did not waste time with words. In a flicker, he had already arrived right before the young lord, a fist flying at his face. Although the god-restricting golden silk thread rope had cut off the spiritual pond palace and its surroundings from the outside world so that others couldn't detect the commotion, anything could happen. Huang Xiaolong had to get the ghost refining sect young lord under his control in the shortest time possible. Seeing the fist growing larger in his sight, the ghost refining sect young lord abruptly turned around and sped away, giving up on battling Huang Xiaolong further. The thought of escaping sprouted in his mind. However, he had barely flown far when a golden light flashed before his eyes as he ran into an invisible energy barrier, causing him to bounce back. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong's murderous punch arrived behind him. Sensing great danger, the young lord forcefully twisted his body in the air, wanting to counter with a palm, but he was still a step too late. Huang Xiaolong's punch smashed squarely on his back, sending him flying in the opposite direction. There was now a deep, bloody hole on the ghost refining sect young lord's back. "You want to run? I have locked down the surrounding 10,000 li with the god-restricting golden silk thread rope. That's why, no matter what happens here, the people outside won't know a thing." Huang Xiaolong sneered. The ghost refining sect young lord suddenly burst into laughter. "Huang Xiaolong, my death will alert the entire ghost refining sect. At that time, you still won't be able to leave here alive." Huang Xiaolong made a scoffing noise and looked at him with contempt. "Who said I wanted to kill you?" The ghost refining sect young lord flinched, an ominous feeling gripping his heart. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong released his grip, throwing the young lord's dried body on the ice field below before letting out a long breath of relief. Finally, he need not worry about the young lord anymore. Moreover, he had discovered how to open the sect's treasury as well as the method to safely cross the nightmare forest. Similarly to those from the enforcement hall, he did not actually kill the young lord, merely causing him to fall into an eternal coma. Huang Xiaolong changed his facial features and body into the young lord's and flew back in the direction of the ghost refining city. He also did not collect the god-restricting golden silk thread rope, having it continue to lock down the spiritual pond palace's surroundings. Huang Xiaolong covertly made his way back to the spiriting demon gate's ancestors' courtyard, reconvening with the ascending moon old man and Fan Yuxiao. Because Huang Xiaolong had altered his physical appearance to that of the ghost refining sect's young lord, When the old man and Fan Yuxiao saw him, both of them panicked for a good while until Huang Xiaolong reverted to his original appearance, causing the two of them to feel frightened for nothing. Immediately after he returned, he gave both men more than a dozen escaping talismans and communication talismans. If they felt something wasn't right, they were to immediately flee the ghost refining sect using the escaping talismans, and contact him later on using the communication talismans. At the right time, Huang Xiaolong would take them away from here. As a precaution, he imprinted the method of leaving the nightmare forest into their minds. Due to an afterthought, he also gave the old man and Fan Yuxiao several bottles of rank 10 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills and a few divine armors, as well as some cautionary words before leaving, heading out of the ghost refining city once again. The ghost refining sect's treasury wasn't located inside the headquarters, but at the mountain behind the city. In less than 15 minutes, Huang Xiaolong stood in front of a mountain with a peak akin to the tip of a sharp blade. The ghost refining sect's treasury was right in this place. Moments after Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of the mountain peak, a bright light rippled in the air as 4 white-haired old men emerged. They were the 4 guardian protectors of the treasury. "We greet the young lord." The 4 old men came up to Huang Xiaolong, greeting respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "I came over to pick something from the treasury. The 4 of you can withdraw. I'll call you if there's anything." "Yes, young lord." The 4 guardians once again saluted and left quietly. He then formed a strange seal with his hands and waved toward the mountain. Instantly, the blade-tip peak emitted a brilliant light. A small-scale transmission array emerged at the slope of the mountain. This transmission array was drawn using ghost talisman symbols that finally formed a big ghost face, giving off an eerie feeling. This array was used to transfer directly into the ghost refining sect's treasury, but it required a secret method to activate it. In a flash, Huang Xiaolong was standing at the center of the transmission array, then flicked 2 hand seals into the center of it. The ghost eyes of the transmission array glimmered with a black light, causing the entire array to subsequently shake and light up. This continued for several breaths before the scenery in front of Huang Xiaolong changed. He was now standing above a big planet. The ghost refining sect's treasures were actually kept above a big planet. Huang Xiaolong would have found it hard to believe it if he didn't already know about it from the young lord's memories. Even so, it was hard not to be amazed looking at the view in front of him. Before him were various mountain ranges of piled-up divine armors and weapons that extended further than the eye could see. All of these divine armors and weapons were forged from rare ores and iron from the divine world. Every single piece was a treasure that cultivators outside could only dream of. Moreover, there was a strong aura of divine pills coming from the unseen edge of these mountain ranges. Even though Huang Xiaolong had obtained the Hailstone and Xuanji treasures in the past, compared to what laid before his eyes right now, the difference was akin to that between a grass hut and a grand palace. Even 10,000 Hailstone treasures couldn't compare to this ghost refining sect treasury in size and wealth. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. In a flicker, he arrived above one of the mountain peaks, his palm facing downwards. Then all 3 of his supreme godheads rotated at the same time. In the next second, the whole mountain of divine armors was sucked off the ground. This mountain was at least 20,000 li long and several thousand zhang tall. He had moved the entire mountain into his spatial ring. 6 breaths later, Huang Xiaolong locked onto another mountain of divine armors. 10 minutes later, he had lost count of how many divine armor mountains he had shifted away. Even with his astonishing strength, after consecutively moving such a large amount of treasures, he was gasping for breath after 10 minutes. At this point, Huang Xiaolong could only stop and rest. He threw a rank 10 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pill into his mouth and began adjusting his breathing, which caused his exhausted god force to recover shortly. Seeing he didn't even make a dent in the long stretch of mountains, Huang Xiaolong actually had a wry smile on his face at this predicament. Who would thought there would be a day when he was reduced to being a porter? Still, this kind of porter work doesn't come along often. I'd better continue working hard. Huang Xiaolong began to move mountains of divine armors again. At last, slightly over an hour later, Huang Xiaolong finished moving all the divine armors and stood at the beginning of the mountain-high piles of weapons. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he didn't discard the spatial rings of the high god realm masters he had killed and kept them with him. Otherwise, he would be sitting on a pile of treasure with no way to take them out. Although he had expanded the space inside his Azura ring many times over, it still couldn't fit so many divine armor mountains. Not to mention the mountains of weapons that were even more numerous than the divine armors. Thus, it took Huang Xiaolong 2 hours to move all them. Next, Huang Xiaolong came to the divine pill section. Spring Autumn 100 Life Divine Pellets. Undying God Pills. Myriad Cure Holy Pills. Looking at the seemingly endless mountains of divine pellets, Huang Xiaolong swallowed audibly. Every kind of divine pills found here was top grade and above. In fact, most of them were tribulation grade. With a single glance, Huang Xiaolong noticed a large number of rank 9 and rank 10 tribulation grade divine pellets. Some of the divine pellets were as tall a person, with a golden cyan color or purple silver, even emerald gold. Even with his knowledge, Huang Xiaolong actually couldn't name some of these divine pills. Still, from the rich auras coming from them, they could be a higher grade than the Myriad Cure Holy Pill. A hint of green flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. If he refined all of these divine pellets, he could probably break through to 9th Order High God Realm, right? Their grandmothers. This ghost refining sect. How long have they been hoarding to accumulate so many divine pellets? But now all of them were his. Huang Xiaolong no longer dallied. His god force roared to life again as he began to shift a mountain of Myriad Cure Holy Pills into a spatial ring. In order to save time, he decided to forego the lower-grade Spring Autumn 100 Life divine pellets. Also, Huang Xiaolong would feel slightly guilty in his heart if he really emptied out the entire ghost refining sect's treasury. No matter what, he should leave some sweets for the kind host. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong had moved almost all of the divine pill mountains. While he was working hard in the treasury, the Ghost Refining Sect Master received the Infernal Ghost Messenger's report saying the young lord had exited the Spiritual Pond Palace and was now in the treasury. The treasury? The Ghost Refining Sect Master frowned, perplexed. He then gave an order to the Infernal Ghost Messenger. Make a trip to the treasury, see what's going on and tell the young lord to come see me. Yes, Sect Master. The Infernal Ghost Messenger acknowledged respectfully and retreated from the hall, flying toward the treasury. A short while later, the Infernal Ghost Messenger arrived at the mountain peak. We greet the Ghost Messenger. The 4 guardians appeared in front of him and saluted. All of you stay guard here. I'm going into the treasury to pick the young lord. The sect master wants to see him, the Infernal Ghost Messenger said to the 4 guardians. The 4 guardians respectfully complied and retreated to the side. The Infernal Ghost Messenger formed a seal with his hands and sent it into the mountain peak. In less than a second, the ghost face transmission array reappeared on the slope of the mountain. At the same time, inside the treasury, Huang Xiaolong, who was joyously moving mountain after mountain of divine pellets into his spatial rings, suddenly stopped. Before entering, he left an invisible restriction on the mountain peak. Therefore, he immediately knew that someone came in. Could it be the Infernal Ghost Messenger? Huang Xiaolong was feeling nonplussed. Other than the Ghost Refining Sect Young Lord, only the Sect Master and Infernal Ghost Messenger knew the method of activating the transmission array. It wasn't likely that the Sect Master would come here looking for him personally, which meant it was the Infernal Ghost Messenger. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. What to do now? Should he go out now and ask what the Infernal Ghost Messenger wanted? Or wait until he entered, then deal with him once and for all? Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on the undulating peaks piled up from colorful godheads. After the mountains of divine pellets ended, it was the beginning of glistening mountains made of godheads. A lot of them. Furthermore, most of these godheads were from 10th Order High God Realm Masters and above. Some even late 10th Order and peak late 10th Order High God Realm. In the span of unknown millennia, just how many High God Realm Masters had the Ghost Refining Sect killed in order to amass such a horrifying amount of godheads? One could barely see where the mountains ended, perhaps their one saving grace was that a large portion of them were demonic beast clan members' godheads. Still, one could imagine the shocking number of masters that died in the hands of the refining ghost sect. With his gaze still fixed on the mountains of Godhead, a fierce gleam shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He concealed himself into the void, vanishing from the treasury. On the other side, the infernal ghost messenger activated the transmission array and appeared above the treasury planet. However, when he saw the empty stretches of land, he was momentarily dazed, totally dumbfounded. His divine sense swept around. Did he, perhaps, transfer to the wrong place? Otherwise, he could not explain where the mountains of divine armors and weapons vanished. In that moment, while the infernal ghost messenger was in a daze, a powerful force slammed onto him from the back. The infernal ghost messenger snapped back to his senses, but just as he wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The attack landed squarely on his back, knocking him out of breath while a horrifying destructive force passed through his body. The infernal ghost messenger smashed face down into the ground below, causing it to shake from the impact. Then he vomited blood. It took him a few good breaths of time before he could turn his head to look at his attacker. "You, young lord!" When the infernal ghost messenger saw that his attacker was actually their own sect's young lord, his anger turned into confusion. Huang Xiaolong didn't care for his reaction, manifesting 1,000 arms from his back. The 10th move of the dragon god, dragon piercing through heaven and earth. All 1,000 arms struck simultaneously, causing a myriad of divine dragons to whistle through the air. The infernal ghost messenger's face was tense and grim, swiftly leaping away while ghost chi rushed out from his body like an angry beast. Countless nefarious ghosts flew out from his punch, attempting to block Huang Xiaolong's attack. However, even at his peak, the infernal ghost messenger could hardly be considered Huang Xiaolong's match. What's more now when he had just suffered a heavy injury. Countless ghosts were turned into smoke, while the infernal ghost messenger shot toward the ground below. "You're not the young lord." The infernal ghost messenger struggled to his feet a moment later, fear and fury on his face, as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Who are you? Where is our young lord?" Huang Xiaolong slowly strode toward the infernal ghost messenger, speaking flatly. "Your young lord? Why don't you worry about yourself first?" Because the treasury was an independent space, totally cut off from the outside world, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried that the loud noises here would alert the people outside, but he wanted to be done with this infernal ghost messenger in the shortest time. Else, the people outside would be suspicious if things took too long. Huang Xiaolong transformed into his primordial divine dragon form in a sway, his claw slamming down on the infernal ghost messenger. "The primordial dragon clan!" the infernal ghost messenger exclaimed in shock. He was about to run, but Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw already buried him into the ground before scooping him out. Looking at the half-dead infernal ghost messenger, Huang Xiaolong used the same method he did on the young lord and others, devouring his blood essence and god force, then sealed his soul, keeping him in a coma. After dealing with the infernal ghost messenger, Huang Xiaolong's interest in the mountains of godheads was greatly reduced. Right now, he needed to take his master and leave the ghost refining sect at the fastest speed. "I will return." Huang Xiaolong took one last look at the ghost refining sect's treasury, making a promise in his heart. Naturally, the next time he returned, it would be to kill the ghost refining sect master and conquer the ghost refining sect. Huang Xiaolong exited through the transmission array. "Young lord." The 4 guardians waiting outside approached when they saw Huang Xiaolong, but they couldn't help asking what happened when the infernal ghost messenger was nowhere to be seen. "The infernal ghost messenger is inside searching for something. I need to return and see the sect master first," Huang Xiaolong explained, and left in a flicker, leaving the 4 guardians looking bemusedly at each other. Back in the ghost refining city, Huang Xiaolong did not conceal his movements, unlike the first time. He headed straight to the spiriting demon gate's patriarch's courtyard. After arriving at the courtyard, he didn't waste time explaining much to the old man and Fan Yuxiao, sweeping both up and executing a greater space teleportation all the way to the edge of the nightmare forest. The 3 of them quickly disappeared into the forest. Once inside the nightmare forest, Huang Xiaolong no longer had any scruples, transforming into his primordial divine dragon form and flying towards the exit at lightning speed. Not long after Huang Xiaolong rushed into the nightmare forest, the ghost refining sect master that had waited for the infernal ghost messenger for quite a while yet still hasn't seen him return started to feel suspicious. He took out his communication talisman and attempted to contact the two masters guarding the spiritual pond palace, but received no reply from either of them. The sect master suddenly jumped to his feet, immediately summoning all the grand elders to the hall. "Pass down my order. Lock down the entire ghost refining sect. No one is allowed to leave or enter." The ghost refining sect master decisively gave an order, then sent a group of late 10th Order High God Realm Grand Elders to check the spiritual pond palace. The sect master himself sped toward the mountain peak where the treasury was. "We greet the sect master." The four guardians saluted respectfully when they saw their sect master appear in person. At the same time, all of them were confused what day was today. First, it was the young lord, then the infernal ghost messenger, and now even the sect master himself. All of them came to the treasury. In the past, these three people rarely came here in years. "Where is the young lord?" The ghost refining sect master went straight to the point. "The young lord? Didn't the young lord just went back to see sect master?" One of the four guardians answered, confusion in his voice. The ghost refining sect master's face darkened instantly. The suspicion he had become stronger. He asked again, "Where's the ghost messenger?" The young lord said that the ghost messenger is searching for something inside the treasury. "He's still inside." The same guardian answered. The ghost refining sect master no longer hesitated, activating the transmission array on the mountain slope and transferring into the treasury. The first thing he saw upon entering was the barren land, while some distance ahead was a giant pit. In a flash, the sect master arrived above it. Then he saw that the person lying at the bottom of the pit, already a dried corpse, was the infernal ghost messenger that he could hardly recognize. Looking at his condition, killing intent erupted in the sect master's eyes. "I don't care who you are, daring to impersonate my son, ransacking my ghost refining sect's treasury and injuring the ghost messenger. I will absolutely extract your soul and let you taste endless pain." He then brought the infernal ghost messenger's body out from the treasury and returned to the ghost refining city, ignoring the four guardians as he passed them. However, not long after he returned to the city, he saw the group of grand elders he previously sent to the spiritual pond lake return with a dried, half-dead young lord. Seeing the condition of his son, the ghost refining sect master went berserk, roaring with unprecedented fury. Even the sky seemed to darken due to the vast killing intent surging from his body. "Go search. Find out who that bastard is." The ghost refining sect master roared at the present ghost refining sect masters. Everyone quivered in fear at his wrath. Soon, an enforcement hall grand elder discovered that someone broke into the ghost prison. More importantly, only the ascending moon old man was missing. Subsequently, another grand elder discovered that, amongst the group of ancestors and patriarchs invited over, only the spiriting demon gates patriarch and ancestor were missing. The ascending moon old man is missing? The spiriting demon gates patriarch and ancestor are also missing. Hearing the reports coming in, the ghost refining sect master's eyes gleamed with piercing coldness. Sect master, could it be that Huang Xiaolong? He disguised himself as the spiriting demon gates ancestor, infiltrated into our ghost refining sect, and saved his master. A ghost refining sect grand elder speculated. Huang Xiaolong. The ghost refining sect master suddenly jumped to his feet, issuing a command to the present ghost refining sect masters. "Pass my command. Have the sects outside send masters to extirpate the spiriting demon gates. I'm going to chase after Huang Xiaolong. I don't believe he's capable of leaving the nightmare forest while carrying two people." In the midst of the ghost refining sect master's loud compliance, the sect master turned into a streak of electrifying black light. When he appeared again, he was already at the edge of the nightmare forest. The ghost refining sect master didn't stop at all, flashing straight into the forest. Inside the nightmare forest, his speed wasn't impeded in the slightest, being actually faster than Huang Xiaolong, who had already transformed into a primordial divine dragon. At his speed, catching up to Huang Xiaolong was only a matter of time. Huang Xiaolong sped through the path he obtained from the young lord's memories without any rest. Soon, night fell over the nightmare forest. The poisonous miasma thickened, while the frigid cold chi spread. One could barely see their fingers. "Little Huang brat, why don't we stop and rest for a while?" the ascending moon old man suggested. But Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "The ghost refining sect master must have found out we had fled and is chasing behind us right now. We cannot stop." With that said, Huang Xiaolong pushed himself further, accelerating forward. Every time his god force was depleted, Huang Xiaolong would swallow a myriad cure holy pill. Supported by his instant recovery, his depleted god force recovered swiftly. What really annoyed Huang Xiaolong was the thick poisonous miasma and frigid chi floating in the forest. Even though they couldn't him harm, they did affect his speed somewhat. At last, they survived the night. As rays of light shone into the forest, the thick poisonous miasma and frigid cold chi dissipated significantly, which was a good thing for Huang Xiaolong. However, before he could breath out in relief, some distance behind him, a voice like rumbling thunder resounded. "Huang Xiaolong, you cannot escape. Be captured obediently and submit to this sect master. Then I will spare your life." His voice carried a penetrating soul attack. Huang Xiaolong's face stretched tautly. The ghost refining sect master. He hadn't expected the ghost refining sect master to catch up to him in such a short time. Judging from the echoes of his rumbling voice, he was within 20,000 li, maybe even less. Affected by the ghost refining sect master's soul attack, both the ascending moon old man and Fan Yuxiao screamed in pain, clutching their heads. Huang Xiaolong was pulled to the moment by their screams, quickly circulating his god force to form a protective barrier over them. "Little runt, I know you're just up ahead. In less than 10 minutes, I'm gonna catch up to you. At that time, you're dead. There's still time for you to submit to this sect master. Else, I'll kill you first, then head to the Divine Dan City to kill your entire family." The ghost refining sect master's enticing voice sounded again, veiled with threat. Huang Xiaolong's expression hardened, ignoring everything as he continued to push his 3 supreme godheads to the limit, increasing his speed. Even so, the ghost refining sect master steadily narrowed the distance between them. If this continued, in less than 10 minutes, the ghost refining sect master would indeed catch up to him. The ascending moon old man and Fan Yuxiao were helplessly anxious, feeling the overpowering danger that was closing in on them ever faster. Huang Xiaolong was just as anxious. Had it been him alone, he need not be afraid of that ghost refining sect master. With his current strength in his primordial divine dragon form, it was hard to say that he didn't have a fighting chance. But with 2 people that needed his protection while fending off the ghost refining sect master's attack, things didn't look good at all. "Little Huang brat, put us down, you just go," the ascending moon old man shouted. "Sissy fudges. This old man has lived for thousands of years. I've lived long enough. Us 2 can be master and disciple again in next life." Hearing the old man's words, Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist laughing. This old man, even at this point, couldn't let go of his catchphrase. "Enough already, old man. We either leave together or stay together," Huang Xiaolong went on. "When that ghost refining sect master catches up, I will try to delay him while the 2 of you make a run for it. You 2 already know the method to leave the nightmare forest. We'll meet at the Blood Rain Valley if we get separated." "No," the ascending moon old man flatly refused. "Do as I say or all 3 of us will die here." Huang Xiaolong's tone was irrefutable. "You 2 leave first. Although the ghost refining sect master is powerful, he won't be able to kill me. But if you 2 stay, I cannot guarantee your safety." The old man fell into silence, but nodded in the end. A few minutes later, sensing that the ghost refining sect master was still more than 10,000 li away from him, he gave a push to the ascending moon old man and Fan Yuxiao, sending them out several tens of thousands of li in a certain direction. "Old man, you two leave first," Huang Xiaolong shouted. The ascending moon old man's eyes were red-rimmed, looking at Huang Xiaolong for a second before turning around and leaving with the spiriting Demon Gates patriarch. Huang Xiaolong stopped in midair. About 6 to 7 breaths later, consecutive bursts of air resounded as someone arrived from afar, appearing in his line of sight. This figure was enshrouded in layers of black fog, exuding an awe-inspiring divine might. Even the surrounding poisonous miasma and frigid qi split a path for him. The person looked at Huang Xiaolong, who had stopped fleeing, suddenly letting out a burst of manic laughter that shook the forest. Huang Xiaolong had a solemn expression on his face. The ghost refining sect master was stronger than he had imagined. Just his voice alone could shake the surrounding space. This ghost refining sect master was the most formidable person he had come across after his rebirth. Naturally, this didn't take into account the heavenly god messenger that came to give out the high god advancement tournament rewards. No doubt, this battle today was the hardest he had fought so far. One thing to be thankful for was that the ghost refining sect master wasn't interested in pursuing the ascending moon old man and Fan Yuxiao. Body of a primordial divine dragon. The ghost refining sect master finally stopped laughing and spoke. "Huang Xiaolong, your martial spirit is a primordial divine dragon, right? More accurately, it is twin primordial divine dragon martial spirits." Huang Xiaolong was shocked. This ghost refining sect master actually knew about his martial spirits? "I bet you feel very shocked." The ghost refining sect master smiled faintly. "In fact, I have spent some time in the martial spirit world in the past." As he said this, the layers of black fog enshrouding him receded, revealing his appearance. "You're the Ghost King." Huang Xiaolong was greatly shocked when he saw the ghost refining sect master's face. He was actually one of the past 6 great kings of martial spirit world, the Ghost King. At that time, when Huang Xiaolong obtained the Ghost King ring, he had seen a statue of him. "Correct, it is me." Seeing Huang Xiaolong recognized him, the ghost refining sect master wasn't surprised. Contrary to the ghost refining sect master's calmness, great waves of shock were striking Huang Xiaolong's heart. This ghost refining sect master was actually the Ghost King, one of the 6 great kings of martial spirit world in the past. The second thought that flashed in his mind was, how long had this ghost refining sect master lived? Was he omnipotent? The ghost refining sect master spoke again. "Huang Xiaolong, you're the one who obtained the blood pact mandate I left in the Ghost King city. Am I right? You've extraordinary talent, unparalleled. Until now, your cultivation time is less than 300 years. Isn't it? TSK. In this world, other than me, there is probably no one else who can suppress you. However, you being able to achieve this cultivation in less than 300 years, the main reason is my blood pact mandate, isn't it? I should be right. To tell you frankly, that blood pact mandate is merely the first half of my Ghost King art. Since you've cultivated this technique, we can be considered to have a master-disciple fate." Huang Xiaolong was surprised once more. The blood pact mandate was actually the first half of the Ghost King art. No wonder the blood pact mandate could refine all ghostly creatures to enhance one's cultivation. So that was the reason. Initially, based on your extraordinary talent and the fact that you cultivated the blood pact mandate, had you chosen to submit to me, I would have spared your life, but all of a sudden, the ghost refining sect master's eyes turned bloodshot and violent. "You dared to injure my son. Since you swallowed my son's blood essence and god force, I will have you die today without a burial place." The ghost refining sect master suddenly roared towards the sky. In the next second, he was already striking a palm at Huang Xiaolong. Ghost refining Yin soul palm. Dense ghost qi overcast the sky. In Huang Xiaolong's eyes, the ghost qi surging out from the ghost refining sect master's palm strike was so dense that it appeared like solid matter, not to mention its extreme devouring and corrosive properties. The ghost refining sect young lord's ghost qi, compared to his father, truly showed the difference between heaven and earth. A majestic dragon roar rang from Huang Xiaolong as his 3 supreme godheads were pushed to the limit, causing Buddhism energy to rush out through his earthen Buddha palm. A thunderous collision shook the forest. To Huang Xiaolong's astonishment, his Buddhism energy that could suppress all ghosts and devils was actually useless against the ghost refining sect master. Hit by the shockwaves, Huang Xiaolong shook from impact and lost his balance, tumbling back miserably for over several thousand li, whereas the ghost refining sect master staggered a mere few li. Oh! The ghost refining sect master let out a sound of surprise seeing that Huang Xiaolong withstood his ghost refining Yin Soul Palm. Then he snickered. In a flicker, his second attack was already bearing down on Huang Xiaolong. It was another ghost refining Yin Soul Palm. Huang Xiaolong bellowed and his dragon claw turned, slapping upwards to counter the incoming attack. The 15th move of the dragon god, unrivaled myriad dragons. Vast dragon chi formed countless divine dragons. After the thundering boom subsided and countless divine dragons exploded in the air, Huang Xiaolong was sent flying once again. Right at this time, an unforeseen large space fissure opened right behind him. An overwhelming suction force pulled Huang Xiaolong towards the space rift. A forceful burst of god force around his body enabled Huang Xiaolong to escape the suction force. But in this short moment, the ghost refining sect master attacked again. Huang Xiaolong swiftly countered with an attack of his own. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen moves. However, never did the ghost refining sect master imagine that Huang Xiaolong's primordial divine dragon body's defenses were so terrifyingly sturdy. No matter how he hit him, Huang Xiaolong was merely sent tumbling back in the air and did not suffer any injuries. Another half an hour passed, but it was still the same. This chipped away the last shred of the ghost refining sect master's patience. Mad devil god's body. The ghost refining sect master's body suddenly expanded several-fold in size, becoming even more powerful. Huang Xiaolong's expression was grimmer than ever. Huang Xiaolong, I don't believe I can't kill you. The ghost refining sect master bellowed. All-destroying ghost king palm. A fist surging with killing intent punched out, causing space to shake and crack wherever it flew past. Shadows of enormous ghosts took shape from the dense ghost chi emitted. It was as if the whole world had fallen into an abyss of destruction. Everything was coming to an end in that moment. God force rushed frenziedly from Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads. God binding palm, absolute soul finger, great void divine fist, Azura sword skills. In an instant, he released over 100 attacks. Space froze. Azuras appeared like an invading army, while golden Buddhas watched the world from above. Consecutive rumbles reverberated like thunder from the ninth heaven. With every rumble, Huang Xiaolong felt the air being knocked out of his lungs. He was hit again and again, staggering again and again. The world turned black. When all of the turbulent and chaotic energy receded, Huang Xiaolong was more than 50,000 li away from his initial location. More than half of the dragon scales that covered his body had fallen, with blood seeping out from his flesh, far from his initial glistening glory. The ghost refining sect master was several hundred li from him, but seeing that Huang Xiaolong was still able to remain in the air, he couldn't help blurting in fury, "Still not dead yet." He was having a hard time believing that, after using his mad devil god's body and attacking consecutively at full strength, Huang Xiaolong was still not dead. Although Huang Xiaolong seemed to have suffered serious injuries on the surface, the ghost refining sect master knew that those were only some external injuries. Furious to the extreme, the ghost refining sect master bellowed, "Mad devil infinite body." His body that had already expanded by several times became even bigger. His momentum rose correspondingly with his body size. "Huang Xiaolong, go die for me. Die! Die!" The ghost refining sect master began raining another wave of frenzied attacks on Huang Xiaolong. Intensive explosions rang in the air. At one point, Huang Xiaolong crashed into the ground like a meteor 10,000 li away, knocking countless ancient trees high into the air and causing them to turn into dust. By this point, the ghost refining sect master was panting heavily and scowling grimly. He didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong could still survive this. He flew toward the spot where Huang Xiaolong crashed when, all of a sudden, pieces of rock shot to the air, and the shadow of a dragon sped out from the ground. It was precisely Huang Xiaolong who the ghost refining sect master thought to be dead. The few scales left on Huang Xiaolong's body already shattered, revealing the gruesome injuries on his flesh. But soon, his injured flesh mended and dragon scales grew anew. You! The ghost refining sect master's eyes were about to pop out in rage. This Huang Xiaolong was still alive. I want you to die! Another wave of insane attacks began. 10 days passed. Huang Xiaolong and the ghost refining sect master's battle went on for 10 days and 10 nights in a similar manner. What vexed the ghost refining sect master the most was that no matter how hard he attacked Huang Xiaolong, no matter how heavily injured Huang Xiaolong was, the damn mongrel just wouldn't die. His physical defenses were monstrous, but his healing ability was truly heaven-defying. Fortunately, he too could borrow the surrounding environment's ghost chi to recover his god force. Otherwise he would be exhausted to death before he even killed Huang Xiaolong. Master should be out from the nightmare forest by now, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. 10 days and 10 nights were more than sufficient for the two of them to leave the forest. Therefore, he no longer wasted any time delaying the ghost refining sect master. He began flying towards the nightmare forest's exit while the ghost refining sect master pursued incessantly. Two figures could be seen flying in the sky, one chasing and one running, occasionally attacking and retaliating. 1 month later, Huang Xiaolong was finally out from the nightmare forest. Huang Xiaolong, even if you exit the nightmare forest, you won't be able to leave the path to hell. Huang Xiaolong had just left the nightmare forest territory when the ghost refining sect master's furious voice bombarded from behind. Huang Xiaolong remained unaffected, circulating his god force to the limit and executing consecutive greater space teleportation. The nightmare forest was filled space fissures and restrictions, hindering him from teleporting, but now that he was out, there was nothing holding him back. However, once he left the nightmare forest, the ghost refining sect master also executed consecutive greater space teleportations, incessantly chasing Huang Xiaolong. Detecting the fluctuations behind him coming from the ghost refining sect master, Huang Xiaolong sneered. In terms of flying speed, he was slower, but he didn't believe the ghost refining sect master would be able to compete with him in greater space teleportation. Not to mention the fact that he had a great amount of undying god pills and myriad cure holy pills. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong had his own innate instant recovery ability. It wasn't likely that the ghost refining sect master could chase up to him. 1 hour passed. In the beginning, when the ghost refining sect master came out from the nightmare forest, he was only several hundred li from Huang Xiaolong. But as the hour passed, the distance had lengthened to over 1,000 li. Half a day later, the distance increased to 3,000 li. At the end of a day, the ghost refining sect master was more than 10,000 li away from Huang Xiaolong, the distance between them only growing increasingly wider. When the ghost refining sect master who had been ceaselessly chasing him discovered that Huang Xiaolong was actually widening the distance between them, he roared in great fury. However, using greater space teleportations depleted a large amount of god force. By the end of the day, his recovery speed was far from Huang Xiaolong's. By the end of the second day, his divine sense that had been locked onto Huang Xiaolong completely lost its target. He chased forth like a madman for several hours, but there was no sign of Huang Xiaolong at all. Thus, the ghost refining sect master roared unwillingly but had no choice other than giving up. His palm was striking without aim, venting his fury. All ghost beasts and Yin souls within hundreds of li exploded into dust. Huang Xiaolong, I know you're hiding nearby. I'm going to the Divine Dan City right now, do you hear me? I'm going to slaughter the entire Divine Dan City. Your Huang family's blood shall paint the city streets red. I'll kill every single one of them. Let's see how long you're going to hide. The ghost refining ghost master shouted. His voice rumbled, traveling thousands of li far, leaving his words echoing in the air. The ghost refining sect master vanished from the spot in a flicker. A while after he disappeared, above a stretch of barren hills tens of thousands of li away, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the void. Slaughter the entire Divine Dan City? Huang Xiaolong sneered. The Divine Dan City had been standing for so long, not to mention the layers of ancient killing formations guarding the city laid out by the past generations of the Union's great experts. As formidable as the ghost refining sect master was, before these intricate layers of killing formations, he would need to step aside. Relying on his sole power, it was impossible for the ghost refining sect master to fight against the entire alchemist grandmaster union. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong also added quite a few defensive formations around the Huang family, abundant deities manor. Thus he wasn't particularly worried about his family's safety. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the barren peaks and sharp ridges around him, then disappeared in a flicker a moment later. He then arrived in an obscure ravine, where his fist took aim and punched a hole in the wall, forming a cave. The most important matter right now was to increase his strength. Without strength, all else was empty talk. After arranging a defensive formation outside the entrance, he confirmed that there wouldn't be any issues before sitting down cross-legged further inside the cave and proceeded to take out the numerous spatial rings he had filled with mountains of divine pellets, making them float in front of him. With a tap of his finger, Huang Xiaolong opened all the spatial rings restrictions. In an instant, various kinds of divine pellets formed a pill river flowing towards him, winding over his body. Divine pills turned into the purest medicinal energy one after another, flowing into Huang Xiaolong's body. These divine pellets were all rare top-grade pills. In fact, most of them were tribulation-grade divine pellets. A single one of these pills would take a 10th-order High God Realm Master at least 10 days to half a month's time to fully absorb. Yet it took Huang Xiaolong just a second, no, even less than a second. A mountain of divine pellets over 10,000 li long and several hundred zhang tall was gone in precisely 1 minute. This speed was no different than a giant whale sucking in water. A day later, Huang Xiaolong had lost count of how many similar mountains of divine pellets he had refined. As the mountains decreased in number, Huang Xiaolong felt a significant increase in his cultivation. The injuries he obtained from battling the ghost refining sect master had completely healed earlier. As time passed, his refining speed rose exponentially. Mountains of divine pellets flew out from the spatial rings without end. Unknowingly, 1 month had passed since Huang Xiaolong arrived at the ravine. After refining several tens of thousands of divine pill mountains, Huang Xiaolong, who had a peak mid-8th order high god realm cultivation, suddenly quivered. His 3 supreme godheads emitted a crisp hum, at last late 8th order high god realm. When one reached the high-level high god realm, every small order advancement increased their overall strength by double or even triple. For instance, if Huang Xiaolong, who had now broken through to late 8th order high god realm, were to battle the ghost refining sect master again, he wouldn't fare so miserably as he did last time, when he was only able to take hits. Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the mountains of divine pills. Just like this, the ghost refining sect's millions of years accumulation of divine pellets were refined by Huang Xiaolong at a horrifying speed. If somebody saw Huang Xiaolong's refining speed, they would be frightened to death. Once he broke through to late 8th order high god realm, Huang Xiaolong's refining speed increased even further. Another 2 months passed and Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose from late 8th order to peak late 8th order high god realm, getting closer to advancing to 9th order high god realm. Even so, he had only refined about half of the divine pill mountains that he had obtained from the ghost refining sect treasury. Huang Xiaolong had already forgotten about the outside world, completely entering an ethereal state. As if he was sitting at the center of a kingdom of medicinal pellets. Every pill's grains, medicinal properties, and refining method appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind as he refined them. Time flowed by while another 3 months passed. In this time, Huang Xiaolong finally broke through to 9th order high god realm. Whilst Huang Xiaolong secluded himself, 2 figures, one fleeing while the other pursuing, were flying in the direction of the ravine Huang Xiaolong was in. The person in front was none other than Li Lu. At this time, Li Lu's white dress was torn in many places, stained with glaring red dots of blood that fell from the corner of her lips. Her breathing was in complete chaos, clearly heavily injured. And the one behind her was her eldest senior brother, Pan Zhen. "Smelly slut! Where can you run?" Pan Zhen's voice thundered from behind her. "Master, that old man is so biased towards you. He actually gave you so many valuable ancient escape talismans, but you must have used them all by now. Hehe. Just you wait. I'll enjoy your body to the fullest. I've waited many years for this moment. Pan Zhen's fist punched through the air, its force striking Li Li's back. Blood spurted out from her mouth, plummeting down in the ravine where Huang Xiaolong was secluded. Li Lu crashed down on a small empty ground, raising a curtain of sand and dust. Barely a second later, a figure descended right in front of her. Li Lu's white veil had already fallen off, giving Pan Zhen a clear view of her enchanting face. Wicked desire intensified in Pan Zhen's feverish eyes. Junior sister, why do this to yourself? Didn't I already say you won't be able to run? Frankly, what's wrong with dual cultivating with me? I was born with the ancient Yang fire physique. Us becoming cultivation companions would benefit both of us. Li Lu's lips moved, but instead of words, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. She did not attempt to speak again, merely glaring coldly at Pan Zhen. Watching her response, Pan Zhen shook his head regretfully, clicking his tongue. After so many years, you're still the same, so extremely stubborn. As long as it is something you've decided, you won't change your mind no matter what. The iciness in Li Lu's eyes increased. Even if you get my body, you will never get my heart. Also, Master and Xiaolong will not spare you. Pan Zhen threw his head back in wanton laughter at her words. Is that so? Right now, all I want is your body. It's not important anymore who the one in your heart is. In a little while, once I've fully enjoyed your body to my satisfaction, all I need to do is kill you and then ascend to the divine world. What can Master or Huang Xiaolong do? Nothing to me. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong can't even take care of himself right now. The whole ghost refining sect is searching high and low for him. Who the fuck knows where he's hiding like a tortoise now? Li Lu's glared daggers at him. You're a beast clothed in human skin. Pan Zhen laughed happily at Li Lu's words. Wrong. I'm worse than a beast. But I like it. He slowly moved towards Li Lu moved as his gaze swept over the ravine. This ravine has quite a nice scenery, an ideal place for a rendezvous in the wild. Li Lu's icy gaze hardened, glaring at Pan Zhen. Come any closer and I'll detonate my godhead. Pan Zhen froze for a second before exploding in another wave of laughter. You think you have that chance? Why don't you try and see if you can do it? At his words, Li Lu tried to circulate her god force, but almost instantly her face paled, for she discovered that she was unable to circulate any god force at all. A pink flower appeared between Pan Zhen's fingers before he twirled it before Li Lu's eyes. This is a unique flower called soul-dispersing blossom. Its fragrance is non-toxic, but the person who smells its scent won't be able to circulate their god force. Of course, that situation doesn't last long, perhaps 3 to 4 hours. An evil chuckle sounded from Pan Zhen while saying this whilst his eyes roamed over Li Lu's body. However, 3 to 4 hours is enough for me to enjoy myself. Imagining Li Lu being stripped naked in front of him, her alluring curves, the lust in his eyes intensified and his pace quickened. Finally, Li Lu showed a trace of panic in her cold eyes. It never occurred to her that Pan Zhen would sneakily let the dispersing soul blossom's fragrance spread while he was talking to her, odorless and colorless, catching her unawares, and now, she couldn't circulate her god force. In that split second, Li Lu fell into despair, as if the world crumbled before her eyes. Unknowingly, Huang Xiaolong's face appeared in her mind. She suddenly hoped he would appear in front of her right now. However, she inwardly shook her head at her own wishful thinking. Just as Pan Zhen had said, the ghost refining sect was flipping under every rock searching for Huang Xiaolong. More likely than not, he had already left the path to hell long ago. Pan Zhen was within 5 meters of Li Lu. Noticing the despair in her eyes, her panic and fear, a wicked smile spread over his face. Even though you're still a little virgin, I'm not going to be gentle with you. I'm going to thrust as hard as I can so you know how powerful your eldest senior brother is. His palm extended out, pulling Li Lu towards him. As he was watching Li Lu's body getting closer, all of a sudden, a chilling cold voice sounded in Pan Zhen's ears. Is that so? Before Pan Zhen could react, the force from his hand scattered. Both Li Lu and Pan Zhen were stunned hearing this voice. Joy rose to Li Lu's face in the next second, staring at the familiar tall figure shielding her. In that moment, she had a feeling that, even if the sky fell, she need not worry, for the person in front of her would hold up the sky. A sense of security like never before washed over her, causing tears to swim in her eyes. Hu Huang, Huang Xiaolong, Pan Zhen exclaimed, all flustered, looking at the black-haired young man who had suddenly appeared between him and Li Lu with disbelief. Tell me, how do you want to die? Huang Xiaolong's gaze was akin to the iciest glacier in the underworld, the killing intent from his body freezing the surrounding air. You! Pan Zhen retreated subconsciously, swallowing nervously before he laughed out loud when he remembered something. Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect you to be hiding in this ravine. But then again, so what if you're here? This dispersing soul blossom's fragrance had already enveloped the entire ravine. Just like her, you too cannot use any god force. Huang Xiaolong snickered at Pan Zhen, unperturbed. Pan Zhen smiled like a winner. So, you noticed you can't use any god force? Huang Xiaolong, as strong as you might be, you're no match for me without your god force. Hee, now that I think of it, it's good that you're here. I'll use your woman right in front of your eyes. I'll strip her naked first, even you haven't seen Li Lu naked, right? You should thank me, you know? After he finished saying that, Pan Zhen swung his fist at Huang Xiaolong. Get the fuck out of my way! Huang Xiaolong watched Pan Zhen with cold eyes, punching out at the same time. Pan Zhen, who was laughing loudly in complacency, suddenly paled. He was knocked back like a broken kite, slamming into the cliff wall. Dust flew all over the place while pebbles and rocks fell to the ground. Initially, Li Lu was worried that Huang Xiaolong couldn't circulate his god force like herself, but watching this result, she was completely at ease. Recalling that Pan Zhen said she was Huang Xiaolong's woman, her cheeks turned slightly red. Huang Xiaolong walked slowly toward Pan Zhen as he struggled out from a pile of rocks. His eyes shrunk with fear, staring at Huang Xiaolong. How? He couldn't figure it out, why Huang Xiaolong was able to circulate his god force. The truth was, even though that dispersing soul blossom was a rare flower and a whiff of its unique odorless fragrance could make a cultivator unable to circulate their god force, it was relative. After all, what Huang Xiaolong condensed were 3 supreme godheads. This measly dispersing soul blossom was ineffective on him. Then again, even without employing any god force, just purely his physical strength was enough to kill a late 10th order high god realm master. Not to mention a mid-10th order high god realm like Pan Zhen. Huang Xiaolong made a grabbing gesture without a word. Pan Zhen felt himself being pulled by an irresistible force toward Huang Xiaolong. The next thing he knew was the excruciating pain traveling through his body. Huang Xiaolong was taking his time, shattering Pan Zhen's left arm bone section by section. While doing that, he also sent frigid Azura Qi into Pan Zhen's body, not forgetting to restrict his god force in order to prevent him from blowing himself up. Raw, blood-curdling screams reverberated in the ravine. Huang Xiaolong was unmoved. After he was done with Pan Zhen's left arm, he started on the right arm, then left leg, right leg, then the rest of his body. Huang Xiaolong, I was wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Pan Zhen pleaded and begged in between screams. In response, Huang Xiaolong punched straight at Pan Zhen's chest, shattering his heart, then another punch and another, shattering his internal organs one by one. Li Lu's mouth opened and closed without saying a word. After shattering Pan Zhen's bones and internal organs, Huang Xiaolong continued to rain punches on him, every punch sending more frigid Azura Qi into his bloodied face. Pan Zhen's face was scrunched up in excruciating pain, yet Huang Xiaolong's punches went on even after his face became unrecognizable, only a pulp of bloodied meat. But he still did not intend to kill Pan Zhen just yet. Huang Xiaolong snapped his fingers, summoning a wisp of azure flame that danced at the tip of his index finger. With deliberate slowness, little by little, Huang Xiaolong let the flame burn Pan Zhen's entire body. At the end, the azure flame wrapped around Pan Zhen's soul within his godhead, slowly devouring it like a hunter playing with its food. After ensuring that Panjin had tasted the meaning of being better dead than alive, Huang Xiaolong finally allowed him to die. He looked coldly at Panjin's corpse before turning around to face Li Lu. Obvious relief was seen on his face as he looked affectionately at her. His voice hoarse, "Li Lu, are you all right?" Hearing Huang Xiaolong's familiar voice calling her name tugged at her heartstrings. She quickly shook her head. She said, "I'm all right, but if it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid." One could imagine the ending without further words. Li Lu's face was ashen just thinking of it. Huang Xiaolong suddenly took a large stride forward, his arms circling around her and pulling her into a tight embrace, whispering into her hair, "Luer, I won't let you leave me this time." Instinctively, she wanted to push Huang Xiaolong away, but hearing his words, a warm feeling bloomed in her heart and her actions halted halfway, allowing Huang Xiaolong's arms to wrap around her. At first, Li Lu was fine, but as the time lengthened, she became more aware of the masculine scent she breathed in and his powerful arms around her. Li Lu felt heat rush to her face and body and wriggled uncomfortably. Similar feelings were happening to Huang Xiaolong. Breathing in the faint scent of Li Lu's body, feeling her soft and supple body in his arms, it was hard not to feel the stirrings of desire. The little guy below was rearing its mischievous head. Li Lu stiffened as if she already knew what it was when she felt something hard momentarily poke at her navel. Her face turned deep red like a ripe apple. She quickly wriggled out from Huang Xiaolong's arms and put some distance between them. The atmosphere turned awkward out of nowhere. Why are you here in the path to hell?" Huang Xiaolong took the initiative to speak, attempting to break the awkward atmosphere. "I came here to find the Yin-Yang godly water," Li Lu honestly replied. "Yin-Yang godly water?" Huang Xiaolong didn't know what to make of it. Li Lu nodded. "The godhead I condensed is a little special. Only the Yin-Yang godly water can help maintain the Yin and Yang balance inside my godhead." Huang Xiaolong did not ask what was special about her godhead. Instead, he asked, "Then, did you find the Yin-Yang godly water?" Li Lu shook her head. "No, but I discovered that it's in the Sea of Hell." "The Sea of Hell?" Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist smiling. "Coincidentally, that's where I was planning to go. We can go together." From the infernal ghost messenger's memories, Huang Xiaolong found out that the ancient Devil King's palace was located in the depths of the Sea of Hell. Adding the treasures from the Devil King palace on top of his current strength would truly make him invincible in the lower realm. Although he could now defeat the ghost refining sect master, Huang Xiaolong did not have 100% confidence of killing him. Li Lu hesitated. And then it's settled. Let's leave this place first." Deciding the matter, Huang Xiaolong did not allow for further objections from Li Lu. He held her hand and both flew away from the ravine. Having her hand held by Huang Xiaolong was unfamiliar to Li Lu. She wanted to pull her hand away, but Huang Xiaolong had a firm grip without hurting her. Alas, she gave up. After leaving the ravine, Huang Xiaolong assessed the direction, then flew toward the Blood Rain Valley with Li Lu. That was where he and the Ascending Moon Old Man had agreed to convene. 2 days later, when Huang Xiaolong reached the Blood Rain Valley, he was relieved to find the old man and the spiriting Demon Gates patriarch unharmed. However, the old man reacted dramatically when he spotted Li Lu, half complaining at his disciple. "I was wondering why you brats still hadn't shown up to pick up your master after so long. So you went chasing skirts, finding a great beauty at that. No wonder." Huang Xiaolong was used to the Ascending Moon Old Man's antics, ignoring the old man most of the time. Li Lu, on the other hand, looked slightly embarrassed, but following Huang Xiaolong's example, she greeted the Ascending Moon Old Man as master in her soft voice. The old man's wrinkled face split into a big grin. Good. This is the first time we're meeting and master doesn't have many good things to give you. This alchemy manual is my lifetime's insights in pill concocting. I shall give it to you now." The Ascending Moon Old Man took out a book made of unknown materials. Li Lu wanted to refuse, however. After seeing Huang Xiaolong nodding, she accepted and gave her thanks to the Ascending Moon Old Man. "Old Man, we want to go to the Sea of Hell. You should come with us too. Huang Xiaolong spoke. After all, it wasn't safe for his master to remain in the Blood Rain Valley. However, he wouldn't be at ease if the old man left the path to hell by himself, as there were currently ghost refining sect masters searching for him everywhere. The Ascending Moon Old Man too was aware of this point. Thus he nodded, agreeing to go with Huang Xiaolong to the Sea of Hell. A short while later, four figures flew away from the Blood Rain Valley. On the way, Huang Xiaolong inquired about the sex situation from the spiriting Demon Gates patriarch. A sharp light gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he heard that only a handful of people escaped from the calamity. All of the spiriting Demon Gates, several hundred thousands, were massacred. Despite his anger, deep down, Huang Xiaolong understood that it couldn't be helped. Based on his previous strength, he was powerless to stop the ghost refining sect. While their group was heading to the Sea of Hell, within the ghost refining sect headquarters main hall, the sect master was roaring in fury at the trembling masters below. Useless garbage. All of you. Half a year's time has passed. But you can't even find a person. Continue searching. If you lot still cannot find Huang Xiaolong in 1 month, all of you will be buried together with the young lord. The ghost refining sect master's quivering intensified. Sect master. One of the ghost refining sect grand elder called out, cautiously taking a step forward. Speak! The ghost refining sect master snapped icily. This subordinates dared speculate. If that Huang Xiaolong has the devil bead, could he have gone to the Devil King Palace? The grand elder quickly uttered his thoughts. The Sea of Hell's Devil King Palace. The ghost refining sect master's eyes lit up, letting out a loud laugh. I actually didn't think of this. You're absolutely right. It's very likely that Huang Xiaolong had gone to the Sea of Hell. He then ordered all the ghost refining sect's masters to continue searching for Huang Xiaolong, whereas he headed to the Sea of Hell. The moment he finished giving the order, he was already out from the ghost refining city in a flicker. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong's group of 4 reached the shoreline of the Sea of Hell. The sea water in front of them was so blue that it gave a feeling of being otherworldly, a foreboding unease. This was the Sea of Hell. The breeze here carried a faint stench of blood, and faint cries could be heard rising and falling following the undulating waves. Let us go. Remember to follow me closely, Huang Xiaolong said to the other 3 people with him as he led them into Sea of Hell. Barely a moment passed after Huang Xiaolong's group entered the sea when a giant black shadow split the water surface from below, leaping up to the sky. Its ferocious mouth stretched wide open to swallow the 4 people. Attacking Huang Xiaolong's group of 4 was one of the many aquatic ghost beasts in the Sea of Hell. These aquatic ghost creatures absorbed the path to Hell's ghost chi, and the Sea of Hell's spiritual energy to cultivate, resulting in their great power. Also worth mentioning was the fact that their healing speed was shocking inside the Sea of Hell, and thus they were extremely difficult to kill. However, this giant ghost beast resembling an octopus only had the strength of a mid-7th order high god realm cultivator. Huang Xiaolong didn't even need to move. That giant octopus was knocked out from the water by the spiriting Demon Gates patriarch with a single palm strike. Bluish-black beast blood bloomed in the seawater below. The 4 continued forward. As they reached the deeper region, the stronger the ghost beasts they came across that it reached a point even the peak late 9th order high god realm spiriting Demon Gates patriarch was having trouble dealing with these ghost beasts. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong casually pointed in the air, shooting a strand of energy through the head of a peak late 9th order high god realm ghost beast, then took a look at the darkening sky. Deciding to rest for the night, he led the other 3 people to an island made of sand not far from where they were. Nighttime was when these ghost beasts were most active. Considering Li Lu and the others' safety, Huang Xiaolong decided to rest at night and travel only during the day. A few minutes later, the 4 people landed. The desert island was roughly 1,000 li from one end to the other, with several small peaks. Only dead branches and crumbled ruins could be seen all around. A forsaken island covered with the air of death. Huang Xiaolong spread his divine sense over the entire island, then led the others downward. Everyone simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Huang Xiaolong raised his palm and several dried branches close by flew towards him. arranging neatly on the ground. With a tap of his finger, fire element Godforce lighted the pile of branches. Warm light immediately reduced the darkness around. Despite knowing that the light would draw the nearby ghost beasts, Huang Xiaolong had confidence in his strength and did not put this matter to heart. Li Lu sat next to him while the ascending moon old man and the spiriting demon gates patriarch sat opposite them. Huang Xiaolong took out 10 jugs of celestial blossom wine from his spatial ring. Celestial blossom wine. The ascending moon old man's small eyes lit up the moment he saw Huang Xiaolong taking out the 10 jugs of wine. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all that the old man could utter the name of the wine in an instant. He threw a jug toward him without a word. The old man couldn't wait a second longer, immediately ripping off the cover, which caused the tantalizing aroma to be released. The old man threw his head back, greedily taking several large gulps of wine. Smacking his lips noisily, he cried, good wine, ah!" The rest laughed watching him. Staring at Li Lu's captivating smile, Huang Xiaolong asked, do you want to taste? Li Lu shook her head. Forget it. Pity ah. There's only good wine but no meat. The ascending moon old man whined, wiping off the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. Huang Xiaolong grinned. There will be some soon. His voice had just fallen when a strange roar came from a ghost beast that swooped down on the desert island where Huang Xiaolong's group was. This beast was actually an early 10th order high god realm water ape over 20 zhang tall. When it landed, the entire island quaked. Before the water ape could do anything else, Huang Xiaolong sent out a soul force sword, destroying the water ape's soul in the blink of an eye. A sword appeared in his hand afterwards, easily slicing the water ape into several thousand pieces that fell neatly in front of them, piled high up. Only now did the ascending moon old man understand what Huang Xiaolong meant earlier. Little Huang brat, are you sure this water ape's meat is edible? I heard the ghost beast's flesh is extremely poisonous. The old man asked doubtfully. Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly. Eat with ease, there's nothing to worry about. After his fire element Godforce roasted this meat, whatever poison there was inside would be burned away. Huang Xiaolong skewered several pieces of water ape belly meat and put it over the fire. Very soon, a mouth-watering aroma permeated the air. Delicious! The ascending moon old man exclaimed happily after cautiously taking a bite of the meat. The rest was practically wolfed down by him. Huang Xiaolong smiled meaningfully. He had great confidence in his roasting skills. He then removed a piece of meat from the skewer and gave it to Li Lu. Li Lu snuck a peek at the ascending moon old man who was literally breathing down pieces of meat, then looked at the shiny and fragrant piece of meat that Huang Xiaolong offered her. She quietly accepted and took a bite. Instantly, her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Her dainty mouth couldn't stop. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong let out a small chuckle. Naturally, even while eating, Li Lu was beautiful, especially the way her dainty cherry-red lips opened and closed, giving birth to a desire to walk up and take a bite. After quite a number of roast meat pieces, the old man lightly slapped his bulging belly with a look of immense satisfaction. Little Huang brat, where did you learn to roast meat? Where did he learn? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help reminiscing about the earth in his past life. To him, memories of his past life on Earth were like a dust-covered glass. Sometimes, he wondered if he would have a chance to return to Earth. Logically speaking, although that universe wasn't the one he was living in now, he believed there was a possibility if he wanted to return. Of course, that was in the future. It was an impossible feat with his current level of strength. Not even a heavenly god had such ability. Watching Huang Xiaolong fall into silence, looking melancholic, the old man did not pursue the question further, changing the subject instead. Didn't everyone say that in the path to hell's depths, there are 3 million years old and 4 million years old medicinal herbs? There are even some herbs that have reached 10 million years old. But look at us, we didn't even see a wild weed around. Huang Xiaolong laughed listening to his words. Even if there are, after so many years they'd have been picked by the ghost refining sect and other sects in the path to hell. However, there should be a lot of medicinal herbs in the deep end of the Sea of Hell. Forget it then. The old man shook his head. The frigid cold chi at the bottom of the Sea of Hell was overwhelming to say the least. Even a peak late 10th Order High God Realm Master would think twice before venturing down. The next morning, the sky was still grayish dark when Huang Xiaolong's group departed from the desert island. The Yin-Yang godly water Li Lu was searching for could be found on another island called Yin-Yang Ghost Valley. Based on their group speed, they could reach the island in 4 to 5 days. 5 days later, they could see the Yin-Yang Ghost Valley Island from afar. As the 4 of them got closer to the island, a burst of terrifying energy fluctuations came from up ahead. Devil Chi soared high in the sky. Apart from the presence of Devil Chi, there was also Buddhism energy, bringing light to 100,000 li of the sea. Obviously, there were masters battling ahead, and their strength was higher than the ghost refining sect masters. Hee, Bodhisattva faction lord, it looks like your Earth Store Bodhisattva arts reputation precedes the actual thing. Today this 10-million-year-old Yin-Yang divine flower is going back with me, Moe sure. At this time, a proud, conceited voice reached Huang Xiaolong's group. The 4 of them were astonished. The people battling up ahead were their ancient devil clan's ancestor Moe sure, and the Bodhisattva faction lord. Just as Huang Xiaolong's group was dumbfounded after running into the battle between Moe sure and the Bodhisattva faction lord, an unexpected energy fluctuation swept out in their direction. Li Lu, the ascending moon old man, and Fan Yuxiao froze in panic. Huang Xiaolong swiftly struck his palm out and that terrifying energy wave halted in midair, then disintegrated like bubbles. The ancient devil clan ancestor Moe sure couldn't help feeling slightly surprised. In the next second, he appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong's group in quick flicker. Early 9th Order High God Realm. In a single glance, Moe sure saw through Huang Xiaolong's cultivation realm, adding, "You were actually able to withstand the shockwave from our battle. No wonder you can reach this region." Even though the black-haired young man in front of him could disperse the shockwave from his battle with the Bodhisattva faction lord, Moe sure didn't really pay any attention to it despite feeling a little surprised. Moe sure's gaze swept over the other 3 people in the black-haired young man's group, an idea flashing in his mind. He then turned to the Bodhisattva faction lord, saying, "Guzheng, it's hard to determine an outcome even if the 2 of us battle for several days straight. How about this, we'll use these 4 people as targets at the same time. Whoever kills these 4 people or who kills the most wins. That 10 million years old Yin-Yang divine flower will go to him," Moe sure said, pointing at Huang Xiaolong's group of 4. He planned to use their group to determine the battle between himself and the Bodhisattva faction lord. Clearly, in Moe sure's eyes, these 4 were merely insignificant ants that he could kill as he liked, powerless to resist. The Bodhisattva faction lord looked at Huang Xiaolong's group and shook his head, disagreeing. "Amitba, the heaven is benevolent to all living beings. We should change to another method." Moe sure snickered wickedly. "Don't give me your fucking heavens is benevolent to all living beings bullshit. Might makes right. That is the eternal rule of this world that will never change. You don't want to kill them? Fine, then I will. That 10 million years old Yin-Yang divine flower is mine." Even before his last syllable sounded, Moe sure punched in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Devil King's fist. Devil Chi roiled, forming a giant shadow of a devil king that overcast the sky. An atmosphere of uncontrollable killing and slaughter swept over every inch of land. In the past, the Devil Clan patriarch Mo Dingtian also executed this Devil King's fist to attack Huang Xiaolong. However, comparing the 2, Mo Dingtian was more than 100 times weaker. Moe sure's laughter echoed in the air. "Guzheng, I'm curious to see how you are going to save these 4. Although the Bodhisattva faction lord's strength was on par with his, Moe sure believed that he wouldn't make it in time to save these people. Not to mention the fact that the Bodhisattva faction lord did not expect Moe sure to suddenly attack. And indeed, it was already too late even if he wanted to block him. Just as Moe sure and the Bodhisattva faction lord thought that the 4 people were meat on a chopping board, a cold harumph sounded in their ears. In the next second, a giant golden palm was seen slamming down. Boundless Buddhism energy enshrouded heaven and earth, creating a low rumble that shook the surrounding space. The Devil King shadow was ripped into two. Mo Isher's smiling expression changed to alarm and fluster. His body reacted, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. He took the full force of the golden palm attack and was knocked flying in the opposite direction, plummeting into the sea of hell below. Seawater splashed 1,000 zhang high, waves churned and swirled violently. The Bodhisattva faction Lord Guzhang stood dazed where he was, then foolishly looked at the spot where Mo Isher dove into the sea. After what seemed like half a day, Guzhang suddenly turned back to Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous expression of disbelief on his face. How was this possible? This black-haired young man, how could he possess such pure and boundless Buddhism energy? That young man's Buddhism energy was twice as pure as his. No, 10 times as pure. Also, this black-haired young man was clearly just an early 9th order high god realm cultivator. Yet his strength, how could it possibly be? Whilst the Bodhisattva faction lord was trying to guess Huang Xiaolong's identity, Mo Isher, who had been struck into the sea, split the water surface and flew to the air. He too was looking at Huang Xiaolong with disbelief. Who are you? Mo Isher roared with anger. He really couldn't figure it out. In the path to hell, other than the ghost refining sect master, who else could have such strength? Huang Xiaolong frankly replied, Huang Xiaolong. Mo Isher was bemused. Huang Xiaolong. Mo Isher had stayed within the sea of hell for the last hundreds of years. Thus he didn't know what happened outside. Naturally, he hadn't heard of Huang Xiaolong. The Bodhisattva faction lord, however, exclaimed in shock, You're the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's new union chief? Huang Xiaolong. Mo Isher was literally a hermit, having stayed in the sea of hell for the last few hundred years. It was understandable that he knew nothing of Huang Xiaolong. But for Guzhang, this name was no stranger to him. Although the Bodhisattva faction was a hidden sect, Huang Xiaolong's resounding feats, from passing the 12th floor of the Hellion Tower that no one had ever done to winning the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition's first place, as well as clearing the 5th section of the Sacred Dan Temple trial, had long spread through countless galaxies. The Bodhisattva faction naturally knew about him. What? The Alchemist Grandmaster Union's new union chief. Mo Isher's face tightened hearing Gu Zheng's exclamation. The union chief position had been empty for more than 1,000,000 years. Yet this black-haired young man was the new union chief. Could that be a testament to his strength? Mo Isher's eyes flickered as his mind raced, suppressing the astonishment and anger in his heart. He then flashed an amiable smile at Huang Xiaolong. Haha, so this young brother is the new Alchemist Grandmaster Union chief. The incident before was just a misunderstanding. Is young brother also here for that 10,000,000-year-old yin-yang divine flower? Since it is so, then I will give way. With that said, Mo Isher turned around, preparing to leave. He had just turned around, but there was someone blocking his path. Who could it be but Huang Xiaolong? He looked coldly at Mo Isher, speaking in a baffled tone. Did I say you could leave? Mo Isher's smile vanished faster than it came, sneering with undisguised disdain looking at Huang Xiaolong. What is the meaning of this? I can leave if I want and go wherever I want. Even if the ghost refining sect master himself was here, he still wouldn't be able to stop me. You think just because you're the Alchemist Grandmaster Union chief, I'll be afraid of you? Also, I'm the ancient devil clan's ancestor. If you know what's good for you, you'd do better. Before he could finish his words, Huang Xiaolong swung a great void divine fist at him, sending Mo Isher tumbling disgracefully in the air. You! Mo Isher bellowed in fury when he regained his balance. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The ancient devil clan's ancestor. Huang Xiaolong looked detached and cold. You are just the person I wanted to kill. He then closed the distance between them in a flicker, his fist striking at Mo Isher a second time. In the distance, the Bodhisattva faction lord inwardly shook his head watching this, his gaze bearing a hint of pity when it fell on Mo Isher. Looks like Mo Isher still didn't know that the ancient devil clan has submitted to Huang Xiaolong. Another booming blast sounded from the area where Huang Xiaolong and Mo Isher were fighting as Mo Isher was once again sent flying by a punch, smashing heavily onto an island several thousand li away, causing the whole island to quake violently in protest. A short while later, Mo Isher miserably struggled to his feet. In another flicker, Huang Xiaolong arrived in front of Mo Isher with his palm reaching out, pulling him close. Huang Xiaolong, you won't be able to kill me. Mo Isher's face was grimly twisted. I've successfully cultivated the ancient Devil King body. In this lower realm, there is no one who can kill me, including you. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong snorted. Unknown by others, a purple symbol shone in the depth of his eyes and flew straight into Mo Isher's soul between his brows. The ancient Devil Clan ancestor stiffened and didn't even have a chance to resist. Through his memories, Huang Xiaolong found out that only he had knowledge of what the ancient Devil King left behind in the Devil King's palace. A while later, Huang Xiaolong ended the soul scouring. The Promise Gate's treasure? It looks like the ancient Devil King actually got his hands on the Promise Gate's treasury, a great superforce during the ancient times. Inside this Devil King's palace, other than the Promise Gate's treasures, there were many treasures that the ancient Devil King had collected from the Sea of Hell. Many amongst them were rare 10 million years old herbs, such as 10 million years old blood ginseng and flesh mushroom. You scoured my soul. At this time, Mo Isher regained his senses and glared venomously at Huang Xiaolong. But very quickly he sneered. Huang Xiaolong, the reason you came to the path to hell is for my ancient Devil Clan's Devil King's palace? Since you've read my memories, you should know that only my ancient Devil Clan blood can obtain the heritage. You, an outsider, can stop daydreaming. To obtain the Devil King's palace's heritage, the ancient Devil Clan disciples' pure bloodline power was an essential factor. Only their pure bloodline power could trigger the array within, thus opening the Devil King's palace. Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a devilish smile. You don't need to worry about that. With that said, Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power came to life, causing Mo Isher's blood essence and God force to flow uncontrollably from his body and into Huang Xiaolong's. Fear filled Mo Isher's eyes, his face deathly pale. However, Huang Xiaolong only swallowed most of Mo Isher's blood essence and God force instead of taking his life. There was still some use in keeping Mo Isher alive. Huang Xiaolong wanted to make use of his bloodline power to trigger the array inside the Devil King's palace to open it. Others might not be able to do so, but Huang Xiaolong had his methods. After restricting Mo Isher's God force, Huang Xiaolong threw him into the Azura Ring. In the distance, the Bodhisattva faction lord watched everything from the beginning until the end with a palpitating heart. Although he had heard rumors about Huang Xiaolong, those were only rumors after all. Rumors were always exaggerated. Therefore he believed that Huang Xiaolong couldn't be as strong as he was portrayed. However, now that he had seen it for himself, he realized that Huang Xiaolong was far more terrifying than any rumors he heard, many times over. Guzheng struggled inwardly about what to do. A brief moment later, he approached Huang Xiaolong, greeting politely, Union Chief Huang, this one has a small request. Faction Lord Gu, please speak. Huang Xiaolong replied courteously. Previously, Mo Isher had wanted to use the four of them to determine the winner between him and Guzheng, but Guzheng had refused. This made Huang Xiaolong have a good impression of him. Guzheng said, Our Bodhisattva faction ancestor suffered damage to his mind and godhead during cultivation, and we need the yin-yang divine flower to treat him. Afraid Huang Xiaolong would misunderstand his intention, Guzheng quickly added, We don't need the whole flower. Just one petal is sufficient. Just this matter? Huang Xiaolong smiled. All right. When he noticed Guzheng's nervous expression, he had thought it was something big. His intention coming to the Sea of Hell was to look for the yin-yang godly water. This yin-yang divine flower was an unexpected surprise. He then turned toward the yin-yang ghost island, collecting the yin-yang divine flower across the air, and gave one of its petals to the Bodhisattva faction lord as agreed. Guzheng was extremely thankful, thanking Huang Xiaolong again and again, even inviting him to visit his Bodhisattva faction whenever he had time. After Guzheng left, Huang Xiaolong passed the yin-yang divine flower to Li Lu. This was one of the rare and unique flowers in the universe, born from the accumulation of yin and yang spiritual energies. More importantly, its effects were much better compared to the yin-yang godly water. Li Lu hesitated slightly, but still reached out and accepted the flower. Subsequently, the four of them found more than 10,000 drops of Yin-Yang godly water around the Yin-Yang Ghost Island. With these drops of Yin-Yang godly water and the Yin-Yang divine flower, Li Lu could definitely achieve the optimum balance for her god force. Thinking of this, she couldn't resist smiling. After finding the Yin-Yang godly water they required, the four of them didn't continue to linger around, flying off toward the Devil King's palace. Roughly 6 to 7 hours after Huang Xiaolong's group left the Yin-Yang Ghost Island, a figure arrived above the island at the sound of whistling wind. This figure was none other than the Ghost Refining Sect Master. Such startling Buddhism energy. The Ghost Refining Sect Master's eyes glimmered. It must be that Huang Xiaolong. Looks like he really came to the Sea of Hell searching for the Devil King's palace. But who was the other person? Could it be the ancient Devil Clan ancestor, Moisher? Did they battle? I wonder what the outcome was. The Ghost Refining Sect Master muttered to himself. From the dense devil chi around, he easily guessed that the other person was Moisher. He was aware that Moisher had been cultivating in the Sea of Hell for the last few hundred years. Merely stopping for a brief moment, the Ghost Refining Sect Master turned into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon in the direction of the Devil King's palace. He had to rush there before Huang Xiaolong could open it. 2 days passed. Huang Xiaolong's group of 4 stopped in the air above a giant uninhabited island, flying down to a stretch of mountains below. After passing through a primeval forest, a grand and magnificent palace appeared in their sight. The Devil King's palace. Excitement rose to Huang Xiaolong's face as their group's speed grew. A few breaths later, the 4 of them descended onto the square in front of the palace. Precisely at this moment, the 2 great stone pillars at the square emitted a bright light, causing the 2 devil dragon ghost beasts carved around the stone pillars to fly out. The 2 devil dragons were extremely powerful, both of them being perfection stage late 10th order high god realm, and were created by the ancient Devil King using a secret method before sealing them inside the 2 stone pillars to guard the Devil King's palace. If the people approaching weren't of the ancient Devil Clan bloodline, these 2 devil dragon sea ghost beasts would appear to kill all intruders. Huang Xiaolong was prepared for these 2 beasts. He transformed into his primordial divine dragon form and sent 2 powerful claws slamming out, pushing the 2 beasts swirling backward. About half an hour later, after the 2 beasts had been dealt with, Huang Xiaolong released Moisher, as well as taking out the devil bead. His palm struck Moisher's back, completely forcing out his bloodline power and channeling it into the devil bead. What Huang Xiaolong did not expect was the difficulty in activating the array inside the devil bead. He barely succeeded after employing 90% of the god force from all 3 of his supreme godheads. No wonder no one from the ancient Devil Clan had been able to open the Devil King's palace and obtain its heritage in so many tens of millennia, even with the devil bead in their hands. If Huang Xiaolong hadn't broken through to 9th order high god realm, he too would have failed to activate the array inside the devil bead. Watching the gates to the Devil King's palace finally open, Huang Xiaolong breathed out in relief. He then led Li Lu and the rest inside. They had just entered the Devil King's palace when a figure accelerated towards them. It was precisely the Ghost Refining Sect Master. Unfortunately, he watched the gates close right before his eyes. The Ghost Refining Sect Master's face sank instantly. His fists clenched until his knuckles were white, trying to control his killing intent. I was still a step too late. In that case, I'll wait for you here. Huang Xiaolong. I don't believe you can stay inside forever. The Ghost Refining Sect Master concealed himself. As long as Huang Xiaolong came out, he would ambush and kill him. This time, he had prepared a few hundred lightning beads refined from countless bolts heavenly lightning. If they exploded at the same time, the horrifying force could even kill a heavenly god master. Let's see if you can live through that. The 4 of them arrived at an enormous great hall after passing through the Devil King's palace gates. The 4 walls of this hall were filled with lifelike engravings of the ancient devil god in intimidating poses. At the very center of the wall in front of them was an eye-catching ancient character representing a devil that exuded a palpitating devil chi. as if it could drown the world in an unforgiving devil chi if it wanted to. Other than this, the enormous Great Hall was empty. Huang Xiaolong dragged Mo Isher until they came to the ancient devil character at the head of the Great Hall. In order to open the Great Hall's treasury, the ancient devil clan's pure bloodline power was also required, which was why Huang Xiaolong did not kill Mo Isher even after opening the Devil King's palace. Like he did previously, Huang Xiaolong struck Mo Isher's back to force out his bloodline power, channeling it into the ancient devil character on the wall, which instantly released a black light that filled the enormous Great Hall. The hall shook for a few moments, after which rows of jade drawers appeared from the walls. Inside and above these jade drawers were bottles filled to the brim with various kinds of divine pellets. Other than the lines and lines of bottles, there were countless volumes of secret techniques. If taken to the outside world, any one of them would be considered a priceless treasure. And at the center of the ceiling, a large black hole that could accommodate 30 people entering at the same time appeared. Dangling Mo Isher with one hand, Huang Xiaolong flashed into spatial black hole, arriving above a vast flat plain. Piled high on this plain were armors of all shapes and sizes, iron and ores, weapons, godheads, and at the edge of these precious items, undulating hills planted with rare medicinal herbs could be seen. On every hill, counting from the foothills, the youngest of these herbs were actually 3 million years old, and at the top of the hill were herbs aged 10 million years. At the peak of every hill were at least 7 to 8 stalks of 10 million years old medicinal herbs. Huang Xiaolong was shocked, unable to hide the excitement compared to his usual indifferent face. Around this flat plain, there were over 200 such hills, meaning there were at least 200 stalks of 10 million years 0 LD herbs. This, Huang Xiaolong recalled the reward for passing the 10th floor of the Hellion Tower. At that time, he was only rewarded with 10 pieces of 10-million-year-old devil fruits. Seeing everything around him, Huang Xiaolong suspected that the ancient Devil King had swept clean all of the path to Hell's accumulation over 100,000 years. Or maybe all of these herbs came from that Promise Gate's treasury. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how the ancient Devil King collected such a large amount of them. On the other hand, the ancient Devil King had so many medicinal herbs, yet he did not use them to enhance his cultivation. There was also a chance that the ancient Devil King's own cultivation had reached the very limit of perfection stage late 10th order high god realm and was unable to break through further in the lower realm. Therefore, no matter how many medicinal herbs he refined, it wouldn't play any role anymore, hence leaving all of them behind. Regardless of what the reason may have been, all of this had now become Huang Xiaolong's windfall. Mo Isher's eyes widened weakly in shock, looking at the hills of million-year-old herbs. He looked at Huang Xiaolong, attempting a last struggle. Huang Xiaolong, for the sake of the fact that I helped you open the Devil King's palace, don't kill me. Huang Xiaolong's indifference returned as his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power surged out. In the blink of an eye, Mo Isher was devoid of any vitality. Now that they had entered the Devil King's palace, letting Mo Isher go was nothing but trouble. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't leave a scourge alive to come back and haunt him in the future. The last strand of Mo Isher's consciousness blurred as his soul was destroyed. After dealing with him, Huang Xiaolong looked at the hills of medicinal herbs around him and the piles of godheads, inhaling deeply. With these, he could advance to mid-9th order, even peak mid-9th order high god realm. At mid-9th order high god realm, his strength would once more increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would have full confidence that he could kill the Ghost Refining Sect Master. Without further delay, the four of them began cultivating in the Devil King's palace. Huang Xiaolong started with the medicinal herbs at the top of the hills, going through them peak by peak, without touching those medicinal herbs at the foothills or slope of the hills. Based on his current refining speed, those medicinal herbs at the foothills and slopes would be gone in a few breaths. Only those 5-million-year-old and above would take a little bit more time. When Huang Xiaolong was still a 6th order high god realm, refining 10 pieces of 10 million years old devil fruit took him 8 months, whereas now, refining a single stalk of 10-million-year-old medicinal herbs was only a matter of 5 to 6 hours. Therefore, in a short 2 days, he had refined all the medicinal herbs on one of the hills. Time slowly passed. Days turned into months, and soon 2 years were gone. During this period, not only had Huang Xiaolong refined the medicinal herbs on more than 200 hilltops, even the rank 10 and above godheads on the flat plain were eaten by him, causing his cultivation to finally reach mid-9th order high god realm. When Huang Xiaolong emerged in the Great Hall, the ascending moon old man, Li Lu, and the spiriting demon gates patriarch were each cultivating in different stone chambers at the far end of the Great Hall. Compared to 2 years ago, their strength also took a great leap forward, especially Li Lu's. After consuming the Yin-Yang divine flower and Yin-Yang godly water, her godhead's Yin and Yang forces achieved an optimum balance, increasing her cultivation speed. The three people's improvement was clear to Huang Xiaolong with a single swept of his divine sense over them. What he didn't expect was that Li Lu's godhead was actually a top emperor rank godhead. Moreover, it was a rare and unique Yin-Yang godhead. 2 godheads, one black and one white, floated above her soul sea, respectively emitting a light and dark element force. Li Lu's 2 godheads also exuded a startling sword qi. This reminded Huang Xiaolong of her martial spirit in the past. I wonder what kind of godhead Xiaofei will condense when she breaks through to the high god realm, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Judging based on Shi Xiaofei's pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique and her talent, the rank of her future godhead shouldn't be low. In fact, had Xiang Mingji been more patient before condensing his godhead, the level he could achieve would definitely be higher than top-grade rank 10. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong sensed a great energy fluctuation outside the Devil King's palace, thus spread out his divine sense to determine the reason. The ghost refining sect master. Huang Xiaolong quickly discovered the person who had been hiding outside the Devil King's palace. 2 years ago, he might not be able to detect his concealed presence, but his current strength had surpassed the ghost refining sect master by a mile and more. Detecting his presence was nothing difficult. A faint sneer emerged on Huang Xiaolong's face. He had planned to look for this ghost refining sect master. Now that the person had dropped on his doorstep out of his own initiative, all the better. Opening the Devil King's palace gates, Huang Xiaolong flew out to meet his opponent. After hiding outside the Devil King's palace for 2 years waiting for Huang Xiaolong to come out, yet there was no shadow of him whatsoever, the ghost refining sect master grew impatient and irritated. All of a sudden, he saw the Devil King's palace gates open and a figure flying out. Seeing Huang Xiaolong, the ghost refining sect master's heart jumped in elation. Huang Xiaolong, you came out at last. The ghost refining sect master jumped to action without hesitation. Taking out several hundred heavenly lightning beads, he had prepared well in advance and arranging them into the god-killing heavenly lightning array above Huang Xiaolong's head with a wave of his hand. Huang Xiaolong, go die! The ghost refining sect master shouted with a twisted expression, triggering the several hundred heavenly lightning beads. In a split second, several hundred earth-shaking explosions reverberated through the area. As several hundred heavenly lightning beads exploded at the same time, space shook, causing thick dust and gravel to obscure everything as a devastating lightning force swept out in all directions. Several hundred li of land around the Devil King's palace turned into a crater. The hills reduced to flying dust. Only the palace was still standing. The shockwaves reached the sea where some late 10th order high god realm sea ghost creatures were sent tumbling into the air. Those closer to the center of the explosion died on the spot. The sea waves rose 1,000 zhang high, hitting the land. The violent turbulent air current blasted upwards, piercing a hole through the thick black ghost qi that had gathered above the sea of hell, then shredded the dense clouds apart like a piece of fragile cloth. The 3 people cultivating inside the Devil King's palace, Li Lu, the ascending moon old man, and the spiriting demon gates patriarch Fan Yuxiao, were shaken to their senses by the powerful quaking. Ugh! What's going on? The ascending moon old man jumped up like a monkey with its ass on fire, exclaiming loudly. Outside the Devil King's palace, waves of destructive shockwaves hit the palace walls. Turbulent air currents were violently swirling as if they couldn't dissipate, rampaging and destroying all in their path. The ghost refining sect master watched from the distance as Huang Xiaolong was drowned in a series of terrifying explosions. Seeing this, triumphant joy filled his heart and he broke out in elated laughter. Huang Xiaolong, the taste of these heavenly lightning beads I have collected for more than 10 millennia is wonderful, isn't it? I've been reluctant to use them all this time. You should die satisfied. Originally, I planned to extract your soul and refine your bones, have you beg for death. Allowing you to die so fast is really letting you off too lightly. The ghost refining sect master laughed. Consecutive explosions sounded as lightning and thunder continued to rumble. Roughly 10 minutes later, the violent air currents calmed down and the explosions subsided. At this time, the ghost refining sect master's laughing face froze. Disbelief took over as he stared dazedly in front of him. Then he shook his head, furiously denying, "No, no, impossible, this cannot be." As the dust settled, Huang Xiaolong's figure remained straight as his rod while he stood in midair, with only a few minor differences. His robe was destroyed in the explosion, putting his perfect, chiseled body on display, which was unharmed except for a few small scratches here and there. His hair too had come undone. Huang Xiaolong barely suffered after the attack. Before coming out, he was prepared for the ghost refining sect master's possible ambush. Therefore, when the ghost refining sect master took out a few hundred of heavenly lightning beads, Huang Xiaolong had formed a thick protective barrier around himself with God force. With his current mid-ninth order high god realm strength, the protective barrier formed by his 3 supreme godheads was sufficient to block an attack from a first-order heavenly godmaster. That was why these heavenly lightning beads' destructive power did not injure him at all, other than shattering the barrier he erected. Huang Xiaolong's icy gaze fell onto the ghost refining sect master. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll definitely extract your soul and refine your bones." Huang Xiaolong's momentum completely broke out at this point. Majestic divine might surged, causing strong wind to howl in the air. The ghost chi clouds above the sea of hell dissipated completely. The sea waves around the deserted island that were roiling due to the heavenly lightning beads explosion suddenly calmed, as if there was an invisible hand pressing them down. Mid-ninth order high god realm. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's aura, the ghost refining sect master blurted out in shock. For some reason, his face became ashen. More than 2 years ago, when he pursued Huang Xiaolong all the way through the Nightmare Forest, the Dam Run's cultivation was only at mid-8th order high god realm. Not even 3 years had passed since then, but his cultivation had already reached mid-9th order high god realm. In the past, the ghost refining sect master could suppress Huang Xiaolong. But now, facing Huang Xiaolong's improved strength, he found that he couldn't even bring up the thought of resisting. Mad devil god's body. Grasping his nerves for a second, the ghost refining sect master bellowed. His body expanded by several times and his momentum rose, striking his fist at Huang Xiaolong. All-destroying Ghost King Palm. Thunderous air blasts rang out as ghost chi flooded out in savage waves, forming numerous Ghost King shadows that carried a world-shattering momentum. Huang Xiaolong issued an obvious disdainful snort, circulating his Buddhism energy and God force. His fist collided head-on with the ghost refining sect master's all-destroying Ghost King palm. Rumble! The palm attack shattered under Huang Xiaolong's fist. The Ghost King shadows scattered like a puff of smoke, whereas the ghost refining sect master himself was sent flying backward, heavily smashing into the island below. A curtain of dust rose, sending gravel in all directions. He then quickly shot out from the pit, standing in the air again and facing Huang Xiaolong. Hot blood gurgled up his throat and spurted out before he could suppress it, dyeing the ground under him a glaring red. The ghost refining sect master crudely wiped off the blood that was still warm, wondering if that really happened. He had truly been injured? How long had it been since he was last wounded? He couldn't accept this truth. In the next moment, his body grew even bigger as he let out another bellow towards the sky, his eyes glowing red. "I'm the true #1 expert in this world." Seemingly having fallen into madness, the ghost refining sect master rained messy attacks on Huang Xiaolong, shouting repeatedly, "Huang Xiaolong, go to hell. Die. Die for me." Ghost entrapment Saint King's fist. Dense ghost chi moved to form a huge prison-like cage, and at its center was the vague shadow of the Saint King. In the past, during his time in the martial spirit world, the Ghost Refining Sect Master had fought an intense battle with the leader of the 6 ancient kings, the Saint King. After years of deduction and comprehension, he had created this technique, the Ghost entrapping Saint King's fist. The Ghost and Saint merged into one, catapulting its power. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong dared not underestimate the Ghost Refining Sect Master's next attack. Making preparations of his own, 1,000 arms fanned out from his back, simultaneously striking out 1,000 earthen Buddha palms. Images of Buddhas lit up the sky, turning it into a holy kingdom of Buddha. The kingdom of Buddha collided with the ghost prison, chipping off each other. Finally, in the end, the ghost prison exploded, causing the Saint King shadow to disappear and the Ghost Refining Sect Master to be thrown back again. This time, however, he was unable to get up for a very long time. However, the Ghost Refining Sect Master, who was just laying miserably on the ground, suddenly vanished. Huang Xiaolong, who had his divine sense locked onto him, sneered as he too vanished from where he stood. Arriving at a certain location above the Sea of Hell, he struck a punch at the void in front of him, sending the escaping Ghost Refining Sect Master back towards the island. After the first punch, Huang Xiaolong arrived above him in a split second, punching out again. Sensing paramount danger, the Ghost Refining Sect Master roared, releasing a black light that swirled around his body, and released countless Yin ghosts from his body, akin to a swarm of wasps. These Yin ghosts possessed the strength of early 10th Order High God realm and above. This was the infamous Great Ghost Army of the Ghost King that he controlled using the Ghost King art. Contrary to his estimation, Huang Xiaolong rushed forward instead of dodging or retreating. The infinite Buddha Supreme Godhead in Huang Xiaolong's Soul Sea was rotating at its fastest speed, releasing a bright, sacred Buddha luminance that enshrouded Huang Xiaolong like a cocoon, expanding outwards. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's body began to rotate as well before his Buddhism energy and God force formed a myriad of dragons exuding holy Buddha luminance. More and more Yin ghosts were pulled into the Buddha dragon tornado, being purified and having their energy devoured by Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead. However, the army of Yin ghosts controlled by the Ghost Refining Sect Master was just too great, like never-ending tides. Even for Huang Xiaolong, it was hard to refine and absorb all of them. On the other hand, the more Yin ghosts Huang Xiaolong devoured, the whiter the Ghost Refining Sect Master's complexion became. The situation lasted for half an hour before the Ghost Refining Sect Master gave up and turned into a black streak of light, attempting to flee for the second time. But the result was the same as the first time. He was sent flying back to the island. Huang Xiaolong, spare me. You cultivated the Blood Pact mandate. No matter what, I'm considered your half-master. Seeing there was no hope of escaping, dismay finally crept into the Ghost Refining Sect Master's eyes, which made him soften and plead. Killing me is equivalent to killing your master, betraying your heritage. Aren't you afraid of becoming the cultivation world's laughingstock? Huang Xiaolong felt it was funny that the Ghost Refining Sect Master would use such an excuse to blackmail him into sparing his life. Huang Xiaolong was slowly walking toward the Ghost Refining Sect Master, not speaking a word until he was standing right in front of him. I can spare your life if you want. The Ghost Refining Sect Master was stunned, then rejoiced as he asked, Truly? Huang Xiaolong nodded sincerely. As long as you open your soul sea and let me brand you with my soul mark. The joy that had risen to the Ghost Refining Sect Master's face suddenly froze, as if he had fallen into an eternal ice cavern. He blurted out faster than he could think. Never! He then glared at Huang Xiaolong. You motherfucker! You played me! Huang Xiaolong shook his head, looking amused. Looks like you don't agree to this condition. Since it's like that, you can't blame me. With that said, 1,000 arms appeared again from Huang Xiaolong's back, mercilessly striking. Enraged, the Ghost Refining Sect Master mustered his remaining strength to retaliate. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong watched emotionlessly as the Ghost Refining Sect Master's body slowly tumbled to the ground. Inwardly, he heaved heavily in relief, What he had been afraid of the most was the ghost refining sect master choosing to blow up his godhead in desperation. But fortunately, it did not happen. Or better said, Huang Xiaolong did not allow it to reach that stage. However, the ghost refining sect master couldn't be considered dead, as Huang Xiaolong merely swallowed all of his blood essence and god force, then sealed him. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong sent the unconscious ghost refining sect master into his Azura ring. At this time, the Devil King's palace gates opened as Li Lu, the ascending moon old man, and the spiriting demon gates patriarch flew out. Sissy fudges. Little Huang brat. I really thought you were done in by the ghost refining old man's heavenly lightning beads earlier. You didn't see the heartbroken tears I was shedding. Just as he appeared, the old man already started clamoring. Huang Xiaolong snorted half-heartedly. From your expression, I really can't tell how heartbroken you were. The old man grinned sheepishly. That was earlier, this is now. Didn't you win? Of course this old man is happy and ecstatic for you. Everyone burst into laughter. The four of them went back inside the Devil King's palace. After collecting all the divine pills from the Great Hall, the group left the palace, flying out from the Sea of Hell. 6 days later, Huang Xiaolong's group had left the Sea of Hell. Little Huang brat, where should we go now? The ascending moon old man was the first to ask. To the ghost refining sect. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glinted at his own plan. The ghost refining sect? The other three did not expect this answer. Huang Xiaolong nodded in affirmation. Kid, you really want to go to the ghost refining sect, ah? Even though you are strong, there are numerous masters there, not to mention the layers of ancient godly formations. The ascending moon old man said, worrying about Huang Xiaolong's safety. The ghost refining sect had ruled over the path to hell for countless millennia. They must have an astonishing heritage they relied on. Could Huang Xiaolong alone fight against the entire ghost refining sect? Huang Xiaolong smiled. Don't worry, old man. I have confidence. Had it been a couple of years back, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't risk it, but now he believed that what he planned to do wouldn't be a problem. However, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to reach the ghost refining sect. Thus their group traveled during the day, while at dusk they would stop to rest, enjoying some good wine. Naturally, as they drank wine, Huang Xiaolong's roast meat had become an essential companion. It was more than a month later when the four of them passed through the Nightmare Forest and arrived at the Ghost Refining City. When Huang Xiaolong's group appeared above the Ghost Refining City, the entire city entered a state of martial law. Teams of Ghost Refining Sect disciples were strictly patrolling every corner. Enemy invading! Just as Huang Xiaolong, the ascending moon old man, Li Lu, and Fan Yuxiao appeared in the air above the city, they were discovered by several Ghost Refining Sect masters. In the blink of an eye, numerous cultivators encircled the four of them from various directions, layers and layers of people. Huang Xiaolong! One of the present Grand Elder exclaimed in shock when he saw Huang Xiaolong's face. This time around, Huang Xiaolong did not disguise his features. When other Ghost Refining Sect masters heard the Grand Elder's words, all of them were stunned. They knew very well that their young lord and the infernal ghost messenger fell to their current worse-than-death situation because of this Huang Xiaolong. Based on their young lord and the infernal ghost messenger's strength, neither of them could fight off Huang Xiaolong, what's more themselves. Everyone, don't be afraid. A Ghost Refining Sect Grand Elder managed to compose himself in a short time, speaking out to calm his companions. As strong as Huang Xiaolong might be, he's still only one person. Our Ghost Refining Sect has more than 10,000 experts. Why would we need to fear him? At the Grand Elder's snapping remark, the other Ghost Refining Sect cultivators quickly calmed down as well. From the Sect Master's order, whoever kills Huang Xiaolong shall be the new infernal ghost messenger and will be rewarded with a great number of divine pellets and beauties. An enforcement hall Grand Elder stirred the crowd. Everyone attack together. Kill Huang Xiaolong. That's right, even if we can't kill him, as long as we can tie him down here and wait until the Sect Master returns, Huang Xiaolong will dead just the same. Last time the Sect Master pursued Huang Xiaolong, he managed to escape by luck. This time, we must absolutely not let him escape again. In a short moment, the ghost refining sect masters started attacking Huang Xiaolong, their emotions running high, greatly motivated. Huang Xiaolong sneered as he watched this. He indicated to Li Lu and the others to stand behind him and don't move around as 1,000 arms spread out from his back, executing the 15th move of the dragon god, unrivaled myriad dragons at the swarm of people coming at him. In an instant, divine dragons filled the sky. The first hundreds of ghost refining sect masters attacking Huang Xiaolong were knocked downward, half embedded into the ground like sharp pikes. Yet Huang Xiaolong's attacks continued. The earthen Buddha palm, the absolute soul finger, the great void divine fist, and his long-time blades of azura. Buddha luminance cast a golden light in the sky even as devils howled and great fist imprints shattered the surrounding space. Several hundred more ghost refining sect masters plummeted from the sky, but Huang Xiaolong had precise control over the amount of force he exerted. He did not kill these people, yet it was enough to render them powerless to resist. Each of Huang Xiaolong's attacks would reduce the other side's count by several hundred. At the beginning, these ghost refining sect masters did not notice the impact as they continued to rush forward recklessly. But when more and more of ghost refining elders and grand elders of 7th order and above were sent flying by Huang Xiaolong or embedded deep into the ground, some of them finally began to notice the horrifying situation they were in. Their actions slowed or stopped altogether. Soon, even the disciples noticed the eerie situation. Apprehension filled their hearts. Their feet subconsciously shifted back. Huang Xiaolong surveyed the tight encirclement that suddenly backed away from him, sneering. A light flashed from one of his hands as he took out the ghost refining sect master. Sect master! It's the sect master! The sect master actually fell into Huang Xiaolong's hands. He is gravely injured on top of that. No, that's not possible. When the ghost refining sect masters recognized the dried, shrunken body that Huang Xiaolong held to be their very own sect master, waves of denial rang throughout the crowd, heads shaking in disbelief. You lot can see it clearly with your own eyes. Your sect master has been subdued and his life is in my hands. He lives if I want him to, and he dies when I want him to. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the disciples. All ghost refining sect disciples, listen up. Those who don't want to die, submit to me, or you will end up just like your sect master. At this point, Huang Xiaolong's archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power circulated. Right before these disciples, he turned the ghost refining sect master into a real, dead and shrunken corpse, then blasted him into dust with a punch. There was not the slightest chance for the ghost refining sect master to return. Sect master! Huang Xiaolong killed our sect master. We must kill Huang Xiaolong to avenge him. Kill! A part of the ghost refining sect disciples encircling Huang Xiaolong's group let fury take over their reason, bombarding Huang Xiaolong with haphazard attacks. Violent waves god force erupted from various angles. Several disciples even planned to blow up their godheads, pulling Huang Xiaolong to hell with them. Watching these people, Huang Xiaolong snickered in contempt. His god force circulated at rapid speed as he punched out with a great void divine fist. Consecutive booms resounded in the air. Some disciples barely got close to Huang Xiaolong when their bodies exploded from the overpowering impact, dead before they even knew it. However, that did not stop the ones who felt extreme loyalty towards the ghost refining sect, as they continued to rush toward Huang Xiaolong, preparing to die. Huang Xiaolong replied to their madness with attack after attack. This went on for 10 minutes or so before the situation slightly subsided. After the tens of thousands of ghost refining sect disciples who tried to blow up their godheads were killed by Huang Xiaolong, the waves of attacks finally stopped. No person dared to take another step forward. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, these ghost refining sect disciples' eyes were filled with fear and shock, as if they were facing a ruthless archdevil. The blood and body pieces of those cultivators who died from Huang Xiaolong's punches dyed the ghost refining city below red, the streets looking like rivers of blood. Anyone else wants to avenge their sect master? Huang Xiaolong's cold piercing gaze swept over the remaining disciples. Their heads lowered and souls trembled hearing Huang Xiaolong's voice. Right at this point, one of the Grand Elders that was embedded into the ground by an attack had swallowed an indistinguishable pellet and sped toward the main hall. The disdainful curve on Huang Xiaolong's face deepened watching the Grand Elder. His palm extended, pulling that Grand Elder in front of him in less than a breath's time. Seeing that his effort was thwarted, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in dread as panic seized his heart. You want to activate the ancient heavenly formations of your sect? Huang Xiaolong looked at the Grand Elder, exposing his plan with a mocking gaze. Huang Xiaolong had scoured the souls of the Ghost Refining Sect Master, the Young Lord, and the Infernal Ghost Messenger. Therefore he knew all there was to know about this sect. When the Grand Elder attempted to flee into the main hall, Huang Xiaolong saw through his plan in an instant. I know, wasn't... Just as that Grand Elder tried to wrangle his innocence, Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power turned him into a lifeless, shrunken body. Other elders and Grand Elders who secretly harbored the same thoughts at this Grand Elder became ashen. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. Who else wants to activate the ancient divine formations? Huang Xiaolong looked around. His voice was icy. In that instant, every one of the Ghost Refining Sect disciples felt like they had plummeted into an ice cave. Without warning, Huang Xiaolong suddenly pressed his palm down toward the Ghost Refining Sect headquarters through space, causing a giant hand imprint to cast a shadow over the main hall building. Following this, bright lights spread out from the main hall, rising to the sky. This was the ancient divine formation's power. Still, it didn't last long. Huang Xiaolong soon suppressed the formation's power, causing its bright light to dim, almost going out. When the remaining Ghost Refining Sect disciples saw Huang Xiaolong suppressing and sealing the ancient divine formation in the main hall, their last line of hope was cruelly cut off. As the seconds passed, a disciple surrendered, then another. More and more disciples submitted to Huang Xiaolong, kneeling to show allegiance. Huang Xiaolong was generous to these people. With a wave of his hands, a large number of healing pellets scattered around like a thunderstorm. Holding the sacred grade divine pellets in their hands, solemnness and pain turned into joy, willingly kowtowing in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Watching this, the other disciples followed and submitted as well. With a wave of his hand, another storm of divine pellets rained down. What he didn't lack the most were divine pellets and spirit stones. In the end, no disciple remained standing. Huang Xiaolong inwardly nodded at this sight, feeling relieved. Had these people activated the ancient divine formation before he arrived, reigning in these disciples would have been much more of a hassle. After that, Huang Xiaolong turned his attention onto the elders and Grand Elders. The attractive force from his hand gathered all of them right in front of him. Those that submitted would be branded with a soul mark, while those who refused were sucked dry of their blood essence and God force, killed on the spot without hesitation. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong had taken full control of the entire Ghost Refining Sect. Go, bring those ancestors and patriarchs that are here to attend the ceremony to the main hall. Huang Xiaolong ordered a Ghost Refining Sect Grand Elder. A while ago, when the young lord was about to inherit the sect master position, the ancestors and patriarchs of other sects in the path to hell were invited to the grand ceremony. Until now, these ancestors and patriarchs had been inside the headquarters, not allowed to leave. When they arrived at the main hall and saw Huang Xiaolong sitting on the main seat, all of them were stupefied, which turned to fear after hearing the Grand Elder that led them here that the previous sect master, Young Lord, and the Infernal Ghost Messenger were killed by Huang Xiaolong. In the minds of this group of ancestors and patriarchs, the Ghost Refining Sect Master was the epitome of invincibility. After reigning over the path to hell for countless years, it was almost a belief that the Ghost Refining Sect Master wouldn't die, and no one would be able to kill him. But now, the Ghost Refining Sect Master was history. Even after a long time, this group had trouble accepting what they had heard. Roughly half an hour later, this fact finally sank into their minds and they quickly knelt as a sign of their surrender and loyalty. These ancestors and patriarchs' decision did not surprise Huang Xiaolong, especially when their benefits were not affected in any way. Whether they swore allegiance to Huang Xiaolong or the now-dead ghost refining sect master, it was all the same to them. However, Huang Xiaolong aimed for total control, which was why he ordered them to open their soul seas, as he would also be marking them with a soul mark. Jaws tightened and faces paled hearing this. Despite their great unwillingness, these ancestors and patriarchs had no choice, nor did they dare to refuse. After all, even the previous ghost refining sect master died in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Any effort they made in resisting would be futile. Deep into the quiet night, there was no silvery round orb hanging in the ghost refining city's night sky. However, the city was decorated with countless bright crystal stones that emitted crystalline white light in the dark. Huang Xiaolong stood in the yard of the main hall, looking at the dark sky. His expression reflected the peace inside his heart. The ancient devil clan ancestor Moisher was dead, and the ghost refining sect master was taken care of as well. All loose ends had been tied up. Here in the lower realm, there was no existence that could threaten him anymore. He had spent 3 years in the path to hell, and had decided to return to the Divine Dan City in a few days, bringing Li Lu to see his parents. So many years had passed, yet his mother had always been missing this daughter-in-law of hers. He believed that his mother would be very happy to see her again. As for the ghost refining sect's treasury, Huang Xiaolong had no thoughts of taking it away. He could always come back later, as he had already taken control of the whole sect. He was also the only person who knew the method of entering the treasury. He could go in at any time. As Huang Xiaolong pondered these issues, footsteps sounded behind him. As he turned around, he saw was Li Lu and smiled. "Luer, you've come." Li Lu nodded docilely, coming to a stand beside Huang Xiaolong. "I heard you planned to return to the Divine Dan City a few days later." Li Lu broached the subject after some internal hesitation. Huang Xiaolong flashed a wide smile. "That's right, I want to bring you back to see my parents and the others. Mother and sis will be very happy seeing you. For so many years, Mother has always been talking about you." Li Lu's eyes glimmered with complicated emotions. "Xiaolong, I want to return to the Fortune Gate first." Huang Xiaolong stiffened. "You're not coming to the Divine Dan City with me?" Li Lu lightly nodded her head. Huang Xiaolong looked deeply at Li Lu, a heavy sigh escaping his heart. He knew there were some things she still couldn't let go of, and a large portion of it was related to the deity's Templar in the past. Although Li Lu had recovered her memories, that somehow seemed to make things worse as she remembered the incidents that took place. During the time she was brainwashed by the deity's Templar, Li Lu's hands were stained with the blood of many martial spirit world cultivators. On top of that, she had even attacked, aiming to kill Huang Xiaolong on the Ten Directions continent. Huang Xiaolong softly asked, "Is it because of what happened in the past?" "In all truthfulness, I don't blame you. Whatever you do, we will never judge you. Mother, father, and the rest feel the same." Li Lu's eyes were red-rimmed, shaking her head. "I know, but—" Her words trailed off. She then took a deep breath and spoke again. "I'm sorry, Xiaolong." She turned and left with that. Huang Xiaolong's hand reached out, wanting to pull Li Lu back, but his hand stopped midway. Then a bitter smile formed on his face. He had thought the knot in Li Lu's heart would have been resolved after so long, and she would be willing to follow him back to the Divine Dan City. But now, 3 days later, after arranging matters in the ghost refining sect, Huang Xiaolong departed with the Ascending Moon Old Man and Li Lu, leaving the ghost refining city. Due to Li Lu's matter, the journey was missing the cheerfulness and laughter that were supposed to be there. 2 months later, the three of them were finally out from the path to hell. From there on, Li Lu separated from Huang Xiaolong, returning alone to the Fortune Gate. Watching Li Lu's figure disappearing from view, Huang Xiaolong stood blankly for a long time. "The girl has already left. What are you still looking at?" Seeing his disciple standing woodenly still, the Ascending Moon Old Man took a stab at him, adding, "Little brat, if I were you, I would go chase her back this instant." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. He understood very well Li Lu's temper. The result would be the same even if he chased up to her. "Old man, let's go." Huang Xiaolong turned around and flew off. The ascending moon old man quickly followed behind him. The two of them made it out from the icebound galaxy in a few days, then traveled onward to the Divine Dan city. After a little more than a month of travel, Huang Xiaolong and the old man appeared on the streets of the Divine Dan city. You know, right? Huang Xiaolong went to the path to hell some time back. Then the ghost refining sect master, the young lord, and the infernal ghost messenger were killed by him. Are you joking? Maybe it's just a rumor. How come my family's elders didn't hear about this? It's truer than true. This matter has already spread like wildfire in the path to hell. It's said that Huang Xiaolong has taken control over the ghost refining sect, and the ancestors and patriarchs of all the first-rank forces in the path to hell have sworn allegiance to him. The outside world still hasn't got wind of this news, but I believe it is only a matter of time before it reaches countless galaxies. The two cultivators walking in front of Huang Xiaolong were discussing in secretive low voices. The ascending moon old man turned to Huang Xiaolong, grinning, "Little Huang brat, see? Didn't I say this matter can't be kept under wraps for long?" Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly replied, "I didn't plan to conceal it at all." Before leaving the ghost refining sect, Huang Xiaolong had told the group of ancestors and patriarchs not to leak the news that he had killed the ghost refining sect master, young lord, and infernal ghost messenger, but the truth was bound to come out sooner or later. By now, he assumed that quite a few super forces in various galaxies got wind of the news. Then again, Huang Xiaolong hadn't planned to conceal the matter. Having others know that he had reigned in the ghost refining sect made no difference to him. Even if this matter caused some to feel threatened, most likely none of them would dare to ally against him. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Abundant Deities Manor, his family too had heard about the rumors related to the path to hell. In an instant, he was surrounded and bombarded with questions from all around. All of them wanted to know in great detail what happened in the path to hell. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly as he ushered them in and recounted to his parents and everyone present what happened. But he did not mention Li Lu. With much hardship, Huang Xiaolong survived half a day of questions until all members of his family were satisfied with his story. At one point, when they heard that Huang Xiaolong had disguised himself as the spiriting Demon Gate's ancestor, and was subsequently pursued by the ghost refining sect master, their hearts tightened nervously. As the story moved on, reaching the part where Huang Xiaolong killed the ghost refining sect master and took over the ghost refining sect, officially conquering the path to hell, cheers erupted in the hall. "Big brother, is the path to hell fun? I also want to go have some fun," Huang Xiaohai asked. "Fun?" Huang Xiaolong smiled stiffly. "You'd better wait until you break through to the high god realm before we talk about it. Otherwise, you lot won't be able to make it past the icebound galaxy's coldness. What's more, reaching the path to hell." Hearing this, Huang Xiaohai immediately looked crestfallen. "Wait until I break through to high god realm. Who knows when that will be?" Currently, he was only an 8th order god realm. Even with the limitless resources and divine pellets Huang Xiaolong gave him, it would take him at least 100 years to advance to peak late 10th order god realm, or perhaps 200 years. The high god realm was too far away. By early next day, the news of Huang Xiaolong having returned had spread throughout the whole city, spurring all the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's eminent elders to drop at the Abundant Deities Manor for a visit. After the eminent elders, it was the Wangu clan, Mu clan, Zhou clan, the Dark Elf tribe, and a string of other ancestors, patriarchs, and chiefs. Watching these illustrious characters fidgeting in front of him to the point of not daring to sit, naive thoughts crossed through Huang Xiaolong's mind. Years ago, when he participated in the High God Advancement Tournament, the Wangu clan ancestor and patriarch were powerful people he looked up to, whereas now, in less than 100 years, their positions had reversed. The following days, Huang Xiaolong remained in the Divine Dan city, concocting pills during the day and guiding his family in their cultivation, while at night he would dual cultivation with Xiaofei, striving tirelessly in the act of creation. Every night, Xiaofei would beg and plead, out of breath, for leniency. Nurtured by Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads, she grew increasingly enchanting and beautiful. Days turned into months, and soon 2 years had passed peacefully. In between, Huang Xiaolong returned once to the ghost refining sect, taking away all rank 10 and above godheads, as well as the top-grade Yin soul stones the sect had collected in millions of years. He took some time during the day to refine these items, Nighttime belonged to him and Xiaofei. As time flowed, 50 years went by. In these 50 years, Huang Xiaolong had refined all the godheads and top-grade soulstones he had taken from the Ghost Refining Sect treasury, bolstering his cultivation to peak late 9th Order High God realm. Just half a step more and he could break through to 10th Order High God realm. In the past 5 decades, under Huang Xiaolong's tireless effort every night, Xiaofei advanced to perfection stage late 10th Order God realm. She now had extremely high soul clarity, meaning she could attempt to break through to High God realm anytime she wished. It was Huang Xiaolong who delayed her breakthrough, telling her to continue increasing her soul clarity, to continue the accumulation. As for his family, every few years or so, Huang Xiaolong would use his supreme God force to temper their physical bodies. With his help, his family's cultivation improved drastically, faster than any other time they were cultivating, helping most of them reach 10th Order God realm and above. The most visible of all was Huang Xiaolong's nephew, Guo Xiaofan, who reached late 10th Order God realm. Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, Fei Ho, Hao Tian, Xiaputi, the heaven-devouring beast Lil Tian, Huang Xiaoyong, the blessed Buddha Emperor Shifan Tian, and the others had all achieved high-level God realm cultivation. During this period, Huang Xiaolong did not expand his territory or forces, but as time passed, more and more families and sects from various galaxies took the initiative to submit under his banner. This, even without deliberate intention, caused Huang Xiaolong's influence and power to develop even further. Even though the Wangu clan, Fortune Gate, and others with long and powerful heritage forces desired to curb this trend, in reality, they could only watch with wide eyes as Huang Xiaolong's power extended more and more, powerless to stop it. One thing worth feeling glad about was that Huang Xiaolong did not display any ambition of conquering the world. During this period, Huang Xiaolong had also made several trips to the Fortune Gate, looking for Li Lu. Although their interactions were happy and harmonious, the knot in her heart remained unresolved. She still refuses to go to the Divine Dan City to meet his family. This matter made Huang Xiaolong feel helpless more than once. As his days grew idle, he often brought Xiaofei and the rest of his family to the world surfaces famous for their beautiful sceneries, like the Ice River world, to relax and have fun. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had mostly been away from his family, searching for resources. Hence, he wanted to compensate for all the time spent away from his family as much as he could. The days passed ordinarily, yet were happy, blissful, and full, not at all dull. Another 30 years passed. Finally, Xiaofei's energy accumulation had reached the highest limit she could sustain, while her soul clarity also reached the clearest she could achieve. Under Huang Xiaolong's protection, she began to impact the High God realm barrier. Several days passed and Xiaofei finally succeeded in her breakthrough. Moreover, she advanced all the way to peak late First Order High God realm in one go. The godhead she condensed was one of the legendary godheads of the Buddhism heritage called Radiant Valurium Godhead, a top-grade Emperor rank godhead. Despite his confidence in Xiaofei's talent, coupled with his help, Huang Xiaolong estimated she could condense an Emperor rank godhead. But a top-grade Emperor rank godhead was still a surprise. After all, the difficulty of condensing a top-grade Emperor rank godhead was too high. He believed that, even in the divine world, only those within the scope of peerless geniuses could condense a top-grade Emperor rank godhead. Could this be related to their dual cultivation? When the two of them dual cultivated, their essence energy transferred and merged in each other's body. Could this have unknowingly enhanced Xiaofei's potential? One must know, Huang Xiaolong's essence energy contained God force from his 3 supreme godheads. Although he had also used his God force to temper his family's bodies, the conditions naturally varied greatly from Xiaofei's. Xiaofei had successfully broken through to the High God realm, and his large family had all reached perfection stage late 10th Order God realm. Another dozen years passed since then. The Huang family members that had reached perfection stage late 10th Order God realm also accumulated to the limit of their potential, breaking through to the High God realm with Huang Xiaolong's assistance one by one. Even with years of Huang Xiaolong using his God force to temper their bodies, not discounting the large volume of divine pellets and treasures that Huang Xiaolong had given them, the godhead level most of his family had condensed was high-grade rank 10. The higher-ranking ones were only his brother, Huang Xiaohai, and his nephew, Guo Xiaofan, with low-grade king-rank godheads. To Huang Xiaolong, this result fell a little short of satisfactory, for this meant that their future cultivation path would be greatly limited. His family members, on the other hand, were ecstatic, so overjoyed that they couldn't distinguish the directions anymore. In their eyes, a high-rank 10 godhead was already a miracle. One must not forget. In the 4 galaxies where they came from, other than Xiang Mingji, who had condensed a top-grade rank 10 godhead in the past, there hadn't been anyone who succeeded for tens of millennia. Not to mention the fact that the ancestor generation characters who had condensed a rank 10 godhead throughout the countless galaxies were scarce in number. On this day, Huang Xiaolong sat in his yard in the abundant deity's manor, sipping wine alone absent-mindedly. Shi Xiaofei entered the yard and walked to Huang Xiaolong's side, taking a seat beside him as her hands refilled his wine cup. Her gentle voice sounded, "What's the matter? Is there something on your mind?" Huang Xiaolong did not say anything. "Thinking about the divine world's matters?" Shi Xiaofei suddenly asked after a moment of transient silence. Both of them had been husband and wife for a long time. From the time they first met until now, several hundred years had passed, but Shi Xiaofei's guesses hit the mark 9 out of 10 times. Huang Xiaolong nearly choked, looking stupidly at Shi Xiaofei, then answered, "Yes." She was right, he had been contemplating things about the divine world in the last few days. Ever since he killed the ghost refining sect master and conquered the path to hell, almost 100 years had passed. Although Huang Xiaolong's days had been extremely leisurely, he couldn't stay in the lower realm forever. Over a decade ago, he had advanced to early 10th order high god realm, and in the last few years, his cultivation had plateaued. The amount of energy he required to break through to 10th order high god realm was too frightening. There was almost no treasure in the lower realm that could support his 3 supreme godheads' consumption. Even though he had the shimmering gray energy summoned by the 4 divine fires, it was far from sufficient. At this rate, give him another 300 to 400 years and Huang Xiaolong still wouldn't be able to break through to perfection stage late 10th order high god realm. It was excruciatingly slow. Thus, the thought of ascending crossed his mind. But what about his family? If he ascended to the divine world without his family, who could say for sure when they would be able to reunite? The problem was, there were too many unknown dangers in the divine world. His family's strength was still too weak. If they ascended together to the divine world, Huang Xiaolong wasn't sure he would be able to keep them safe. "Xiaolong, you need not worry about us." Shi Xiaofei more or less saw through Huang Xiaolong's worries, speaking her thoughts. "All of us have reached the high god realm now and have 300,000 years of lifespan in the lower realm. If the time comes and you are still unable to come back to see us, we'll look for you in the divine world." Huang Xiaolong stilled. His eyes flickered, but he nodded after a while. "That is good as well." 300,000 years later, even if he failed to return to the lower realm to see his family, he most likely would have established a power of his own. At that time, if his family ascended, he would have the power to protect them. While in the lower realm, his family would be protected by the Ghost Refining Sect, the Ancient Devil Clan, and others. Huang Xiaolong was assured of their safety. By the next morning, all the Huang family and everyone else already heard of Huang Xiaolong's decision to ascend. The atmosphere turned lifeless, filled with reluctance and sadness. Everyone understood without saying it out loud. This parting was different from all those times in the past. In the days leading up to his ascension, for almost a full year, Huang Xiaolong stayed to accompany his family at the abundant deity's manor, especially Shi Xiaofei. Their dual cultivation went on for several days at a time, as if both of them wanted to melt the other into their own body, forgetting the world outside, imprinting the other into their memories. After a year's time, the day of Huang Xiaolong's ascension to the divine world had arrived. Since the news of Huang Xiaolong's impending ascension wasn't deliberately concealed, it had reached the forces in various galaxies in a short span of time. On this day, the divine Dan city was overcrowded. Every street and alley was packed with cultivators from various sects and galaxies. Human or not, they had come to the divine Dan city. Even more so in front of the abundant deity's manor, there was a sea of people standing too close for comfort. The Huang family, Shi Xiaofei, Xia Puti, the blessed Buddha Emperor Shi Fantian, the spirit-devourer violent monkey Huang Xiaoyong, the heaven-devouring beast Lil Tian, as well as the ascending moon old man, Institute principal Fengyang, Lu Yun, Qi Wan, and others had arrived. Huang Xiaolong looked at the faces of his closest people who had accompanied him for a few hundred years until now. His friends, brothers, elders, making his heart grow heavy. He stepped up and hugged each person, bidding farewell. Hugging her son, Su Yan's tears couldn't stop, and Huang Xiaolong allowed her to do so quietly. After they separated, Huang Xiaolong came to a stand in front of Xiaputi, giving this friend of his a playful punch on the shoulder while smiling. Cultivate hard. We'll compete again. The scenes of the past during the Duanren Imperial City battle flickered in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Xiaputi gave a big grin. I don't dare to compete with a freak like you anymore. By the time I ascend, who knows what realm you will have reached. At the moment, Xiaputi was still a peak late 10th order god realm. The two good friends broke into laughter. Then, Huang Xiaolong stood in front of Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, glancing at the nine-tailed white fox who was leaning onto the old dragon's shoulder. He grinned at him, saying, Old dragon, it looks like I have to congratulate you in advance. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai and the nine-tailed white fox had been flirting with each other since they met. Even a blind person could see that these two had hooked up. Huang Xiaolong was truly happy for him. They were mentor and student, as well as friends. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai had helped him greatly in the past. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai grinned with a silly face. Wait until we ascend as well. You can drink at our wedding banquet. Huang Xiaolong let out a loud laugh. That's a promise. The two men went in for a brief hug. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's blood feud was settled long ago with Huang Xiaolong's help. Huang Xiaolong then went on to say goodbye to Huang Xiaoyong and the others. When he stood in front of the ascending moon old man, the old man's catchphrase naturally appeared several times. As for Lu Yun and Qi Wan, they had finally married some time ago, and Qi Wan's stomach was highly protruded right now. Soon, the couple would be adding a new member to their family. Huang Xiaolong congratulated them. Lastly, he stood in front of Shi Xiaofei. Their gaze fell on each other for a very long time. Everything they wanted to say was contained in that silent gaze, understood without words. Suddenly, Shi Xiaofei stepped forward, hugging Huang Xiaolong tightly, tears brimming in her beautiful eyes. Huang Xiaolong tightened his arms around her, remaining like this for a long time. Take good care of yourself when I'm not here. Pressing his lips next to her ears, Huang Xiaolong whispered. Shi Xiaofei nodded, tears staining her face. You too. Reluctant as they were, Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei finally separated. Before the gazes of everyone present, he turned around and sped away, growing smaller and smaller in the eyes of everyone below until finally disappearing. After tearing the divine Dan world's barrier, he arrived at the vast outer space. Sensing the divine world's presence, he continued flying upward. Huang Xiaolong continued flying upward just like this, reaching a terrifying height that no god realm cultivator could reach, when all of a sudden, his body quivered. The galaxy below him had disappeared from view long ago. Huang Xiaolong arrived at a foggy, gray space. This space was filled with chaotic air currents that tore through the fabric of space. Even a 10th order god realm cultivator's body would be torn to shreds the moment they stepped into this place. Then again, when these chaotic air currents hit Huang Xiaolong's body, it was like soft breeze brushing against his skin. Huang Xiaolong did not use any god force to create a protective barrier around himself as he continued to fly upwards. As he did so, his god force was depleting at an alarming rate. As abundant as his god force was, he still had to stop for rest every 2 hours. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the force of gravity actually increased as he flew further, greatly decreasing his speed. His ascension continued in this manner, flying until his god force was depleted, then stopping to rest. This went on until the 15th day, when Huang Xiaolong's body quivered violently again. The gray space disappeared. He subsequently arrived at a space with raging forces of nature. Earth, wind, fire, and water roared around him. Everywhere he looked were large violent hurricanes, angry waves, and tyrannical fires burning. Any one of these phenomena could gravely injure a low-level high-god realm cultivator. A small careless mistake could result in their life being lost. Still, Huang Xiaolong was confident in himself and didn't mind these elemental forces much. He continued flying upward for over a month, passing through several different spaces before his body was sucked away by a terrifying force. He felt as if heaven and earth flipped over. As powerful as Huang Xiaolong might be, he was unable to resist this oppressive force. However, he understood that this overwhelming suction force originated from the divine world. Therefore, he did not struggle, allowing himself to be guided. As his body tumbled in space, everything turned black all of a sudden as he entered a boundless dark space, pulled by the overwhelming force. Seemingly a long time had passed until a harsh light shone on him, causing him to plummet downward from high air like a pebble. The ground shook from the impact, raising a curtain of dust. The drop gave Huang Xiaolong a long-forgotten feeling of pain in his bones, a feeling similar to the time he battled the ghost refining sect master without stop for 10 days and 10 nights. Huang Xiaolong laid limply on the ground, trying to circulate his god force, but to his surprise, although he was able to circulate his god force, the speed was too slow. Moreover, his own body's god force couldn't be used at all. What is this? Huang Xiaolong panicked. His true divine dragon physique that was invincible in the lower realm had become extremely fragile here. Whether it was his god force or his physical body, it felt like this space was rejecting and suppressing both aspects of him. He then tried to extend his divine sense, only to discover that it couldn't leave further than his own body, suppressed by this new world's laws. During the High God Advancement Tournament, although his divine sense and strength were suppressed, it was far from what he was experiencing now. This baffled Huang Xiaolong. Even though both his god force and divine sense were greatly suppressed, it was fortunate that his true divine dragon physique's recovery ability still existed. He could feel his body slowly healing. A bitter smile flashed past his face. Even his true dragon divine physique's healing speed was significantly compromised after ascending to the divine world. In the past, injuries heavier than this could recover in a few breaths' time, but now, with this healing speed, it would take at least 5 to 6 hours. If someone attacked Huang Xiaolong at this time, or if a stray demonic beast appeared, he wouldn't have the slightest strength to resist. Regardless of his limitations right now, Huang Xiaolong was able to sense the rich spiritual energy around him, many times more shocking than the lower realm. Is this the divine world's spiritual energy? Roughly an hour's time later, Huang Xiaolong could finally move his arms and legs. He was still injured, but with some effort, he managed to shift himself into a sitting position on the ground. While Huang Xiaolong was surveying his surroundings, he stilled dazedly, feeling depressed for a moment. He was smack in the middle of a thick forest filled with ancient towering trees. He had fallen into a primeval forest. This was the reason he felt depressed. It looks like his luck wasn't always good. In any primeval forest, there were almost always demonic beasts. The worst scenario he could imagine at the moment was ending up in the stomach of a demonic beast before he could make it out of this forest. Let's pray no accidents happen. I'm probably on the outer edge of the forest. Huang Xiaolong comforted himself. If he were in the deeper regions, even at his peak, he probably couldn't walk out of the forest alive. He might have 3 supreme godheads, but that didn't mean he wouldn't die. After realizing he was in a primeval forest, Huang Xiaolong couldn't afford to dally, as he would be an obvious target in an open space. Any demonic beast passing by would notice him. Enduring the pain in his body, Huang Xiaolong staggered towards a towering tree, struggled up its branches until the top, then found a more concealed spot and sat down to heal. An hour later, his injuries had recovered by half. At this point, he tried absorbing the spiritual energy around him. At first, Huang Xiaolong merely thought of trying it. But who would have thought his 3 supreme godheads would quiver with delight? The surrounding area's spiritual energy rushed toward Huang Xiaolong like a whirlpool, flowing into his body. This came as a surprise to Huang Xiaolong. When one ascended, they couldn't bring anything from the lower realm, hence, Huang Xiaolong had naught on him, not even a single divine pellet. However, as long as he could absorb the spiritual energy here, he could use it to expedite his healing. As expected, after he began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong felt his healing speed becoming twice as fast. The initial 4 to 5 hours of recovery were reduced to a short 2 hours. After being nurtured and tempered by the new environment's spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong was happy to see that his true divine dragon physique wasn't as fragile as it was when he first arrived. Subsequently, he tried to circulate his god force and discovered that he could finally use it. However, the amount of god force he could use was so pitifully small that it almost made no difference. Although his injuries had healed, Huang Xiaolong did not plan to leave the tree just yet. To the current him, this primeval forest was extremely dangerous. He had to enhance his ability for self-protection as soon as possible. Despite his cultivation of early 10th order high god realm, he couldn't even exert 1/10 of his strength at the moment. Huang Xiaolong presumed the reason why he was restricted and suppressed by the divine world's laws was due to his recent ascension. His body had yet to adapt to the divine world's environment, but as long as he continued absorbing the spiritual energy here to cultivate and temper his physical body for some time, he would be able to return to his peak condition, no longer suppressed by the divine world's laws. Huang Xiaolong continued to sit cross-legged on the tree, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy as he cultivated and tempered his body. Soon 3 hours went by. As time passed, he could feel the suppression on him reducing, allowing his strength to return. The amount of god force he could employ increased, but regaining 1/10 of his strength would take at least 2 to 3 days and at least half a month before he could return to his peak condition. Right at this time, a loud rumbling suddenly came from his stomach. The noise stupefied Huang Xiaolong. He actually felt hungry. Ever since he stepped into the Saint realm, he no longer felt hunger. The empty feeling from his belly was so real that he suspected he would starve to death in 2 weeks if he did not eat something. This kind of feeling was too surreal for the current Huang Xiaolong, and a little bit absurd. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong couldn't ignore the pangs of hunger from his stomach, which forced him to stop cultivating. Leaping off the high tree branch, he landed agilely on the ground. He looked up toward the top of the tree. There were only 30 to 40 meters between the ground and the treetop, but even so, he had to brace himself in advance before hitting the ground. Hoping for a stroke of luck, Huang Xiaolong tried flying a few times to no avail. The greater space teleportation he was so apt at in the lower realm seemed so far away. After several attempts, he could only give up. A feeling of helplessness washed over him. Looks like I need to start from the bottom again. Huang Xiaolong sighed loudly. He then wondered about Li Lu. 1 month before his ascension, he made a trip to the Fortune Gate, but when he was there, the Fortune Gate ancestor told him that Li Lu had ascended to the divine world a few days prior. She had also left a message for Huang Xiaolong. When he took the communication talisman and opened its restrictions, there was only one sentence inside: Xiaolong, I'll wait for you in the divine world, forever waiting for you. Thus, Li Lu ascended 1 month before him. Similar to him, she should be somewhere trying to regain her strength, right? Another loud rumbling came from his stomach, causing Huang Xiaolong to snap out from his thoughts. Finding food was the most important thing right now. Looking around him, Huang Xiaolong picked a direction and leaped into the air. Although he couldn't fly at the moment, he could still cover a distance of 20 to 30 meters in a single leap. Therefore, his traveling speed wasn't considered too slow. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong stopped at the bottom of a hill. There was no prey in sight, nor were there clues to any demonic beast activities in the vicinity. His plan of roasting meat to fill his stomach fell down the drain. Not to mention demonic beasts, he didn't find even a single fruit in the last half an hour. Tilting his head skyward, his eyes narrowed glancing at the harsh sun. His skin was prickling from sunburn. After half an hour of leaping through the forest, his back was dripping with sweat. He was actually sweating like the most common mortal in the lower realm. Moving along the foothills, Huang Xiaolong continued onward. A short distance later, he found a small river about 100 zhang wide. Excited, Huang Xiaolong sped up, arriving at the edge of the small river. As he thought, there were fish swimming in the water. Although it wasn't meat, roast fish was quite nice as well. Suddenly, a fish leaped into the air from the water with its mouth opened wide to bite Huang Xiaolong. Its rows of sharp teeth glinted coldly in the sunlight. The fish reached Huang Xiaolong in an instant, but just as its mouth was above his head, Huang Xiaolong hastily punched out. His fist landed squarely on the fish's body. The fish was knocked back into the river, causing water to splatter high into the air. What Huang Xiaolong didn't expect was that the fish was still alive, and it was already attacking him again. In the lower realm, a demonic beast was bound to suffer heavy injuries if not dying on the spot. The force from his punch was capable of shattering a great mountain. But now, he couldn't even kill a mere fish. He dared not underestimate this fish anymore. Circulating what measly amount of god force he could, he swung another punch at the fish. This time, combined with his god force, the fish was knocked back into the water with its white belly up. It was finally dead. Huang Xiaolong sighed in relief, focusing a thread of god force to pull the fish to the riverside. What in the hell is this fish? Whether it was its speed, power, or body toughness, all of them were comparable to the general peak late 10th order high god realm cultivator. Moreover, from its bloodline, Huang Xiaolong sensed a trace of primordial divine beast aura. There was a long thorn protruding from the fish back, as sharp as a blade. What bemused Huang Xiaolong was the fact that this powerful fish had no godhead inside its body and no trace of god force. After catching his breath, Huang Xiaolong killed another fish with the same method, then built a bonfire far away from the riverside, letting the two fish cook. Since his god force had yet to fully recover, rendering him unable to use his internal divine flame, Huang Xiaolong resorted to the most primitive way of starting a fire. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roast fish wafted in the air. Huang Xiaolong grabbed one of the skewers of fish and bit into it. The fish meat was surprisingly smooth and soft, with a natural sweetness, while the fish oil turned the skin crispy. One bite filled Huang Xiaolong's mouth with a savory aroma. After he swallowed, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the fish turned into warm streams of energy when it reached his stomach, spreading out to every part of his body, filling him with a comfortable feeling. His three supreme godheads swallowed these warm streams of energy, converting them into god force, which delighted Huang Xiaolong. His god force had actually increased by a tiny bit. The fish actually had such an effect. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with a plan as he began scarfing down the skewer of fish. A few minutes later, he was done with the two fish he caught. The two fish were only about the size of two palms put together, but Huang Xiaolong's stomach bulged with satisfaction. Rubbing his rounded stomach, Huang Xiaolong got to his feet. At the bottom of the hill from before, he found a natural cave and went inside. This cave's mouth could accommodate 3 people passing at the same time, while the cave was about 5 to 6 square feet, dry and comfortable. It was an ideal spot for Huang Xiaolong to cultivate, away from sight. At the cost of depleting his pitiful amount of god force and 3 hours of time, Huang Xiaolong succeeded in laying out a simple defensive barrier around the cave mouth. He then cleaned up the cave somewhat and sat down in a meditative pose, continuing to absorb spiritual energy to regain his strength. The days passed in a monotonous pattern. Every time he felt hungry, he would exit the cave and kill 2 fish to fill his rumbling stomach, then went back to cultivate inside the cave. Initially, it would have taken more than a month's time for him to fully regain his strength, but the time required was shortened significantly ever since he started consuming the bladefin fish. As Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb spiritual energy, the suppression of laws lowered. By the end of the 12th day, Huang Xiaolong had returned to his peak condition, and the suppression he previously felt had completely disappeared. His existence was now completely accepted by the divine world. Now that his strength had returned, Huang Xiaolong decided to leave. Firstly, he needed to get out of this primeval forest. Before leaving, he killed over 100 bladefin fish, keeping them in the godly empty Shumi space. Although things from the lower realm couldn't be brought to the divine world, the godly MT Shumi was originally from the upper realm, hence, Huang Xiaolong was able to have it with him still. Other than the godly MT Shumi, there were also the Linglong treasure pagoda, the absolute soul pearl, as well as the god-binding ring. Naturally, he also had on him the token that allowed him to join any prominent sect in the divine world, a reward from winning the first place in the High God Advancement Tournament. There was also that lightning beast egg that made it to the divine world with Huang Xiaolong. That lightning beast egg, under his efforts for over 100 years in the lower realm, was now close to hatching. Determining his direction, Huang Xiaolong began moving toward the edge of the primeval forest. Even though his strength had returned, he still couldn't fly. However, in a single leap, he was able to cross several li, so it wasn't so excruciatingly slow anymore. Just as Huang Xiaolong made his way towards the edge of the primeval forest, he heard a miserable scream coming from the direction he was going in. There were probably some disciples being attacked by demonic beasts. Huang Xiaolong hesitated slightly before making his way toward the source of the scream. Judging from the energy fluctuations, the rampaging beast didn't seem to be very powerful, roughly a late 10th order High God realm strength. A few moments later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the scene. On the open space a little further ahead, a tiger-like demonic beast was attacking a green-robed, blood-stained black-haired elder. Clearly, the elder was enduring heavy injuries. Not far from him were a deathly pale young man and young woman, their wide eyes filled with terror. Over 20 corpses were strewn on the ground in their proximity. These were undoubtedly the guards who had met their deaths under the beast's claws. "Young master, young miss, run quickly. I will block this giant tiger beast," the black-haired elder shouted to the pair of siblings. The young woman adamantly shook her head despite the tears flowing down her face. "No, Uncle Yen, I won't leave you." Although the young man's eyes were filled with grief, he pulled his younger sister's hand, saying, "Sister, we must hurry and run. Uncle Yen is right. If we stay here, not only are we unable to help Uncle Yen, we will become a distraction. If we don't go now, none of us will be able to leave." At this point of time, the tiger-like demonic beast's paw hit the elder, sending him flying. Crashing on the ground, the elders rolled over, coincidentally stopping in front of the young man and woman. "Uncle Yen!" both of them exclaimed grimly, quickly pulling the elder up. The tiger-like demonic beast let out a complacent roar, pouncing forward with its jaw wide open, aiming at the pair of siblings. Watching this, the young man and woman despaired. The tiger-like demonic beast was so close to enjoying its prey when a fist whistled through the air, slamming into its chest and brutally sending it flying backward. The demonic beast knocked into several great trees before falling to the ground. The three people who thought they were dead for sure watched this scene dazedly. Then joy crept up their faces. A moment later, they saw a strangely dressed black-haired young man walking over. Huang Xiaolong went toward the tiger-like demonic beast that was struggling to get up from the ground, then circulated his god force to form a palm blade, slicing horizontally. The tiger head fell to the ground a beat later. Following this, the absolute soul finger pierced through the tiger head, completely destroying its soul. Looking at the tiger head, a thought crossed through Huang Xiaolong's mind. His palm blade had cut through the tiger head, finding a godhead within. It slightly resembled a beast core from the lower realm, containing a considerable amount of god force. Huang Xiaolong approached the three people after putting away that godhead. The three people were flabbergasted watching Huang Xiaolong easily killing the giant tiger beast. The giant tiger beast had a sturdy hide. The average divine artifact could hardly make a scratch on its body. The palm blade this black-haired young man formed cut off the beast's head like it was soft tofu. Only when Huang Xiaolong was standing right in front of them did the three recover their senses. The black-haired elder quickly took a step forward, cupping his fists at Huang Xiaolong. "Many thanks for this young hero's rescue." The young man and woman followed suit, courteously thanking him. Huang Xiaolong exchanged some perfunctory words with the other party, subtly inquiring about the primeval forest and its surroundings. "Young hero doesn't know about this blood phoenix forest?" Hearing Huang Xiaolong's inquiries, the elder exclaimed. Then an expression of realization appeared on his face. "Young hero hails from another island?" "From another island?" Huang Xiaolong was slightly caught off guard but swiftly nodded. "Yes. No wonder. The black-haired elder smiled understandingly. Following that, he briefly gave Huang Xiaolong some information about the Bloodwind Forest. As mentioned before, the primeval forest he landed in was called Blood Phoenix. It had existed ever since the ancient times. No one really knew how long it had been in existence. According to an old legend, long ago in the ancient times, a powerful blood phoenix died here, which was also the origin of the forest's name. Due to the effect of the blood phoenix's blood, all the demonic beasts inside the blood phoenix forest possessed varying degrees of blood phoenix bloodline. Naturally, after so long, its traces had become extremely faint. This blood phoenix forest was located on an island named Green Cloud Island, which, although small in comparison to a land surface in the divine world, was still twice the size of the Black Tortoise Galaxy. 2 Black Tortoise Galaxies, yet it was only a small island. The Blood Phoenix Forest took up about 1/3 of the entire Green Cloud Island. Moreover, it was located in the most central part, which was why this forest was known throughout the island. Around the perimeter of the Blood Phoenix Forest were several tens of thousands of countries, big and small. Naturally, other than these countries, there was also a great number of sections. Amongst them, the strongest 3 were the Barbarian God Sect, the Great Whale Sect, and the Elephant Genesis Sect. Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows slightly creased. He didn't expect he would ascend to this Green Cloud Island. If this was so, then outside the island would the sea. Just an island was already so big. He couldn't even begin to imagine how large the sea was. What about after the seashore? Huang Xiaolong asked this question to the black-haired elder. The elder answered, "Outside the Green Cloud Island is the Endless Sea. I've heard the sea has 4 great mainlands. One is called the Fortune Mainland, another is the Eternal Mainland, then the Dark Elf Mainland, and the last one is the Primal Chaos Mainland." Huang Xiaolong's heart quickened. The Fortune Mainland? Could this Fortune Mainland be related to the Fortune Gate of the lower realm? Otherwise, it was too much of a coincidence. And that Eternal Mainland, was it related to the Wangu clan? But the elder himself had never ventured out of the Green Cloud Island. Thus what he knew wasn't a lot, and was unable to give Huang Xiaolong any detailed information about the 4 great mainlands. Huang Xiaolong could only give up. After this, the black-haired elder went to deal with the guards' corpses. After a while, when the 3 of them were about to leave, they invited Huang Xiaolong to accompany them, which he didn't refuse. He was unfamiliar with this Blood Phoenix Forest. Going with these 3 people made it easier for him to leave. Furthermore, he was alone in this new environment. Befriending some forces would be beneficial to him later on. Hearing Huang Xiaolong agreeing to travel with them, all 3 people rejoiced. They had witnessed his strength with their own eyes. If Huang Xiaolong was with them, they need not worry about the more powerful demonic beasts attacking them. The black-haired elder promised Huang Xiaolong that if he could ensure their safety until they were out of the Blood Phoenix Forest, they would definitely request their fort lord to heavily reward him once they were back to the family. Toward the elder's promise of rewards and whatnot, Huang Xiaolong didn't really care. Although he couldn't yet manipulate the pure spiritual energy here and convert it into divine stones, his ability remained. As long as his comprehension toward the divine world's laws deepened, he could endlessly condense the spiritual energy into divine stones. At that time, he wouldn't be lacking in money. On the way, Huang Xiaolong asked the 3 how they came about being attacked. The black-haired elder sighed, recounting the events to Huang Xiaolong. The 3 of them came from a force called Tai Family Fort. The elder's name was Yan Hai, a guard captain of the Tai Family Fort, whereas the young man and woman were Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan respectively. The Tai Family Fort and the Zhou family from a neighboring country were in-laws. 3 months ago, they traveled to the Zhou family, but 10 days ago, in order to shorten the traveling time on the way back, they took a shortcut. They had planned to cut through the outer edges of the Blood Phoenix Forest in order to reach the Tai Family Fort. In general, demonic beasts rarely appeared on the outer perimeter of the forest, and even if demonic beasts roamed there by happenstance, it was always the weaker ones with strength comparable to low and mid-level High God Realm. Hence, they didn't expect to run into a late 10th Order High God Realm giant tiger beast, the worst stroke of luck. Yan Hai himself was a late 10th Order High God Realm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have ended up so miserable, but a demonic beast's physical power and defense were greater than a human cultivator's many times over. At a cultivation, a demonic beast could kill the human cultivator without breaking a sweat. Those 7th Order, 8th Order, and 9th Order High God Realm Guards were too fragile before that giant tiger beast. What happened later needs no explanation. If Huang Xiaolong hadn't arrived just in time, the 3 of them would have ended up just like the dead guards. Speaking of this, Yan Hai, Tai Mu, and Tai Xinlan still felt their hearts quicken from fear. As the 4 traveled together, the words between them increased, especially the young man Tai Mu and his younger sister. The 2 of them circled around Huang Xiaolong, asking about this and that, greatly curious about him. After all, judging from Huang Xiaolong's appearance, he didn't look old, somewhere in his 20s, not that much older than them. But he was so powerful. Yan Hai was just as curious about Huang Xiaolong's origins as the 2. Clearly, Huang Xiaolong was just an early 10th Order High God Realm cultivator, yet he could easily kill a late 10th Order High God Realm giant tiger beast. In Yan Hai's opinion, Huang Xiaolong's strength was incredibly close to a heavenly godmaster. The sky gradually darkened. Bright, glittering stars twinkled in the dark, velvet sky. The sun in the divine world was quite harsh, but when night fell, the starlight was brighter and more beautiful than the one in the lower realm. The 4 of them stopped to rest for the night. Since he now knew they were in the outer region of the Blood Phoenix Forest, Huang Xiaolong relaxed slightly, not as tense and cautious as he was when he had just ascended. After lighting a bonfire, he took out 10 of the bladefin fish he had killed earlier, roasting them over the fire. However, when he took out the bladefin fish, Yan Hai, Tai Mu, and Tai Xinlan exclaimed, "Bladeback spiritual fish." Then, Tai Xinlan looked oddly at Huang Xiaolong. "Elder brother Huang, you've been eating these bladeback spiritual fish like this, yet you're still fine." Huang Xiaolong was confused. "I'm fine, why?" Tai Mu explained, "Although these bladeback spiritual fish are very tasty, their bodies contain a strange energy that even a heavenly god would have trouble refining. If we eat them just like this, we will." Tai Mu stopped abruptly, joining Tai Xinlan and Yan Hai. The 3 of them looked at Huang Xiaolong like he was a strange monster. Huang Xiaolong simply said as a way of explanation, "My physique is a little special. Therefore I'm not afraid of the strange energy." As for what was special about his physique, Huang Xiaolong did not say. The 3 people grew even more curious, but did not ask any more questions. Early next morning, just as the sunlight began to brighten the sky, the 4 continued on. Even though they were in the outer part of the Blood Phoenix Forest, it still took them over 10 days to leave the forest, with many stops in between. Their interaction during this time was quite harmonious, becoming more familiar. Huang Xiaolong also gained a certain understanding of the Tai family fort from them. Although the Tai family fort wasn't a first-rank force of the Green Cloud Island, far from the 3 great sects, it was considered a prominent force in the Bixing country. As Yan Hai had previously relayed the beast attack incident to the Tai family fort through the communication talisman, not long after they came out from the Blood Phoenix Forest, they met the Tai family fort's team of escort guards. The escort team was made up of over 100 people, with 2 perfection stage late 10th Order High God Realm Masters among them. From their attire, these 2 were guard captains like Yan Hai. The rest of the guards were between 9th and 10th Order High God Realm. However, there was no heavenly god master amongst them. The leader of the team was a young man clad in a pure white brocade robe. He seemed to be in his early 20s appearance-wise, with dashing features, but his eyes shone with hostility when he spotted Huang Xiaolong, who was standing beside Tai Xinlan. "Yan Hai, it is extremely rare for a 10th Order High God Realm demonic beast to appear in the outer areas of the Blood Phoenix Forest, yet you were attacked by one, and this brat just happened to pass by and save you? Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" The white brocade robe young man observed Huang Xiaolong with suspicion in his eyes. Even though he didn't directly accuse Huang Xiaolong, the meaning of his blunt words was easily deciphered. It was all planned by Huang Xiaolong. "That's right, my thoughts exactly. This strange brat is trying to find a way to sneak into our Tai family fort." One of the perfection stage late 10th Order High God Realm Master behind the white-robed young man agreed coldly. All these years, I have lost count of the number of disciples from the neighboring countries who tried to sneak in. Before Yen Hai could say a word, Tai Xinlan's charming eyes were glaring angrily at the white-robed young man. Tai Yang, elder brother Huang is our savior. I won't allow you to speak any more nonsense here. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Tai Mu turned to Huang Xiaolong, saying, Elder brother Huang, let's go. There's no need to bother with these mad dogs. I want to see who dares to stop us. He glared sharply at Tai Yang and his men, being reprimanded by Tai Xinlan and Tai Mu in front of a crowd. Especially Tai Mu calling him a mad dog was a great insult to Tai Yang. Regardless, Tai Mu was still the Tai family fort's young fort lord, so he wasn't in a position to say anything. Tai Mu slightly pulled Huang Xiaolong by the arm. Then the four of them mounted on the horses Tai Yang's team brought and galloped away without another glance. Ye Yang stared icily at Huang Xiaolong's back. A sharp glint flickered across his eyes. So did killing intent. Young Master Tai Yang, what should we? One of the guard captains approached Tai Yang's side, cautiously asking. Return to the Tai family fort first. I don't believe a mere early 10th order high god realm brat can escape from my hands. Tai Yang laughed icily. But, if that brat is really capable of killing a late 10th order high god realm giant tiger beast, it seems he isn't as weak as he appears. The other guard captain stated. Tai Yang snickered in response. So what? Don't tell me the two of you together still won't be able to kill an early 10th order high god realm punk. Hee, with our strength, either one of us can easily take that brat's life. The only thing is, that brat has rescued the young lord and young miss, and from what I could see just now, he's become real chummy with the two of them. If we kill him without any rhyme or reason, it would be hard to explain the matter to the fort lord, said the first guard captain. You two don't need to worry about this. I'll handle the fort lord. Tai Yang reassured them. Even though they were now riding on horses, it still took Huang Xiaolong's group more than 10 days to reach the Tai family fort. Along the way, Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan kept close to him, ignoring Tai Yang. Watching the two of them acting so familiar to Huang Xiaolong, Tai Yang gnashed his teeth in anger. Although his dislike toward Huang Xiaolong grew intensely, he did not deliberately cause trouble for him. Therefore the entire trip was still quite smooth. As for Huang Xiaolong, Tai Yang was just an insignificant character in his eyes. From his interaction with Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan, he came to know this man's identity. This Tai Yang was the son of Big Elder Tai Chengdong. As the Big Elder of the Tai family fort, Tai Chengdong's status was high, only surpassed by the Tai family fort's lord. Not to mention the fact that Tai Chengdong himself was a late First Order heavenly god. When they reached their destination, the fort lord, Tai Chenyuan, was already waiting for them at the gates. After a series of introductions, Tai Chenyuan cupped his fists at Huang Xiaolong. Many thanks to young hero Huang for rescuing my son and daughter. His manners could be considered proper and courteous. Tian Chenyuan was a second-order heavenly god master. In the divine world, the gap between a heavenly god and a high god realm was wider than heaven and earth. Moreover, Tian Chenyuan was also the Tai family fort's lord, waiting outside at the gates to welcome and thank Huang Xiaolong. Not everyone could be this humble. Huang Xiaolong responded courteously in return. The middle-aged man standing closest to Tai Chenyuan, who had been observing Huang Xiaolong the whole time, suddenly spoke. I heard young hero Huang single-handedly killed a late 10th order high god realm giant tiger beast. May I know which sect you belong to? Being capable of this feat, I think even the genius disciples of our Green Cloud Island's big 3 sects don't have such talent. This stalwart middle-aged man was none other than the Tai family fort's big elder, Tai Chengdong. Huang Xiaolong calmly replied, I'm from the Cluster Star Island. As bad luck would have it, I was pulled into a space fissure and sent over here. The divine world is so vast, sects number more than the trees in a great forest. The fact that you haven't seen an early 10th order high god realm cultivator killing a late 10th order giant tiger beast does not mean it has never happened before. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's tone and words caused Tai Chengdong's eyes narrowed slightly with coldness. Tai Yang was the first to erupt. Insolent brat! How dare you speak to my father with that tone? I bet you're nothing but a spy sent by other families to infiltrate our Tai family fort. Tai Qinyuan frowned with displeasure. Enough. Young hero Huang is my Tai family fort's honored guest. Tai Yong unwillingly lowered his head and acknowledged Tai Qinyuan's words, retreating to the side. Huang Xiaolong was quickly invited into the Tai family fort by Tai Qinyuan. While he was passing by Tai Chengdong, he completely ignored the coldness in the other's eyes. Inside the Tai family fort, Tai Qinyuan had prepared a banquet to thank Huang Xiaolong, gifting him 100 Xinbi as reward for his help. The Xinbi was the accepted currency here, usable in any city of the divine world, similar in size to a 100 renminbi bill from Earth. In the Tai family fort's neighboring cities, one could purchase a good residence with 300 Xinbi. Therefore, 100 Xinbi was considered quite a handsome reward. Huang Xiaolong accepted the reward without any pretense. At the moment, he was unable to condense any divine stones. With nary a coin on him, he indeed needed the money. Subsequently, he made a request to Tai Qinyuan. He wanted to enter the Tai family fort's library. Although Huang Xiaolong managed to understand some things through his conversations with Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan, his knowledge of the divine world was still very much lacking. He was in a hurry to understand as much as he could about the divine world, and the best way to do so was through books. This was also the reason why he accepted Tai Mu, Tai Xinlan, and Yen Hai's invitation too. In other words, he wouldn't be staying long in the Tai family fort, at most 10 days to half a month. He would then leave once he was done reading all the books in the Tai family fort's library. Tai Qinyuan didn't even hesitate after hearing Huang Xiaolong's request, agreeing on the spot. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised that Tai Qinyuan agreed to his request. It goes without saying, even though Tai Qinyuan allowed him to enter the library, this didn't mean that Huang Xiaolong could go everywhere he liked. For example, the third floor where their cultivation techniques were kept. Huang Xiaolong wasn't allowed to step onto the third floor. After the banquet ended, Tai Qinyuan had someone arrange a courtyard for Huang Xiaolong. This courtyard was a short distance from the library, which was a great convenience for him. Since it was already nighttime, Huang Xiaolong put off going to the library for the next day and spent the night cultivating quietly in his room. The few hundred bladeback spiritual fish that Huang Xiaolong hunted the Blood Phoenix forest had all went into his stomach, adding his diligent effort in cultivating in this period of time. Because of that, he was now stronger than he was in the lower realm, but it would take more time for him to reach peak early 10th order high god realm. At this point, the speed of his 3 supreme godheads in absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy had increased by 3 times compared to when he had just arrived. By his estimation, if he continued absorbing spiritual energy at this rate, he would be able to advance to mid-10th order in 3 months, while in 1 year's time, he would be able to reach perfection stage late 10th order high god realm. His cultivation speed was countless times faster than in the lower realm, despite the dangers the divine world posed for a high god realm cultivator. Currently, Huang Xiaolong was trying to stimulate his 4 divine fires, yet there was no response at all. Thus he was unable to absorb the shimmering gray energy for now. The night passed quietly in cultivation. When sunlight shone on his courtyard, Huang Xiaolong stopped and walked out from his room, heading straight to the Tai family fort library. For now, he needed to understand which world surface he was on. Next would be the detailed situation on the Fortune mainland, Eternal mainland, Dark Elf mainland, and the Primal Chaos mainland. At the entrance of the library, Huang Xiaolong showed the disciple on guard the token Tai Qinyuan, gave him the night before and smoothly stepped inside. The first floor was roughly 300 square meters, with everything in plain sight. Lined against the 4 walls were over 20 shelves, filled from top to bottom with books on various subjects. After taking a glance around, Huang Xiaolong walked toward one of the bookshelves, where books related to the Green Cloud Island and the Divine World were. He chose a book at random and covered it with his divine sense. Like this, he went through the books one by one. However, there seemed to be a kind of obscure energy that dwindled one's soul force. Even while reading them through his divine sense, Huang Xiaolong's speed was moderate. The entire morning passed and Huang Xiaolong only managed to finish the several hundred books on the first shelf. A large number of these books were about the territory distribution of the Green Cloud Island's prominent sects. Especially detailed were the 3 top sects of the island. Only 4 books mention things outside of Green Cloud Island. Fortunately, these 4 included some information about the 4 great mainlands. Each of the 4 mainlands was so vast that it was almost immeasurable, approximately 10,000 times larger than the Green Cloud Island. Any one of these mainlands was bigger than several tens of thousands of galaxies from the lower realm combined. Although he had already guessed that these 4 mainlands Yanhai mentioned during their conversation would be enormous in size, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help being amazed at their extent. Furthermore, from the 4 books, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the most powerful sect on the Fortune mainland was none other than the Fortune Gate. The Fortune mainland was precisely named after the Fortune Gate itself. This showed that the Fortune Gate had absolute control over that mainland. At the same time, the Fortune Gate was one of the super sects of this world's surface. On the other hand, the Eternal mainland was governed by the Wangu clan. Similarly, the Dark Elf mainland was under the Dark Elf tribe. Whether this divine world surface's Fortune Gate, Wangu clan, and Dark Elf tribe were of the same heritage as the forces in the lower realm remained unconfirmed for now, but in Huang Xiaolong's opinion there was an 80% chance this was so. This divine world surface was the very same one he had heard of many years ago, the Vientiane divine world surface. This also confirmed one of Huang Xiaolong's conjectures. The lower realm's Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird galaxies were under the rule of this Vientiane divine world surface. Generally speaking, any person from the 4 galaxies would arrive at this Vientiane divine world surface after ascending. However, these 4 books did not mention just how many other world surfaces like this one were in the divine world. On the Vientiane divine world surface, other than the 4 central mainlands, the archipelagos with islands like the Green Cloud Island numbered no less than 100,000. All these islands were scattered around the 4 mainlands. The Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered. After Li Lu ascended and learned about the Fortune mainland's Fortune Gate, could she have gone there? As a disciple of the Fortune in the lower realm, Huang Xiaolong believed that after knowing about the Fortune mainland, she would definitely go there. No doubt, with Li Lu's talent, she would be considered an elite disciple even amongst the most talented of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Moreover, she was the personal disciple of the Fortune Gate's ancestor in the lower realm. She would definitely be nurtured with the full support of the Fortune Gate's resources. On top of that, the previous Fortune Gate chief Wang Yu and Grand Elder Sun Yi, who had fled before Huang Xiaolong could deal with them, had probably joined the Fortune Gate of the divine world as well. Wang Yu and Sun Yi were 2 people he was resolute to kill, therefore it was inevitable for Huang Xiaolong to travel to the Fortune mainland. One problem was, outside this Green Cloud Island was the Endless Sea. Regardless which island one set off from, they needed to fly over this endless sea to reach their destination. But even a high-level heavenly god could not achieve this. Thus, one could only reach the 4 mainlands through transmission arrays. On the Green Cloud Island, there were only 3 transmission arrays, which were monopolized by the island's 3 most powerful sects, the Barbarian God Sect, the Great Whale Sect, and the Elephant Genesis Sect. Using any one of these 3 transmission arrays to travel to the 4 mainlands consumed a heart-wrenching amount of divine stones, for the distance was too great. Even the 3 sects chiefs were required to obtain the agreement of their sect's eminent elders before activating the transmission array. Huang Xiaolong's brows were tightly scrunched together as he contemplated. It seems like going to the Fortune Gate was quite troublesome. Forget it, I'll first break through to the heavenly god realm, then decide what to do. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and stopped pondering the matter. Here in the divine world, Saint Realm and God Realm cultivators were the low-level commoners. One could barely gain some dignity if they managed to break through to the High God Realm. Even then, the low and mid-level High God Realm cultivator status wasn't very high. The high-level High God Realm cultivators only fulfilled the minimum requirement to become guards in places like the Tai family fort, whereas a 10th Order High God Realm cultivator could probably obtain a second-rank captain status, or, by a stroke of luck, become a guard captain. Advancing to the Heavenly God Realm was the first step in gaining status. Once a person became a Heavenly God expert, the difference in their identity and status were as distinct as heaven and earth. When arriving at any places similar to the Tai family fort, they could easily be invited as an important guest elder. More importantly, in the divine world, only heavenly god experts could fly. This was the reason why Huang Xiaolong couldn't fly nor execute any greater space teleportations since he arrived here. Still, breaking through to the heavenly god realm was easier said than done. The chances were less than 1 in 10,000. In the entire Tai family fort, the number of heavenly gods did not exceed the fingers on 2 hands. One thing that astonished Huang Xiaolong from the books he read was the fact that a heavenly god's lifespan was generally around 10,000 years in the divine world. And the longest a high god realm cultivator could live here was 300 years. As for the god realm, saint realm, and Xiantian realm cultivators, they resembled the ordinary folks in the lower realm. Rarely was there someone who could live to reach their 100th birthday. Why was it so? Huang Xiaolong guessed that it may be related to the divine world space laws. Every living being in the divine world consumed many times more energy in every breath they took compared to the lower realm. 100 years was probably the limit for a god realm or saint realm cultivator's body. The other question was, if the longest a high god realm cultivator could live was 300 years, then how did one calculate the lifespan of those who had ascended from the lower realm? How did one go about calculating their age? The majority of the ascended cultivators had been cultivating for over 10,000 years in the lower realm, probably even 100,000 years or 200,000 years. One such person was the Fortune Gate ancestor who had yet to ascend, but had already stepped into the high god realm 10,000 years ago. Would their actual age be scaled down to 1,000th? Those over 10,000 years old in the lower realm would be 100 when they arrived at the divine world. The books he had read did not mention anything about people who ascended. Thus Huang Xiaolong did not have an accurate answer for this matter. He continued going through the books in the library for some time until the sky darkened. Only then did he leave and return to his courtyard, continuing tomorrow. A while after he returned to his courtyard, a maid arrived to bring his dinner. The food in the divine world was quite similar to the lower realm, except the size of the rice grain here was 3 to 4 times bigger. Nurtured by the rich spiritual energy of the divine world, every single grain glistened with a beautiful sheen akin to pearls, exuding a tantalizing fragrance. Inside the stomach, the rice turned into warm streams of energy that spread throughout Huang Xiaolong's body. Naturally, even in the divine world, there was a difference between good and bad grains. For instance, the rice the Tai family fort maid brought was called dragon tooth rice, a top-quality grain. Consuming dragon tooth rice nourished one's vitality and strengthened the body. Even better than top-quality grain was the wondrous superior grain, whose long-term consumption would increase a person's longevity. However, the price of superior grain was thousands of times higher than top-quality rice. A force like the Tai family fort couldn't afford such an expense. On this green cloud island, the 3 great sect's disciples were probably the only ones who could enjoy such a luxury. Although living in the divine world consumed a lot of energy, Huang Xiaolong had regained his strength. Eating 1 meal per day was sufficient for him. Just like the night before, Huang Xiaolong spent his time cultivating. Early next day, when he arrived at the library, Tai Yang walked straight up to him with the same perfection stage late 10th Order High God Realm Guard captains following behind him. Tai Yang extended an arm, blocking Huang Xiaolong's path, commanding in an icy tone, "Brat, I don't care who you are. I'm giving you a final warning. If you don't voluntarily get out of our Tai family fort by sunset, I will make you regret you were ever born in this world." Huang Xiaolong glanced sideways at Tai Yang. "If you don't take the initiative to get out of my face, I will make sure you regret being born in this world right now." "What? Brat, you're seeking death." The 2 guard captains behind Tai Yang immediately exuded their pressure on Huang Xiaolong. "Tai Yang, what are you doing?" Right at this time, a voice reprimanded from afar. A second later, Tai Mu's figure appeared. "Young Fort Lord." The 3 people ganging up on Huang Xiaolong were forced to stop, greeting Tai Mu. Tai Mu stopped in front of them, snapping, "Tai Yang, this is the Tai family fort. Fighting inside the Tai family fort for personal reasons. Do you want to be locked up in the ice dungeon for a decade?" Tai Yang and the 2 guards immediately clamored they dared not. "Young Fort Lord, if there's nothing more, we'll first take our leave." Finished saying that, Tai Yang led the 2 guard captains away. When he was passing by Huang Xiaolong's side, He sneered openly. Brat, don't think the young Fort Lord and young Miss can protect you for a lifetime. Wait till you step out of the Tai family fort. Let's see who can protect you then. Seeing that Tai Yong actually dared to threaten Huang Xiaolong in his presence, anger burned in Tai Mu's heart. Elder brother Huang, are you all right? Tai Mu asked Huang Xiaolong, genuine concern on his face. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I'm all right. Watching the receding figures of Tai Yang's group, he fumed. This Tai Yang is becoming more arrogant as the days pass. He really thinks the Tai family fort will belong to him in the future just because his father managed to bribe a few elders? Relying on his pig face. He actually wants to marry my sister. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with understanding hearing Tai Mu's words. Elder brother Huang. This Tai Yang is an insidious villain. You must be careful of him, Tai Mu said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded, though he really didn't take someone like Tai Yang to heart. Huang Xiaolong estimated he would not be able to kill a second-order heavenly god with his current strength. However, killing a peak late first-order heavenly god like Tai Chengdong was still doable. After exchanging a few words with him, Tai Mu took his leave, letting Huang Xiaolong go into the library as intended. Looking around, Huang Xiaolong walked towards a bookshelf with books introducing the divine world's medicinal herbs and divine pills. Despite having confidence in being able to advance to perfection stage late 10th order high god realm within a year's time, it was still too slow for Huang Xiaolong's liking. 1 year to reach perfection stage late 10th order high god realm, and likely another 2 years or so to advance to become a heavenly god, which was why he wanted to understand the herbs and divine pellets of the divine world. Then, maybe he could do the same as in the lower realm, breaking through to heavenly god in half a year's time. It was impossible for the others, but with his 3 supreme godheads, this wasn't an issue at all. Standing in front of the bookshelf, Huang Xiaolong randomly picked one of the books and started flipping through the pages. Time flowed and another day passed. On this day, other than the bookshelf with books introducing herbs and divine pills, he also managed to read through the books related to various demonic beasts. This gave Huang Xiaolong knowledge of the more common medicinal herbs, divine pellets, and demonic beasts of the divine world. After all, the Tai family fort was just a small force in a small country of the Green Cloud Island. Most of the books focused on the Green Cloud Island itself. As for herbs and such outside of the Green Cloud Island, what Huang Xiaolong could gain from the books here was extremely limited. On the 3rd day, he walked toward the bookshelf introducing the divine world's powerful forces. At this point, Huang Xiaolong only knew the realm above High God was Heavenly God and knows nothing of the realm above that. He was curious to know what comes next after the Heavenly God realm. So, above the Heavenly God is the Ancient God realm. Huang Xiaolong soon found the answer. However, even after he had gone through the entire bookshelf, he still couldn't find anything about the realm above Ancient God. Still, he took note that the Green Cloud Island's chiefs and ancestors of the Big Three forces were in the Ancient God realm. However, the number of Ancient God realm masters was only a dozen or so on the whole island. Days passed one after another. Unknowingly, Huang Xiaolong had been in the Tai family fort for more than 10 days, settling down in a routine. He was in the library during the day, and cultivating in his room at night. Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan would come visit Huang Xiaolong every other day. Surprisingly, after the last incident, Tai Yang did not come looking for trouble anymore, which suited Huang Xiaolong perfectly, giving him a quiet environment to read and cultivate. It's about time to leave this Tai family fort, probably tomorrow, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself as he stood in the yard. In close to half a month, he had gone through all the books on the 1st and 2nd floors of the Tai family fort's library. It was now time to leave. For his next destination after leaving the Tai family fort, Huang Xiaolong had already decided beforehand. The Blood Phoenix Forest. Although the Blood Phoenix Forest was the kingdom of demonic beasts, with dangers lurking everywhere, there were also a lot of medicinal herbs inside. Moreover, he could hunt demonic beasts as he collected herbs, acquiring their godheads. In the divine world, the godheads of demonic beasts were quite valuable. These godheads could be sold, and with sufficient money in hand, he could purchase a residence in one of the cities on the island, as well as some divine pellets. They could also be used for his own cultivation. In the recent days, Huang Xiaolong had attempted to activate his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power to refine the giant tiger beast Godhead, and discovered that he could absorb the God Force contained inside it. Although the devouring speed was much slower than before, his cultivation rose faster compared to the time he spent cultivating, which delighted Huang Xiaolong quite a bit. Although a demonic beast's Godhead contained violent demonic qi, it could be easily purified by his infinite Buddha Supreme Godhead. Thus it wasn't an issue for Huang Xiaolong. Just as he was thinking of bidding farewell to the Tai family fort lord tomorrow and leave, a sudden commotion sounded from outside, followed by rapid and heavy footsteps. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder and saw Tai Yong rushing into the library with a dozen guards, surrounding his courtyard in a tight circle. Huang Xiaolong roughly glanced at the guards around his yard, unperturbed, but his gaze turned cold when it fell on Tai Yang's body. He was waiting to see what tricks he was up to now. Tai Yong watched Huang Xiaolong, speaking in a condescending tone. "Brat, someone broke into our library's 3rd floor just now and made away with a very important cultivation technique. I suspect you're that thief. I advise you to obediently follow us to the punishment hall for interrogation." Huang Xiaolong slowly responded. "And if I don't?" Tai Yong chuckled with a menacing gleam in his eyes that became distorted. "That suits me even better. Since it's like that, I can only order my people to escort you there." Finished saying that, he signaled the 2 Perfection Stage late 10th Order High God Realm Guard captains. "Which one of you will go and bring the brat?" One of them stepped forward with an ingratiating smile. "I am willing to be of service." Tai Yong nodded. "Excellent. If he dares to resist, you can directly cripple him. It's fine as long as he's still breathing. Since he stole our Tai family fort's cultivation technique, even if you cripple him, the fort lord will not blame you." From Tai Yang's words, the suspicion that Huang Xiaolong stole their cultivation technique had turned into a certainty. "Yes, young master." That guard captain snickered in response and strode toward Huang Xiaolong. "You've heard it yourself. Since you stole an important cultivation technique from our Tai family fort, the fort lord will not blame me even if I cripple you. An early 10th Order High God realm, it's futile to put up any resistance with just that much strength." The guard captain flashed a mocking smile, and in the next second, his fist was swinging at Huang Xiaolong. God force surged as his fist seemed to cut through space. Faint red flames burst out from his fist, forming the image of a tiger's head. This was the Tai family fort's Tiger Flame Punch. In fact, this technique was ranked quite high in their collection. Only guard captains and above had the privilege to practice it. When executed at full force, a fist could shatter a mountain and split the sea, knocking down everything in its path. The guard captain struck out with a heavy fist. As long as his attack landed on Huang Xiaolong, even if he lived, he would only have less than half a life left. This was what Tai Yong ordered to cripple Huang Xiaolong. While Tai Yong and the other guards stood there confidently, waiting to see how Huang Xiaolong would be sent flying in a sorry state, the situation took an abrupt turn. Huang Xiaolong punched out in retaliation, his fist whistling through the air and distorting space. The Tiger Flame Punch's momentum was shattered in an instant, and Huang Xiaolong's fist flew forth, striking the guard captain. Before the stupefied faces of the Tai family fort's guards and Tai Yong, their Perfection Stage late 10th Order High God Realm Guard captain spun erratically in the air like a broken kite, crashing into one of the nearby building walls. Several sections of wall crumbled, rendering the Tai family fort guards shocked agape. "No, this impossible," Tai Yong mumbled incoherently as if his tongue was knotted. Sending a Perfection Stage late 10th Order High God Realm Master flying with just one punch? What kind of strength was that? It was equivalent to a heavenly god, a First Order Heavenly God Master. Only a First Order Heavenly God Master could accomplish such a feat. An early 10th Order High God Realm like Huang Xiaolong actually possessed the strength of a First Order Heavenly God. Terror crept up Tai Yang's face. This was like the talent possessed by those geniuses from the Fortune Mainland's supersex. Huang Xiaolong released his clenched fist. Even though his punch didn't take the guard captain's life, it was enough to shatter every bone in his body. Not to mention his internal organs all shifted places and ruptured. Being restrained by the divine world's laws, the High God Realm cultivators' physiques were far weaker compared to the High God Realm cultivators of the lower realm. Hence, this guard captain was completely useless now. Huang Xiaolong turned to Tai Yang. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze falling on him, Tai Yang's heart tightened. In panic, he shrieked, "Everyone attack together. Kill that bastard for me." At this point, he no longer cared if he had to face the Fort Lord's rage after killing Huang Xiaolong. Hearing those words, killing intent flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, but just as he was about to cripple Tai Yang as well, an authoritative voice resounded in the air. "Stop this instant!" The voice thundered, piercing the eardrums, causing the Tai family fort guards to immediately halt their movements. Tai Qinyuan strode into the courtyard with Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan following behind him, while several of the fort's elders were also present, Tai Chengdong included. After Tai Qinyuan's group entered, noticing the guard captain sprawled in a pile of rubble, their eyes widened unnoticeably in shock. Even Tai Qinyuan had misjudged Huang Xiaolong's strength. Seeing the new arrivals, it was as if Tai Yang found his backbone again as he scrambled towards them, stopping in front of Tai Qinyuan. "Fort Lord, Father, you all arrived just in time. This Huang Xiaolong stole a cultivation technique manual from our library. I came here to invite him to the punishment hall for assistance, but who knew he would be so overbearing, relying on his strength to injure Guard Captain Chu Ming?" Tai Yang naturally concealed the fact that Guard Captain Chu Ming was about to cripple Huang Xiaolong, even less exposing that he was the one ordering him to do so. However, Tai Yang did not notice that Tai Qinyuan's group was looking at him with an odd expression. Tai Qinyuan's eyes narrowed in Tai Yang's direction. "You say young hero Huang stole a cultivation manual from the library? What proof do you have?" Finally detecting something strange in the Fort Lord's tone of voice, Tai Yang lowered his head, his voice hardly audible. "This Huang Xiaolong must be a spy sent by the neighboring countries. Otherwise, after infiltrating our Tai family fort under false pretense, why didn't he make other requests and aimed directly at the books in our library? His objective must be the secret techniques kept in the library. Now that something was stolen, it must be him. Enough!" Suddenly, Tai Qinyuan barked an order, cutting off Tai Yang's words. "Bring the person over," Tai Qinyuan added. In a matter of seconds, some guards brought over a black-clothed, middle-aged man. Tai Qinyuan pointed at him, stating coldly to Tai Yang, "The thief is this person. We have already caught him." Tai Yang looked dumbly at the black-clothed, middle-aged man, insisting, "Fort Lord, even if this person is the thief, we cannot be certain that Huang Xiaolong isn't an accomplice." Tai Chengdong's eyes looked around for a moment, then stepped to Tai Qinyuan, saying, "Fort Lord, what Tai Yang said is reasonable. Since this person can steal the technique manual, it is very likely he received help from inside, and Huang Xiaolong is the biggest suspect." "Precisely so, Fort Lord. This Huang Xiaolong's origin is unknown. Suspicion is not uncalled for." A Tai family fort elder echoed in agreement. Tai Qinyuan's expression was calm as he asked, "According to you both, what should be done then?" "We should first capture and detain Huang Xiaolong in the ice dungeon. After the matter is clearly investigated, and this is truly unrelated to him, we will release him," Tai Chengdong proposed, sounding righteous. Tai Xianlan, who had been standing quietly at the side, was angered. Just because elder brother Huang has been going to the library, it means he's the biggest suspect? In recent days, other than elder brother Huang, Tai Yang and many other disciples have been frequently appearing at the library. Doesn't that mean Tai Yang is also a suspect? Tai Mu quickly followed up. "Exactly. Since you want to lock up elder brother Huang, then Tai Yang and the others must be locked up as well." Tai Chengdong's smooth forehead wrinkled slightly in dissatisfaction. "Tai Yang and the others are our Tai family fort disciples. They do not need to cooperate with outsiders to steal technique manuals from the library." Tai Mu scoffed. Tai Yang and the other disciples wouldn't collude with outsiders simply because of that reason? Elder Tai Chengdong, how can you be sure he did not? Tai Chengdong was stumped. Huang Xiaolong remained unperturbed as if the incident was unrelated to him. He was waiting to see how Tai Qinyuan would handle this matter. Tai Qinyuan spoke, Stop now. I've already investigated this thief. He is a person from the neighboring country's Fu family, and the person he was in cahoots with is none other than Chu Ming. His finger pointed at the figure lying like a corpse on the ground. It was the guard captain Huang Xiaolong knocked out earlier. Everyone was shocked. They did not see this coming. The spy was actually Chu Ming. Even Tai Yong had an incredulous expression on his face. Fort Lord, could there be a mistake? Tai Qianyuan asked hesitantly. At this moment, Tai Qianyuan's gaze turned cold. Are you doubting me? A second-order heavenly god realm's pressure came from his body, stagnating the surrounding airflow. Tai Chengdong hurriedly replied, I dare not. Tai Chengdong, if my memory serves me right, this Chu Ming was recruited by you into our Tai family fort? Tai Qianyuan asked, but it sounded more like a statement. Moreover, it was also you who proposed he take up the position of guard captain. Tai Chengdong paled, his nerves strung tight as he hastened to explain. Fort Lord, I have run a background check on Chu Ming in the past. I thought he was a disciple of our country's Chu family. That was the reason I recruited him into Tai family fort. I wasn't aware he was actually a disciple of a neighboring country's family. Tai Qianyuan scoffed. I will investigate clearly if this is related to you. However, even if you're not involved in this incident, it is a fact that Chu Ming was recruited by you. According to the Tai family fort rules, you can no longer hold the Big Elder position. Hand over the Big Elder identity token. His aura was locked onto Tai Chengdong as he said this. Fury gleamed in Tai Chengdong's eyes. His expression changed a few times as he struggled with unwillingness and hesitation, but in the end, he still took out the Big Elder identity token. After handing it over, Tai Chengdong and his son Tai Yong stormed off. A split second before he turned away, Tai Chengdong shot Huang Xiaolong a venomous glare, not bothering to disguise the killing intent he felt toward him. Tai Qianyuan ignored Tai Chengdong as he turned to Huang Xiaolong, sounding apologetic. Young hero Huang. Tai Yong leading the guards over to bring you to the punishment hall was acting on his own. On behalf of the Tai family fort, I apologize. Watching his attitude, Huang Xiaolong let the incident rest. May I ask if young hero Huang is interested in staying in my Tai family fort? We're still missing a candidate to fill the last open position in our guest elder ranks. Guest elder? Huang Xiaolong didn't expect this Tai Qianyuan would try to recruit him to be a Tai family fort's guest elder. After reading through many books in recent days, he was aware what the position of a guest elder of the Tai family fort meant. Although the status of a guest elder was lower than the elders, the provisions and benefits were the same. Only their authority was lower than elders like Tai Chengzhang, but there were more advantages to this position. Most of the time, guest elders were free to move about. Fort Lord, one must be at least a heavenly god to take up the position of a guest elder. One of the present Tai family elder couldn't resist objecting. I agree, Fort Lord. Although young hero Huang's strength isn't bad, he is just an early 10th order high god realm. Another Tai family fort elder chimed in. Even our guard captains are required to be at least a late 10th order high god realm. At most, we can permit to young hero Huang to fill the position of a guard captain first. Another Tai family fort elder suggested a compromise. Tai Qianyuan hesitated. Fort Lord Tai, Huang Xiaolong, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I have things I need to tend to. Therefore, I have decided to leave tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong spoke. You're leaving tomorrow? Tai Qianyuan was surprised. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Following that, Tai Qianyuan tried to persuade him several times, but seeing that Huang Xiaolong remained firm, he could only give up in the end. In fact, Tai Qianyuan had his own reason to recruit Huang Xiaolong as a guest elder. In recent days, he could see that his daughter had some feelings toward him, not to mention that Huang Xiaolong's talent was quite high, a guaranteed heavenly god master in the making for their Tai family fort. If Huang Xiaolong was willing to remain and assist his son, Tai Qianyuan was confident that his son could definitely control the whole Tai family fort in the palm of his hand in the future. Naturally, before things progressed to that point, Tai Qianyuan would have checked Huang Xiaolong's background to the last detail, and if there was no problem, he would betroth his daughter to him. Now that Huang Xiaolong decided to leave, Tai Qianyuan was disappointed yet helpless. A while later, he and the group of elders left, leaving only Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan. "Elder brother Huang, you're really leaving tomorrow?" Tai Xinlan asked with hope in her eyes. Since the time they met in the Blood Phoenix Forest until now, more than a month had passed. Tai Xinlan indeed had some feelings for him. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Elder brother Huang, you're planning to go take the recruitment exam of the Barbarian God Sect, right?" Tai Mu inquired. With elder brother Huang's talent, success is certain. "The Barbarian God Sect is recruiting disciples?" Huang Xiaolong asked in return. "Yes, the Barbarian God Sect, Great Whale Sect, and Elephant Genesis Sect recruit disciples every 10 years, and the Barbarian God Sect will begin recruiting new disciples in another half a year. As long as one has a rank 5 Godhead or above and is below the age of 30, they are qualified to register for the recruitment. Although the Barbarian God Sect only accepts 100 disciples every time, I believe elder brother Huang will definitely pass." Tai Mu replied. "Moreover, if one could become the chief disciple, there's a chance to travel to the Fortune mainland to participate in the All Islands Great War." Tai Xianlan spoke with a wishful expression. If one can obtain a good result in the All Islands Great War, maybe they could catch the interest of the Fortune Gate or some elders or grand elders from other supersects and be received as their personal disciple. Tai Mu also showed longing on his face. Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong's interest was piqued. The Barbarian God Sect's chief disciple could head to the Fortune mainland and participate in that so-called All Islands Great War? There was no information on this in the Tai family fort's library. Thus, Huang Xiaolong asked Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan further regarding the Barbarian God Sect chief disciple and the All Islands Great War. Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan did not conceal anything when Huang Xiaolong asked them about the Barbarian God Sect and the All Islands Great War, sharing with him what they knew. As the three of them conversed, Huang Xiaolong's heart was thumping with joy. Almost like a tradition, the Fortune Gate organized this competition every 100 years. The Green Cloud Island and the surrounding islands' forces that were under the Fortune Gate governance would send disciples to the Fortune mainland to participate. But every island only had a quotation of 5 disciples each time the event was held. However, the chief disciples of the 3 top sects like the Barbarian God Sect had a 99% chance of obtaining one of the 5 spots and participate the All Islands Great War. At that time, the 3 sects would activate their transmission arrays and send the participating disciples to the Fortune mainland. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply as a plan slowly formed in his mind. Things twisted and turned, and suddenly a window of opportunity came up, just like a light in a dark tunnel. The Fortune mainland actually held an All Islands Great War every 100 years. His thoughts had been drilling into dead ends in recent days, thinking about how to get to the Fortune mainland. Who would have thought an opportunity would come so soon? "The top 5 disciples, is it?" Huang Xiaolong repeated quietly. There were 20-odd years left until the next Great War. The time was a bit too rushed for Huang Xiaolong. According to Tai Mu and Tai Xinlan, generally speaking, only 10th Order Heavenly God Realm disciples had a chance to fight for the Barbarian God Sect's chief disciple position. The two of them stayed with Huang Xiaolong for half an hour before leaving. After seeing them off, Huang Xiaolong returned to his room and continued cultivating. Early the next day at the Tai family fort's main gates, Tai Qianyuan and several others were sending Huang Xiaolong off. "Elder brother Huang, will you come visit me in the future?" Tai Xianlan asked. Huang Xiaolong looked at Tai Xinlan's innocent face, nodding. "I will." He could clearly tell she had some feelings for him, but he only saw her as a younger sister. In his opinion, Tai Xinlan's feelings were only temporary and would dissipate some time after he left. Huang Xiaolong cupped his fists in farewell at the party of Tai family fort members. With the parting words of "take care," he turned and left. Before the group's eyes, Huang Xiaolong's figure gradually grew out of view. Inside and in not far away, 2 pairs of eyes were venomously watching Huang Xiaolong as he left the Tai family fort. These 2 people were none other than Tai Changdong and his son, Tai Yang. "Father, that brat really left the fort." Tai Yang sneered. Even the heavens are helping us. If he remained inside the Tai family fort, it wouldn't be convenient for us to make a move. But now he's dead for sure. Tai Chengdong's voice was cold and sinister. If it wasn't for this brat, Tai Chenyuan wouldn't have an excuse to take my big elder position. I want to tear that brat into a million pieces with my bare hands to vent the fury in my heart. However, there is no rush to act now. Wait until he leaves the Tai family fort's scope of influence. Then I'll skewer him. Father is wise. Tai Yang chuckled. Tai Chengdong then asked, what did the people from the Lin family fort say? Tai Yang paused in hesitation, then said, the Lin family fort has agreed to help us, but under the condition that we give them half of the Azure Mountains mines if father succeeds the Tai family fort. What? Half of the Azure Mountains mines? Anger and murderous intent flashed in Tai Chengdong's eyes. That old fox Lin Chaochuan, like a lion opening its bloody mouth. Isn't he afraid of bursting to death? The Azure Mountains mines brought in half of the Tai family fort's annual revenue. The amount they received each year was shocking. Even half of it was a handsome profit. Shall I cancel our cooperation with the Lin family fort then, father? Tai Yang asked. Tai Chengdong's expression changed several times. Finally, gnashing his teeth hatefully, he said, agree to cooperate with them first. Wait till I get my hands on the Tai family fort lord position. I'll make that old fox Li Chaochuan vomit everything out at that time. Tai Chenyuan, since you took my elder position, don't blame me for being ruthless. Half a day after leaving the Tai family fort, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Scarlet Flower City. A day after passing by the Scarlet Flower City, Huang Xiaolong would reach the Blood Phoenix Forest. His plan was to cut across the forest to reach the Barbarian God Sect, then register for the disciple recruitment exam. While making his way through the Blood Phoenix Forest, he could train while looking for herbs. Even though the Blood Phoenix Forest was dangerous, as long as he traveled along the outer regions of the forest, the risk should be greatly reduced. Huang Xiaolong spent the night in the Scarlet Flower City. After spending 20 Shinbi to purchase a dozen jugs of good wine, he continued on to the Blood Phoenix Forest the next day. The wine of the divine world was like ambrosia of the immortals. Even the lower realm's celestial bloom wine couldn't compare. On the second day, just as the last ray of dusk disappeared on the horizon, Huang Xiaolong made it to the edge of the Blood Phoenix Forest. Without stopping, his figure disappeared amongst the trees. A while after he entered the forest, a lethal sword light pierced through the darkness, aimed at his back. Huang Xiaolong's lips curled into a cold sneer. Making your move at last? Not long after leaving the Tai family fort, he had already noticed there was a tail on him. Huang Xiaolong did not dodge the sword light, spinning around with his fist punching out, shattering the incoming attack, causing a soft cry of astonishment to be heard. In the next second, a few figures flickered and 4 people appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. One of them, as Huang Xiaolong expected, was the Tai family fort's Tai Yang. However, Tai Chengdong was nowhere in sight. His gaze swept over the other 3 faces. Other than Tai Yang, the other 3 were all Heavenly God Realm Masters, a peak early First Order Heavenly God expert and 2 mid-First Order. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly surprised when he noticed the Blood Wolf emblem on the 3 Heavenly God Masters' clothes. People of the Lin family fort? Tai Chengdong was capable of having the Lin family fort's people act on his behalf. To kill him? This brat actually stopped my sword attack. Looks like he really has the strength of an early First Order Heavenly God realm. The Lin family fort's peak early First Order Heavenly God realm grinned with mirth that does not reach his eyes. Just now, he was the one who attacked Huang Xiaolong. Tai Yang looked at Huang Xiaolong, his tone haughty. Huang Xiaolong, you might be strong, but you won't be able to escape today. His words paused for a beat. I'm not afraid to tell you. These 3 seniors here are the Lin family fort's elders. With the 3 of them, even a peak mid-First Order Heavenly God Master would be doomed to die here. Huang Xiaolong looked unperturbed, sounding rueful as he spoke. It's too bad Tai Chengdong isn't here. Tai Yang stilled at Huang Xiaolong's words that didn't make any sense to him, laughing disdainfully. Originally, my father wanted to kill you personally to ease the hate in his heart. But something came up and he couldn't make it here. Me killing you is the same thing. My father has given specific instructions. First cripple your arms, then your legs, and after that, break all the bones in your body to let you enjoy some before moving on to hell. I'll have to trouble these seniors to act. Don't kill the brat just yet. Tai Yang said to the 3 Lin family fort heavenly god realm masters. One of them issued a menacing chuckle. Let me accompany this boy to play a little. Huang Xiaolong's face bloomed into a wide smile, but just as the 4 were baffled by Huang Xiaolong's smile, they saw numerous arms fanning out from his back. This is? Before Tai Yang and the other 3 could react, Huang Xiaolong's 1,000 arms struck. Fist imprints filled the sky like an angry wave, drowning the 4 people within. Their faces paled at the horrifying power coming at them. Space shook vigorously. The 3 Lin family fort elders snapped to their senses almost at the same time, roaring loudly as they circulated every last shred of god force to counter. Multiple resounding booms took place all at once. An overwhelming shockwave swept through the forest, causing tall trees to be uprooted from the ground, swirling in the air. Whereas Tai Yang and the 3 Lin family fort elders were swept into the air, spitting mouthfuls of blood before plummeting to the ground. You! The 3 Lin family fort elders looked at Huang Xiaolong with dread on their faces. The 3 of them retaliated together, yet were defeated by an early 10th Order High God realm. Tai Yang's face was bloodlessly pale. When Huang Xiaolong knocked the guard captain into the walls with a single punch, he naturally assumed that Huang Xiaolong had the strength of an early heavenly god realm. Even so, it was a shock, but now Huang Xiaolong approached them with light, slow steps. The 3 elders struggled to their feet, keeping a vigilant eye on him. Huang Xiaolong struck out another punch, once again sending the 3 of them into the air, rendering them entirely immobile, unable to resist. Huang Xiaolong, don't kill me, don't kill me. Watching the same 3 elders' miserable state, Tai Yang knew he wouldn't be able to escape. A terrified expression appeared on his face as he started begging Huang Xiaolong. In a few steps, Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of Tai Yang, peering down at him with a cold smile. You should feel fortunate that you could live until today. Just like you said earlier, I will first break your arms, then your legs before moving on to pick out the bones in your body, so that you could enjoy the taste before letting you die. Feeling the unconcealed killing intent flowing from Huang Xiaolong's body, Tai Yang's fear multiplied many times over, shaking his head vigorously. No! With one punch, Huang Xiaolong broke Tai Yang's left arm. Then another punch broke his right arm, followed by his legs. Tai Yang's blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the forest. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's god force condensed into a sharp knife on his palm. With a stab straight into Tai Yang's chest, Huang Xiaolong pulled out a rib bone, followed by more bones. Soon, there was nothing left of Tai Yang but a pile of grotesque bloodied flesh. The devil! The Lin family fort's 3 elders were shrieking in high-pitched voices. After Huang Xiaolong was done in pulling out Tai Yang's bones, he turned towards the 3 elders in chilling coldness, smiling, Devil? Today, if I didn't happen to be stronger than you lot, I would have ended up worse than he is now. I merely do to others what they would do to me. But you 3 need not worry, you will enjoy the same treatment very soon. Huang Xiaolong reassured as he continued walking towards them. He naturally had no reason to feel any compassion for these people. During his few hundred years of cultivation in the lower realm, many a time living through life and death moments, Huang Xiaolong's mercy had been ground away, for he knew very well that showing mercy to one's enemies was being ruthless to oneself. Brat, we're elders of the Lin family fort. If you dare treat us this way, the Lin family fort will not let you off. Let us go immediately, or you won't be able to escape. The 3 elders barked, trying to cover their fear with false bravado. Hearing the threats they hurled at him, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help smiling, sending the sharp knife made of god force slashing across the air. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong had finished soul-scouring the 4 of them, then circulated his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power and sucked dry the 3 Lin family fort elders' blood essence and god force. As for Taiyang, a mere 7th-order high god realm, Huang Xiaolong was too disdainful. Thus he simply ended Taiyang's life, piercing through his head with a finger flick. Orky's fruit. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with expectation. From the four people's memories, Huang Xiaolong came to know that Tai Chengdong stumbled upon an orchis fruit in a valley of the Blood Phoenix forest. There was a lush orchis tree with fruits that were at least 10 million years old, about 20 to 30 orchis fruits. However, the tree was guarded by 2 second-order heavenly god realm century white monkeys. Tai Chengdong alone couldn't get those fruits. Therefore, he cooperated with the Lin family's fort lord, Lin Chaochuan. After each of them killed one of the century white monkeys, they would collect their share of orchis fruits. This was why Tai Chengdong did not come to kill him personally. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong also knew now about Tai Chengdong's cooperation with the Lin family fort in order to usurp Tai Qinyuan's position. In terms of strength, the Lin family fort was slightly stronger. If Tai Chengdong really had their support, it was likely he could succeed in kicking Tai Qinyuan off his fort lord position. The Tai family fort and Lin family fort had always been hostile, and Huang Xiaolong would prefer to keep far away from these two forces' grudge. However, those 20 to 30 orchis fruits that were at least 10 million years old, Huang Xiaolong was adamant to have them. His eyes sparkled with anticipation thinking about the divine world's 10 million years old herbs, born from absorbing the divine world's spiritual energy. It made Huang Xiaolong wonder how many times more potent they would be compared to the 10 million years old herbs from the lower realm. He was confident that refining those fruits would help his cultivation reach mid-10th order high god, maybe even peak mid-10th order. Huang Xiaolong collected Taiyang and the other 3 Lin family fort elders' spatial rings, opening the layer of restrictions. Inside was quite a large amount of money and divine stones. The Shinbi was roughly 200 to 300. Other than this, there were also some divine pellets. From the aura exuded by those divine pills, all of them were heavenly god-grade divine pellets, around 50 to 60 of them. Huang Xiaolong was happy at the unexpected harvest. A sliver of fire from his finger burned everything to ashes. Then he left without another glance. The valley where the orchis tree grew was nearby. With his current speed, Huang Xiaolong estimated he could reach that location in 2 days. Although Tai Chengdong and Lin Chaochuan had set off a few days earlier than him, with the 2 century white monkeys guarding the orchis tree, it won't be easy for the 2 of them to take away any of the fruits. Perhaps he would arrive just in time, becoming the fisherman that reaps all the benefits effortlessly. Since he was in a hurry, Huang Xiaolong did not choose to refine the divine pellets he found. Instead, he took out 10 of them and threw them toward the lightning beast egg in the godly MT Shumi's space. From the books he read a few days ago, Huang Xiaolong fully understood how precious a lightning beast egg with top bloodline was. For one, their number was simply too pitiful, even the Fortune Gate chief might not have one. Furthermore, divine beasts with top bloodline generally had excellent speed. Once they matured, their strength could reach the level of an ancient god realm master. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong was determined to see this lightning beast egg hatch, regardless of the cost. Almost in the blink of an eye, that lightning beast egg had consumed all the divine pellets Huang Xiaolong threw to it, causing fine lightning streaks to crackle around its surface. The lightning patterns on the shell were even clearer. When those lightning patterns covered the entire egg, the time for it to hatch would come. As an afterthought, Huang Xiaolong threw another 20 heavenly god-grade divine pellets to the lightning beast egg, as well as all the divine stones he found in the 4 people's spatial rings. 2 days went by in a blink, and Huang Xiaolong finally reached his destination. When he moved closer to the orchis tree, he felt violent energy fluctuations, which made his heart skip a beat in delight. As expected, Tai Chengdong and Lin Chaochuan were still battling the 2 century white monkey guardians. Hiding in the void, he carefully tread into the valley, slowly inching closer to the place where Tai Chengdong and the others were battling. 2 minutes later, Tai Chengdong's figure came into sight. Other than him, there were 5 others at the scene. 2 of them were Tai family fort's elders, whereas the remaining 3 were from the Lin family fort. All 5 were heavenly god realm experts. 1 was a mid-second order heavenly god, 1 was an early second order, and the other 3 people, like Tai Chengdong, were peak late First Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators. The 6 of them were in an intense battle with the Century White Monkeys, dust and gravel rising here and there from time to time as cliff walls and boulders crumbled and fell. Tai Chengdong and 2 Tai family fort elders, as well as a Lin family fort's early Second Order Heavenly God Realm master, were besieging one of the Century White Monkeys. The mid-Second Order Heavenly God Realm was none other than the Lin family fort lord, Lin Xiaochuan, who was fighting the other Century White Monkey with another Lin family fort elder. Although there were 6 people on Tai Chengdong's side, gaining a slight advantage in numbers, killing 2 early Second Order Heavenly God Realm Century White Monkeys wasn't an easy task. Judging from the messy surroundings, the battle had gone on for quite some time now. Both monkeys' bodies were laden with cuts and wounds, blood dyeing their fur red. Even though Tai Chengdong's group also suffered injuries, they were undoubtedly lighter than the 2 guardian beasts. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept past the 6 people and 2 monkeys, falling onto the 10-zhang tall orchis tree in the distance. On the sparse-branched orchis tree hung 20 to 30 fruits that resembled a ball, softly glimmering a canary yellow light as they nestled in the embrace of white petals. Despite there being several hundred meters between them, Huang Xiaolong was able to smell the distinct aroma coming from those fruits, making his eyes light up. Still, he did not move recklessly to pick those orchis fruits, instead continued to stay concealed where he was, waiting. He was waiting for Tai Chengdong's group and the 2 Century White Monkeys to suffer heavy injuries. Gradually, more than an hour had passed. As the number of wounds on the 2 monkeys increased and deteriorated, the 2 of them roared desperately. Red speckles dotted their eyes, causing their attacks on the 6 humans to become even more violent and ferocious. Tai Chengdong's group was dodging and parrying clumsily. Their mother, these 2 beasts are guarding the orchis tree so tight. They won't leave even if they die. Tai Chengdong swore in anger. At first, they had assumed the Century White Monkeys would leave after the 6 of them gravely injured them, and they could just go and collect the fruits. But these 2 monkeys not only did not run despite the wounds on their bodies. The 2 beasts' attacks were ferocious and frenzied, as if they wanted to drag Tai Chengdong's group down to hell with them. At this point, there's no need to hold our strength any longer. Attack with everything you've got. Kill these 2 beasts. The Lin family fort Lord Lin Xiaochuan's face tightened grimly, snarling, "Otherwise, dallying here could attract other families' experts." The god force circulating inside his body intensified as he was saying this, causing his momentum to peak. The long spear in his hand thrust forward at one of the Century White Monkeys. Tai Chengdong and the others also went all out with their attacks, and the battle continued. About 2 hours passed. Watching the 2 Century White Monkeys falling to the ground, Tai Chengdong's group finally heaved in relief, brilliant smiles spreading over their faces in spite of the injuries on their bodies. It did not dampen their mood in the slightest, thinking of the equal amount of orchis fruits they could get. It was worth it. Right when the 2 Century White Monkey fell to the ground, Huang Xiaolong, who had been quietly concealing himself, finally made his move. In a flicker, he leaped over the 6 people, god force condensing into a sharp blade in his palm, slashing out. More than a dozen blades shot out, accurately slicing off the 20 over orchis fruits from the branches. Before the fruits fell to the ground, Huang Xiaolong collected all of them into his godly empty shumi space with a wave of his hand. Without stopping even for a beat, he quickly retreated from the valley. Everything happened faster than the blink of an eye. Tai Chengdong, Lin Xiaochuan, and the others had just relaxed their highly strung nerves after killing the 2 Century White Monkey. Thus they only reacted after Huang Xiaolong disappeared from the valley. "Chase him!" The Lin family fort Lord Lin Xiaochuan bellowed with fury as he ran after Huang Xiaolong like a berserk lion. Tai Chengdong and the other 4 people also chased after Huang Xiaolong with their fastest speed. Huang Xiaolong barely ran far from the valley when he suddenly stopped. "Runt, hand over the orchis fruits, or this place will be your burial grounds." Chasing from behind, Lin Xiaochuan saw that Huang Xiaolong suddenly stopped running. Although he was surprised, he didn't give it much thought, shouting angry threats. Soon Tai Chengdong and the rest caught up. "Huang Xiaolong, When Tai Chengdong saw Huang Xiaolong's face, he exclaimed out loud in surprise. Huang Xiaolong! Lin Chaochuan and the other 2 Lin family fort elders were surprised as well. Lin Chaochuan turned to Tai Chengdong. He's that brat you spoke of before. The one who injured your Tai family fort's guard captain with a single punch? Tai Chengdong nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's him. His eyes returned to Huang Xiaolong, perplexed. But didn't Lin Ting's group go to kill this brat? Could they have missed him? Or did this brat escape? Lin Ting was one of the Lin family fort elders sent to kill Huang Xiaolong. Lin Chaoquan frowned hearing Tai Chengdong's words. With Lin Ting and the others' strength, it is more than enough to kill this runt twice over. They probably did not find him. But how did this brat know we're here and even snatched away the orchis fruits? One of the Tai family fort elders asked the question he was most bemused about. This was the question Tai Chengdong and the others wanted to know as well. Why think so much? Capture the bastard and question him later. Lin Chaochuan's icy voice sounded as he signaled a Lin family fort elder beside him. A peak late First Order Heavenly God realm, to capture Huang Xiaolong. That elder nodded and acknowledged Lin Chaochuan's order, striding toward Huang Xiaolong with a twisted expression on his face. Brat! But when he had just spoken the first word, Huang Xiaolong's figure arrived right in front of him in a flicker, smashing his chest with a punch. That Lin family fort elder froze for a second, and just as his senses returned, Huang Xiaolong's fist struck him. The impact traveled through his chest, knocking him into the air. Even though this Lin family fort elder was a peak late First Order Heavenly God realm, more than half of his strength was depleted in the battle with the Century White Monkeys earlier. His body was already heavily injured, and on top of that, he underestimated Huang Xiaolong, thus took on the full blow of his attack. When that elder fell to the ground, there was an enormous hole in his chest with blood flowing out uncontrollably. Elder Lin Xian, Lin Chaochuan cried out. Huang Xiaolong's attack did not stop after punching that Lin Xian's chest. In a flash, he executed both space concealment and phantom shadow abilities, appearing next to a Tai family fort elder. Another punch landed, sending that person into the air. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong had reduced their numbers by 2. Just as he was about to strike a third person, everyone reacted. Their rage multiplied and they began raining attacks on Huang Xiaolong. Seeing this situation, Huang Xiaolong could only leap away, dodging their attacks, and giving up on killing the other Tai family fort elder. Even so, that elder was ashen-faced with cold sweat running down his forehead, feeling like death had just brushed past him. As Lin Chaochuan swung a fist at him, Huang Xiaolong rushed toward him instead of retreating further. 2 fists collided. Both Huang Xiaolong and Lin Chaochuan staggered back from the impact. They were equally matched. Witnessing this result, Tai Chengdong and the others were wide-eyed with shock and dread. Even though Lin Chaochuan was also injured while battling the Century White Monkeys, causing his strength to be affected, he was still a mid-second order Heavenly God Realm Master, a genuine mid-second order Heavenly God Realm expert. In a split second, an ominous thought flashed in Tai Chengdong's mind. Since Huang Xiaolong's strength was so overbearing, the group of people they sent after him earlier, could they have already? Huang Xiaolong, my son and the others, did you tickle their toes? Tai Chengdong blurted. Lin Chaochuan and the others perked their ears, staring fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice sounded like thunder, but a soft one. In Tai Chengdong's ears, tickled. They have been all over. Tai Chengdong, Lin Chaochuan, and the others shuddered. Nay! Hearing the confirmation that his small boy had his little toes touched by the enemy, just as he suspected, Tai Chengdong cried out a heart-wrenching nay. His eyes were scarlet when they fell on Huang Xiaolong again. I want you hanged by the toes and tickled with a feather, then whipped throughout the night. Disregarding everything, he lunged at Huang Xiaolong. Angel rush. Tai Yang was his only son with little toes, and his defilement caused Tai Chengdong to lose all reason. Watching the hysterical Tai Chengdong coming at him, Huang Xiaolong punched out with a mildly serious fist without hesitation, knocking Tai Chengdong backward. That is the strong punch fist technique. The strong punch is the Barabara sex technique. How do you know it? When Lin Chaochuan saw Huang Xiaolong's execution of the strong punch, he was greatly shocked. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shaking his head. He did not expect Lin Chaochuan would be able to spout such nonsense. I just waved my fist around and the guy went whoosh. Dude, chill. There was no technique. The other point was the Barabara sect had some strong punch fist technique. Hearing Lin Chaochuan's words, the other two people on his side were also taken aback. The strong punch was one of the Barabara sect's high-grade techniques. Only the sect's big boys and girls were allowed to learn it. But Huang Xiaolong couldn't be such a big boy. Runt. How did you get this technique? Lin Chaochuan demanded while secretly circulating glucose through his veins to heal his injuries and fuel his addiction. He needed to prolong his high so that he could take Huang Xiaolong down. Your sister gave it to me last night. Huang Xiaolong saw through Lin Chaochuan's intention, but he wasn't interested in small talk with him. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a little pony. We're pony, Lin Chaochuan exclaimed with an astounded expression. The Werponies were one of the noblest races in the divine world. The power of their little pony legs and colorful manes was such a great deterrent against numerous other world surfaces that even people like them who lived on the green cloud island of the Vientiane world surface had heard of it. However, at this point, Lin Chaochuan didn't have the luxury of time to ponder whether Huang Xiaolong was related to the pink pony world surface, for an attack was coming at him. Looking at the small pony legs slamming down from above, Lin Chaochuan's godhead was rotating madly, sending god force into his fists as he punched out. Lin Chaochuan gulped, fighting the impulse to caress those sturdy muscles and soft hair. He hardened his heart and swung a punch at Huang Xiaolong. Blasts reverberated through the air and violent tremors ran through the earth. Lin Chaochuan was knocked to the far distance from the collision, crashing to the ground. A warm gush of liquid rose to his throat, coughing the maple syrup vodka blend he had been sipping from his can all day in the next second. He was unable to hide the fear that had crept into his eyes as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. After transforming into a little pony, Huang Xiaolong's strength increased exponentially, to the point of completely suppressing him. In that instant, Lin Chaochuan could only think of one thing. A golden talisman appeared in his palm, decisively crushing it. In an instant, chaotic energy filled the surroundings, causing Huang Xiaolong to black out. The talisman was something Lin Chaochuan found by chance while exploring an ancient ruin. He had no idea what it could be used for, but he felt that this moment was as good a time as any. When Huang Xiaolong regained his senses, his surroundings were completely different. Gone was the landscape of the divine world. Rather, he woke up in a regular bed. The last thing he remembered was Lin Chaochuan crushing that talisman. Did that single talisman defeat me? He wondered to himself as he tried circulating his god force to check his body's condition. This was when he made a horrifying discovery. His godheads were gone. Needless to say, Huang Xiaolong started to panic. How was it possible for his godheads to disappear? And this earth-like scenery? What was happening? At this moment, a young girl's voice sounded from outside of the room. Long. Mommy said to wake up. You're gonna be late for school again. No more eating glue. Long? Who called him that? And what was this about school? He needed to get to the disciple selection exam, yet here he was, seemingly back on Earth. Maybe it's some kind of illusion, he thought to himself while getting up. He still seemed to look about the same, except the chub, though not quite as flawless as he seemed to be in his prime. After weighing his options, he decided that playing this out and seeing where it took him would be the best approach. He then got dressed in his school clothes, a task that seemed rather automatic and familiar to the now teenage Huang Xiaolong. Walking out of his room, he was greeted by a little girl. Nothing like any other person he'd seen in centuries looked like. Her skin was a pale color, and she seemed to be carrying some strange demon llama plush toy. Long. You gotta hurry. I know, Susie. I'll hurry today. He smiled to the girl. The response once again seemed automatic, as if he'd done this many times before. Memories of his life in the martial spirit world, Black Tortoise Galaxy, and beyond were all still clear and fresh in his mind, yet new ones formed. He had been adopted into this family many years ago, and this girl was his little sister. Here, he was not the invincible warrior Huang Xiaolong. Rather, he was Huang Xiaolong, a high school student in wherever that was. He insisted on keeping his old name, however in these parts, people did not know how to pronounce it no matter how much he repeated it. After grabbing a quick bite to eat, he rushed out of the door, barely remembering to grab his SpongeBob backpack. He ran at his top speed down the road to his high school, clearing the short 1 li trek in a few minutes. He cursed under his breath at his mortal-level abilities. When he arrived, Huang Xiaolong, who was now a bit chubby, was huffing and puffing. However, he was still confused. Being used to using his divine sense to check his surroundings, his newfound lack of perception left him discombobulated, causing him to bump directly into a classmate. Great. Another person I've incurred the wrath of, he inwardly thought to himself. Being around all of those young masters left quite an impression on him. Oh, Shororong, are you okay? The classmate asked, looking at the seemingly confused Huang Xiaolong. You seemed out of it right now. It's Xiaolong and I'm fine. Huang Xiaolong responded with a cold tone. Wait, why was this person not angry at him? He started to wonder, looking back at him. Wow, rude. I was just looking out for you, man. The other guy seemed almost insulted by his tone. Sorry about that rough morning. Xiaolong responded with a quick, though forced smile. He was too used to having his 9 generations cursed out to understand what was happening. Don't worry about it, dude. Have a good day, Beowulf. He chuckled, saying his name rather slowly to try to pronounce it right. You too. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and waved before heading to class. Every second in this world made him feel more familiar with it, and that worried and confused the former warrior. He needed to find a way to break this illusion. When he arrived in his classroom, he sat where he was used to. Despite it being his first time here, the room felt all too familiar. A teacher, a short, older woman, walked in and started to take attendance. Xavier. A boy near Huang Xiaolong raised his hand before the woman let out a long sigh. Let's try this one again. Xanadu? Huang Xiaolong raised his hand before stating his name again to correct the teacher's terrible misspelling. Despite correcting her mistake, once again there was no anger. All right, I'll try again tomorrow. One day I'll get it right. She spoke with a smile before beginning her lesson. The lesson itself was redundant to Huang Xiaolong. Since he retained the memories from his previous lives, he'd learned all of this before. As he stepped out of the classroom, he started to formulate a plan to try and get out of this world and back to the divine world. However, his thought process was interrupted. Look, it's Long Dong. A girl yelled out in a mocking tone of voice. Huang Xiaolong was used to taking insults like this, despite knowing from much personal experience that this was nothing to mock him about. He's pretty handsome, but he's probably got nothing down there. For someone named Long, he's gotta be real tiny. Another girl with her yelled out while making an obscene movement with her pinky finger before a teacher came over to the group and started reprimanding them. They were known around the school for causing trouble, and today's target was Huang Xiaolong. How convenient. From behind, someone patted Xiaolong on his shoulder, surprising him. He turned around and saw another boy looking at him. Oh, sorry for making you jump like that. You know those girls, though. Ping pong. They mean nothing but trouble. The last bit met unhearing ears, as Xiaolong concentrated on Bing Bong. Ping pong. You really just called me Bing Bong. Xiaolong looked at the guy, fury in his eyes. You misheard. I said, He paused, trying to make up a name that sounded remotely similar to Huang Xiaolong. Mango zoology. He smiled, looking at Xiaolong with a dumb expression on his face. Huang Xiaolong responded as any sensible person would, by punching him right in the face. The punch was strong enough to break his nose, sending the boy to the ground. It's Huang Xiaolong. The teachers looked at Huang Xiaolong with horrified expressions. He actually punched the kid and sent him to the ground. Snowlog, come with me, one of them yelled out. At this point, Huang Xiaolong's fury was starting to well up. Throughout his years, he had been insulted in many ways, but never was his name itself insulted this much. He could feel anger swelling inside himself. "God damn it, how hard is it to say Huang Xiaolong?" he yelled out to the crowd. Everyone else in the hall meanwhile was starting to look scared. They could tell this kid was pissed off. Back in the divine world, Lin Chaochuan and Tai Chengdong looked toward the fainted Huang Xiaolong, who was repeating ping pong, long dong, and mango over and over again with a worried expression. "Lin Chaochuan, what was that talisman?" Tai Chengdong looked at Lin Chaochuan with a confused expression. He had never seen anything quite like this before. "All I know is that the writing on it said April Fools." Lin Chaochuan responded, wondering if Huang Xiaolong would ever regain consciousness and get revenge. More than 20 orchis fruits hovered in the air around Huang Xiaolong with streams of golden vapor continuously flowing out, entering his body. That golden vapor was the energy contained within the fruits. As it flowed into Huang Xiaolong's body, his flesh glimmered with bright golden light. Above Huang Xiaolong's soul sea, his three supreme godheads were emitting resplendent radiance as they absorbed the spiritual fruit's energy. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days passed in a blink. Yet Huang Xiaolong was still sitting cross-legged in the cave, not moving an inch. The golden light had covered him entirely, akin a cocoon. Only the shadow of his silhouette was barely discernible from the outside. 5 more days passed when all of a sudden a crisp sound of something breaking sounded. Huang Xiaolong's god force rippled with vigor as he finally broke through to mid-10th order high god realm. However, Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb the streams of energy flowing out from the orchis fruits. Days passed. A little over 2 months later, Huang Xiaolong finally finished absorbing all the energy coming from the 20-odd fruits, reaching peak mid-10th order high god realm. In fact, he was very close to advancing to late 10th order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic with the result. Now, even without using his primordial divine dragon form, he was confident he could kill a second-order heavenly god such as the Lin family fort lord, Lin Chaochuan. Of course, that was on the condition that Lin Chaochuan did not flee using an ancient talisman like he did the last time. Huang Xiaolong came to a stand, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He spent more than 2 months refining all the orchis fruits, which exceeded his estimation and expectations. In the past, when he was in the lower realm, a 10-million-year-old spiritual fruit would be easily refined within an hour's time. Huang Xiaolong recovered from his moment of humility and walked out from the cave. Leaping into the air, he continued making his way toward the barbarian god sect. Even though refining the orchis fruits had delayed his journey by more than 2 months, it was quickly negated by the increase in speed brought by his advanced cultivation. Therefore, he would still be able to make it in time for the disciple recruitment exam. 6 days later, at a certain part of the primeval forest, just as Huang Xiaolong's palm fell, a blood-curdling beast roar reverberated in the air. An early first-order heavenly god realm giant bear laid sprawled in a puddle of blood. Huang Xiaolong approached the giant bear corpse, dug out its godhead, then disappeared from the scene. For the last 6 days, he had hunted demonic beasts as he made his way through the forest. During this time, over a dozen first-order and second-order heavenly god realm demonic beasts died in Huang Xiaolong's hands. As for high god realm demonic beasts, he didn't keep count. Moreover, it didn't take much of his time to deal with these demonic beasts. Hence, his speed wasn't hindered much. But he put away all the godheads he had collected so far. It wouldn't be too late to refine them after completing the disciple recruitment registration. Soon 3 months came and went. By now, Huang Xiaolong couldn't remember how many demonic beasts he had killed. Inside the godly MT Shumi space, the 2 piles of first-order and second-order heavenly god realm demonic beast godheads had more than 200 each. If these godheads were taken out to sell, it would bring quite the income by the Green Cloud Islands standards. At some point in the latter part of his journey, Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to dig out godheads from the high god realm demonic beasts he killed, hurrying on his way. About 3.5 months later, his cultivation had improved from peak mid-10th order to late 10th order, inching that much closer to peak late 10th order high god realm. Deep into the night, The silence was broken by the random growls of demonic beasts. Huang Xiaolong was sitting beside a crackling bonfire, roasting a large piece of meat, which caused a savory fragrance to permeate through the forest. After almost 4 months of traveling, he would be out from the Blood Phoenix Forest in another 2 or 3 more days, arriving at a city called Pingy City. A short distance from the Pingy City was the Barbarian God Sect. Based on his current speed, it would only take him 3 days at most to reach that place. There were still 3 weeks left until the disciple recruitment exam began, giving Huang Xiaolong ample time left to reach his destination. Huang Xiaolong picked up the roasted bear paw off the bonfire and took a hearty bite. Pieces of hot and tasty meat filled his mouth, washing them down with a gulp of fragrant wine. This scene brought Huang Xiaolong back to the times when he and the others ate roast meat and drank wine in the martial spirit world. I wonder if Xiaofei, father, mother, and the others are doing well. Huang Xiaolong wondered to himself absent-mindedly. Even though he had only arrived in the divine world for half a year, he often thought of his family, especially the endless waking nights spent with Xiaofei prior to his ascension. Then, his thoughts drifted to Li Lu, and the message she left for him, Xiaolong, I'll wait for you in the divine world, forever waiting for you. He had a feeling that he and Li Lu would meet again when he becomes the Barbarian God Sect's chief disciple and participates in the All Islands Great War on the Fortune mainland. However, that was a matter of 2 decades in the future. 2 decades and then some. To a heavenly god realm cultivator, 2 decades was neither long nor short, just like the ripples across the water surface, gone in the blink of an eye. The night gave way to the day as the sun rose on the horizon. Huang Xiaolong started on his journey again. 2 days later, he was out from the Blood Phoenix Forest, arriving at Pingy City. Due to the city's proximity to the Barbarian God Sect and its strategic location, where one needed to go through it to head into the Blood Phoenix Forest, this city was quite famous on the Green Cloud Island. Huang Xiaolong stood about 30 seconds on the main path leading to the Pingy City's gates before lifting his foot, walking toward the gates with the rest of the crowd. At a first glance after passing through the city gates, Huang Xiaolong found the city to be even bigger and livelier than he had imagined. The streets were 5 to 6 times wider than the ones in the Divine Dan City, with rows and rows of shop fronts, welcoming the droves of various cultivators entering the city. Perhaps because it was close to the day of the Barbarian God Sect's disciple recruitment exam, cultivators from various parts of the island were arriving here, causing the spacious Pingy City to feel crowded. Huang Xiaolong followed the crowd, deciding to stay the night at the city and continue onward tomorrow. As he was passing by a restaurant, he slipped inside, escaping from the crowded streets. As it was noon, the restaurant was bustling with customers, taking him some effort to find a table that was in a corner, after which he ordered some dishes and a jug of wine. Look, that's the Zhu family's young master, Zhu Wanchen. Zhu Wanchen, the Zhu family's brightest genius in the last 10,000 years. I heard rumors saying he succeeded in condensing a top-rank 10 godhead. He's barely over 19, but already has a cultivation of perfection stage late 10th order high god realm. Someone made a prediction that he'll break through to the heavenly god realm within the year. A 20-year-old heavenly god realm master. Even on the Fortune mainland, that is extremely rare. Is this Zhu Wanchen here for the Barbarian God Sect's disciple recruitment exam as well? With his talent, the Barbarian God Sect will definitely nurture him well. The restaurant suddenly became noisy. Huang Xiaolong followed the crowd's gaze and saw a young man clad in a blue robe, exuding a distinguished air, walking in with 2 old men following behind him. This was undoubtedly the Zhu Wanchen everyone was talking about. A top-rank 10 godhead? To others, this was indeed a great genius, but Huang Xiaolong didn't put it in his eyes. Right at the moment he was about to turn away, Huang Xiaolong caught sight of a familiar figure passing by the restaurant entrance, stunning him. Lin Chaochuan? Why would Lin Chaochuan be in this Pingy City? Huang Xiaolong stood up and hurried to the entrance. But when he reached the doors, Lin Chaochuan's figure had disappeared amongst the crowd on the busy street. His eyes searched for a while, but there was no sign of Lin Chaochuan. He could only give up and return to his table. However, when he reached his table, he saw that the waiter had just cleaned away his dishes. Standing beside his table were none other than that Zhu Wanchen and his 2 slaves. Huang Xiaolong's hand extended, blocking the waiter and asking, "What are you doing? I haven't asked for the bill yet." The waiter looked at Huang Xiaolong with a difficult expression. "This young master, you see, you have eaten more or less, and there are no other empty tables around." Young Master Zhu Wanchen was looking for a table, so how could Huang Xiaolong not understand what the waiter implied? Just now, the waiter saw that Huang Xiaolong wasn't at his table, and there were no other seats available. Therefore, he decided to clean up Huang Xiaolong's table and give it to Zhu Wanchen. "Eaten more or less?" Huang Xiaolong sneered, looking at his untouched dishes and back at the waiter. "Don't tell me you're actually blind. I haven't touched any of it." The truth was, Huang Xiaolong merely took 2 sips of his wine and hadn't taken a single bite of the food he ordered. The waiter most likely received some benefits from Zhu Wanchen. At the same time, pressured by Zhu Wanchen's identity, the waiter acted this way. The waiter's expression turned ugly at Huang Xiaolong's words, but he was only a lowly waiter. He really didn't have the guts to forcefully throw Huang Xiaolong out of the restaurant. He couldn't help looking helplessly at Zhu Wanchen. One of the old slaves standing behind Zhu Wanchen walked over to Huang Xiaolong at this point, saying, "How about this? Your bill is on us. On top of that, we will give you 1 shenbi. It should be enough for you to go to another restaurant and eat several tables worth of a meal." He placed 1 shenbi onto the table. 1 shenbi. This was literally trying to send Huang Xiaolong off like a beggar, seeing that he was dressed like a commoner. Then again, 1 shenbi was a windfall to a commoner. Huang Xiaolong sneered, taking out 3 shenbi and flipping them onto the table. "I'll give you 3 shenbi. You 2 and your young master can have 1 each. Now scram. Don't block the air here. You're ruining my drinking mood." The 2 old slaves were instantly enraged. Their faces turned purple. Just as they wanted to teach Huang Xiaolong a lesson, Zhu Wanchen stopped them, shaking his head at them. "Forget it. It's just a table. Let's find another restaurant." In Zhu Wanchen's eyes, him, as the illustrious Zhu family young master, fighting over a mere table in public with some backwater family's disciple was an insult to his status. However, before leaving, he left some words for Huang Xiaolong. "It is very rare that someone has the guts to defy me. I am very curious. Where does your confidence to offend me come from?" Huang Xiaolong didn't answer. In fact, he was too lazy to spare these people another glance. He returned to his seat and sipped on his wine leisurely. A sharp light glinted at the bottom of Zhu Wanchen's eyes. "Let's go," he said to the 2 old slaves and left the restaurant. Clearly, he had jotted down Huang Xiaolong's offense. The waiter looked sympathetically at Huang Xiaolong, shaking his head as he left. This brat actually dared to offend Zhu Wanchen? He really didn't know how to write the word for death. Although the Zhu family's power couldn't be compared to the 3 top sects, it was still a power in the top 10 of the Green Cloud Island. There really weren't many people who would choose to offend Zhu Wanchen. The other customers also sneaked a glance at Huang Xiaolong from time to time, whispering in low voices amongst themselves, then shaking their heads. Obviously, they reached the same conclusion as the waiter earlier. Huang Xiaolong had never been bothered by others' opinion. He was just sitting there and sipping on his wine. After filling his stomach, Huang Xiaolong left the restaurant and found an inn to rest for the night. When he stepped out from the restaurant, in another restaurant not far away, a Zhu family slave ran to report to Zhu Wanchen. "Young master, that brat has left the restaurant. Should we make our move now?" Zhu Wanchen shook his head instead, as if he was unconcerned. "He's just a small fry. It doesn't call for you lot to do it personally. Finding someone to teach him a lesson is enough. There's no need to kill him. Let him live." The 2 slaves immediately understood Zhu Wanchen's meaning. Let the brat live, knowing he was better off dead. "Yes, young master." The 2 slaves complied. "I wonder if there are any other geniuses with top rank 10 Godhead taking the disciple recruitment exam this time," Zhu Wanchen casually mentioned. One of the slaves beamed ingratiatingly. Top rank 10 Godhead? Were they to flip the entire Green Cloud Island over, they still wouldn't find another one. This time, among those waiting to take the disciple recruitment exam, Young Master should be the only one with a rank 10 or above godhead. With Young Master's talent, you will certainly catch the barbarian god sect chief's eye and be received as a personal disciple. And when the next All Islands Great War arrives, Young Master will definitely obtain one of the participant seats. This old slave has no doubts that Young Master's performance during the All Islands Great War will enter the Fortune Gate Elders' eyes. They will be fighting to accept you as their personal disciple. Zhu Wanchen nodded with a faint smile on his face. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was inside his room, refining the godheads of Tai Qingdong's group. Tai Qingdong's godhead was of the fire element, while amongst the other 5, there were earth, water, and wood element godheads. God force of different elements was floating out from those 5 godheads, entering Huang Xiaolong's body. The night quickly passed. Huang Xiaolong ended his cultivation when sunlight shone into his room. Despite being only one night of cultivation, Huang Xiaolong felt a clear difference, bringing him closer to peak late 10th order high god realm. At this rate, in half a month, he would be able to reach that target. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his room, lightly stretching himself before leaving the inn, heading to the barbarian god sect. Several hours later, he had left Pingy City behind him. When he passing through the trees, the path in front of him was suddenly blocked by 3 people. Did that Zhu Wanchen send you guys? Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the 3 people, his tone mild. Huang Xiaolong had noticed from the beginning there were people following him, but it was inconvenient for him to act inside the city. Therefore he had allowed them to follow. One of them chuckled evilly. Looks like you aren't that stupid. Kid, don't blame us, we're only following orders. You can only blame yourself for not knowing how to judge people. Offended Young Master Zhu Wanchen. But don't you worry, Young Master Zhu Wanchen gave the words to spare your dog life. He said that crippling you is enough. Another one chimed in. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, wearing a faint smile on his face. You guys can't blame me either. If you really had to blame someone, you can only blame your young master. With that said, an attractive force dragged the 3 people in front of him. Following this, purple characters spun in his pupils and entered the 3 people's foreheads as he began the soul scouring. Moments later, when things concluded, Huang Xiaolong pointed at them, using an absolute soul finger to pierce through all 3 men's foreheads at the same time. Subsequently, his palm mimicked a blade and waved in front of him. 3 heads fell, rolling on the ground, dead with their eyes wide opened. Disbelief and fear was frozen on their faces. Huang Xiaolong snorted that Zhu Wanchen was really putting him on a high pedestal, sending 3 first-order heavenly gods to kill him. He didn't even bother with taking their godheads, flicking out a ball of divine fire, letting it burn the 3 corpses completely. From the 3 people's memories, Huang Xiaolong came to know that Zhu Wanchen was also heading to the barbarian god sect for the disciple recruitment exam. If that's the case, I'll play with you a little. Huang Xiaolong snickered to himself. He had been worried that his days would be dull in the barbarian god sect. But now there was a Zhu Wanchen who was going to provide some entertainment. Huang Xiaolong collected the spatial rings, then opened the restrictions and looked inside. There was a total of 10 shinbi inside, some heavenly god-grade divine pellets and low-grade divine stones. Not a bad harvest. Huang Xiaolong gave all the heavenly god-grade pills and divine stones to the lightning beast egg. These days, under his constant supply of heavenly god-grade divine pellets and divine stones, the lightning beast egg seemed closer to hatching. Now, almost all of the eggshell surface was covered with ancient lightning patterns. Huang Xiaolong estimated the little thing inside would come out in another 2 or 3 months, and he was looking forward to that day with great anticipation. He had wondered at times what kind of beast it would be after it hatched. In a leap, Huang Xiaolong left the location, continuing onward, only stopping occasionally to kill some demonic beasts. Half a day later, he finally reached the barbarian god sect. What stood in front of him at this moment was a seemingly never-ending mountain range, undulating peaks chasing the horizon. Grand structures resembling palaces were as numerous as blooming wildflowers at the foothills. Fluttering banners hung high on the various peaks, creating beautiful bursts of color. Spiritual animals were accompanying the lush greenery below, while up above, Rich spiritual energy formed white clouds, floating like a crown over the many mountain peaks. Spiritual fruits and flowers grew abundant, glimmering under the sunlight. Here and there, disciples of the barbarian god sect could be seen, young men and women riding on cicadeers, cranes, or other spiritual animals, flying in the air and shuttling on the ground. At the foothills of these great mountain peaks were many metropolises. This was the barbarian god sect. Those metropolises were all built by the barbarian god sect. At a glance, there were at least several thousands of these cities in this mountain range, perhaps even 10,000 or more. In Huang Xiaolong's mind, Pingyi City was already huge, but these cities easily dwarfed it. Seeing such a scene, one could imagine the barbarian god sect's power. From the books he had read in the Tai family fort's library, Huang Xiaolong tried to imagine how the barbarian god sect would look like, but what he was seeing right now far exceeded his imagination. In comparison, he couldn't even begin to estimate how many times bigger this barbarian god sect's mountain range was compared to the heavenly mountain he had obtained in the past. Taking a wild guess, this mountain range was probably 3,000 to 4,000 times the size of Martial Spirit World. Even a heavenly god realm master would need 3 to 4 years flying to reach the other end of it. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, then moved toward one of the cities up ahead. Roughly an hour later, he was standing in front of the city gates. After paying 10 Xinbi, he was allowed to pass through the city gates, then easily inquired about the registration location for the disciple recruitment exam. However, 6 hours later, when he arrived at the location, he was given a fright by what he saw. The square that was big enough to accommodate 100,000 people was so packed that a fly could not pass through. All he can see was a sea of black hair. The barbarian god sect had set up 100 registration points, and this city was only one of them. Just one registration point already attracted so many people. Things once again exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation, by a lot. Staring blankly at the long lines that were seemingly without end, Huang Xiaolong's brows wrinkled. There were still 10 days until the registration deadline, but looking at the current situation, the registration point would have surely packed up and gone by the time his turn came. The barbarian god sect disciple recruitment assessment is extremely dangerous. Those who manage to survive till the end rarely reach 1/10 of the total number of disciples. Passing is even more difficult. The chances are less than 1 in 10,000. I really can't understand why so many cultivators would happily rush to their deaths. Although the assessment is dangerous, you will be a genuine barbarian god sect disciple if you pass and will be nurtured by the sect, guaranteeing you an 80% chance of advancing to the heavenly god realm. After successfully stepping into the heavenly god realm, days of glory will be awaiting you. Forget it, it's better I don't register. I know very well that I'm going to end up as cannon fodder with my level of strength. The conversation of two family disciples up in front attracted Huang Xiaolong's attention. A thought occurred to him as he moved closer to the lines. Would there be many disciples who will withdraw in the middle as they waited? Just like he had guessed, after looking around the crowd, Huang Xiaolong spotted several more disciples withdrawing from the registration lines. Thus, detecting a good spot, he used 100 Xinbi to purchase the spot of a disciple who was going to withdraw as well. Even though some disciples behind were fuming about Huang Xiaolong's behavior, no one dared to stop him. Even so, he still waited in line for 2 full days before it was his turn. Huang Xiaolong came before the barbarian god sect inner disciple in charge of the registration. Without a word, the inner disciple picked up an oval-shaped mirror, imbued god force into it and aimed it toward Huang Xiaolong's forehead. The mirror surface glimmered for a second, revealing a line of words. Top rank 8 godhead. Age. Below 30. Qualified. Foreseeing the ruckus his 3 supreme godheads would cause, Huang Xiaolong had altered them into 3 top rank 8 godheads. That was why the result the mirror obtained was top rank 8 godhead. Then again, even a top rank 8 godhead was considered quite excellent in the barbarian god sect, in the upper rung of disciple hierarchy. Huang Xiaolong was relieved when he saw the age displayed on the mirror surface. His age did not exceed 30. Although it did not specify his age to Huang Xiaolong, it was enough that he fulfilled the registration requirement. When the barbarian god sect inner disciple saw that Huang Xiaolong actually had a top rank 8 godhead, He gave him another glance, then asked for his name. After that, he imprinted Huang Xiaolong's name into a jade talisman and instructed him to put a drop of his blood onto the talisman. The inner disciple's change of attitude was obviously better than others. After all, based on Huang Xiaolong's top rank 8 godhead, if he passed the assessment and enrolled into the barbarian god sect, nurtured by the sect's resources, there was a 90% chance he would advance to the heavenly god realm and be promoted to an inner disciple. At that time, they would be brethren of the same sect. After completing his registration, Huang Xiaolong became much more relaxed, his footsteps light as he left the square to look for a place to stay. Next would be to wait for the assessment 7 days later. However, what escaped Huang Xiaolong's notice was, in the distance, Zhu Wanqin was still waiting in line for registration and saw Huang Xiaolong's registration result. I didn't expect this brat to still be alive, moreover, coming here to register for the barbarian god sect's disciple recruitment. Zhu Wanqin watched as Huang Xiaolong left the square, snickering coldly. Top rank 8 godhead? Hee, in my eyes, that is no different than rubbish. Brat, I hope you can pass the assessment. Then I'll make you understand the gap between a genius and a trash. Still, there was a doubt in Zhu Wanqin's heart. Did he not order his 2 slaves to find some people to teach Huang Xiaolong a lesson? Why was he still alive, jumping in front of him? But he quickly pushed these thoughts out of his mind. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left the square, it was Zhu Wanqin's turn. When the mirror revealed his top rank 10 godhead, it caused a stir in the whole square. Far away, several barbarian god sect elders who were observing the registration process in secret also noticed Zhu Wanqin. Top rank 10 godhead. It looks like that's the Zhu family's most talented genius in the last 10,000 years. Zhu Wanqin. Indeed, a dragon amongst men, with an extraordinary bearing. This time, our barbarian god sect has taken in a good disciple. One of the elders laughed heartily. That's true. With a talent on Zhu Wanqin's level, he'll surely reach the ancient god realm in the future. Another barbarian god sect elder nodded in agreement with a big smile on his face. The sect chief has gone to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Upon his return, I believe he will definitely accept that Zhu Wanqin as his personal disciple. There are still 10 months left before the sect chief can make it back to the sect, just in time for the submerging dragon ranking battle that happens once every 3 years. By that time, Zhu Wanqin's cultivation would have advanced to heavenly god realm, and he would become the likeliest person to obtain the top place in the ranking battle, proving he's a dragon amongst men. It is only justified that the sect chief receives such a talented personal disciple. After leaving the square, Huang Xiaolong tried getting a room in the inns close by, but they were all fully occupied. He only managed to rent a small courtyard in a corner of the city. His courtyard was slightly run down, but it didn't bother Huang Xiaolong. After all, it was only a temporary accommodation. Despite the far 0ff location of his courtyard, not to mention its shabby state, the rent was still considerably expensive for the current Huang Xiaolong, costing him more than 10 Shinbi daily. The 100 Shinbi reward Tai Chenyuan gave him had been spent long ago. It was fortunate there was still Tai Chengdong and the other's little amount of wealth, which was enough to last for a while. Huang Xiaolong looked inside the spatial rings, at the scattered Shinbi that barely added up to 500 in number, a bitter smile emerging on his face. He did not foresee there would be a day when he too would be troubled by the lack of money. But his situation would improve once he broke through to the heavenly god realm. At that time, he should be able to condense the pure spiritual energy into divine stones, which he would then exchange for Shinbi. Huang Xiaolong arranged a simple barrier around his small courtyard and subsequently took out all the heavenly god-grade divine pellets from the spatial rings he gathered, swallowing them all. Though he had fed a large portion of them to the lightning beast egg, there were still some left. Inside a comfortable hall in a different city, the Lin family fort Lord Lin Chaochuan and his son, Lin Sheng, were seated below a middle-aged man in a respectful manner. This middle-aged man was the very same cousin who was an inner disciple of the barbarian god sect, Chun Jinji. We'll have to trouble elder cousin Jinji in regards to Lin Sheng's assessment, Lin Chaochuan said to Chun Jinji with a grateful expression. Chun Jinji waved his hand lightly, saying, "I can't help him much during the assessment. It will still depend on his own talent and strength, but Lin Sheng's talent and strength are quite good. He has a high chance of passing the sex assessment." Lin Sheng quickly stood up hearing that. "Many thanks, uncle." Chun Jinji went on to say, "That Huang Xiaolong you have mentioned, if he really passes the assessment and enters the sect, I have my ways of having him die while performing some outer disciple task." Lin Chaochuan was overjoyed. "I thank elder cousin Jinji." Chun Jinji broke into a wide smile. "With our relationship, there's no need for such courtesy." 7 days passed in a jiff. During these 7 days, Huang Xiaolong cultivated at night, while during the day he had taken up to practicing his Azura sword skills again. He also spent an afternoon in the nearby restaurant. By the end of the 7th day, his cultivation that had been inching closer to peak late 10th order high god realm finally pierced through the barrier. When dawn arrived, so did the day of the assessment. Huang Xiaolong walked out from his room, basked in the sunlight shining through the open doors, then inhaled deeply and exited the yard. He was headed straight to the assessment square. Over an hour later, when he reached the square, it was already packed with a large crowd. Soon after, the barbarian god sect elder in charge of the assessment also arrived, after which he activated the transmission array on the square, transferring Huang Xiaolong and the other registered disciples to a place named the Prairie of Death. The people who registered in other cities were also sent to the Prairie of Death, all gathered in one location. When all the registered disciples were transferred, the barbarian god sect would be releasing a myriad of demonic beasts onto the prairie. Left to fend for themselves in this mass stampede of demonic beasts, 100 disciples who managed to survive until the end were considered as having passed the assessment, officially becoming a barbarian god sect disciple. The strength of those demonic beasts was between early 10th order to peak late 10th order high god realm. As the transmission array light disappeared, the scenery in front of Huang Xiaolong changed, arriving at a stretch of open plains. The instant he arrived, he smelled a thick scent of blood in the air, so strong that it was nauseating. The barbarian god sect recruited a new batch of disciple every 10 years, when close to 100,000 disciples would arrive in this prairie of death for their assessment. Every 10 years, the blood of tens of thousands drenched the soil of this land. The color of grass on this prairie was red like blood. The soil, sand, and rocks on the ground were also red, a deep palpitating red. This was the epitome of hell on earth. In all directions, one could see a great river that wound around the prairie. The water of this river was also crimson. Most of the cultivators present had previously experienced killing. Hence they possessed quite the tenacious mindset, but even so, their faces were pallid. Some were already shaking before the assessment began. Although they had known about this prior to registering, that at least 80% of the people here would die in the Prairie of Death, it was human nature to think of themselves as unique, the lucky ones. Now that they were standing on the blood prairie, all thoughts of luck were extinguished. A few people sorely regretted coming here and were clamoring to withdraw, wanting to leave. Huang Xiaolong surveyed his surrounding, no emotions on his face. About 15 minutes later, all the cultivators who had registered, over 100,000 of them, had been transferred to the Prairie of Death. When the transfer ended, the several elders standing high in the air above the prairie nodded at each other, indicating they could begin. One of them announced, "The assessment begins." Both of his hands subsequently moved in the air, opening several space gates. These gateways were located above the river winding around the prairie. Once the space gates were opened, countless demonic beasts rushed out akin to a great flood toward Huang Xiaolong the rest. Barely a second later, tragic screams resounded on the prairie. The killing had begun. The weaker cultivators were ripped apart by the demonic beasts and entered the beasts' bellies in the blink of an eye. Everyone attacked together and rushed out. A family disciple shouted loudly, "That's right. We can carve out a path of blood together and escape." More and more disciples shouted in agreement. During the assessment, the barbarian god sect also allowed disciples to run. As long as they crossed the blood river, the demonic beasts wouldn't attack them anymore. However, if they left the Prairie of Death, they would be disqualified. The problem was, These demonic beasts were rushing out from the space gates above the Blood River. The water's edge was filled with a large number of demonic beasts. Crossing the river was easier said than done. Standing in the midst of the flustered crowd of disciples, Huang Xiaolong saw a tiger-like demonic beast lunging at him. He lifted a finger, easily piercing a hole through the demonic beast's skull. In order to avoid consuming his god force, Huang Xiaolong chose not to take the initiative to attack, only attacking to defend himself when there were demonic beasts pouncing on him. Even so, it didn't take long for the corpses of demonic beasts to pile high as a mountain in his proximity. Seeing this, a sliver of divine fire flew out from Huang Xiaolong, turning them to ash. The first hour passed. The over 100,000 people participating in this disciple recruitment test had been reduced to half. In but a short hour, tragic screams resounded from all around the prairie of death, occasionally interjected by intermittent cries for help, even the heart-wrenching roars of those unwilling to die. The soil beneath their feet had turned bright red now, becoming sticky and squishy, yet the horde of demonic beasts was still rushing in endlessly through the space gates, their numbers increasing by the second. The several elders in charge of the assessment watched the carnage below indifferently. Huang Xiaolong surveyed his surrounding after his palm struck another demonic beast that was pouncing toward him, shaking his head at the miserable state of the surrounding cultivators. Whether it was in the divine world or in the lower realm, the weak were fated to become prey to the strong. Regardless of identity, only one's own power ensured their continual survival. 2 hours passed. The halved number of participants on the prairie of death was halved yet again, leaving only a quarter still alive. Most of them possessed the strength of a late 10th order high god realm, but under the continuous attacks from the demonic beast horde, once they exhausted themselves, these people ended up in the bellies of the beasts just like those before them. By the time half a day was gone, only 1/10 of the participants were still alive. 1/10 of them, scattered loosely on the prairie of death while the number of demonic beasts continuously multiplied. The remaining people fell into despair, looking at the torn limbs and dead bodies around them while more and more beasts surrounded them. Not far from Huang Xiaolong, Zhu Wanchen was holding a long spear in one hand, weaving in and out between demonic beasts. Every time his long spear attacked, a beast would be seen tumbling to the ground. His long hair fluttered about, looking confident and in control. Watching Zhu Wanchen's performance, the several elders above couldn't resist uttering a few more words of praise. Zhu Wanchen, who had been shuttling with ease while killing demonic beasts, spotted Huang Xiaolong. Watching him send every demonic beast that came to him flying with a single finger, palm, or punch, Zhu Wanchen sneered in disdain. Although the level of strength Huang Xiaolong displayed surprised him, he didn't really see it as attention-worthy. Zhu Wanchen was confident that, with his talent, it was only a matter of a days until he broke through to the heavenly god realm. At that time, all Huang Xiaolong could do is look at his back. The gap between them would only grow larger. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong happened to turn in Zhu Wanchen's direction, their gazes colliding in midair. Looking at Zhu Wanchen's sharp momentum with his long spear, Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent outwardly, while thinking it was a pity that the assessment rules prohibited the participants from attacking each other or their qualifications would be revoked. If not, the day soon came to an end. At this point, a mere 1,000 participants survived, but even so, they were barely hanging on. Some were burdened by grave injuries, others didn't fare that well either. These people had banded together in a large group, hoping to survive through borrowing each other's strength. And the obvious strong pillar of hope was Zhu Wanchen. Hence, there was quite a large number of people in his proximity. Quite a few had also witnessed Huang Xiaolong's prowess as well and had tried to inch as close to him as possible. Huang Xiaolong did not refuse those who tried to stay close to him, wanting to borrow his strength to ensure their own survival, but then again, he also did not deliberately help them. In his eyes, it all depended on themselves, whether they could survive until the end or not. About 2 days later, the number of participants still breathing on the prairie of death dwindled down to exactly 100. The same barbarian god sect elder finally closed the space gates above the winding Blood River, swiftly dealing with the remaining demonic beasts below in the blink of an eye. He subsequently brought the 100 survivors who passed the assessment, Huang Xiaolong included, out from the Prairie of Death, arriving at a great hall. The elder, named Huang Xiaoming, looked at the participants who had successfully passed and nodded with satisfaction. Congratulations to you all here for passing the Barbarian God Sect's disciple recruitment exam. From today onward, you are all part of our Barbarian God Sect. The moment Huang Xiaoming finished the announcement, the disciples broke out in a cheer, whereas Huang Xiaolong merely gave a reluctant smile. All right, settle down. Now hand in your jade talismans. We will tabulate the points and organize the assessment ranking results. A female elder spoke. While on the Prairie of Death, the jade talismans given out during their registration would record the number of demonic beasts they had killed. Thus, the ranking would be set according to how many beasts each disciple had killed. Disciples in the top 10 would receive additional rewards from the Barbarian God Sect. Hearing this, Zhu Wanchen was the first to step up and hand in his jade talisman. That elder's divine sense swept over Zhu Wanchen's jade talisman, and her eyes widened slightly in surprise. She took a second glance at Zhu Wanchen before announcing, "Demonic beasts killed. 63,215. All the disciples in the Great Hall sucked in a breath of cold air at that figure. 63,215 demonic beasts. The disciples who had obtained the top place in the Barbarian God Sect's past assessments generally managed to kill between 40 to 50,000 demonic beasts. It had been a very long time since any disciple broke the 60,000 range record. In the previous disciple recruitment assessment, that disciple who obtained the first place only managed to kill around 41,000 demonic beasts. The other elders also showed a touch of surprise on their faces hearing the result. Looks like this assessment's first place is none other than Zhu Wanchen. Rumors say he has a top-rank 10 godhead. Such a talent is rare even in the whole Vientiane world surface. It's granted he wins the first place. Some disciples started whispering amongst themselves after recovering from their shock, envy and admiration on their faces. These whispers did not escape Zhu Wanchen's ears, contributing to the complacent expression on his face. Next, a moment later, the elder ordered, pointing at a random disciple. That disciple stepped forward, handing his jade talisman to the Barbarian God Sect elder. Demonic beasts killed. 26,512. The elder announced after her divine sense swept over the jade talisman. In general, disciples who successfully passed the assessment would have killed at least 20,000 demonic beasts, so this particular disciple's result did not come as a surprise. Following that, the participants went up one after another, handing in their jade talisman to the elder. More than 90 disciples had handed in their jade talismans, yet Zhu Wanchen remained in the top spot. In the second place was a female disciple named Lu Bing, with over 42,000 demonic beasts killed. At this point, everyone was certain that Zhu Wanchen had an iron grip on the first place. Another female disciple handed in her jade talisman. Her kill count fell into the general range between 20,000 to 30,000. Finally, when there were still 3 disciples left, Huang Xiaolong stepped up, handing in his jade talisman to the elder. Initially, when the elder received Huang Xiaolong's jade talisman, she had a mild expression on her face, but that quickly changed as her divine sense swept over it. The elder dazed for a moment, then her mouth was slightly agape with a disbelieving expression. Watching the wonderful expression of the elder, the surrounding disciples became very curious. Elder Huang Xiaoming's smooth forehead wrinkled slightly as he approached her side. "Elder Jiang Yan, what is the matter?" Jiang Yan did not answer him. Instead, she passed Huang Xiaolong's jade talisman straight to Huang Xiaoming. Bemused, Huang Xiaoming took the jade talisman. His divine sense made a quick sweep over it. He too was dazed for a second. Then his gaze shifted back and forth between Huang Xiaolong and the jade talisman in his hand. This drew the rest of the Barbarian God Sect elders to their side. 63,216? One of the elders blurted out. What? A kill count of 63,216. How can that be? Who is he? The number of demonic beasts he killed is actually higher than Zhu Wanchen. And what kind of coincidence is that? It's just one more than Zhu Wanchen. The disciples were stirred. Their faces showed amazement as well as disbelief. Zhu Wanqin's face distorted into an ugly, grim expression the instant he heard Huang Xiaolong's result. Shrieking loudly, "Impossible! There must be a problem with his jade talisman. He did something to it. Right, that must be it. That's right. He must have tampered with the jade talisman. Rescind his qualifications as a barbarian god sect disciple. Scum like this has no right to pass the assessment and be accepted into the barbarian god sect like us." More and more disciples began to sing the same tune as Zhu Wanqin. Even the previously second-ranked female disciple, Lu Bing, was looking at Huang Xiaolong with distrust and contempt in her eyes. Clearly, she too was certain that he had cheated. In Lu Bing's mind, Zhu Wanqin was the undisputed strongest person amongst them, from his top-rank 10 godhead to his perfection stage late 10th order high god realm cultivation. How could Huang Xiaolong compete with someone like Zhu Wanqin? Huang Xiaolong briefly glanced at the crowd of indignant faces angrily denouncing him, sneering coldly inside. He was very well aware the majority of these people simply wanted to seize this chance to get into Zhu Wanqin's good book. Seeing Huang Xiaolong remained quiet, more and more disciples started criticizing and throwing insults at Huang Xiaolong until he had become a vile person in their eyes, rotten to the core. While the disciples were riding on the high tide, getting carried away with their words, Elder Huang Xiaoming, who had been quiet the whole time, snapped at them. "Enough! Shut up, all of you!" At Huang Xiaoming's impatient snap, the crowd quieted in an instant. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy with silence. Huang Xiaoming's piercing gaze swept over the disciples before speaking. "This jade talisman was produced by 2 grand elders of the sect. Even us elders are unable to tamper with them." The disciples lowered their heads. "Do you lot have anything else to say?" Huang Xiaoming asked. No one dared to speak. Although no one dared to question the elders' words, it was clear from their eyes that they didn't believe this explanation. They were set on believing that Huang Xiaolong had tampered with his jade talisman. Soon, the ranking list was finalized. With a kill count of 63,216, Huang Xiaolong took the first place in the assessment, whereas Zhu Wanqin was relegated to the second place for having 1 point less. The female disciple Lu Bing fell from second place to third place. Watching Huang Xiaolong step up to receive the prize, malevolence flitted across Zhu Wanqin's eyes. He was the Zhu family's greatest genius in recent years, having condensed a top-rank 10 godhead. Someone like him actually lost to a top-rank 8 godhead trash? This was a big stain on his reputation, an absolute humiliation when news of this got out. The greatest shame of his life. Unexpectedly, when Huang Xiaolong went up to receive his prize, Huang Xiaoming and the other barbarian god sect elders merely nodded curtly, more impatient than happy. Subsequently, when it was Zhu Wanqin's turn, these elders smiled like flowers in bloom. Not only did they heap praises on Zhu Wanqin, they even invited him to look for them if he needed any advice in cultivation. Despite Huang Xiaolong being the first-place winner, it was obvious in everyone's eyes that Zhu Wanqin was more important than Huang Xiaolong in these elders' eyes. It was merely a stroke of luck that Huang Xiaolong killed one demonic beast more than Zhu Wanqin. It didn't mean he can be measured by the same ruler as Zhu Wanqin. Zhu Wanqin respectfully said, "Several elders, please rest assured, this disciple definitely won't disappoint. In the submerging dragon ranking battle, I will grab the first place." Huang Xiaoming smiled satisfiedly, nodding happily. "Excellent." After Zhu Wanqin, it was the third-place Lu Bing who went up to receive her prize. Even though Lu Bing's talent couldn't compare to Zhu Wanqin's, she still had a top-rank 9 godhead. With this level of talent on the Green Cloud Island, she was considered a rare genius. Huang Xiaoming and the other elders also showered praise and words of encouragement on Lu Bing, drawing another stark contrast with their attitude toward Huang Xiaolong. Amongst these 100 disciples who passed the assessment, 13 of them possessed rank 9 godheads or above. In the top 10, apart from Huang Xiaolong, the others all had godheads of rank 9 or above as well, which further marginalized Huang Xiaolong. He was sticking out like a sore thumb in everyone's eyes. When all the prizes were given out, Huang Xiaoming led the new disciples to the Submerging Dragon Hall to collect their barbarian god sect disciple robe and identity token. When all of this was completed, the new batch of disciples was led by an inner disciple named Wang Lei to the submerging dragon peak, while Huang Xiaoming, Jiang Yan, and the other elders went to report the result of the exam to the grand elders. The submerging dragon peak was the place outer disciples cultivated. On this peak, there were 4 courtyards, namely Windy Cloud, Unfettered, First East Side, and Grand Marshal. Huang Xiaolong's batch of disciples was arranged into the newly constructed Grand Marshal courtyard, which had a total of 100 rooms built on the slope of the submerging dragon peak. The rooms were simply numbered from 1 to 100, next to each other. These 100 rooms were the same on the outside, but the layout inside the rooms was different. The rooms with the lower numbers were better supplied than the higher numbers. For instance, the energy gathering stone inside the spiritual energy gathering formation was of higher grade, and the bed was made of higher grade cold jade, etc. According to the norm, the room number 1 was Huang Xiaolong since he obtained the first place in the assessment. However, that inner disciple Wang Lei pointed at the first room and said to Zhu Wanchen, "Junior brother Zhu, that is your room." Huang Xiaolong frowned. "According to the rules, room number 1 should be allocated to me." The inner disciple named Wang Lei explained with a smile, "This is what Elder Huang Xiaoming as well as the other elders have arranged. They have instructed that the room arrangement is to follow the disciple's godhead rank. Hence, the first room is Zhu Wanchen's." Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned icy. "Follow the godhead rank? In other words, although I obtained the first place, my room is the 14th. There were 13 people with a rank 9 godhead and above. In other words, not only Zhu Wanchen but even the disciple ranked 11th, 12th, and 13th would get a better room than Huang Xiaolong." The smile on Wang Lei's face deepened as he said to Huang Xiaolong, "Correct. This is the elder's meaning. I'm only acting according to orders. In fact, junior brother Huang, all the rooms are more or less the same, it doesn't make a difference." Huang Xiaolong responded with a mild, "Is that so?" Zhu Wanchen, Lu Bing, and the rest were feeling dissatisfied with Huang Xiaolong obtaining the first place, feeling that it was unfair. But now, knowing that Elder Huang Xiaoming made such an arrangement, joy and gloating rose to their faces. Zhu Wanchen walked up to Huang Xiaolong, mocking bluntly, "Huang Xiaolong, don't think you will receive the barbarian god sect's nurturing just because you happen to get the first place in the assessment. The submerging dragon ranking battle is coming soon, and I'm sure you'll be participating. At that time, I'll make you understand the gap between us. I will defeat you within 10 moves on the stage." Originally, Huang Xiaolong hadn't planned to participate in this battle, but after listening to Zhu Wanchen's words, he sneered, "No need for 10 moves. I will defeat you in 1 move." With that said, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with Zhu Wanchen, walking off in large strides to his room. "What bullshit!" Zhu Wanchen's face twisted with rage. This Huang Xiaolong's arrogance really knows no bounds. He dared to say he will defeat Zhu Wanchen in 1 move? Arrogant and naive. By that time, Zhu Wanchen will have already broken through to the heavenly god realm, that Huang Xiaolong probably won't be able to take even 1 move. He's so naive to proclaim that he could defeat Zhu Wanchen. All the disciples were shaking their heads at Huang Xiaolong's words. Even that inner disciple Wang Lei felt like Huang Xiaolong had bitten off more than he could chew. Huang Xiaolong shut out all the noise outside after entering room with number 14 by activating the room's barrier. He then sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, spreading out the prizes he received for obtaining the first place in the assessment. As one of the top 3 prominent sects of the Green Cloud Island, the barbarian god sect was quite generous. One of the items he received was a spatial ring called Submerging Dragon, with an extremely lifelike dragon carved on top of it. The space inside was quite big, about 1,000 square meters. Other than the ring, there were 10 pieces of 10 million years old flaming dragon fruit, 10 dragon cloud pills refined by a high-level heavenly god, and a technique called the Boundless Art. Also part of the reward were 10,000 shinbi. A force like the Tai family fort wouldn't be able to gather these items even if Tai Chenyuan sold his last pair of underwear. Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated. He started with the 10 flaming dragon fruits, swallowing them and starting to cultivate. While Huang Xiaolong was refining the 10 flaming dragon fruits, Huang Xiaoming, Jiang Yan, and several other elders were respectfully standing before Grand Elder Lin Shen in the Nine Palace Hall, reporting the results of the new disciple recruitment assessment and the situation in detail. What did you all say? A disciple with a top-rank 8th godhead took the first place. Grand Elder Lin Shen couldn't help frowning as he listened to the elder's account. Yes, his name is Huang Xiaolong, current cultivation at peak late 10th order high god realm, with a kill count of 63,216. Just one more than Zhu Wanchen. Lin Shen sank into a temporary silence, then proceeded with an order, announced to the outside world that Zhu Wanchen took the first place in the assessment. If the news that someone with a top-rank 8 godhead got the first place in their barbarian god sect disciple recruitment leaked out, it would affect their sect's reputation to a certain degree. Zhu Wanchen got the first place? Huang Xiaoming and the other elders stiffened. A second later, they understood Grand Elder Lin Shen's thoughts, complying without objections. Then what about that Huang Xiaolong? Jiang Yen respectfully inquired. Give him the second place. Lin Shen answered nonchalantly. But, Grand Elder, this is slightly unfair to that Huang Xiaolong. One of the elders attempted. Lin Shen's voice hardened by a fraction. In this world, there is no such thing as fair or unfair. Everything is decided by one's talent. Since he only has a top-rank 8 godhead, his only choice is to accept this outcome. Moreover, didn't he receive the reward for the first place? A lowly outer disciple like him, would he dare harbor dissatisfaction toward the sect? That elder dared not speak further. Enough, it's decided, Lin Shen said with finality in his voice. Huang Xiaoming and the group of elders excused themselves and withdrew out from the hall. About 2 weeks later, Huang Xiaolong finished refining the 10 flaming dragon fruits, as well as the 10 dragon cloud pills, significantly improving his strength. As for that so-called boundless art, it was cast aside by Huang Xiaolong. He focused on the heaven-opening tenet that he had obtained from the Hellion Tower instead. Killing Tai Qingdong's group shortly after he arrived in the divine world brought Huang Xiaolong a small harvest of divine armors and weapons from their spatial rings. After absorbing the energy from those divine weapons and armors, his cultivation rose higher. At this point, Huang Xiaolong's heaven-opening tenet had reached the late stage of the first level. The heaven-opening tenet was a technique that cultivated the body, soul, and godhead at the same time. As his progress in the heaven-opening tenet technique advanced, his true divine dragon physique, soul, and godhead were all strengthened. Now, even a second-order heavenly goddess body wasn't as powerful as Huang Xiaolong's true divine dragon physique. After the flaming dragon fruits and dragon cloud pills were completely refined, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his room for the first time. There were around 9 months left until the submerging dragon ranking battle, and he planned to use this window of time to train on the Volcano Isle. Half a month ago, when Elder Huang Xiaoming led them to collect their disciple robes and identity token, each disciple also received a copy of the Barbarian God Sect booklet. This booklet detailed the Barbarian God Sect's rules and introduced the main peaks. It also had some general information about the core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. This volcano isle that was mentioned in the booklet was located not far from the Green Cloud Island and was co-governed by the 3 great sections. The isle was mainly used as a training ground for the 3 sects' disciples to gain experience. There was a great number of demonic beasts on this volcano isle, surpassing the Blood Phoenix Forest. However, the most powerful demonic beasts were only at peak late 3rd order heavenly god realm, making the island less dangerous than the Blood Phoenix Forest. To the current Huang Xiaolong, the volcano isle was a treasure land for enhancing his strength. The volcanic isle was actually formed from magma spurted out during a volcano eruption. Rich in iron and/or resources, an ideal place for him to cultivate the heaven-opening tenet. After stepping out from his room, Huang Xiaolong left the submerging dragon peak, heading toward one of the nearest city, called Winged Tiger. Although the volcano isle wasn't far from the barbarian god sect, with Huang Xiaolong's current strength, forget reaching that place, he couldn't even step off the Green Cloud Island on his own. The metropolises at the foothills all had a flying ship port with vessels that ferried the outer and inner disciples to the volcano isle. Of course, the ferrying fee was quite expensive. For an outer disciple like Huang Xiaolong, a one-way trip would set him back 500 Shinbi, A few hours later, he arrived at the Winged Tiger City. The result of the barbarian god sect's disciple recruitment is out. Zhu Wanchen truly lives up to his talent, taking the #1 spot. But who would have thought the second place would be taken by someone named Huang Xiaolong? I heard he only has a top-rank 8th godhead. I heard that too. But there are whispers saying this Huang Xiaolong only got the second place because he cheated. That cannot be, right? If he really cheated, the barbarian god sect would have kicked him out on the spot. It's probably just a rumor. Who knows? The majority of the new outer disciples said the same thing. Huang Xiaolong had just walked through the gates of the Winged Tiger City when this conversation caught his attention. Zhu Wanchen took first place? Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. A cold sneer raised the corner of his lips. He could naturally guess the barbarian god sect's purpose in releasing such news to the public. They were afraid of being the butt of others' jokes if someone like him with a mere top-rank 8 godhead took the first place. He cheated? No doubt this was the handiwork of those jealous disciples. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't mind, for the truth would soon be proven in the submerging dragon ranking battle. An hour later, he reached the flying ship port, showed his barbarian god sect disciple jade token to the person running the booth, then paid 500 Shinbi before leaping onto the flying ship. There were 100 seats on the flying ship. When Huang Xiaolong boarded, half of the seats were empty, so he picked a seat at a corner and sat down. There were a lot of outer and inner disciples heading to the volcano isle, so the remaining seats were quickly filled up. With all the 100 seats fully occupied, the ship departed. Not long after the flying ship, Huang Xiaolong was on left the port. Lin Chaochuan's cousin, Chen Jinji, received news that Huang Xiaolong was headed to the volcano isle. He went to the volcano isle? Chen Jinji's mouth curved into a ridiculing sneer. Then he got to his feet and flew out from his cultivation dwelling toward Winged Tiger City. Upon arriving at the Winged Tiger City, he headed straight to the flying ship dock and paid 3,000 Shinbi for the next departing ship to the volcano isle. In between, he contacted an inner disciple that was on the same flying ship as Huang Xiaolong, telling him to pay attention to Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts. Else, how was he supposed to find Huang Xiaolong on the big volcano isle? Inside the flying ship, Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting in a corner, suddenly sensed that someone was observing him. Without any changes to his expression, he extended his divine sense, shortly discovering that the person watching him was an inner disciple, a late second-order heavenly god. After finding the inner disciple, Huang Xiaolong directed his gaze outside, watching the white clouds floating away in the sky. This flying ship was akin to an airplane in his past life, but then again it was many times faster than a plane. Even so, they flew for 10 days straight before arriving at the volcano isle. As the flying ship descended onto the ground, Huang Xiaolong alighted and headed straight to the isle's green mountainous region. Leaping from branch to branch on the giant trees, Huang Xiaolong's god force condensed into a sharp blade over his palm. With every swing of his arm, he ended a demonic beast's life. It was clean and swift, all it required was a single slash. As he was still on the periphery of the island, the demonic beasts he killed weren't very strong, only between late and peak late 10th order high god realm. But it was enough to astound the inner disciple tailing Huang Xiaolong ever since he got off the flying ship. This level of strength already rivaled an average early first order heavenly god realm cultivator, right? This kid is really one of the new outer disciples? Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong, who had been leaping through the branches, suddenly stopped and turned back, looking at a certain direction. How long are you planning on following me? That barbarian god sect inner disciple froze in surprise. This kid actually discovered me? While he was debating internally, mostly because he didn't believe this new outer disciple really found him, Huang Xiaolong's palm blade cleaved through the air. A terrifying blade chi roiled over, heading straight toward his hiding place. That inner disciple was shocked. At this point, he couldn't be bothered about exposing himself as he struck out a palm to counter the incoming blade chi. In an instant, wind surged forward like a great tsunami. The force from his palm multiplied 1,000 times over. A second later, a heavy grunt sounded as that barbarian god sect inner disciple tumbled in the air like a broken kite. When he finally regained his footing, He stared at Huang Xiaolong with disbelief. They were equally matched. How is this possible? Such monstrous talent. Even their new chief disciple Chun Hao would be hard-pressed to contend with it. Furthermore, Chun Hao was someone hailed as their barbarian god sect's greatest genius of the last 10 millennia. Such a freakish talent had acutely appeared amongst their barbarian god sect's outer disciples. Who is it that wanted you to tail me? Huang Xiaolong ignored the other side's shock, asking in his aloof voice. That barbarian god sect disciple squeezed a stiff smile at Huang Xiaolong, explaining, Junior brother has misunderstood. I have no other purpose in following Junior brother. It's just a coincidence. Coincidence? Huang Xiaolong scoffed and had no interest to waste time here. His 3 supreme godheads rotated simultaneously. He arrived right in front of that inner disciple in a flicker, striking out an earthen Buddha palm. Looking at the sky above him being filled with ethereal images of golden Buddhas, the inner disciple's face turned grim. Suddenly, pops and crackling noises came from his body as his palms turned crimson like burning flames, striking toward Huang Xiaolong. A dark crimson flaming palm imprint flew up, colliding with the golden Buddha palm. Although Huang Xiaolong hadn't been in the barbarian god sect for long, the booklet he received did introduce most of the sect's techniques and battle skills. Thus he recognized the flaming palm the inner disciple struck out as a battle skill called Crimson Flame Heartfire Palm. The human internal organs were made up of 5 viscera and 6 bowels, while the heart represented the fire element. In other words, the flames from this Crimson Flame Heartfire Palm originated from the heart instead of the usual divine fire formed from one's god force. This heart fire flowed out from the body through a unique vein, much more overbearing than the common divine fire condensed from god force. When their palms collided in midair, another thunderous boom shook the forest. Huang Xiaolong continued to attack after the collision without missing a beat. The battle between them escalated quickly, exchanging more than 20 strikes in a mere few breaths. As the battle went on, that inner disciple became increasingly shocked and alarmed. He had gone all out in desperation, even exposing a fist technique he had cultivated in secret for many years, never using it in front of anyone before, yet he was still unable to gain the slightest advantage over Huang Xiaolong, forget wanting to suppress him. Not to mention that Huang Xiaolong's movements and attacks grew increasingly fierce and swift as time passed. From the initial equally matched power, Huang Xiaolong was gaining the upper hand. If this trend persisted, he was going to be defeated for sure. He, a barbarian god sect inner disciple, a late second-order heavenly god realm master, was on the verge of losing to an outer disciple who had just entered the sect. Another dozen of moves later, the inner disciple leaped back, a low grunt escaping his throat. Right at this time, he saw 1,000 arms appearing from Huang Xiaolong's back. Huang Xiaolong's 1,000 palms each condensed a god force blade, swinging them toward the inner disciple. The Azura sword skill's 9th move, Wind Blade Volutions, frigid Azura chi wind sharp as blades, one wave higher than the other, locked down their immediate surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the inner disciple was covered by waves of wind blades. Muffled wails were heard in between howling winds. A vague shadow could be seen in the whirls of frigid Azura wind. At any time, no matter how the whirl turned, the inner disciple would suffer simultaneous slashes. When the wind subsided, the inner disciple was laying there stiffly. His face was unrecognizable, and his barbarian god sect inner disciple robe had disappeared. He was naked, with blood flowing out from the countless cuts and slashes on his skin. Who are you? The inner disciple asked, his weak voice strained and hoarse. Huang Xiaolong did not answer. A force from his palm pulled the inner disciple to his front, beginning the soul scouring. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong had found what he wanted from the disciple's memories. He then pierced a hole through his skull and dug out his godhead, collected his spatial ring, and lastly, flicked a ball of divine fire to burn his corpse before disappearing from the scene in a flash. Chun Jinji, Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath, a glint in his eyes. From the inner disciple's memories, he found out it was another inner disciple named Chun Jinji who wanted to deal with him, And this Chun Jinji was the Lin family fort lord's cousin. Lin Chaochuan. Huang Xiaolong sneered. No wonder he caught a glimpse of Lin Chaochuan when he was in the Pingy city. His son also took part in the disciple recruitment test. Lin Sheng, Lin Chaochuan's son. Lin Sheng's talent and strength weren't bad, being one of the 100 disciples who passed the assessment with him, ranked 30-something. Though knowing that Chun Jinji wanted to kill him and was on his way to the volcano isle, Huang Xiaolong wasn't anxious at all. One of his reasons in coming here to train was his impending breakthrough to the heavenly god realm. At that time, a late third-order heavenly god realm like Chun Jinji would pose no threat. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left, the flying ship Chun Jinji was descended on the volcano isle. Despite the repeated messages he sent to that inner disciple, there was no reply. Chun Jinji was inwardly baffled, feeling a little uncertain. What is going on? Lin Chaochuan wasn't exactly forthcoming about Huang Xiaolong's strength with Chun Jinji. He merely said that Huang Xiaolong was a bit stronger, which was why Chun Jinji had never given it a second thought. Right now, he assumed that inner disciple had come across other matters and was unable to respond. Most of all, in Chun Jinji's eyes, Huang Xiaolong only had the talent to condense a top-rank 8 godhead, hardly posing any risk to him. Lin Chaochuan's father, his uncle, had once saved his life, so Chun Jinji agreed to help Lin Chaochuan with this matter as a way to repay the kindness Lin Chaochuan fathers showed him. Unable to get in touch with that inner disciple put Chun Jinji in a tight spot. Searching blindly for Huang Xiaolong on the vast volcano isle wasn't an option. Hence, he decided to lie in wait for Huang Xiaolong at the flying ship departing point. He knew about Huang Xiaolong and Zhu Wanshan's submerging dragon ranking battle in 9 months. It was inevitable that Huang Xiaolong needed to return to the sect before then. The moment Huang Xiaolong appeared, he would kill him at lightning speed without anyone being the wiser. As Chun Jinji waited, times flew by. 3 months had passed since Huang Xiaolong stepped onto the island. His time was mainly divided between hunting demonic beasts and refining their godheads. Huang Xiaolong ignored the ones below the heavenly god realm. Most of the time, his prey were at least late second-order heavenly god realm. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had steadily rose to perfection stage late 10th-order high god realm, arriving at the limit of the high god realm where he could attempt to break through to the heavenly god realm at any time. More importantly, his heaven-opening tenet had reached the peak of the first stage. Just one step more and he could advance to the second stage. The iron and/or deposits found on this volcano isle were greater in number than he had imagined. It was basically prepared for him to cultivate the heaven-opening tenet. Even before Huang Xiaolong opened Eye of Hell, whether it was high up on the mountain peaks or deep underground, the place was filled with large deposits of iron or calling his name. Originally, he estimated he would need 5 to 6 months in order to reach the limit of the high god realm, but now the time had been shortened by half. On this day, Huang Xiaolong was in a certain part of the island, looking down at a lake from a vantage point. From above, the lake water was a charming emerald color. The lake was only several hundred meters in diameter, neither big nor small. In short, this place was negligible. But when Huang Xiaolong looked at the lake with his Eye of Hell, he was momentarily dazed. Over 100 meters underneath the lake was an or vein several kilometers long, resembling a coiling fire dragon. This is extreme young fire or vein? Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a large vein of extreme young fire or. This material was one of the highest grades of fire element or used in forging high-level heavenly god-grade divine artifacts, and could also be used to arrange a high-grade formation. One fist-sized piece of extreme yang fire or could fetch several thousand shinbi. How much would this several-kilometer-long extreme yang fire or vein be worth? More importantly, with this or vein, he could advance to the second stage of his heaven-opening tenet. But Huang Xiaolong quickly calmed down from his excitement. The extreme yang fire or was too deep underground. With his current strength, he didn't have the ability to move it unless he advanced to the heavenly god realm. With his heavenly god realm strength, he would barely be able to pull the or vein out from underground. On the other hand, an or vein's formation took hundreds of thousands of years. Around this area, there was sure to be another spiritual treasure that came into existence with the or vein. Huang Xiaolong leaped down and began searching around the lake. About 15 minutes or so, high on a cliff not far from the lake, he spotted a deep green plant that was as thick as his arm. Hanging down from it were 6 small fruits the size of 2 thumbs, their surface like ink jadeite, possessing a beautiful luster. From afar, the small fruits appeared unassuming, but upon closer inspection these 6 small fruits exuded an enticing sheen akin to jade, clear and almost translucent. Ice jade ink fruits! Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in delight. The ice jade ink fruits were one of the rarer spiritual fruits of the divine world, highly beneficial even to an ancient god realm master. Huang Xiaolong did not expect the spiritual treasure accompanying the extreme yang fire or vein to be the ice jade ink fruits. With these 6 fruits, he was fully prepared to break through to the heavenly god realm. However, he barely landed close to the cliff when a surprised and excited voice sounded, "Ice jade ink fruits! Those are ice jade ink fruits!" In the next second, a powerful sword chi filled with killing intent flew toward his back. Huang Xiaolong didn't even turn around to look at his attacker. In a flicker, he dodged the lethal sword chi. Then with a wave of his palm blade, he chopped off the 6 ice jade ink fruits and collected them into a box with swift motions. "Brat, put down those fruits." Watching Huang Xiaolong easily dodging his attack and taking away the 6 ice jade ink fruits, the attacker bellowed in fury. In a flicker, the icy sword in his hand thrust at Huang Xiaolong, aimed directly at the center of his throat. Huang Xiaolong planned to dodge, but knowing it was too late, he raised his arm, blocking it with his palm. His foot pushed against the ground and leaped back several hundred meters. There was a sword cut on his palm, bright and glaring as blood flowed out. Opposite Huang Xiaolong stood a young man in a blue robe, holding a long sword. Huang Xiaolong noticed the elephant emblem on the young man's chest. An Elephant Genesis sect disciple. Moreover, the young man was an inner disciple of the Elephant Genesis sect, a peak late second-order heavenly god realm cultivator that was half a step from the third order, far stronger than the barbarian god sect inner disciple Huang Xiaolong killed previously. Huang Xiaolong could see that this person had great battle prowess, his strength many times above the average peak late second-order heavenly god realm. On the other hand, the Elephant Genesis sect inner disciple was inwardly shocked. He saw the black-haired young man shielding against his sword attack with his bare hands, but there was merely a light cut wound across his palm. The young man's disbelief could be seen from his eyes. If the black-haired young man managed to dodge his first attack due to luck, then what about the second attack? As Huang Xiaolong and the Elephant Genesis sect young man were sizing each other up, sounds of piercing wind came from the distance. 3 disciples clad in the barbarian god sect inner disciple robe appeared in front of them. The 3 of them came after detecting the powerful sword chi, but when they saw the Elephant Genesis sect inner disciple's face, their expressions darkened. "Han Yang!" The 3 simultaneously shouted. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. These 3 barbarian god sect inner disciples actually recognized this blue-robed young man. It seems he was quite famous. Huang Xiaolong was right. Han Yang wasn't only an inner disciple, he was also the Elephant Genesis sect's Grand Elder Zhao Qinyuan's personal disciple, possessing a high-grade rank 10 godhead. Seeing the 3 barbarian god sect disciples appearing, Han Yang's eyes shifted as an idea formed in his mind. "The 3 of you arrived at the right time. The box in that brat's hand contains 6 ice jade ink fruits which I found first. Shall we cooperate and kill him, then equally distribute the 6 fruits? How about it?" "What? Ice jade ink fruits?" The 3 barbarian god sect disciples' gazes became feverish as they stared at the jade box in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Despite the obvious loopholes in Han Yang's story, the 3 of them weren't bothered. The 3 barbarian god sect disciples exchanged a glance. "Han Yang, are your words true?" One of them asked Han Yang, referring to the equal distribution of the 6 ice jade ink fruits. 2 of the 3 barbarian god sect inner disciples were in the mid-second order heavenly god realm, while the last one was a peak early second order heavenly god. Although the barbarian god sect levied heavy punishment for killing their sect brethren, for the sake of those ice jade ink fruits it was worth it to them. After the deed was done, who would know if the 4 of them kept silent? Furthermore, the black-haired brat was just an outer disciple. The higher echelon wouldn't really pursue the matter. Han Yang smiled sweetly. Naturally, I Han Yang have always kept my word. However, using equal distribution, I will take 3 while you 3 take 3, no objections, right? Deal. The 3 didn't even hesitate, nodding in agreement. Han Yang's strength was far above theirs. Taking half of the ice jading fruits was only fair. The 3 of the barbarian god sect disciples turned their attention to Huang Xiaolong. Boy, hand over the jade box. As an outer disciple of the barbarian god sect, we can be considered sect brethren. For that, we can make it quick and painless for you. One of the peak late second order heavenly god realm disciples spoke, indifferent coldness in his eyes. Watching the 3 barbarian god sect inner disciples' insouciant attitude, Han Yang couldn't hold back from cautioning them. That kid isn't simple. The 3 of them stilled at his words. Precisely in this split second, a silhouette blurred, and the gleam of a sharp blade moved. Blood splattered out at high velocity. The peak early second order heavenly god inner disciple that failed to dodge the sudden attack was clutching at his own neck while staring at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Less than a breath later, he tumbled backward limply. Although the other 2 barbarian god sect inner disciples avoided a vital injury, Huang Xiaolong's blade light drew a long cut over their shoulders, causing blood to dye half of their robes red. You! The 2 men who had just escaped death were now looking at Huang Xiaolong with dread. Only now did they understand why Han Yang suggested a cooperation in order to kill that outer disciple. Han Yang even reminded them he wasn't simple. But how could this be explained by a mere not simple? Huang Xiaolong's movement did not stop after striking his first victim. With swift and accurate attacks, his palm blade already slashed out a second attack at the other 2 inner disciples. As long as these 3 were dealt with, Huang Xiaolong could focus solely on Han Yang without being distracted, increasing his chances. Not a angle one of these 4 people could be allowed to leave this cliff alive, or he would have a great deal of troubles on his heels. As Huang Xiaolong's sharp palm blade once again slashed at the 2 barbarian god sect inner disciples, a powerful sword light came piercing toward Huang Xiaolong from the side, akin to a torrential storm drowning him into its depths. Han Yang made his move. That was the Elephant Genesis sect's origin Genesis sword art. Upon achieving a high degree of comprehension in this sword art, one could project a myriad of transformations around them, even the 4 seasons that contained the natural force of heaven and earth. Huang Xiaolong could only escape the torrent of attacks through his space concealment and was forced to give up on killing the 2 barbarian god sect inner disciples. However, Han Yang's sword chi actually pursued him into the void. Huang Xiaolong let out a cold harumph, using his god force palm blade to counter with the first move of the Azura sword skill, Tempest of Hell. Instantly, it was as if a vengeful infernal hurricane drilled out from the void. Zzz. The sky lit up with glaring lights as sword and blade chi clashed in the air. Huang Xiaolong's figure emerged several hundred meters from the cliff, standing straight as he faced Han Yang. Han Yang was looking at Huang Xiaolong with a grim expression. The remaining 2 barbarian god sect inner disciples were terrified as they watched the exchange between Huang Xiaolong and Han Yang. Let's attack him at full force. He won't be able to escape, Han Yang said grimly to the 2 of them. The 2 hesitated briefly before taking a deep breath, nodding their heads at Han Yang. Pushing down the terror in their hearts, both of them circulated their god force while gripping a sword. Kill! Han Yang shouted. He himself was akin to an arrow released from a bow, leaping straight at Huang Xiaolong. The long sword in his hand quivered, sending out a burst of sword light resembling the glimmering stars of the night sky. Watching Han Yang attack, the 2 barbarian god sect inner disciples also made their move. Although their sword chi was more rigid compared to Han Yang's, they were strong and vigorous, displaying the essence of the barbarian god sect's piercing godsword. Huang Xiaolong snorted with a hint of disdain watching the 3 people lunging at him. With a thought, 1,000 arms fanned out behind him. In order to avoid attracting more disciples in the vicinity towards them, Huang Xiaolong decided to go all out, getting rid these 3 flies in the shortest time and leaving this place. Huang Xiaolong's 1,000 arms attacked simultaneously with full might. A myriad battle skills shot out. The Absolute Soul Finger, Earthen Buddha Palm, Azura Sword Skills, the Great Void Divine Fist, the 15 moves of the Dragon God, the Azura Demon Claw. The three people lunging at Huang Xiaolong were submerged by various golden images of Buddha, dark nefarious Azuras, great fists imprints, and black demonic claws. Facing the overwhelming assault, Han Yang and the other two went deathly pale, but Han Yang reacted swiftly, retreating instinctively in fear. After barely a second passed, the two barbarian god sect inner disciples were screaming tragically as their vital points took on heavy injuries and were sent flying like broken kites. When they crashed to the ground, Han Yang saw that their bodies were riddled with finger-sized holes, claw marks, fist marks, amongst many other wounds. Although he managed to avoid injuries to his vital points, parts of Han Yang's body were pierced through by Huang Xiaolong's Absolute Soul Finger, while the Azura Demon Claw ripped his flesh. Blood was flowing out from the corner of Han Yang's mouth. The two barbarian god sect inner disciples' miserable state deepened the horror in his heart. What the fuck is that technique? It could actually form 1,000 arms, even multiplying the attack power by so many times. Han Yang's eyes shifted left and right, looking for an escape route despite the unwillingness in his heart. Was he going to give up on those ice jank fruits just like this? But the 1,000 arms that Brat summoned had overwhelming battle power. Being truthful to himself, Han Yang admitted he was unable to bear the full brunt of such an attack. Looking at Han Yang's flickering expression, Huang Xiaolong could guess he was already half thinking of escaping. But would he let Han Yang run so easily? With a sway, Huang Xiaolong transformed into a blue primordial divine dragon. Primordial divine dragon! Han Yang had just decided to retreat when he saw Huang Xiaolong's transformation, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Run! After a brief moment of shock, Han Yang stopped hesitating. He turned, wanting to flee. That brat felt twice as strong in his primordial divine dragon form. If he didn't run away now, Han Yang was certain there was only one ending waiting for him, death. But his feet barely left the ground when the sky above him darkened. Without him realizing it, the blue divine dragon was already above him. In the next second, Han Yang saw claws the size of a small hill growing larger in his eyes. Sensing death approaching, Han Yang let out a roar, desperately circulating all of his god force, attacking the dragon claws. Rumble! Han Yang felt his body shake violently as the weight of empty Tai fell on him. The ground beneath his feet gave out, sinking down like quicksand. Han Yang's consciousness began to blur. Huang Xiaolong's claw reached down, sucking Han Yang out from the pit below, then started going through his memories. A short while later, 4 new spatial rings and 4 godheads were added into his submerging dragon ring. He made quick work of cleaning up the surrounding scene and left the place. He would return to collect that extreme yang fire or vein once he became a heavenly god. Roughly an hour later, several hundred li away from the cliff where he found the ice jade fruits, Huang Xiaolong found a hidden cave, and after arranging a formation around the entrance, he went inside. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Huang Xiaolong took out the jade box containing the 6 ice jade fruits. Looking at the 6 fruits floating in front of him, he took a deep breath and began rotating his 3 supreme godheads. 6 streams of energy flowed into Huang Xiaolong's body, its effect far from gentle, akin to 6 crashing waves of energy. Huang Xiaolong's body quivered non-stop as his 3 supreme godheads greedily absorbed the spiritual energy contained in those 6 fruits. Due to the cold nature of the ice jade fruits, black icy fog rapidly filled the cave, causing black-colored ice to dorm on the ground, all the way to the cave walls. In Huang Xiaolong's soul sea, a bright light appeared. It was unstable at first, flickering in and out, but as time passed, the light grew stronger, finally reaching every corner of his soul sea, enshrouding his 3 supreme godheads within. This was the sign of an impending breakthrough to the heavenly god realm. After the breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong's soul sea would completely merge with the god force in his 3 supreme godheads, forming a vast god sea. After that happened, His god force would be converted into heavenly god force. Having a god sea to support his heavenly god force, Huang Xiaolong would be able to move in the air like a fish in the sea. The moment his soul sea had completely merged with the god force in his three godheads, the sky above the cave turned pitch black, filled with roiling clouds, lightning weaving through them like dragons in flight. Horrifying tribulation lightning enveloped an area of several hundred li with Huang Xiaolong's cave at the center. This was a heavenly god's tribulation. A heavenly god's tribulation was a punishment dispensed by the heavens. Only after they survived the heavens' retribution and integrated with the heavens' laws could one successfully form a god sea. Stepping into the heavenly god realm, they would either succeed or be destroyed in body and soul. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Huang Xiaolong already sensed the swirling tribulation lightning forming in the clouds directly above him. He then circulated all of the god force in his three supreme godheads, forming an ocean of god force that cocooned him in protection. Boom! A thick streak of lightning that looked more like a dragon struck the mountain peak where Huang Xiaolong's cave was located at an incomprehensible speed. In the next second, the tall mountain was split apart by the lightning's destructive power, crumbling into dust. The thick lightning rushed down toward Huang Xiaolong. The ocean of god force Huang Xiaolong summoned was shaking violently from the collision before actually disintegrating. Even an early third-order heavenly god realm cultivator would be hard-pressed to shatter his defense barrier, yet it was almost immediately destroyed by the tribulation lightning. One could imagine how horrible its destructive power was. In truth, when cultivators broke through into the heavenly god realm, they rarely attracted tribulation lightning that possessed such terrifying destructive power. The crux of the problem was, Huang Xiaolong was someone who had condensed three supreme godheads. The higher one's talent was, the more powerful the tribulation lightning would be. After the lightning strike shattered the protective barrier, it landed accurately on his true divine dragon physique. Huang Xiaolong's body swayed, but he withstood the impact. Right at this time, an alarming lightning force appeared in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea, attacking his godheads. It was a soul attack. The heavenly god tribulation wasn't limited to the physical body, also including soul attacks. However, Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads were close to indestructible. When that tribulation lightning landed on his godheads, they didn't even shake, giving the illusion that the lightning strike was a mere gentle tickle them. However, just as Huang Xiaolong was about to catch his breath, dark lightning clouds gathered under the 9 heavens at an even larger scale, exceeding 1,000 li in diameter. Huang Xiaolong nearly choked in shock. What is happening? Wasn't the heavenly god tribulation just a single lightning strike? Why was there a second one coming? But he had no time to think, madly circulating his god force once more, forming a new protective barrier around himself. In this short time, the second lightning strike was already roaring down on Huang Xiaolong, akin to a giant dragon crashing into the earth. The air currents in a diameter of 1,000 li turned chaotic and turbulent, while the sound of rumbling thunder and crackling lightning could be heard even farther away. What's that? The lightning of heaven tribulation? Who's attempting to break through to the heavenly god realm here? Breaking through to the heavenly god realm? How could that be? That lightning strike is too overwhelming. Its destructive power comparable to someone trying to break through into the ancient god realm. Farther in the distance, outside of the range of the tribulation clouds, disciples of the three sects were dumbfounded as they looked at the rumbling black clouds high in the sky. They were so far away from the tribulation clouds, yet they could feel their skin prickling from the destructive power. In this situation, even a third-order heavenly god realm would probably suffer grave injuries if hit. At this point, the protective god force barrier around Huang Xiaolong was shattered once again by the falling lightning. In that instant, Huang Xiaolong felt like he was about to cough out his internal organs from the impact. Blood flowed out from the corner of his lips. Multiple crisscrossing wounds appeared across his flesh. Following the searing pain on his flesh, the latter part of the tribulation lightning had arrived in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea. This time around, the soul attack was 3 times stronger than the previous one. When the lightning struck his 3 supreme godheads, resounding crackling noises were heard, causing them to shake violently. Fortunately, there was no visible damage. Huang Xiaolong let out the breath he had been holding in unknowingly. In the next second, however, his face paled slightly, for high above him, the dark clouds did not dissipate at all. Instead, they seemed to be brewing another lightning strike as the clouds spread even further, reaching 3,000 li in diameter. The third lightning strike. There's actually a third bolt of lightning. Sissy fudges. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help swearing under his breath. Outside of the range of 1,000 li, the spectating disciples watched as the dark clouds suddenly roiled outwards, getting larger, and their faces went pallid. Everyone started fleeing from until they were way outside the range of the dark clouds before they felt safe enough to stop. The 3 sect's disciples had just run out from the danger zone when they saw 9 bolts of lightning several times thicker than the first 2 striking down at the same time. Space fissures appeared faster than they could mend, while the air currents turned into furious hurricanes. That small portion of the island with a diameter of 3,000 li seemed like a separate world. The raging wind howled ferociously and space shook as if the world was coming to an end. Outside those 3,000 li, the cliffs and mountain peaks exploded into gravel and dust, flying all over. 9 bolts of tribulation lightning. They only appear when a heavenly god realm cultivator breaks into the ancient god realm. Someone is breaking through to the ancient god realm there. But this is the volcano isle only our 3 sects outer disciples and inner disciples can enter. How could there be someone trying to break through to the ancient god realm here? Look, that 9 bolts of lightning are weaker than what is described in the legends. The 3 sects disciples were astounded, amazed, and debating what was happening. When the 9 bolts of lightning struck the crown of Huang Xiaolong's head, the protective barrier he barely erected popped like bubbles on the seashore. The 9 bolts of lightning lashed onto Huang Xiaolong's body without impediment. Huang Xiaolong's true divine dragon physique that had yet to heal exploded into blood mist, scattered by the wind. His physical body was gone. However, it did not end there. The 9 bolts of lightning force entered his soul sea, attacking his 3 supreme godheads. His godheads were swaying greatly, cracking sounds coming from them as if they were about to shatter at any moment. The cracking noises went on for several minutes before the 3 godheads stabilized, having endured the impact. In the next moment, they released a radiant light and a joyful humming sound, like dragons roaring, archdevils howling, and 10,000 Buddhas chanting at the same time. Myriad images of divine dragons, archdevils, and golden Buddhas lit up the sky. Under the radiance of the 3 supreme godheads, tiny particles of blood started gather from all around, merging and reforming Huang Xiaolong's body. At this point, there was no longer a soul sea in Huang Xiaolong's consciousness, having integrated with his 3 supreme godheads. It was now a boundless sea, a god sea. Inside his holy dragon supreme godhead was a multicolored god sea. In his archdevil supreme godhead was a god sea that was black as ink, while in his infinite Buddha supreme godhead was a translucent golden god sea. He had finally formed his god sea, becoming a heavenly god realm cultivator. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong was beyond elated, his heart thumping with excitement. He could be considered a small expert now, right? His status and identity wouldn't be the same. Moreover, he noticed that he actually leaped to mid-first order heavenly god realm in one go. He had completely absorbed every last strand of energy from those 6 ice jade ink fruits. After being immersed in his joy for a few minutes, Huang Xiaolong calmed down and got up on his feet. Seeing his surroundings that were blasted flat with nary a blade of grass around, his heart palpitated, recalling his experience earlier. If there was a 4th lightning strike, he would have died without a doubt. Shaking away those thoughts, Huang Xiaolong circulated his heavenly god force and flew off. Due to the large difference in the gravitational force between the divine world and the lower realm, the moment Huang Xiaolong's feet left the ground in flight, his body wobbled out of balance, nearly plummeting face down. After 2 or 3 minutes of dangerous flying, Huang Xiaolong finally got the hang of the divine world's gravity. His first destination was the previous unassuming lake. Swift as an arrow, roughly 15 minutes later, Huang Xiaolong was back at the lake. Detecting disciples of the three sects moving close to the area, he swiftly drilled into the ground tens of zhang below the lake. Looking at the several kilometer-long extreme yang fire or vein that was akin to a coiling fire dragon, Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. His three godheads were cheering as he circulated his god force, emitting a radiant light. Letting out a low bellow, Huang Xiaolong's arms extended in front of him, creating an overwhelming suction force that started pulling at the vein. The weight of the vein hit Huang Xiaolong like a great mountain. Both of his arms trembled, yet the vein didn't move at all. Huang Xiaolong's forehead creased slightly. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his primordial divine dragon form, using his powerful claws to grab the extreme yang fire or vein, pulling it up with great force. Rumble! The earth quaked and the soil shifted. The lake waters above were splashing in high waves. A second later, the vein finally loosened, slowly moving up. Huang Xiaolong felt as if his dragon claws were lifting a cosmic mountain, not an vein. It was so heavy that his dragon claws were on the verge of being torn off from his body. Furthermore, the daunting fire element force coming from the extreme yang fire or wasn't something Huang Xiaolong could endure for long with his current strength, even in his primordial divine dragon form. It was simply too hot, as if the fire element force from the extreme tang fire or vein wanted to melt everything it touched. Knowing he couldn't give it up, Huang Xiaolong gritted his teeth and persisted. More disciples of the three sects were approaching the lake area. If he gave up at this point, who knows when he would be able to advance to the second stage of his heaven-opening tenet. Sometime later, he finally managed to pull the vein out, but the submerging dragon ring space was simply insufficient to hold it. Thus Huang Xiaolong resorted to throwing it into the godly empty Shumi space. When his dragon claws released their hold on the vein, Huang Xiaolong was close to collapsing. The vast reservoir of god force in his three supreme godheads was depleted. Not waiting for his strength to return, he forced himself up and left the lake underground. Water was rushing out from the lake as its waves shifted unevenly. The tranquil surroundings were unrecognizable. Huang Xiaolong did not linger, disappearing from the area in a flicker. A short half-hour after Huang Xiaolong left, the first group of the three sects disciples appeared. Such a rich fire element spiritual energy. What's with the deep pit in the ground? These disciples were exclaiming high and low as they checked out the wrecked surroundings. 4 hours later, Huang Xiaolong was more than 3,000 li away from the lake. Taking in the undulating mountain range before him, Huang Xiaolong flew toward a nondescript mountain, descending at the foothills. Forming a blade with his god force, a 10-meter deep hole soon appeared in the ground. Huang Xiaolong continued to dig sideways below the surface for several hundred meters until he was below the mountain itself before shaping out a 60 square meters cave. He planned to refine that extreme yang fire or vein here. Lastly, he covered the 10 meters deep pit and arranged a concealing array around it before returning to the underground cave he had dug. He then summoned the godly MT Shumi and entered the space within in a flash. The vein was lying quietly on the ground while emitting scorching heat like boiling magma. If his cultivation was still in the high god realm, just this scorching heat would be enough to burn his skin. Sitting cross-legged in the air above the extreme yang fire or vein, Huang Xiaolong began circulating his god force in accordance to the heaven-opening tenet technique. The extreme yang fire or began melting into an amber liquid, gathering into an arm-thick stream of energy that entered Huang Xiaolong's body. At first contact with the steam of fire element energy, Huang Xiaolong's body quivered visibly, as if someone lit his internal organs on fire. From a distance, he looked like coal glowing in the dark with red vapor coming out from his skin. Huang Xiaolong gritted his teeth to keep himself from groaning from the excruciating pain as he refined the streams of scorching energy inside his body, turning them into a part of his strength. In Huang Xiaolong's consciousness, his three supreme godheads' radiance was dyed with a bright ember red. At the same time, he could distinctively feel his godheads and true divine dragon physique becoming stronger as he refined the extreme yang fire or vein. Half a month later, he gradually adapted to the scorching heat invading his body. During this time, his refining speed also went up by a tiny bit. As Huang Xiaolong's 3 godheads continuously absorbed the energy, the several kilometers long or vein shrunk in size as the days passed. Time flowed by as Huang Xiaolong stayed undisturbed in seclusion while the outside world was in a furor. The Elephant Genesis sect Grand Elder Zhao Qinyuan's personal disciple, Han Yang, a talented cultivator with a high-grade rank 10 godhead, was dead. He died on the Volcano Isle. When the news spread, it struck the Elephant Genesis sect like an earthquake above rank 10 on the Richter scale. Even the Barbarian God sect and Great Whale sect were alarmed by the news. Han Yang died at the Volcano Isle. Grand Elder Zhao Qinyuan of the Elephant Genesis sect was so incensed that he's rushing back from the extraterritorial devil battlefield right now. He wants to personally investigate the cause of Han Yang's death. I wonder if that Han Yang died in the jaws of a demonic beast or was killed by a disciple from the 3 sects. We can only hope it was a demonic beast. If Han Yang's death is related to the 3 sects' disciples, once they are found out, the whole Green Cloud Island will be dragged into turmoil. Yes, the death of a genius like Han Yang is a great loss to the Elephant Genesis sect. They're definitely going all out for revenge. Han Yang was a peak late second order heavenly god realm master. There aren't many amongst the inner disciples who are capable of killing him. That person should be at least a mid-third order heavenly god or above. On the Volcano Isle, Han Yang's death was discussed everywhere by the 3 sects disciples with shock and trepidation. But Huang Xiaolong was ignorant to this chain of events taking place in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 5 months were gone. The several kilometers-long extreme yang fire or vein was reduced to a mere dozen meters by Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads, resembling a small docile snake. If others found out about this horrifying refining speed, they would probably be frightened to death on the spot. After Huang Xiaolong stepped into heavenly god realm, even a high-level heavenly god master's refining speed would fall behind. A few more days passed before those last dozen meters were entirely refined by Huang Xiaolong. In other words, he had swallowed an extreme yang fire or vein several kilometers long in a little more than 5 months. Huang Xiaolong, who had been still for the last 5 months, finally opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to check his internal condition with his divine sense. After integrating the extreme yang fire or vein's energy into his true divine dragon physique, not only had his meridians and veins become wider and many times stronger, in Huang Xiaolong's mind it looked like fire dragons were swimming vigorously through his veins. The same vigorous fire energy filled his internal organs, flesh, and blood. On the surface of his 3 supreme godheads was a layer of extreme yang fire akin to a protective divine armor that emitted a charming red glow. More importantly, his strength had risen to peak late first order heavenly god realm. Just half a step more and he could advance to the second order. It's time to return to the barbarian god sect. Huang Xiaolong stood up with anticipation glimmering in his eyes. There were still 20+ days until the submerging dragon ranking battle. The timing was just right. Subsequently, he wondered if that Zhu Wanchen had broken through to the heavenly god realm yet. A cold sneer lifted the corners of his lips at this thought. After coming out from the cave he had stayed in for over 5 months, Huang Xiaolong determined the direction of his destination and proceeded to fly in the direction of the ship's dock. Huang Xiaolong hadn't traveled very far when he heard disciples of the 3 sects talking about Han Yang's death. Han Yang's master, Zhao Qinyuan, came to the Volcano Isle? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow at what he overheard. He then went through the details of the event. After killing Han Yang, he had cleaned up the scene quite nicely, confident that he didn't leave any clues behind. Therefore Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried that Zhao Qinyuan or anybody else from the Elephant Genesis sect could find any clues. Not to mention the fact that Han Yang was a peak late second order heavenly god realm cultivator. Because of this, Zhao Qinyuan and others from the Elephant Genesis sect's investigation party would naturally focus more on disciples with cultivation of third order heavenly god realm and above, overlooking Huang Xiaolong in the process. Despite the furor this matter caused, Huang Xiaolong did not put it to heart. After several days of flying, he could see the flying ship's port on the horizon. Huang Xiaolong was flying onward when he detected a faint energy fluctuation up ahead. His divine sense spread out and immediately located one person, Chen Jinji. Although he had never seen Chen Jinji in person, Huang Xiaolong knew his face thanks to the memories of that single barbarian god, sect inner disciple he had killed, which was why he was able to recognize Chen Jinji at a glance. Huang Xiaolong inwardly sneered. So, it's you. He had been pondering how to deal with this Chen Jinji after he returned to the barbarian god sect, but now he could deal with the matter earlier, which he liked. Huang Xiaolong continued flying onward as if he did not detect any abnormalities. When Chen Jinji saw Huang Xiaolong appearing from his hiding place, his heart leaped with joy. He was all prepared to kill Huang Xiaolong with a sneak attack without revealing himself when his actions halted. Huang Xiaolong could fly in the air, this finding shocked Chen Jinji. The brat actually broke through to the heavenly god realm. It hadn't even been a full year since Huang Xiaolong was accepted into the barbarian god sect. After his shock passed, the killing intent in Chen Jinji's eyes intensified. This Huang Xiaolong must die today. If not, once the brat returned to the barbarian god sect and was promoted to an inner disciple, killing him would be much more difficult. Thinking of it, Chen Jinji no longer held back, fully circulating his heavenly god force. The god force gathering in his palm became denser, surging with power. When Huang Xiaolong was within 30 meters of him, Chen Jinji bellowed, swinging his fist at him. Black corpse of the Poison King fist. Instantly, a black aura of death appeared, roiling like angry sea waves. A cloak of darkness was cast over the sky. The barbarian god sect had stood on the Green Cloud Island over 1,000,000 years. Its generations of predecessors had discovered many great ancient masters' cultivation dwellings. Amongst their discoveries was included an evil cultivator's techniques and battle arts. This black corpse of the Poison King fist was one of the more powerful ones. On the other hand, not many barbarian god sect disciples would choose to cultivate these evil cultivators' battle arts. Despite their high attack power, these techniques were hard to learn, not to mention the pain they would have suffered in order to practice it. Watching the fist that was about to hit him, Huang Xiaolong suddenly stopped and retaliated with a great void divine fist. Rumble. The surrounding space shook from the burst of impact. The collision forced Chen Jinji out from his hiding place as he staggered back several times, finally stabilizing himself 1,000 meters away. Huang Xiaolong also retreated a similar distance. You. Chen Jinji was looking at Huang Xiaolong with a horrified expression when he regained his balance. The shock in his heart was clearly written on his face. How was it possible? He was a late third-order heavenly god realm. How could Huang Xiaolong contend with him equally in terms of strength? Huang Xiaolong did not bother with the expression of utter shock on Chen Jinji's face. He looked at him, shaking his head lightly, sounding rueful as he said, Chen Jinji, had you not come to the volcano isle, you could have lived a little longer. You know who I am? Chen Jinji's throat suddenly felt dry. Huang Xiaolong smiled, but there was no mirth in his eyes. I also know that you're Lin Chaochuan's cousin. Chen Jinji's face tightened grimly as a thought flashed in his mind. Did Wang Fei tell you all of this? Wang Fei was the name of the inner disciple that tailed Huang Xiaolong from the flying ship. Wang Fei actually betrayed him. You can ask him when you arrive in hell. Huang Xiaolong's voice turned icy. Wang Fei was dead. Chen Jinji's heart jumped to his throat. Had Huang Xiaolong said that before the move they exchanged earlier, Chen Jinji would never have believed that a late second-order heavenly god realm cultivator such as Wang Fei had died in Huang Xiaolong's hands, a new outer disciple of their barbarian god sect. But he had just gotten a taste of Huang Xiaolong's strength. Chen Jinji suddenly threw his head back in laughter. Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry, calmly watching the other's antics. Huang Xiaolong, I'm afraid you don't know the disaster you've brought upon yourself by killing Wang Fei. He was a member of the Green Cloud Island's Wang family. Even if I don't kill you now, the Wang family won't let you off either. Then again, according to the barbarian god sect's rules, killing a same-sect brethren is already a crime punishable by death. A ruthless glint flitted across Chen Jinji's eyes. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong didn't seem ruffled by Chen Jinji's words. Do you think you will be able to escape and inform the Wang family? Chun Jinji's face bloomed into a smile. You think you can stop me? In their exchange earlier, they were equally matched. Neither gained the upper hand. Even if Huang Xiaolong had other methods, Chun Jinji was still confident he would be able to safely outrun him. Chun Jinji's retort barely left his mouth when he saw Huang Xiaolong turning into a primordial divine dragon right in front of his eyes. An overpowering dragon might that came from the brutal ancient times enveloped heaven and earth. Huang Xiaolong's momentum rose several times in an instant. Chun Jinji's smile vanished. He had just turned to flee, but Huang Xiaolong was already blocking the path in front of him. Dragon claws the size of a small mountain slammed down on Chun Jinji. Violent ape's fiery palm. Sensing the threat of death, Chun Jinji's god force was churning madly. Crackling and popping noises came from him as his body swelled twice its original size. His eyes turned blood red, attacking Huang Xiaolong. The violent ape's fiery palm was one of the demonic beast clan's battle arts that could exponentially increase a person's attack power. It had a damaging after effect and depleted one's vitality. The few barbarian god sect disciples that practiced the battle arts rarely uses it, but Chun Jinji was desperate. A thunderous boom reverberated in the sky. Dust and sand flew into the air, lifted by the strong shockwave, and even the towering trees in the distance were uprooted. Chun Jinji felt as if a giant mountain slammed into him and was severely knocked back from the impact, crashing into the ground a few hundred meters away. Blood clouded his sight, filled his mouth and nose, even flowing out from his ears. Lying limply in the pit, blood gurgled out from his mouth like a hot spring. His mind was a muddled paste. As a late third-order heavenly god realm cultivator, executed the violent ape's fiery palm at the risk of damaging his vitality still lost so thoroughly at that. How? Why? Didn't this Huang Xiaolong merely have a top-rank 8th godhead? How could he be such a freak? He advanced to the heavenly god realm in less than a year after entering the barbarian god sect, straight to peak late first-order heavenly god realm at that. He was freakish peak late first-order heavenly god realm that could defeat a late third-order heavenly god like him. This level of monstrous talent left their current chief disciple Chun Hao in the dust by 10,000 miles. Huang Xiaolong arrived above Chun Jinji in a flicker, his big dragon eyes looking emotionlessly at the figure below. Chun Jinji laid there, flashing Huang Xiaolong a grievous smile. He asked in a weak voice, Huang Xiaolong, before dying, I have a request. Speak. Please make it quick, said Chun Jinji. Rest assured. Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw sucked Chun Jinji out from the pit. Then after a brief soul scouring, his dragon claws clapped. Huang Xiaolong took away Chun Jinji's godhead and spatial ring before burning his corpse with a flick of a fireball. Subsequently, he continued onward towards the flying ship port. However, from far away, Huang Xiaolong saw the Elephant Genesis sect disciples surrounding the flying ship point so tightly that even a fly couldn't sneak through them. They were checking all the disciples that were leaving the volcano Isle one by one. Seeing them, Huang Xiaolong carefully converged his aura before walking toward the ship with a mild expression. 2 disciples clad in the Elephant Genesis sect's law enforcement robes blocked Huang Xiaolong's path, but noticing he was wearing the barbarian god sect's outer disciple robe, they only asked a few perfunctory questions. Feeling there was nothing suspicious about Huang Xiaolong, they let him go. After paying 500 Shinbi for the fare back to Wing Tiger City, Huang Xiaolong boarded the flying ship without looking back. The ship filled up in a short time and soon departed from the docks. 10 days of flight later, Huang Xiaolong was finally back in the barbarian god sect. There were 5 days left until the outer disciples' submerging dragon ranking battle. However, the registration had already started a few days ago. So, upon his return, Huang Xiaolong did not return to his room, instead heading to the submerging dragon hall to register for the ranking battle. As he made his way to the submerging dragon hall, the passers-by disciples' conversations entered Huang Xiaolong's ears. This batch's genius outer disciple Zhu Wanchen truly lives up to his reputation as the Zhu family's brightest star of the last 10 millennia. He has already broken through to the heavenly god realm after just 9 months in the barbarian god sect. Some say he actually advanced 2 months ago. I also heard that Senior Brother Chen Hao invited him to join the Sky Dragon League. Senior Brother seems to place quite a high importance on Zhu Wanchen. He was even seen giving guidance to him. For real? I didn't expect Senior Brother would personally guide him. After all, Senior Brother Chen Hao is our sect's #1 most talented disciple of the last 100,000 years. Zhu Wanchen has registered for the Submerging Dragon ranking battle. It looks like the first place is certainly his. The sect chief has returned from the extraterritorial devil battlefield. I heard that he will observe the ranking battle and will accept Zhu Wanchen as his personal disciple in front of everyone when he wins the first place. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly as he listened to the words of admiration and envy around him. Zhu Wanchen has broken through to the heavenly god realm? All the better. He would be worried if he hadn't. Slightly over an hour later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Submerging Dragon Hall. Due to his performance during the disciple recruitment assessment, the new batch of outer disciples recognized him at a glance when he appeared in the hall. Huang Xiaolong had just stepped into the hall when 2 new outer disciples stood in his way. Huang Xiaolong, where did you hide these past few months? You finally have the guts to show up now. What, you really came to register for the Submerging Dragon ranking battle? Do you really think you're qualified to be Big Brother Zhu Wanchen's opponent? One of them sneered, sounding condescending. During the disciple recruitment assessment, you only got the 2nd place because you cheated. A wastrel like you with a top rank 8 godhead isn't qualified to challenge Big Brother Zhu Wanchen. The other joined in and added, Big Brother Zhu Wanchen doesn't even need to act personally. Even one hand of mine can easily squash you to the floor. These 2 outer disciples were ranked 4th and 5th in the assessment. The 4th ranked was named Jiang Yi, while the 5th ranked disciple was Cui Zifan, both of whom possessed high rank 9 godheads. The result of the disciple recruitment assessment had birthed great dissatisfaction in their hearts when a person with a mere top rank 8 godhead like Huang Xiaolong was standing above them in the list. Moreover, after these months of effort, both their strengths had improved greatly. Although they had yet to break through to the heavenly god realm like Zhu Wanchen, they still reached perfection stage late 10th order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over them, spitting out one word, scram! Jiang Yi and Cui Zifan's expressions turned ugly in an instant. Huang Xiaolong, you're courting death. Jiang Yi's face was distorted with anger. Since you're asking for it, this matter doesn't need to wait for Big Brother Zhu Wanchen to deal with you. I'll cripple you right here and now. He then attacked Huang Xiaolong with a sudden palm strike. Palm force howled in the air, manifesting overlapping blurry shadows. Jiang Yi was a member of the Green Cloud Islands Jiang family, and the palm strike he was executing was none other than their family's overlapping shadows palm, illusory yet real, making it hard for the enemy to distinguish where the actual palm attack was falling. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't even look at it. His palm casually struck out. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's unconcerned expression as if looking down on him, a ruthless glint flickered in Jiang Yi's eyes as he increased the amount of god force in his attack. Pa! The 2 palms met in midair. Before anyone could see what happened, the ferocious-looking Jiang Yi was suddenly filled with fear. In the next second, he was sent flying back like a broken kite, slamming onto one of the stone pillars in the hall and plopping to the floor. The surrounding disciples who were waiting for a good show quieted abruptly, especially Cui Zifan and other outer disciples of the same batch. Jiang Yi had just registered for the Submerging Dragon ranking battle earlier and had loudly proclaimed that he would obtain the 2nd place. Now, this self-proclaimed #2 persona was spurting blood from his mouth like it wasn't worth anything. Huang Xiaolong raised his eyes slightly in Cui Zifan's direction. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's gaze on him, Cui Zifan turned sickly green. His feet unconsciously moved back as he shook his head in hands. Huang, Big Brother Huang. Just now it was only a joke. We were just joking. Cui Zifan squeezed a smile that was uglier than a crying pig. Huang Xiaolong snapped coldly, Scram! I'm scramming. I'm scramming. Cui Zifan nodded vigorously despite the ugly expression on his face. He scurried over to lift Jiang Yi before fleeing from the hall, disappearing a breath later. Huang Xiaolong threw Cui Zifan and Zhang Yi out of his mind as he walked toward the inner hall where the registration for the Submerging Dragon ranking battle was located. After all, raising too much of a commotion here was unworthy of the troubles that would come after. The situation earlier was different, as Zhang Yi attacked first and Huang Xiaolong merely defended himself. The disciples who were crowding in a circle around Huang Xiaolong opened a path for him, dread on their faces as if he would attack them for no good reason. Reaching the counter, Huang Xiaolong proceeded to put his name in for the ranking battle. However, the inner disciple in charge of registration couldn't help sneaking in a few curious glances at him. After his registration was handed in, Huang Xiaolong left the Submerging Dragon Hall before a series of complicated gazes, returning to his own room. While Huang Xiaolong stepped into his room, Cui Zifan carried Zhang Yi in front of Zhu Wanchen. With a pitiful wronged face, Cui Zifan whined, adding vinegar and salt to the story as he recounted what happened in the Submerging Dragon Hall. That Huang Xiaolong's arrogance has grown higher than the sky. When he registered for the Submerging Dragon ranking battle, he dared to declare he was going to defeat Big Brother Zhu and take the first place. Zhang Yi and I couldn't stand for his arrogance and politely advised him. But who knew he would attack and injure Zhang Yi? Cui Zifan clenched his fists, eyes scarlet with hate. Big Brother Zhu, you must avenge us, ah! Although Zhu Wanchen was well aware there were a lot of things added into Cui Zifan's story, it was an undeniable fact that Huang Xiaolong heavily injured Zhang Yi. Don't worry, I will settle this account with Huang Xiaolong on your behalf, Zhu Wanchen promised, a sharp gleam shining in the depth of his eyes. We're grateful, Big Brother Zhu. Cui Zifan's face beamed in happiness. Zhu Wanchen added, let that Huang Xiaolong feel proud for a few more days. 5 days later, on the battle stage, I will make him kneel on and kowtow to you two in apology. Cui Zifan quickly put on an ingratiating smile saying, with Big Brother Zhu's strength, defeating Huang Xiaolong is a small matter. One finger is more than enough. When the ranking battle ends and Big Brother Zhu holds the most glorious spot on the ranking list, the sect chief will receive you as his personal disciple on the spot. We will follow Big Brother Zhu in the future. Zhu Wanchen chuckled at his words. Those who follow me won't be mistreated. 5 days soon passed. As the time grew closer to the day of the ranking battle, the atmosphere around the sect became lively. In the past, the higher echelon of the barbarian god sect wouldn't pay so much attention to the outer disciples' Submerging Dragon ranking battle, but now, because of Zhu Wanchen, the sect chief and higher echelon would take the time to observe the battle. Huang Xiaolong, who had been staying in his room in Cultivation for the last 5 days, ended his practice. He then walked out from his room, walking toward the Submerging Dragon ranking battle stage. The Submerging Dragon ranking battle stage was located at the top of the Submerging Dragon Peak. Huang Xiaolong walked up at his own pace, neither fast nor slow, taking half an hour to reach the peak. By the time he reached his destination, the peak was already packed with people. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong is here. When Huang Xiaolong reached the peak, his appearance raised a commotion among the crowd of disciples. 5 days ago, the incident where he sent Zhang Yi flying with a palm strike circulated among a small group of disciples, boosting his fame in the outer disciples' circle. Huang Xiaolong? Who's this Huang Xiaolong? Asked a confused disciple. Even though Huang Xiaolong had a small reputation, there were still a lot of disciples hearing his name for the first time. You don't know who Huang Xiaolong is? He's one of the new outer disciples, ranked second in the recruitment assessment. The catch is, his talent is only high enough to condense a top-rank 8th godhead. Many of the disciples from the same batch claimed he cheated in the assessment, but a few days ago, this Huang Xiaolong had a little conflict with the 4th-ranked Zhang Yi, surprisingly giving that perfection stage late 10th order high god realm Zhang Yi heavy injuries with just a single palm strike. A disciple generously explained. Heavily injured a perfection stage late 10th order high god realm with just a single palm strike. Many other disciples exclaimed hearing what that person said. There's more. After the new disciple recruitment ended, this Huang Xiaolong challenged Zhu Wanchen in the Submerging Dragon ranking battle, saying he was going to defeat Zhu Wanchen in one move. The same disciple added, "What? He wants to defeat Zhu Wanchen in one move. Is this Huang Xiaolong a fool or an idiot? Zhu Wanchen has a top-rank 10 godhead, the Zhu family's greatest genius yet. Now that Zhu Wanchen has broken through to the heavenly god realm, I wonder if this Huang Xiaolong still has the guts to challenge him. As powerful as he can be, if he still hasn't advanced to the heavenly god realm, he's probably dead before Zhu Wanchen's attack even reaches him. Even if he did become a heavenly god, it's still impossible for him to battle Zhu Wanchen. The rank gap between godheads determines one's battle abilities, especially in the same cultivation realm. Everyone was trying to put forward their opinion. Huang Xiaolong walked on as if he hadn't heard any of these words, looking calm, until he reached the battle stage and looked toward the other end. There was a small raised platform on that side with 10 people currently standing on top. These 10 were the last submerging dragon ranking battle's top 10 disciples. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the person standing at the frontmost of the group, a brawny middle-aged man close to 2 meters tall. He was the champion of last term's submerging dragon ranking, Jiang Zheng. This Jiang Zheng had been the champion of the submerging dragon ranking for 3 consecutive years. Although the rank of the godhead this Jiang Zheng condensed wasn't very high, a low-grade rank 9 godhead, he was strong, hailed as the strongest person in the barbarian god sect below the heavenly god realm. It was said that this Jiang Zheng was suppressing his strength, delaying his breakthrough to the heavenly god realm just to cultivate a technique called virtue of unequaled immortality. In fact, the submerging dragon ranking battle was extremely simple. The disciples who registered would go up and challenge any one of the last term's top 10. As long as he or she succeeded in the challenge, they would replace their predecessor in the ranking. In other words, if Huang Xiaolong challenged and defeated Jiang Zhen, he would replace him as the first-place title holder. It goes without saying that after Huang Xiaolong defeated Jiang Zhen, he would have to accept challenges from other disciples, maintaining an undefeated record until the end. While Huang Xiaolong was observing Jiang Zhen, a loud voice shouted, "Zhu Wanchen has arrived." The crowd stirred with excitement. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder. In the distance, Zhu Wanchen was walking on the air toward the submerging dragon peak. The edge of his robe fluttered in the breeze, looking serene and charming, adding a slight confident arch of his mouth. As expected, Zhu Wanchen has broken through to the heavenly god realm. Looks like the rumors were true. Watching Zhu Wanchen walking on the air toward the battle stage, the crowd of disciples broke into another wave of exclamations. The female outer disciples' eyes resembled sparkling stars as they fixed on Zhu Wanchen's figure. A charming, confident, and otherworldly young man, with a good family background as well as talent like Zhu Wanchen, was the ideal cultivation companion in the eyes of these female disciples. Upon arriving at the peak, Zhu Wanchen gracefully and slowly descended to the ground. "Big brother Zhu." From the crowd, Zhang Yi and several others approached Zhu Wanchen, wearing ingratiating smiles on their faces as they called out in a familiar manner. Zhu Wanchen stood with his hands behind his back, chest upright. Giving Zhang Yi's group a slight nod, he asked, "That Huang Xiaolong, is he here yet?" Cui Zifen rushed to answer, "He's here." He then pointed in the direction where Huang Xiaolong was standing. Zhu Wanchen turned to look in Huang Xiaolong's direction, causing their gazes to collide in the air. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong's figure, Zhu Wanchen's mouth curved into a charming smile as he approached. Cui Zifen, Zhang Yi, and the others followed closely behind Zhu Wanchen. Stopping in front of Huang Xiaolong, he spoke mildly, "Huang Xiaolong, come here." Kneel down and apologize to Zhang Yi. Though mild, the command in his voice was unmistakable. Huang Xiaolong inwardly shook his head with speechlessness. Does this Zhu Wanchen thinks he's already the future barbarian god sect chief? Huang Xiaolong gave a sympathetic yet disdainful glance to Zhu Wanchen, then completely ignored him, turning his attention back to the battle stage. Zhu Wanchen did not expect Huang Xiaolong would actually dare to ignore him. His body stiffened, then his face turned green and red, murder spewing out from his eyes. "Very good, Huang Xiaolong. I wanted to give you a chance, but since you do not know how to appreciate my good intentions, then I won't show mercy on the stage. I will cripple you completely. Zhu Wanchen castigated Huang Xiaolong. Then he left with Cui Zifan and Jiang Yi's group in tow. Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly in response. The surrounding disciples saw that Huang Xiaolong dared to ignore Zhu Wanchen and were flabbergasted. Some shook their heads in pity, while some hurled insults and ridicule. Naturally, there would quite a few gloating at others' misfortune. Hidden in the void above, the barbarian god sect chief Gu Ling witnessed what took place and inquired from Elder Huang Xiaoming beside him, "Who is that child?" His gaze indicated Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaoming hurried to answer, "He's a newly recruited outer disciple who placed second in the assessment, named Huang Xiaolong, but his talent is only average." After the assessment ended, he challenged Zhu Wanchen, claiming he would defeat him with one move. Grand Elder Lin Shen scoffed, "Just a top-rank 8 godhead wastrel." But he actually dared to say he wants to challenge Zhu Wanchen, in one move at that. Truly the ignorant do not know the immensity of the sky. Hearing Huang Xiaoming and Lin Shen's explanation, the barbarian god sect chief Gu Ling also shook his head, feeling that Huang Xiaolong was too arrogant. A while later, Elder Jiang Yan appeared on the stage as the overseer of the ranking battle. After briefly going through the rules and the top 10 rewards, she announced the beginning of the battle. Instantly, a figure leaped flamboyantly onto the battle stage. When everyone got a good look of that person, the crowd was whispering excitedly. The first person who went up was Zhu Wanchen. Basking in the attention of the crowd, Zhu Wanchen pointed at the submerging dragon ranking number 1 person. "Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng, please enlighten me." Seeing that Zhu Wanchen really challenged Jiang Zheng, the crowd's excitement went up another degree. Jiang Zheng's brows creased slightly, but he leaped onto the battle stage. The battle has only just begun and Zhu Wanchen already challenged Jiang Zheng. This is really the battle of giants. Can Zhu Wanchen defeat Jiang Zheng? Jiang Zheng has been the submerging dragon ranking battles champion for 3 consecutive years. Even though he's hailed as the number 1 person below the heavenly god realm, he's not a match for Zhu Wanchen. That may not be the case. Rumors say that senior brother Jiang Zheng came across some fortuitous adventure some time back, and his strength now rivals an early heavenly god realm. Zhu Wanchen had just broken through not long ago. It's hard to say who has the upper hand. Below the stage, the disciples were discussing heatedly. On the battle stage, both Jiang Zheng and Zhu Wanchen's momentum kept rising, their robes fluttering without wind. Suddenly, Jiang Zheng and Zhu Wanchen, who had been observing each other quietly, acted. Both of them let out a bellow, and in the next second 2 fists collided in the air. Jiang Zheng tumbled back from the impact, staggering to the edge of the battle stage, whereas Zhu Wanchen stood steady as a mountain. Watching this, the crowd below drew in gasps of shock. Jiang Zheng, who had yet to break through to the heavenly god realm, truly wasn't Zhu Wanchen's match. Although his strength was comparable to an early first-order heavenly god master, Zhu Wanchen with his top-rank 10 godhead possessed extraordinary battle prowess. Definitely not what an average early first-order heavenly god could match. Great sun-burning sky palm. After staggering backward from the first exchange, Jiang Zheng's momentum rose again. A red flame burst out from his palm, striking in Zhu Wanchen's direction. That's an ancient Buddhist supreme art called Great Sun-Burning Sky Palm. It is said it can burn everything under the sun. Is that Jiang Zheng's fortuitous encounter? The crowd of disciples was amazed. Zhu Wanchen was inwardly shocked as well, watching Jiang Zheng displaying the Great Sun-Burning Sky Palm. Golden light-cutting palm. Zhu Wanchen's hands moved to his chest and pushed out. His palm force formed 2 radiant spheres of light, easily cutting Jiang Zheng's Great Sun-Burning Sky Palm into 4 sections. Fiery sparks shot out everywhere as the palm exploded. Zhu Wanchen leaped through the dying embers of the Great Sun-Burning Sky Palm, his palms landing accurately on Jiang Zheng's body. Without any suspense, Jiang Zheng was knocked down, then rolled to the edge of the stage once more. The crowd watched this with bated breaths. The consecutive 3-year champion of the submerging dragon ranking lost. In 3 strikes, after a brief moment of silence, a loud cheer broke out from the disciples. Zhu Wanchen! Zhu Wanchen! The majority of the outer disciples were chanting Zhu Wanshan's name, while the female outer disciples were shrieking excitedly. Listening to the frenzied waves of shouts around him, Zhu Wanshan nodded and smiled faintly toward the disciples below, displaying the demeanor of a high expert. Concealed in the void, the barbarian god sect chief Gu Ling revealed a faint smile. This Zhu Wanshan did not disappoint him, easily defeating Jiang Zheng. Such a talent, once he cultivated their barbarian god technique, he would definitely be able to display its full strength. A short while later, Elder Jiang Yen announced the result. Jiang Zheng wobbled down the stage with frustration. Accompanied by the shouts and cheers of the outer disciples below, Zhu Wanshan walked toward the spot where Jiang Zheng stood earlier. In between, his eyes glanced at Huang Xiaolong in the distance, the complacence obvious in his gaze. Subsequently, other disciples went up the battle stage, challenging the other 9 spots. What followed was a consecutive round of 20-plus challenges, mostly ending with the challenger's loss. Only a small number and replaced the previous names in the top 9. But no one dared to challenge Zhu Wanshan. He stood on the first-place spot of the submerging dragon ranking, looking leisurely. But seeing that Huang Xiaolong didn't seem to have any intention to challenge him after so long, Zhu Wanshan became annoyed. If Huang Xiaolong didn't challenge him today, wouldn't his plans to make him apologize on his knees go down the drain? Even if he defeated Huang Xiaolong in the future, there was no meaning to it. After the submerging dragon ranking battle ended, he would promoted. As an inner disciple, there was nothing to be proud of in defeating an outer disciple. In a short time, another dozen disciples had gone up to challenge. Below the stage, Huang Xiaolong watched the challenges with interest, as if he had no intention of going onto the stage. Watching this, Zhu Wanshan lost his patience, speaking in an icy voice. Huang Xiaolong, didn't you say before that you would defeat me in one strike during the submerging dragon ranking battle? So, you dare not even step up the battle stage? Have you turned into a cowardly turtle? Zhu Wanshan's voice wasn't very loud, but it spread out through the 4 ends of the battle stage. In an instant, all the disciples' gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. Finally can't hold it in any longer? He wanted to see how long Zhu Wanshan could last before he lost his patience. Looks like this Zhu Wanshan couldn't wait to humiliate him in public. To defeat him, then he would fulfill his wish. Before the crowd's gazes, Huang Xiaolong leaped on the battle stage. Huang Xiaolong had yet to say anything, but Zhu Wanshan already leaped onto the stage. I guess this Huang Xiaolong won't be able to take even one strike from Zhu Wanshan. Hidden in the void with the others, Grand Elder Lin Shen mocked. Maybe can last up to 3 strikes. The barbarian god sect chief Gu Ling said solemnly. He could defeat Jiang Yi in 1 strike, which means his strength is most likely comparable to Jiang Zheng's. On the battle stage, Zhu Wanshan strode a few feet up to Huang Xiaolong with a cold sneer on his face. Huang Xiaolong, I didn't think you really have the guts to come up. I've already said I won't show you any mercy. It's useless even if you regret it now. Are you done with your nonsense? Can we start now? Huang Xiaolong said aloofly. Hearing this, Zhu Wanshan's fury erupted. Very good. Huang Xiaolong, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll yield 3 strikes to you. After 3 strikes, I will defeat you in 1 move. Huang Xiaolong remained untouched. Give him a chance? Then he won't be polite. Huang Xiaolong's figure flickered, disappearing from the battle stage. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Zhu Wanshan, his fist swinging out. Watching Huang Xiaolong suddenly appearing in front of him, Zhu Wanshan's face tightened after a brief moment of shock, but in the split second he took to react, Huang Xiaolong's fist was about to land on his chest. Angered and astounded, Zhu Wanshan circulated his heavenly god force, punching out. A low grunt resounded from the battle stage. Subsequently, the crowd heard the noise of breaking bones. In the next moment, Zhu Wanshan was akin to a withered branch carried away by a hurricane, flying off and falling outside the battle stage. The ground quaked vigorously. Zhu Wanshan laid limply on the ground. One of his arms had ruptured until it was unrecognizable. The bones of his entire arm shattered. The disciples all around stood frozen on the spot, their mouths agape. Especially those female disciples. Their passionate gaze from before had turned to stupefaction. The other 9 people on the submerging dragon ranking also turned silly. Concealed in the void, Sect Chief Gu Ling, Grand Elder Lin Shun, and the others were dumbfounded, disbelief written all over their faces. The atmosphere turned awkward. A full 5 to 6 minutes passed before a disciple below the stage mumbled, "It really was just one strike." This inevitably reminded everyone of Huang Xiaolong's previous words, saying he would defeat Zhu Wanchen with a single blow. Prior to this, all of them had thought that Huang Xiaolong was a naive fool that didn't know the immensity of the sky. But now, great waves of shock were hitting everyone's hearts at this moment. Zhu Wanchen was a genius cultivator who condensed a top-rank 10 godhead not to mention he had advanced to the heavenly god realm, yet Huang Xiaolong was able to defeat him in a single attack. Then, Huang Xiaolong's current strength was, right at this time, the overseeing elder Jiang Yen reprimand Huang Xiaolong with fury spewing from her eyes. "Insolent! Huang Xiaolong, I haven't declared the beginning of the match, yet you actually made a sneak attack on Zhu Wanchen using such cruel method. Someone come and capture Huang Xiaolong. Lock him in the dungeon." Jiang Yen could see that Zhu Wanchen's internal organs were shattered from Huang Xiaolong's attack, while his godhead had most likely also received some damage. Even if he was healed, the roots of damage would still be there. Zhu Wanchen was a genius with a top-rank 10 godhead Thinking of the glorious moment when Zhu Wanchen would have broken into the ancient god realm, killing Huang Xiaolong 1,000 times was too light a punishment. At Jiang Yan's command to capture Huang Xiaolong, several disciples from the law enforcement hall swiftly leaped onto the battle stage. Without giving Huang Xiaolong a chance to speak, they were already bombarding him with attacks. Such a great opportunity to gain merit, they naturally couldn't miss it. These several law enforcement disciples were all inner disciples. 3 of them were early second-order heavenly god realm, while 2 were peak late first-order heavenly god realm cultivation. Watching the 5 law enforcement disciples rushing to apprehend him, Huang Xiaolong let out a cold snort, circulating the god force of his holy dragon supreme godhead. Huang Xiaolong's fist punched out, separating into 5 strikes in the blink of an eye. The 5 law enforcement hall disciples suddenly became ashen as they sensed the terrifying power of Huang Xiaolong's punches. Boom! Just like Zhu Wanchen previously, the 5 of them were sent flying off the battle stage at an even faster speed, crashing below. The ground quaked violently. All the disciples moved away in alarm, looking at the figure on the battle stage with apprehension. If Huang Xiaolong stunned everyone by defeating Zhu Wanchen with 1 strike, then now, there were no words to describe the feelings in their hearts. 5 law enforcement hall disciples, moreover 3 early second-order heavenly god realm cultivators. Was this Huang Xiaolong really a new outer disciple? On the raised platform, Elder Jiang Yen was just as astounded, disbelief written on her face. Hidden in the void, Gu Ling, Lin Shin, and the others' jaws dropped so low that a large pair could be stuffed inside. Recovering from her shock, Jiang Yan's expression turned even uglier. In a flicker, she was already standing on the battle stage, a cold glint bursting from her eyes. "Looks like I've underestimated you, however. Resisting capture and injuring the law enforcement disciples is a crime punishable by death." With that said, her slender arms made a series of strange gestures, forming a divine diagram in the blink of an eye. Seeing this divine diagram, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. This was the barbarian god sect's life and death destruction seal. Only an elder or someone with a higher position was allowed to cultivate it. After reaching the perfection realm of the technique, once the seal appeared, it could destroy all living beings. Not to mention the fact that, as an elder of the barbarian god sect, this Jiang Yen was a 7th-order heavenly god realm master. After condensing the life and death destruction seal, Jiang Yen let out a soft groan as her palms pushed out. The life and death destruction seal released a dazzling light, enveloping Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye. Watching that life and death destruction seal that was about to land on Huang Xiaolong, a figure appeared in the air all of a sudden. With a wave of his hand, He easily dispersed Zhang Yan's powerful array. Everyone was dazed. The figure who helped Huang Xiaolong to block Zhang Yan's attack was a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion akin to a baby, his eyes long and narrow. Neither the outer disciples nor the inner disciples knew who the white-haired old man was, but Zhang Yan's face paled instantly, getting on her knees fearfully as she respectfully greeted. Zhang Yan greets the ancestor. Ancestor. The barbarian god sect's ancestor. The barbarian god sect ancestor that hadn't appeared for several thousand years, who was in death seclusion to study an ancient divine technique, actually appeared before their eyes. All the present disciples were dumbfounded. Right at this time, ripples spread through space. Other than sect chief Gu Ling and Grand Elder Lin Shin, all the others knelt before the white-haired old man in respect and fear, greeting loudly. Our greetings to the ancestor. Gu Ling bowed low in salute. Only then did the surrounding disciples regain their senses, getting down on their knees. However, on the battle stage, other than Gu Ling, there was another person standing, Huang Xiaolong. When Grand Elder Lin Shin saw that Huang Xiaolong was still standing, he reprimanded harshly, Huang Xiaolong, such insolence! Why are you not on your knees after seeing the ancestor? But, contrary to others' estimation, the barbarian god sect ancestor Lu Zhuo wore an amiable smile on his face, casually waving his hand. It's fine. It's fine? Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Rumors had it that the barbarian god sect ancestor was extremely cold and merciless. Since when did he become so easygoing? Even sect chief Gu Ling was inwardly surprised. While everyone was still confused as to what was going on, Ancestor Lu Zhuo grinned at Huang Xiaolong. Little guy, your godhead is no mere top-rank 8 godhead. Am I right? In fact, he had arrived at the submerging dragon peak some time ago. But he concealed his presence so that even Gu Ling and the others failed to notice him. The ancestor had been in seclusion in order to cultivate an ancient divine technique, and finally had some small breakthrough, so he thought of coming out for a breather and stroll around. When he was passing by this place, he noticed that the submerging dragon ranking battle was in progress and came over to watch. When Lu Zhou saw that Huang Xiaolong defeated Zhu Wanchen, who had a top-rank 10 godhead in one strike, he too was surprised. Of course, other than surprise, he thought of Huang Xiaolong's actual talent. Although he heard the disciples below discussing Huang Xiaolong's top-rank 8 godhead, he found it hard to believe that was Huang Xiaolong's real talent. Huang Xiaolong looked at the barbarian god sect ancestor Lu Zhou, then nodded his head. Correct. My godhead is a low-grade king rank godhead. Low-grade king rank godhead. What? A low-grade king rank godhead. Huang Xiaolong actually has a low-grade king rank godhead. How could this be? The sound of surprised exclamations rose 1,000 zhang high. Even sect chief Gu Ling shuddered. Grand Elder Lin Shin, Elder Huang Xiaoming, and the others felt the muscles on their faces twitch. Other than shock, Lin Shin, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Yan's complexions didn't look that well. Especially Zhang Yan, she was prepared to kill Huang Xiaolong just now, which meant completely offending Huang Xiaolong. If he truly had a low-grade king rank godhead and caught the ancestor's eye, she wouldn't have any good days in the future. As an elder of the barbarian god sect, she naturally understood the importance of such a talented disciple to a sect. Although Zhu Wanchen had a top-rank 10 godhead, just a small rank below the king rank, the gap between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. If a top-rank 8 godhead was considered trash in Zhu Wanchen's eyes, then the top-rank 10 godhead was nothing but rubbish before a low-grade king rank godhead. At this time, Ancestor Lu Zhuo placed his palm on Huang Xiaolong's arm, sending a trace of god force his body to check his godhead. A while later, everyone held their breaths as they waited. The smile on the barbarian god sect Ancestor Lu Zhuo's face thickened, then he nodded. Indeed, a low-grade king rank godhead. Moreover, it's one of the more unique ones, the 3-furnace godhead. The 3-furnace godhead. Another wave of exclamations sounded in the air. Zhang Yan, who was hoping for a stroke of luck, turned a shade paler after hearing the ancestor's affirmation. The 3-furnace godhead stood at the top of the low-grade king rank. Just like its name, there were actually 3 godheads akin to furnace feet. Cultivators possessing this kind of godhead were not only proficient in cultivation, but also alchemy and weapons forging. Grand Elder Lin Shen smiled ingratiatingly at Ancestor Lu Zhua. Congratulations, Ancestor, Sect Chief. Our barbarian god sect has received our very first genius with a king-rank godhead. This is a heavenly blessing to our barbarian god sect. Congratulations, Ancestor, Sect Chief. This is heavenly blessing to our barbarian god sect. All the disciples present erupted into a loud cheer. Perhaps the disciples' cheers were too loud, rousing the unconscious Zhu Wanchen. Regaining consciousness, Zhu Wanchen heard repeatedly the words, "Heaven blessing our barbarian god sect." For a while, Zhu Wanchen couldn't understand what the words meant, but his gaze gradually sharpened on Huang Xiaolong's figure on the battle stage. He jumped to his feet, thundering in rage. "Huang Xiaolong, you bastard! I'll kill you!" In his opinion, Huang Xiaolong made a sneak attack while he was just a bit careless, thus being caught off guard. He, a genius with a top-rank 10 godhead, was actually sent flying out of the battle stage by a wastrel with a mere top-rank 8 godhead. The shame and humiliation he felt were too much. Zhu Wanchen's roar cut through the loud voices. The cheering disciples abruptly went quiet and looked strangely at Zhu Wanchen. He was about to rush up to the battle stage and beat up Huang Xiaolong while enduring the pain in his body when an authoritative voice barked at him, "Insolent!" The voice thundered in Zhu Wanchen's mind, causing his ears to buzz. Zhu Wanchen couldn't help looking toward a middle-aged man who was also standing on the battle stage. Although he had never seen Gu Ling, the golden barbarian god emblem on his robe was an indication of his identity. Sect Chief. Only the barbarian god emblem on the sect chief's robe was golden in color. Afraid that Zhu Wanchen would make a further fool of himself in front of Lu Zhua and Gu Ling being ignorant of their identities, Huang Xiaoming shouted, "Zhu Wanchen, get on your knees before the Ancestor and the Sect Chief." Ancestor. Sect Chief. Only now did Zhu Wanchen notice that beside Huang Xiaolong stood a white-haired old man. This was their barbarian god sect ancestor, Lu Zhua. Ancestor, Sect Chief. Zhu Wanchen dropped to his knees, shivering nonstop. Lu Zhua glanced at Zhu Wanchen. No matter what, Zhu Wanchen still had a top-rank 10 godhead. He had no thoughts of punishing him for this. "Huang Xiaolong, are you willing to become my disciple?" Lu Zhua's attention turned back to Huang Xiaolong, speaking warmly. All the present disciples, as well as Grand Elder Lin Shen and the others, cast envious looks in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Who was Lu Zhua? He was their barbarian god sect ancestor who hadn't accepted any disciples for several thousand years. Becoming the ancestor's disciple, on top of his talent, Huang Xiaolong literally reached the sky in a single bound. The question sounded like a thunderclap in Zhu Wanchen's head. His eyes widened as they fixed on Huang Xiaolong. This cannot be. What is going on? The ancestor actually wants to take this trash as his personal disciple. Lu Zhua's hand slowly stroked his white beard with a faint smile on his face while looking at Huang Xiaolong, waiting for him to kneel down and greet him as master. While everyone was willing to bet their lives that Huang Xiaolong was going to agree, he shook his head, saying, "I don't have this intention at the moment." "What?" Eyeballs fell to the ground in horror at Huang Xiaolong's answer. Huang Xiaolong actually refused. Sect Chief Gu Ling, Grand Elder Lin Shen, and the others were too shocked to react. Lu Zhua's hand stilled. "Huang Xiaolong, you?" Gu Ling glared at Huang Xiaolong. "It's nothing." Lu Zhua calmly waved his hand, stopping Gu Ling before turning to Huang Xiaolong. "All right then, come find me when you have this intention." Hearing this, the envious stares intensified. The ancestor's meaning was clear as day. Huang Xiaolong could be received as his disciple at any time. Even some elders and grand elders couldn't help feeling envious at his luck. "All right, let the submerging dragon ranking battle continue. I'm going back," Lu Zhua said to everyone before vanishing from view in a flicker. Sending the ancestor off. Gu Ling, Lin Shen, and all the disciples shouted as they sent Lu Zhua off. Gu Ling's expression seemed complicated as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Then his gaze fell on Jiang Yan. "You continue to supervise? But this time, there shouldn't be any more mistakes. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Even though Gu Ling did not expressly mention it, it was clear he was extremely dissatisfied with the way Jiang Yan handled Huang Xiaolong and Zhu Wanqin's battle. There was no such thing as a sneak attack on the battle stage, yet Jiang Yan used this lame reason as an excuse to have Huang Xiaolong detained, even nearly killing him in the process. If it wasn't for the ancestor's timely appearance, one could imagine the devastating consequences. Jiang Yan's heart trembled, but respectfully responded, "Rest assured, sect chief, now that it had been determined that Huang Xiaolong had a low-grade king-rank godhead. Give her 10,000 times the courage and she still wouldn't dare to do anything to Huang Xiaolong." After Gu Ling finished saying what he wanted, he too left in a flicker, but not before ordering Grand Elder Lin Shen to report the results to him after the ranking battle ended. The submerging dragon ranking battle continued after everyone sent Gu Ling off. In between, Zhu Wanqin had heard enough from the surrounding disciples' whispers to know that Huang Xiaolong actually possessed a low-grade king-rank godhead. Impossible! That wastrel! How could he have a low-grade king-rank godhead? I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Zhu Wanqin mumbled to himself, incessantly shaking his head, causing his eyes protrude. The surrounding disciples nearby noticed his behavior, but no one came up to talk to him. Even Cui Zifan, Jiang Yi, and the usual faces kept a far distance. Cui Zifan and Jiang Yi right now were filled with dread and trepidation, recalling their attitude toward Huang Xiaolong in the past. Their faces turned completely white. Several hours later, this term's submerging dragon ranking ended. Without any suspense, Huang Xiaolong remained in the first position. And in second place was the previous champion, Jiang Zheng. Although he had been defeated by Zhu Wanqin, it didn't stop him from challenging others in the top 10, hence grabbing the second place. As for Zhu Wanqin, due to his heavy injuries, he didn't even get into the top 10, which made the barbarian god sect disciples sigh inwardly. After the stage battles ended came the rewards ceremony. As Huang Xiaolong took the first place reward from her hands, Jiang Yan's mouth opened and closed, looking like she had something to say but didn't know how. She could only sigh silently in her heart looking at Huang Xiaolong's cold expression. Grand Elder Lin Shen went to report the results to Sect Chief Gu Ling when the rewards ceremony ended. Listening to the report, there were no changes to Gu Ling's face, but his words were like a strike at Lin Shen. "I wanted the full details on the disciple recruitment assessment." Lin Shen's heart jumped, for it was he who had decided to relegate Huang Xiaolong from first place to the second, whereas Zhu Wanqin, who was the actual second place, became number 1. Lin Shen hesitated, but he still reported honestly, telling Gu Ling that Huang Xiaolong was actually the first place winner and he decided on his own to move Zhu Wanqin to the first place instead. At that time, Huang Xiaolong was supposed to have a top rank 8 godhead, so I made the decision to do so in consideration of the sect's reputation. Lin Shen cautiously explained. Gu Ling's expression was still as calm. No one could tell what was going through his mind. Since Huang Xiaolong was moved to the second place, why was his cultivation room pushed back to number 14? Lin Shen grimaced, explaining hesitantly, "Sect Chief, I really don't know. It was probably Huang Xiaoming and Jiang Yan who arranged it on their own." Gu Ling issued a cold harumph, and although it wasn't loud, the entire hall seemed to fall into an eternal icy abyss. A thin film of sweat dotted Lin Shen's forehead. "I also heard that the outer sect disciples have been spreading rumors that Huang Xiaolong got second place because he cheated," Gu Ling added. Sweat began to trickle down Lin Shen's forehead. He naturally knew of the rumors being spread outside, for it was something he allowed. The hall became so silent one could hear a needle fall on the ground. After a few minutes of heavy silence, Gu Ling spoke again. "Take out your allowance for this month. It shall be given to Huang Xiaolong as compensation. The same goes for Huang Xiaoming, Jiang Yan, and the other elders related to this matter." Gu Ling made a deliberate pause before asking, "Do you have any complaints?" "This subordinate has no complaints, none at all." Lin Shen was secretly relieved, nodding his heart in agreement. All barbarian god sect disciples, including elders and grand elders, were given a monthly allowance, receiving a certain amount of divine pills, shinbi, and herbs. You, Huang Xiaoming, and everyone else will personally send it to Huang Xiaolong. Gu Ling said. Yes, sect chief. Would Lin Shen dare say anything else? A figure was flying flusteredly away from the barbarian god's sect, concealed under the dense forest. This figure was none other than the Lin family fort lord, Lin Chaochuan. The news of Huang Xiaolong winning the first place in the submerging dragon ranking had already spread. When Lin Chaochuan heard the news, he became fidgety with unease. He tried to get in touch with his cousin Chen Jinji, but no response came, causing his fear and unease to grow. Without a word to his son, Lin Chaochuan ran away, trying to put as much distance between himself and the barbarian god sect's mountain range. The farther the better. After a burst of flying as fast as he could, Lin Chaochuan stopped to catch his breath, his back leaning against the tree behind him. The sleeve he wiped his forehead with was soaked with cold sweat. Fort Lord Lin, where are you headed? Should I send you there? Right at this time, a cold voice sounded. Listening to this familiar voice, Lin Chaochuan completely froze on the spot, his face becoming deathly white from despair looking at the person who appeared in front of him out of nowhere. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to be able to catch up so soon. Huang Xiaolong. Lin Chaochuan's teeth were chattering as he tried to speak. Huang Xiaolong slowly approached with a deadpan expression. After the rewards ceremony ended, Huang Xiaolong didn't return to his cultivation room, for he needed to deal with Lin Chaochuan first. According to Chen Jinji's memories of Lin Chaochuan's hiding place, he followed his tracks until here. Huang Xiaolong, don't kill me. I have obtained a sect's treasure map. I can give it to you. Lin Chaochuan blurted out anxiously, but before he could finish, a force pulled him towards Huang Xiaolong. A purple-colored symbol flew out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes, entering Lin Chaochuan's mind through the center of his eyebrows. A while later, the soul scouring ended. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother collecting Lin Chaochuan's godhead, burning the last traces of him with a flick of divine fire. Zhenyu sect. Huang Xiaolong spoke a name under his breath. From Lin Chaochuan's memories, he had indeed found a treasure map a few years back belonging to a sect on the Green Cloud Island. This Zhenyu sect was one of the big sects of the island more than 100,000 years ago, but was destroyed by the Great Whale sect several thousand years back. For a sect that had existed as long as the Zhenyu sect did, one can imagine the wealth they had amassed in their treasury. However, Lin Chaochuan did not have that treasure map on him. It was hidden behind one of the bricks in a secret chamber below the Lin family fort. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong already left. He would make a trip to the Lin family fort in the near future. Lin Chaochuan did not tell anyone about the treasure map he had found, which included his son, Lin Sheng. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried that the treasure map would be taken away by others. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong was back in his cultivation room on the submerging dragon peak. Sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed, he took out the rewards he received for ranking first in the submerging dragon ranking battle. Among them were 110 million years old flaming dragon fruits. Other than the 100 flaming dragon fruits, there were also 100 dragon cloud pills refined by high-level heavenly god realm master and 1 million shinbi. Looking at the 1 million shinbi, a thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Will I be able to condense the pure spiritual energy here into divine stones now? He hadn't tried it since breaking through to the heavenly god realm. He decided to give it a try and pointed his finger in front of him. Immediately, a wave of pure spiritual energy was pulled out by Huang Xiaolong from the void, condensing into divine stone, dropping onto the floor one after another. However, looking at the falling divine stones, Huang Xiaolong shook his head. The spiritual energy they contained was just average. If graded according to the divine world standard, these divine stones could barely be accepted as grade 1. Grade 1 divine stones were the lowest grade. As the quality increased, there would be grade 2, grade 3, and so forth. It was said that above grade 10 were the chaos divine stones. 100 grade 1 divine stones could only be exchanged for 1 shinbi. Huang Xiaolong made a quick calculation. At his current speed, he could condense a little over 10,000 grade 1 divine stones a day, which was equivalent to a mere 100-plus shinbi. 100-something shinbi was a great sum to forces like the Tai family and Lin family forts, but to Huang Xiaolong that amount was a drop in the bucket. According to the refining rate of his 3 supreme godheads, the paltry amount of pills or medicinal herbs he could buy with 100 shinbi was akin to a small stream flowing into the vast sea, making no difference at all. Thankfully, there was still the 1 million shinbi reward, enough to tide him over a few months. After that, he would go to the Lin family fort to pick up that Zhenyu sect treasure map. The truth is, Huang Xiaolong did not want to become the ancestors' disciple because the barbarian god sect and the Green Cloud Island were merely a temporary stopping point for him. After he went to the Fortune mainland to participate in the All Islands Great War, he wouldn't be returning here. This was one of the reasons why he preferred to not have too many strings attached. Not to mention the many enemies he had, he didn't want the barbarian god sect to become one of his weak points. Pushing away these thoughts from his mind, he swallowed down all the 100 dragon cloud pills in one go and focused on cultivating. In a short 6 days, all the dragon cloud pills were refined and absorbed. Following that were the 100 flaming dragon fruits. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. When Huang Xiaolong had completely refined the flaming dragon fruits, his cultivation broke through to early second-order heavenly god realm. Huang Xiaolong remained in his room for another month, cultivating to stabilize his new advancement before exiting his room and heading to the soaring sky peak not far from the submerging dragon peak. The soaring sky peak was the place where an outer disciple got promoted to an inner disciple. According to the barbarian god sect's rules, as Huang Xiaolong's cultivation entered the heavenly god realm, he was qualified to be promoted to an inner disciple. Once he became an inner disciple, he could have an independent cultivation mansion of his own, and more importantly, he could enter the barbarian god sect's library. As one of the top 3 sects on the Green Cloud Island with more than a million-year heritage, its library collection wasn't something a place like the Tai family fort could compare to. Here, Huang Xiaolong could have a better understanding of the Fortune mainland, as well as the overall situation on the Vientiane world surface. After 2 hours of flight, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the soaring sky peak. When Huang Xiaolong reached the soaring sky hall, the sky had barely begun to brighten. At this early hour, there weren't many disciples heading into the hall. Just as he was about to enter the hall, the 2 inner disciples guarding at the entrance blocked Huang Xiaolong's path. "Stop where you are. Don't you know this is the soaring sky hall? Is this a place an outer sect disciple like you can enter?" The inner disciple named Wang Hong snapped at Huang Xiaolong, loftily bearing down on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong observed Wang Hong once over, answering, "I know. I also know this is the place where outer disciples go to for their promotion to an inner disciple." Wang Hong was slightly taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's reply. He made a show of sizing up him before chuckling. "So this junior brother is here to get promoted to inner disciple, but junior brother still isn't an inner disciple yet. Outer disciples who want to enter the soaring sky hall have to pay 1,000 shinbi." Of course, that was a blatant lie. However, outer disciples like Huang Xiaolong who had just advanced to the heavenly god realm could only swallow their anger to avoid offending these older inner disciples despite knowing very well that the soaring sky hall didn't have such rules. Hence, most outer disciples would choose to pay. Huang Xiaolong sneered, "Is that so? And if I don't pay?" This inner disciple actually dared to collect fees here, but he had chosen the wrong target today. Wang Hong's expression sank at Huang Xiaolong's response. "You don't want to pay? That's also possible. I'll let you enter the soaring sky hall if you can still stand after receiving a punch from me." He had also come across disciples like Huang Xiaolong before who refused to pay, this kind of boneheaded people. He would just let them suffer a bit and they would be wailing to cough up the money all too willingly. Without waiting for Huang Xiaolong's reply, Wang Hong already attacked. His fist force rushed out like waves of fire, whelming and powerful. Wang Hong used the barbarian god sect's waves of fire fist. Wang Hong's cultivation was at early second-order heavenly god realm. Anyone who had just advanced to first-order heavenly god realm would be bedridden for a good few months if they were struck by this attack. While Wang Hong thought he would send this outer disciple flying, Huang Xiaolong's hand reached out, holding Wang Hong's fist in the air. Then, with a twist, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Wang Hong's whole right arm was twisted out of shape. Huang Xiaolong lightly shook his arm and Wang Hong was thrown into the air, slamming into one of the stone pillars in the hall. My arm, my arm! Wang Hong screamed in pain, shocked even as he glared hatefully at Huang Xiaolong, his eyes turning red with bloodlust. You bastard! Who are you? You dare injure me? I'm a member of the Sky Dragon League, you're dead. I tell you, dead. The Sky Dragon League again. Huang Xiaolong scowled at the name. Although it hadn't been long since he entered the barbarian god sect, he had heard the name Sky Dragon League being mentioned frequently by both the inner and outer disciples. This Sky Dragon League had been established by the barbarian god sect's current chief disciple, Chun Hao. The league had 3,000 to 4,000 inner disciple members, and even some core disciples were invited. Right after breaking through to the heavenly god realm, Zhu Wanchen too was invited to join the Sky Dragon League. Oh, a member of the Sky Dragon League. Huang Xiaolong snickered, then walked into the soaring sky hall without another glance at Wang Hong. It was at this time that footsteps thundered toward the entrance when Huang Xiaolong was about to walk in. Clearly, the battle had alerted some disciples' attention. The first group to arrive were several disciples clad in the law enforcement hall robes. When Wang Hong saw these disciples, his eyes lit up, shouting loudly, Chao Yang! It's great you guys are here. This brat is trying to trespass into the soaring sky hall and gravely injured me. Don't let him escape. The several law enforcement hall disciples were stunned, then turned to look in Huang Xiaolong's direction. When they saw who Wang Hong was talking about, all of their expressions tightened, blurting out in unison, Huang Xiaolong! These several law enforcement hall disciples were the very same ones who had been rushing to capture Huang Xiaolong during the submerging dragon ranking battle under Elder Jiangyan's command, but were sent flying off the stage with a single punch. Huang Xiaolong had left a deep impression on them, thus all of them recognized him at a glance. Hearing the several law enforcement hall disciples shout, Wang Hong paled with dread. His head snapped up, looking at Huang Xiaolong. This black-haired young man, is that Huang Xiaolong? The result of the submerging dragon ranking battle had spread throughout the entire sect, so that everyone knew Huang Xiaolong's name. A genius disciple with a low-grade king rank godhead, who defeated 5 heavenly god realm law enforcement hall disciples with one punch, even refusing to become the ancestor's personal disciple in public. Either one of this matters was sufficiently shocking to anyone. Huang Xiaolong ignored the several law enforcement hall disciples, looking instead at Wang Hong with a derisive sneer on his face. Do I still need to pay 1,000 shenbi to enter the soaring sky hall? Hearing this, how could the several law enforcement hall disciples not understand what happened? Relying on the fact that he was part of the Sky Dragon League and that his master was an elder, this Wang Hong had bullying outer disciples who had just broke through to heavenly god realm for many years, forcing them to pay 1,000 shinbi to enter the soaring sky hall. Wang Hong's face turned ugly, but he forced himself to smile at Huang Xiaolong, shaking his head. So, it's senior brother Huang. Had I known it was you, I still wouldn't dare to collect money from senior brother Huang given 100 times more courage. These words were the truth. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over Wang Hong one last time before entering the soaring sky hall. Upon arriving at the inner hall where outer disciples got promoted to inner disciple, he revealed his heavenly god realm cultivation and easily passed the assessment. After collecting his inner disciple robe and jade token, Huang Xiaolong left the inner hall. When he came out, Wang Hong and the group of law enforcement disciples were no longer at the entrance. From the soaring sky peak, Huang Xiaolong headed to the Stone Lion Peak that wasn't far away. The Stone Lion Peak, 9 Crow Peak, Beckoning Distance Peak, and a dozen other mountains had at least 50,000 independent cultivation mansions specifically built for the barbarian god sect inner disciples. After Huang Xiaolong passed the inner disciple assessment, the elder in charge arranged a cultivation mansion for him on the Stone Lion Peak. 2 hours later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Stone Lion Peak and easily found his cultivation mansion. He took out his new inner disciple identity token to deactivate the restriction array and entered. He was then welcomed by a burst of rich spiritual energy. After a short tour around the new cultivation mansion, Huang Xiaolong was extremely satisfied. Other than a dedicated cultivation room, there was a pill refining chamber, a study, and even several hundred square meters of garden area where he could plant some herbs. There was a spiritual energy gathering array at the center of the Sanctity of Order mansion. Moreover, this array used at least grade 3 divine stones, maybe even grade 4. Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a hurry to cultivate as his feet brought him to the study. This room was small but spacious. Inside it was a bookshelf made from divine wood holding about 200 to 300 books. Huang Xiaolong randomly picked one and flipped through the pages. It was a rank 2 divine battle art, a technique called lightning flick. Huang Xiaolong put the book back and picked another one, but seeing it was another low-level battle art, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Looks like he needed to make a trip to the library if he wanted to learn any high-level techniques. Huang Xiaolong had read through more than a dozen cultivation technique and battle art manuals when the restriction array of his mansion quivered briefly. Baffled, Huang Xiaolong went out to check and saw Grand Elder Lin Xin, Elder Huang Xiaoming, Jiang Yan, and a few others standing outside. Seeing it was Grand Elder Lin Xin's group who came to visit him baffled Huang Xiaolong even more. However, when these people stated the purpose of their visit, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect these people to have come to apologize for the matter with the disciple recruitment assessment as well as the room arrangement. Lin Xin smiled brightly as he said to Huang Xiaolong, "Originally, we planned to come right after the submerging dragon ranking ended, but you entered seclusion immediately after. We happened to hear that you've exited and even went to get assessed for the inner disciple promotion, so we quickly came here." Huang Xiaoming and the others nodded and smiled, indicating that everything was just as Lin Xin said. Subsequently, Lin Xin and the rest each passed a spatial ring to Huang Xiaolong, claiming it was the compensation for previous errors. Huang Xiaolong opened the spatial ring's restriction and did not refuse with false modesty, seeing the heavenly god pills and Shinbi piled high up inside. These items were free, only a fool would refuse. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was willing to accept their compensation, all of them secretly breathed in relief. Grand Elder Lin Xin's group stayed for a while longer, but seeing that Huang Xiaolong had no intention of talking to them, they tactfully bade farewell. After Lin Xin's group left, Huang Xiaolong decided to stay and cultivate in the mansion for a few days, refining all the things given by them before heading out to the Barbarian God Sect library. Sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed, Huang Xiaolong swallowed 100 heavenly god pills in one go. Very quickly, his 3 supreme godheads were devouring their energy at great speed. The day passed by quickly. Huang Xiaolong ended his cultivation late morning the next day. Then he headed to the study to read the books on the shelf. Among the books provided in the study, other than low-level battle arts, there were also a few books that touched on the Great Whale Sect, the Elephant Genesis Sect, as well as the Green Cloud Island as a whole. Huang Xiaolong even found some books related to alchemy, but the hand and pill concocting techniques described inside these books were the most common ones. Even so, Huang Xiaolong read through each line. As he went through them, he discovered there was a large difference between the divine world's alchemy refining techniques to the lower realm. These common hand techniques, if placed in the lower realm, could be considered top-grade skills without any exaggeration. Gradually, 6 days had passed since Lin Xin's group visit. During the day, Huang Xiaolong would read the books in his study while the nights were spent cultivating in his room. During these 6 days, he not only completely refined the compensation given by Lin Xin and other elders, he also finished reading the couple hundred books in his study. He now had a better picture of the power distribution and forces on the Green Cloud Island. Huang Xiaolong also found out another thing. Only a core disciple had the qualification to compete for the position of chief disciple. He could become the chief disciple as long as he became a core disciple before the next competition and defeated the current chief disciple Chen Hao. In other words, he needed to defeat Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Huang Xiaolong repeated the name of his target for the coming years. To Huang Xiaolong, becoming a core disciple wasn't hard. The problem was defeating Chen Hao. In recent days, through some of the inner and outer sect disciples' talks, he heard enough to form a rough idea of Chen Hao's strength, which was most likely between 8th to 9th order heavenly god realm. Moreover, his battle prowess put him almost on equal footing with a grand elder. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to defeat Chen Hao and win the chief disciple position, He needed to at least advance his cultivation to 7th Order Heavenly God Realm before the next Chief Disciple competition arrived. The time given to Huang Xiaolong to achieve this was a short 12 years. 12 years seemed like a long time, but it was only a blink of an eye for Heavenly God Realm Master. Although he had 3 Supreme Godheads, the amount of energy they required was too frightening. Leaping 5 orders within the Heavenly God Realm in 12 years was quite a challenge in itself. After all, Chun Hao's cultivation would also increase during this time. Thinking about resources led Huang Xiaolong's mind to the Zhenyu Sect treasury. The Zhenyu Sect's close to 100,000 years of wealth accumulation should contain quite an impressive sum of divine pellets and medicinal herbs, right? After organizing his thoughts, he decided to make the trip to the Lin family fort 2 months later to take that hidden treasure map, then try searching for the Zhenyu Sect's treasury. Huang Xiaolong practiced several of the barbarian god sect's low-level battle arts, then exited the study and stepped out of the sanctity of Order Mansion, heading to the library. The barbarian god sect library was located on the pacifying north summit, not far from the Stone Lion Peak where Huang Xiaolong's mansion was. 3 to 4 hours later, Huang Xiaolong was standing in front of the library doors on the pacifying north summit. Taking almost the entire pacifying north summits around 1,000 li of land area, it goes without saying that the barbarian god sect's library was enormous in size, not to mention that the library building itself had 10 floors. Huang Xiaolong stepped inside the building after displaying his inner disciple identity token, climbing up all the way to the 3rd floor. Any inner disciple of the sect could freely browse the first 3 floors of the library. Placed on this 3rd floor were some of the barbarian god sect's rank 4 and 5 cultivation techniques and battle arts, as well as manuals for higher-ranked alchemy refining techniques. Although an inner disciple could freely enter the first 3 floors of the library, they were required to pay a certain amount of shinbi on the 3rd floor. Every time an inner disciple went up to the 3rd floor, they were required to pay 10,000 shinbi per day. Huang Xiaolong shook his head bitterly at this cost. The 1 million shinbi he obtained from the submerging dragon ranking were only enough to last him a little over 3 months on this 3rd floor. His heart bled as he handed over the 10,000 shinbi. However, Huang Xiaolong did not expect to run into a familiar face the moment he stepped onto the 3rd floor. Zhu Wanchen. Zhu Wanchen was wearing an inner disciple robe. Clearly, he too had gone through the formalities to become an inner disciple. Almost at the same time Huang Xiaolong saw Zhu Wanchen, he also spotted Huang Xiaolong. In the next moment, unspeakable hatred burst out from Zhu Wanchen's eyes. The several disciples with Zhu Wanchen immediately noticed the intense hatred in Zhu Wanchen's eyes and couldn't help looking at Huang Xiaolong. Zhu Wanchen, did that punk provoke you? Do you want us to help you teach that little punk a lesson? One of them, a pinched-faced young man, laughed as he asked. Looks like these group did not recognize Huang Xiaolong. Although he suddenly shot to fame after the submerging dragon ranking battle, talked about by many barbarian god sect disciples, there were only a handful of inner disciples present on that day who saw Huang Xiaolong's face. Hence, even though many inner disciples knew of him, they didn't know what he looked like. Zhu Wanchen's face twitched for a second. He hesitated before saying, "Senior brother Qin Xiong, forget it. This person is quite strong." The pinched-faced young man burst into laughter at Zhu Wanchen's words. "Since you're a member of our Sky Dragon League, we're brothers now. Moreover, you think I can't deal with this punk?" The pinched-faced young man laughed casually. After all, he was a 3rd Order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. In the entire barbarian god sect, he could recognize the faces of those stronger than him, so he didn't put Huang Xiaolong in his eyes. Zhu Wanchen's mouth opened and closed. He had thought of telling these people who Huang Xiaolong was, but his selfishness stopped the words from coming out. The pinched-faced young man walked toward Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, do you know who I am? I'm called Qin Xiong. Chun Hao is my big brother. If you know what's good for you, obediently come outside. I hate waiting for people the most. I hope you don't make me wait too long." Though Chun Xiong was proud of his identity as Chun Hao's brother, the library wasn't a place to fight, which was why he called Huang Xiaolong outside. He would have no scruples dealing with this punk outside. After Qin Xiong finished saying what he wanted, he turned around and headed to the exit. In his opinion, since the punk already knew who he was, he definitely wouldn't have the guts to defy him. Precisely at this point, Huang Xiaolong's snicker sounded. Idiot! Chen Xiong and his group halted their steps. Chen Xiong himself was stupefied for a few seconds before turning around to face Huang Xiaolong again with his companions, looking like they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Chen Xiong's face turned grim, his voice several degrees colder. Punk! What did you say? I dare you to repeat it. The rest of Chen Xiong's group was also looking at Huang Xiaolong with malice. The sudden tension in the air made Zhu Wanqin's heart secretly leap with joy. You didn't hear me clear enough just now? Huang Xiaolong was indifferent as he continued. I called you an idiot. If you still can't hear it, I can repeat it one more time. Idiot! Chen Xiong looked like he had swallowed a fly. A sharp gleam filled with killing intent shone from his eyes. You have guts. You think I won't dare to hit you because we're in the library? Chen Xiong's fists clenched and his momentum shot up as a fiery light enveloped his body. Then I'll just cripple you right now. Just as Chen Xiong was about to attack Huang Xiaolong, one of the inner disciples hastened to pull him back. Young Master Chen, wait, quickly adding, if we fight in the library and destroy the cultivation and battle art manuals here, even eldest senior brother Chen Hao would have a hard time bailing us out of trouble. Chen Xiong frowned, but he stopped trying to attack Huang Xiaolong. That's true, young Master Chen. Regardless, that punk won't be able to run anyway. He has to come out from the library sooner or later. Another inner disciple persuaded. Chen Xiong glared coldly at Huang Xiaolong. Punk, I'll let you jump around for a few more hours. Throwing that sentence, he led Zhu Wanqin and the others out of the library. In fact, he wasn't really going to attack Huang Xiaolong in the library just now. He knew how grave the crime of destroying the manuals was. He was just putting up an act so he didn't look so bad. The fact that the punk dared to offend Zhu Wanqin already showed that his identity wasn't so simple either. Initially, he simply wanted to beat Huang Xiaolong around on behalf of Zhu Wanqin. But now, regardless who he might be, he was determined to stomp Huang Xiaolong down. In any case, his big brother was there to protect him. Even if the higher echelon levied any punishment, it was just for show. They dared not really do anything to him. Watching Chen Xiong's group leave, Huang Xiaolong sneered. Chen Hao's younger brother? Although he would rather not get into a conflict with Chen Hao at this point in time, it didn't mean he was afraid of that Chen Hao. Not to mention enduring while others insulted and humiliated him had never been Huang Xiaolong's personality. Zhu Wanqin's purpose was extremely simple as well. Huang Xiaolong saw through it at a glance. It was nothing more than wanting to borrow Chen Xiong and Chen Hao's power to deal with him. A light flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes before disappearing. Regaining his mood, Huang Xiaolong reached the bookshelf for alchemy refining manuals and started flipping through them. Time passed, and soon the first hour ended. Chen Xiong and the others waiting outside grew gloomy when Huang Xiaolong hadn't come out even after an hour. How many years had it been since any inner disciple dared to ignore him this way? 2 hours passed, and there was still no sign of Huang Xiaolong coming out. Chen Xiong's killing intent was already boiling. 3 hours passed, then 4 hours. The sun was now right above their heads, and the harsh sunlight was becoming more and more poisonous. Looking at the sun above them, Chen Xiong felt his killing intent boiling over. The other disciples with him were also showing vicious expressions. Zhu Wanqin lowered his flickering eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about. Soon, 9 hours had passed, with the sun setting on the horizon. Raising his eyes at the setting sun, Chen Xiong's killing intent could solidify the air at this point. The group's patience frayed further when, all of a sudden, a figure walked out from the library. A hint of viciousness flashed across Chen Xiong's eyes. The person coming out was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Chen Xiong sneered as he approached Huang Xiaolong's figure. The other inner disciples followed behind Chen Xiong, spreading out in a circle with Huang Xiaolong at the center. You finally came out. Chen Xiong's icy voice sounded. Today, no one can save you. You naturally won't die, but I'll cripple you. The days are long, we can slowly play. Chen Xiong bellowed, rising to the sky like a flame, pouncing onto Huang Xiaolong. His fist swung forward at full strength, akin to a ferocious tiger descending down the mountain, unstoppable. In midair, lethal tiger claws suddenly grew out from Chen Xiong's palms. Even his body became a size bigger, while whiskers were growing out from his cheeks. This was one of the barbarian god sect's higher-ranked battle art, aptly named Tiger King art. After cultivating this Tiger King art, one's defense, power, and speed would jump exponentially. At the same time, their physical appearance would slightly change, resembling a tiger. Combining this Tiger King art with Chen Xiong's third-order heavenly god realm strength was enough to fight head-on with a peak early third-order heavenly god cultivator. Watching Chen Xiong suddenly attack him out of nowhere, Huang Xiaolong wasn't flustered at all. Seizing the right timing when Chen Xiong reached him, Huang Xiaolong raised his right hand and struck out with a fist of his own. Zhu Wanchen was watching Huang Xiaolong's reaction, but when he saw that Huang Xiaolong actually dared to go head-on with Chen Xiong's fist, disdain filled his eyes. This Huang Xiaolong is truly throwing himself at death. Does he really think his strength is comparable to an early third-order heavenly god? At the same time, he was celebrating with glee inwardly. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong would keep silent about who he was. Had he revealed his identity, Chen Xiong might let today's matter off. But now, Zhu Wanchen could already see the scene where Huang Xiaolong was sent flying. At this point, Huang Xiaolong and Chen Xiong's fists collided, resulting in a thunderous boom. Just as Zhu Wanchen and the others thought that Huang Xiaolong would be knocked back, Chen Xiong shot into the air, then fell to the ground several hundred meters away. But it didn't stop there. Chen Xiong's body rolled on the ground until he hit a large boulder before coming to a stop. During this time, he had already fainted into oblivion. Zhu Wanchen and the rest stood rooted on the spot. Chen Xiong actually... Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Wanchen adamantly shook his head. Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare a glance at Chen Xiong as he approached Zhu Wanchen. Detecting the approaching Huang Xiaolong, Zhu Wanchen finally felt fear. His feet shuffled backward, stammering, Huang Xiaolong, what you want? What? Huang Xiaolong. He's that Huang Xiaolong. The disciples around Zhu Wanchen were startled hearing that this person was Huang Xiaolong. They were startled at his identity, startled by his strength. Huang Xiaolong watched the terrified expression on Zhu Wanchen's face. You'll know very soon what I want to do. One of his palms reached out, pulling Zhu Wanchen right up to him. Then, with both palms holding Zhu Wanchen's arms, he made a full twist. Blood-curdling screams reverberated close to the library entrance. Next, Huang Xiaolong landed a kick on Zhu Wanchen's stomach and the latter flew into the air. The others were already deathly pale by now. They were about to run for it when a punch knocked them into the air. In the distance, the inner disciples who came running over after hearing the commotion retraced their steps in fear. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the surroundings before walking away. Of course, there were a few Sky Dragon League members amongst those who came after hearing the commotion, but no one dared to stop Huang Xiaolong. Half an hour later, in the depths of the Blood Phoenix Forest, a young man clad in a dark blue robe gave a mid-8th order heavenly god realm demonic beast the killing blow, then abruptly stopped, taking out a communication talisman. After he finished reading the contents, anger exploded in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you dare injure my little brother, courting death. This young man was none other than the barbarian god sect's chief disciple, Chun Hao. Over the last 2 years, Chun Hao had been training hard in the Blood Phoenix Forest, but he had still been keeping abreast of the news within the sect. Therefore he knew about the new submerging dragon ranking champion Huang Xiaolong, who possessed a unique king rank godhead, the 3-furnace cauldron godhead. Every person had a reverse scale, and Chun Hao's was his younger brother, Chen Xiong. They lost their parents when they were still very young, and from then on it had always been the two of them relying on each other. Chun Hao loved his younger brother the most. There was a time before Chun Hao entered the barbarian god sect when a disciple of some family wounded Chen Xiong. After the incident, Chun Hao not only killed that disciple, he also annihilated the entire family of over 100 people. Huang Xiaolong, you really think I won't dare to kill you just because you have a king rank 3-furnace godhead and the ancestor favors you? A A storm of killing intent swirled around Chen Hao's body, covering the giant trees in his proximity with a layer of ice. Then, the aura around Chen Hao quivered, causing all the frozen trees to explode into splinters. He then transformed into a small sharp blade, piercing through the air as he rushed back to the barbarian god sect. While Chen Hao was rushing back to the sect, the news of Huang Xiaolong injuring Chen Xiong outside the library spread like wildfire throughout the sect, raising a great ruckus. One could find disciples gasping with shock and disbelief at almost every corner. Huang Xiaolong, who had just won the submerging dragon ranking, had now gravely wounded Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong was an early third-order heavenly god realm cultivator. What? This news, is it true? When the barbarian god sect chief Gu Ling heard the report from Grand Elder Lin Shen, he couldn't believe his ears. Replying to sect chief, this matter is absolutely true. Huang Xiaolong indeed wounded Chen Xiong. Moreover, he only used one move. Lin Shen felt a sudden dryness in his throat. In all truthfulness, when he and the other Grand Elders heard about the incident, even they were shocked. How long had Huang Xiaolong been in the barbarian god sect? Just a little over 1 year. Prior to that, he was still a small peak late 10th order high god realm cultivator. This growth speed was too frightening for words, too monstrous. Gu Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He wounded Chen Xiong in one strike? The whole hall fell into an eerie silence as everyone's present fell into deep shock. A long time later, Gu Ling puffed out a long breath, calming himself. His sharp gaze swept over the group of Grand Elders, speaking in deliberate slowness. What is everyone's opinion on this matter? Huang Xiaolong wounded an inner disciple, breaking the sect rules. According to the rules, he should be detained in the dungeon. Grand Elder Chao Yang suddenly spoke. I agree with Grand Elder Chao Yang. We cannot spoil the whole pot of porridge just for Huang Xiaolong, a single person. As good as his talent might be, the sect would be turned upside down, without order, if we allow him to do as he likes and let him kill innocent sect brethren, breaking all of our sect's long-established rules. Another Grand Elder named Zhuang Xian chimed in. Huang Xiaolong must be punished. Only then can we show our impartiality. Grand Elder Huang Junfei stated harshly. Several more Grand Elders agreed with this line of thought. Gu Ling's brows couldn't help but crease into deep furrows. Chao Yang, Zhuang Xian, Huang Junfei, and other Grand Elders were extremely close to Chen Hao, which was why they tried to uphold fairness on behalf of Chen Xiong. Chao Yang, it seems you all got 1 point wrong. As far as I know, it was Chen Xiong who was influenced by Zhu Wanqin and attacked Huang Xiaolong first. Huang Xiaolong was merely defending himself. According to our barbarian god sect rules, those who attack first are the ones being sent to the dungeon. At this time, Grand Elder Sun Jian interjected with Chao Yang's group. Although Chen Hao had a high standing in the sect, able to gain support from Grand Elders like Chao Yang and the others at the same time, because he was proud of his talent and identity as the chief disciple, Chen Hao had violated the rules on many occasions. More than a few Grand Elders had been feeling discontent toward him, and Sun Jian was one of them. That's right. Not only is Huang Xiaolong not at fault, he should be rewarded instead. Grand Elder Wu Guangshu also said. Chao Yang, Zhuang Xian, Huang Junfei, and those in the same line were immediately enraged. Enough! This matter, I will ask the ancestor and seek his opinion. When Chao Yang's group was about to start arguing, Gu Ling cut them off. Seeing this, they stopped whatever words were hanging off the edge of their tongue and agreed. Gu Ling sent everyone away before heading to Back Mountain, where the ancestors' cultivation dwelling was located. 20-odd minutes later, Lu Zhua heard from Gu Ling that Huang Xiaolong injured an early third-order heavenly god realm Chen Xiong. His reaction was no different than Gu Ling previously, shock and disbelief. Ancestors say that Huang Xiaolong's godhead and talent, could it be? Gu Ling hesitated. Lu Zhua understood that Gu Ling was asking if Huang Xiaolong's godhead could be above low-grade king rank. No, I checked it myself. Huang Xiaolong's godhead is indeed the three-furnace godhead. It cannot be fake. Lu Zhua said with certainty. Gu Ling nodded. Indeed, based on the ancestor's strength, It wasn't possible for Huang Xiaolong to be capable of hiding anything from him. Lu Zhu's eyes glimmered as he pondered, then said, Huang Xiaolong's growth is too fast. Could he have consumed some kind of chaos spiritual fruit? Gu Ling shuddered in shock. Chaos spiritual fruit. Chaos spiritual fruits were a kind of treasure born in chaotic space. It was said that one could be reborn after eating a chaos spiritual fruit, an indescribable wonder. However, only those who possessed great luck could stumble upon them. Only this explanation makes sense. Lu Zhu said calmly. Gu Ling acquiesced. Since Huang Xiaolong injured Chen Xiong, Chun Hao won't let the issue rest without retaliating. Have someone watch Chun Hao's movements. Lu Zhu reminded. Both Huang Xiaolong and Chen Hao were their barbarian god sex monstrous geniuses. They couldn't be allowed to kill or harm each other. Gu Ling nodded. Also, increase Huang Xiaolong's authority, enough for him to enter the library's 6th floor, and double his monthly allowance. Lu Zhu ordered Gu Ling one by one. 1 hour later, Gu Ling left the ancestor's cultivation dwelling. I didn't expect the ancestor to actually place such importance on Huang Xiaolong. Not only was he not punished, he can now enter the 6th floor of the library, even as his monthly allowance was doubled. Inside his cultivation dwelling, Chao Yang was spewing in anger. Huang Xiaolong's godhead is there for all to see. It is very normal for the ancestor to not punish Huang Xiaolong. After all, it was Chen Xiong who was at fault. Huang Junfei said. Chun Hao already knows about Chen Xiong's injuries. He's rushing back from the Blood Phoenix Forest as fast as he can, but it'll still take a little over a month. Zhuang Xian grinned. We just need to sit back and wait to watch a good show. A little over a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Huang Xiaolong maintained his routine, cultivating in his mansion at night while the mornings were spent reading books in the barbarian god sex library. His cultivation and alchemy refining skills improved, while his knowledge toward the Fortune Mainland, Eternal Mainland, Dark Elf Mainland, and Primal Chaos Mainland had broadened drastically. On this day, Huang Xiaolong had just left the library and was headed back to his Sanctity of Order mansion when a discussion nearby entered his ears. I heard eldest senior brother Chun Hao is already rushing back from the Blood Phoenix Forest. He's already reached Pingy City. By this time tomorrow, he will be back in the sect. Even though Huang Xiaolong's talent is very high, it's too bad his strength is still too low. This time around, after eldest senior brother Chun Hao comes back, Huang Xiaolong is bound to suffer. A light glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Chun Hao came back? He had heard from some inner disciples' conversation that Chun Hao was training in the Blood Phoenix Forest. Who would have thought he'd rush back so fast? Looks like Chun Hao's strength was actually higher than he had estimated. Who do you guys think has a higher talent between Huang Xiaolong and eldest senior brother Chun Hao? Of course, it's eldest senior brother Chun Hao. Although both he and Huang Xiaolong have low-grade king rank godheads, eldest senior brother Chun Hao's is a unique ice element variation called Golden Ice Godhead, ranked higher than Huang Xiaolong's 3-furnace godhead. What does that Huang Xiaolong count as? Eldest senior brother Chun Hao truly is our barbarian god sex greatest genius. That Huang Xiaolong isn't qualified to be spoken in the same breath as eldest senior brother Chun Hao. The group of disciples not far ahead discussed heatedly. Amongst them were 2 Sky Dragon League members who naturally wouldn't stand on Huang Xiaolong's side. Huang Xiaolong's cold voice sounded. Is that so? The icy voice was too abrupt that the group of disciples nearly jumped out of their skin. His mother, which bastard sneaked up behind me. Roll out here for this grandfather. One of the Sky Dragon League members shouted angrily while turning around. When he saw Huang Xiaolong's cold face, the group of disciples immediately paled and started trembling. Huang Xiaolong flew toward the group, his gaze fixed on that Sky Dragon League disciple who shouted earlier. Earlier, you wanted me to roll out. Now what? That Sky Dragon League member already lost all color on his face, shaking his head vehemently as he forced a smile. Senior brother Huang. Well, we didn't know it was you. His smile looked worse than a crying face. Huang Xiaolong snorted. He couldn't be bothered with these disciples directly flying away. Only after he was completely out of sight did these several disciples discover that their backs were wet with cold sweat. His mother, who does he thinks he is? He really thinks this grandfather is afraid of him. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was no longer in sight, the same Sky Dragon League disciple spat on the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days, I would make sure you know why the flowers are red. The others rolled their eyes. Didn't you nearly piss your pants just moments ago? 3 hours later, Huang Xiaolong was back in his Sanctity of Order mansion. Standing in the yard, he suddenly recalled that Chun Hao would be back in the Barbarian God sect tomorrow. Golden Ice Godhead, he repeated under his breath. In the recent days, thanks to the books inside the Barbarian God sect's library, Huang Xiaolong's knowledge of godheads had increased. For a genius with a golden ice godhead, whether it was metal element or water element cultivation techniques, even ice element techniques, their progress would be startling. They could be considered kings among all ice element godheads. In the entire universe, there were recorded 499,999 kinds of godheads. Chun Hao's golden ice godhead was ranked 2,256th, whereas the three furnace godhead was ranked 2,321st. This was the reason why the group of inner disciples said that Chun Hao's talent was higher than Huang Xiaolong's. According to the introduction in that book, all king rank godheads were ranked within the top 3,000, while all those outside of top 3,000 would be godheads below the king rank. Unfortunately, the books in the Barbarian God sect only mentioned the godhead types until low-grade emperor rank. There was nothing written in detail related to supreme godheads. There was merely a simple line that said there was a total of 99 kinds of supreme godheads, which was why, up until now, Huang Xiaolong had no idea whether his Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead, Archdevil Supreme Godhead, and Infinite Buddha Supreme Godheads were low, mid, high, or top-rank Supreme Godheads. Even less where they would be ranked on the list. Although Huang Xiaolong knew that Chun Hao would be back tomorrow, there were never any thoughts of running or hiding. Within the Barbarian God sect, Chun Hao wouldn't dare do anything to him. But if Chun Hao ignored the sect rules and attacked him, Huang Xiaolong believed that sect chief Guling wouldn't just stand by and watch. The night passed quietly. Huang Xiaolong retreated from his cultivation state, opening his eyes. After more than a month of cultivation, even though Huang Xiaolong's strength did not break through to peak early second order, it wasn't that far away. In another month or so, he was confident he could reach peak early second order heavenly god realm. Still, the speed was far too slow for his tastes. At this rate, wanting to break through to fourth order heavenly god realm would take 30 years. It was impossible to achieve his goal of reaching seventh order heavenly god realm in a short 12 years. Huang Xiaolong felt even more urgency and decided to bring forward his trip to the Lin family fort to collect that treasure map. Right at this time, the Sanctity of Order mansion suddenly swayed violently as a thunderous boom resounded. The defensive formations placed around the mansion suddenly shattered, causing the pill refining room and study to collapse. Huang Xiaolong, roll out here to receive your death. A loud bellow akin waves of thunder followed, causing the surrounding airflow to become turbulent. Huang Xiaolong's gaze grew cold, leaping up into the air. Looking below at the collapsed mansion, his mood sank. He then turned to look at the source of the voice and saw several figures standing in the air. Right in front of the group was a young man clad in blue robe, with handsome features, thick waist and back, exuding an overbearing aura. Behind this young man stood Chen Xiong, Zhu Wanchen, and a few other people dressed in the Barbarian God sect's core disciple robes. No doubt, at the frontmost of the group was the current chief disciple, Chun Hao. It was out of Huang Xiaolong's expectation that Chun Hao would barge into his mansion in broad daylight. Relying on his status and identity, this Chun Hao was fearless to such an extent. Big brother, that's Huang Xiaolong. Chen Xiong pointed at Huang Xiaolong with burning hatred in his eyes. The sharp gleam in Chan Hao's flitted unnoticeably across his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you know very well that Chen Xiong is my younger brother, yet you dared to injure him. Get on your knees this instant. Chen Hao's aura flooded outwards, bearing down fully on Huang Xiaolong. Although Huang Xiaolong possessed 3 supreme godheads, the disparity of strength between him and Chen Hao at this moment was simply too great. Being covered by Qian Hao's pressuring aura, he couldn't move an inch. In the next moment, it was as if there were 1,000 great mountains pressing down on his back. Despite Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads rotating to their limit, his body inevitably bent down on his knees. Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned crimson, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists, coldly glaring at Qian Hao. "Qian Hao, if I don't die today, I will kill you one of these days." Qian Hao sneered. "I admit that you're indeed talented, possessing the 3 furnace godhead, but you're still far from my golden ice godhead. Your talent is lower than mine, and your strength is sorely lacking compared to mine. You're fated never to catch up to me, therefore you will never have that chance." Speaking of this, Qian Hao's momentum increased further. When Huang Xiaolong was mere inches away from kneeling on the ground, a voice sounded, "Enough!" A rush of power swept over Huang Xiaolong, erasing Qian Hao's pressure. Huang Xiaolong immediately felt his body free of burden. Following this, a group of people flew over from the distance, Gu Ling and a group of grand elders and elders. Qian Hao had already predicted that Gu Ling would appear, so was no surprise on his face. In the blink of an eye, Gu Ling's group was standing between Qian Hao and Huang Xiaolong. "Greetings, sect chief." Chen Xiong, Zhu Wanqin, and the several core disciples stepped forward and knelt in salute. Qian Hao and Huang Xiaolong also stepped up to salute Gu Ling, but due to the status granted by their king-rank godheads, neither of them were required to kneel. This was their special right. Gu Ling nodded. Together with Lin Xin, Chao Yang, Zhuang Xian, and the others, he looked at Qian Hao and Huang Xiaolong. "Qian Hao, this matter ends here. If this happens again, I will punish you according to the rules." Gu Ling warned Qian Hao, his tone irrefutable. It was clear Gu Ling was genuinely angry this time. "Yes, sect chief." Qian Hao respectfully complied. At this point, he dared not refute the sect chief in public. Seeing this slightly eased Gu Ling's expression as he looked at the collapsed mansion behind Huang Xiaolong. As an afterthought, he added, "You destroyed Huang Xiaolong's sanctity of Order Mansion. This sect chief will deduct a year of your monthly allowance and give it to Huang Xiaolong as compensation." Qian Hao's smooth brows creased a little, but he still complied in the end. Gu Ling finally nodded with satisfaction at Qian Hao's behavior. However, right at this time, Huang Xiaolong, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly spoke. "Sect chief, I would like to challenge Qian Hao." "What?" Out of everyone's expectation, Huang Xiaolong actually wished to challenge Qian Hao. Even Gu Ling was stunned by this request. Subsequently, Chao Yang, Zhuang Xian, Huang Junfei, and the other grand elders close to Qian Hao snickered in contempt as they looked at him. This Huang Xiaolong's sanctity of Order Mansion was just destroyed by Qian Hao, and he was nearly forced to kneel. He had basically lost all face. But now he was trying to use this challenge as an excuse to restore some face? He truly doesn't know how to write the word death. Qian Hao slowly tilted his head in Huang Xiaolong's direction, erupting into sudden laughter. Anyone could hear the ridicule and disdain in his voice. Gu Ling's face turned grim, snapping at Huang Xiaolong. Nonsense! Just like everyone else, he thought that Huang Xiaolong was too impulsive and only wanted to regain some face, thus recklessly uttering some foolish words. Huang Xiaolong watched Qian Hao, who was barely able to stand straight from laughing, and said, "Qian Hao, I officially challenge you in the upcoming battle for the chief disciple position. Dare you accept?" Truthfully, Huang Xiaolong challenging Qian Hao wasn't because he was impulsive. Although Qian Hao complied with Gu Ling's orders, it didn't mean he wouldn't cause trouble for Huang Xiaolong in the near future. If he was within the barbarian god sect, Qian Hao would not personally attack him, but what if he left the sect? He couldn't hide here forever. Moreover, although it might be inconvenient for Qian Hao to do anything himself, he had his cronies and others who were willing to obey him. Instead of waiting for a hidden arrow out of nowhere, it was better to challenge Qian Hao. This way, Qian Hao's hands would be restricted to a certain degree until the chief disciple competition. Everyone was a little stupefied looking at Huang Xiaolong. He wanted to challenge Qian Hao to battle during the chief disciple competition. Qian Hao stopped laughing and observed Huang Xiaolong with bloodthirst in his eyes, mocking, "Dare I accept?" He turned toward Gu Ling. Sect Chief, you've seen it for yourself. This is Huang Xiaolong himself challenging me to battle. I am not to blame. Then he scoffed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I accept your challenge. On the battle stage, I will make sure you understand the tragic consequences of offending me. Chun Hao. Sect Chief, if there's nothing else, we will take our leave. Chun Hao bowed slightly at Gu Ling. Gu Ling opened his mouth, but could only nod in the end. Chun Hao, Chen Xiong, Zhu Wanchen, and the others flew away. Gu Ling looked at Huang Xiaolong, unable to disguise the disappointment in his eyes as he shook his head. He then turned to Lin Shen and the other Grand Elders. Let's go. In a short moment, everyone had left. Before leaving, Chaoyang, Zhuangxian, and a few Grand Elders snorted in ridicule. Huang Xiaolong watched Gu Ling's group leave with a calm expression. It was obvious that Gu Ling was disappointed in him, thinking he was too impulsive when no one thought he was capable of defeating Chun Hao, yet still stubbornly challenged him. In Gu Ling's eyes, Huang Xiaolong's action was too childish. After everyone left, Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the collapsed mansion, snorting coldly, Chun Hao, I too will let you know the tragic consequences of offending me. 2 hours later, Huang Xiaolong appeared at the soaring sky hall. When the hall elder understood that Huang Xiaolong was there to arrange for a new cultivation mansion, he looked at him with a weird expression, but did not ask too many questions, directly arranging another place. His new accommodation was still on the Stone Lion Peak, as the few cultivation mansions on the Stone Lion Peak were the best among the ones allocated to inner disciples. When Huang Xiaolong walked out of the soaring sky hall, some inner disciples saw him and shook their heads, laughing and whispering. About 2 hours had passed since he had challenged Chun Hao, and most of the inner disciples already got wind of it by now. I heard that, after Huang Xiaolong's mansion was destroyed by eldest senior brother Chun Hao, in order to regain some face, he challenged eldest senior brother Chun Hao to battle in the upcoming chief disciple competition. Really? Of course it's true, it just happened 2 hours ago. The news has spread by now. Huang Xiaolong also has a king-rank godhead. His talent is amazing, but still far from eldest senior brother Chun Hao's, yet he still dared to challenge him? Is he out of his mind? Eldest senior brother Chun Hao's strength is unfathomable. He may have already broken through to 9th order heavenly god realm. By the time the chief disciple competition arrives, he may even be a 10th order heavenly god. At that time, what could Huang Xiaolong's cultivation be? Maybe only 4th order heavenly god realm or so. Eldest senior brother Chun Hao already said he would let Huang Xiaolong know the tragic consequences of offending him, that Huang Xiaolong is dead for sure. He himself went and challenged eldest senior brother Chun Hao. The sect chief cannot stop it. Various similar conversations were taking place. Huang Xiaolong remained unaffected, ignoring these inner disciples as he returned to the Stone Lion Peak, to his new cultivation mansion whose name he changed to Sanctity of Order. In the barbarian god sect's back mountain, Lu Zhu's brows were locked together after hearing Gu Ling's report about Huang Xiaolong's challenge, only saying, I know. He then waved Gu Ling away. Lu Zhu shook his head, sighing, this Huang Xiaolong. No further sound came from the cultivation dwelling. 10 days later, Huang Xiaolong appeared on the streets of Pingyi City. Coming out this time, he planned to go to the Lin family fort and take that Zhenyu sect treasure map. At first, Huang Xiaolong wanted to take care of Lin Chaochuan's son before leaving, but Lin Shang had been keeping himself inside the barbarian god sect these days, not giving Huang Xiaolong any chances to do so. This matter had to be postponed. After staying for a day in Pingyi City, Huang Xiaolong left, entering the Blood Phoenix Forest. Just like how he crossed through the Blood Phoenix Forest more than a year ago, Huang Xiaolong planned to do the same to reach the Lin family fort. This way, he could hunt and cultivate while traveling. Not long after he entered the Blood Phoenix Forest, inside an Elephant Genesis sect palace hall, Zhao Chenyuan received news of Huang Xiaolong entering the Blood Phoenix Forest alone. Master, that Huang Xiaolong shouldn't be the person who killed junior brother, right? Chun Wenyuan hesitated. He knew very well his junior brother Han Yang's strength. Zhao Chenyuan sneered. Whether it was him or not, we'll know after capturing Huang Xiaolong and scouring his soul. However, I have something else to do and am unable to go personally. You go and capture him. Remember, do it discreetly. Do not leave any traces that can bring linked to us. Had it been 1 month prior, Zhao Qinyuan's suspicion would not have fallen on Huang Xiaolong. But some time back, the news of Huang Xiaolong having a king-rank godhead had spread. Whilst the news shocked the Elephant Genesis sect and Great Whale sect, many sides began paying attention to him. Subsequently, the news of Huang Xiaolong injuring Chen Xiong also leaked out. This also came as a shock to Zhao Qinyuan. At the same time, he found out that Huang Xiaolong was at the island as well when his disciple Han Yang was killed on Volcano Isle, which was the beginning of Zhao Qinyuan's suspicion. Master, what if that Huang Xiaolong truly is the killer? Chen Wenyuan asked. A sharp glint exploded in Zhao Qinyuan's eyes. If it really was that Huang Xiaolong who killed your junior brother, kill him. No matter who it was that killed this Zhao Qinyuan's disciple, they should be buried together. Remember, make it clean. You absolutely must not leave any clues for the barbarian god sect to find. His expression grew grim speaking of this. Rest assured, master. Chen Wenyuan nodded in a dignified manner. He understood the gravity of the matter. If Huang Xiaolong was killed and the barbarian god sect found out it was related to their Elephant Genesis sect, they would definitely try their best to draw blood from them. Not to mention the barbarian god sect, even their Elephant Genesis sect or the Great Whale sect would go crazy after losing genius with a king-rank godhead. Zhao Qinyuan subsequently reminded Chen Wenyuan about other things he should pay attention to. Chen Wenyuan respectfully complied and left the hall, hurrying off to the Blood Phoenix forest. Although Huang Xiaolong's talent and growth were alarming, Zhao Qinyuan has full confidence toward his disciple. With Chen Wenyuan's fifth order heavenly god realm strength, dealing with Huang Xiaolong would be as easy as snapping his fingers. On a certain mountain peak on the periphery of Blood Phoenix forest, Huang Xiaolong's punch sent a third-order heavenly god realm shadow leopard flying before arriving above it in a flicker, sending out another punch. The shadow leopard slammed into the earth, causing the ground to split open. Huang Xiaolong formed a blade with god force and killed the shadow leopard with a slash, removing its godhead. This was the 8th day since he entered the Blood Phoenix forest. After arriving here, Huang Xiaolong's main prey were third-order heavenly god realm demonic beasts. In 8 days' time, the number of third-order heavenly god realm demonic beasts that died in his hands reached at least 100. He had just finished dealing with that shadow leopard when the godly MT Shumi suddenly shook. Huang Xiaolong was surprised, taking it out to sea. The godly MT Shumi was shining in bright golden light, even releasing ripples of lightning. This is? Huang Xiaolong quickly discovered that the ripples came from the lightning beast egg inside the godly MT Shumi. The lightning beast egg was glimmering with flashes of lightning as cracks emerged on the shell, spreading all over its surface. Crack! The phenomenon went on for half an hour before the lightning beast egg finally cracked and a demonic beast drilled out from it. However, its appearance surprised Huang Xiaolong so much that his mouth was agape. A cow? This lightning beast egg actually gave birth to a little cow with 2 golden horns and a green body. The size was similar to the newborn calf on Earth. What kind of lightning beast was this? Huang Xiaolong was completely speechless. He had read through quite a lot of books in the barbarian god sect's library describing the various kinds of demonic beasts of the divine world, but he really couldn't recognize what kind of demonic beast this green cow with 2 golden horns was. At this time, that little cow was gradually swallowing its shell. A circle of lightning was rippling around its body. A few minutes later, the little cow shook its butt and head as it approached, looking intimately at Huang Xiaolong as it stood before him. Moo! Called out cutely. Huang Xiaolong was once again speechless. Judging from the little cow's demeanor, it took him as its mother? As this thought crossed his mind, goosebumps ran down his spine. Fortunately, this little cow didn't drink milk. At this time, the little cow's eyes were staring at the shadow leopard godhead in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Mungy at him. You want this? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow nodded. Its spirited eyes somehow looked pitiful. Huang Xiaolong gave the godhead to the little cow. The golden-horned little cow's eyes brightened, swallowing the godhead in one go and crunching it. A few seconds later, it licked its mouth, just like someone who had eaten something delicious. Huang Xiaolong was astounded. This reminded him of the violet spirit devourer monkey, Huang Xiaoyong. Could this golden-horned little cow absorb the god force within the godheads to improve its strength? At this time, the little cow raised its head, looking pitifully at Huang Xiaolong again. That expression was exactly like a little child who was hungry. Huang Xiaolong let out a wry laugh as he took out another godhead from his submerging dragon ring. In the blink of an eye, the little cow chewed another godhead, then raised its head at Huang Xiaolong again. He took out another godhead. Huang Xiaolong took out a total of 15 godheads between second order and third order heavenly god realm before the golden-horned little cow rubbed its belly with its front hoof, burping loudly. Huang Xiaolong flicked the sweat off his forehead. Sissy fudges. If this little one eats so much every day, I'm going to be eaten poor soon. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of godheads inside his submerging dragon ring. Otherwise, he probably couldn't even feed the little one more than a few days. 10 days passed by. In these 10 days, Huang Xiaolong made his way through the forest while killing demonic beasts. And every time Huang Xiaolong was fighting a demonic beast, the golden horn's little cow would watch and yawn at the side. Only after Huang Xiaolong killed the demonic beast he was fighting would it come up with a flattering expression, its purpose clearly written on its face. Huang Xiaolong felt slightly depressed. In these 10 days, he could already surmise that this little one was a lazy glutton. The godheads he got from killing demonic beasts over the last 10 days all entered this little one's stomach. Huang Xiaolong had become its free labor. A few days ago, Huang Xiaolong noticed there was nothing hanging from the little one's lower part. Moreover, due to the similar syllables of their names, Huang Xiaolong named it Xianxia. I say Xianxia, what kind of divine beast are you exactly? Is there a divine beast that can eat like you in this world? Huang Xiaolong handed it the godhead obtained from the demonic beast he just killed, complaining. However, replying Huang Xiaolong was a sound of moo. Other than moo, what else do you know? Huang Xiaolong complained. Moo. If you moo again, I'll butcher you and make some roast meat. Moo moo. Huang Xiaolong stopped talking. In these 10 days, other than moo, this little one did not issue other sounds. In general, a divine beast could only speak the human language after reaching the heavenly god realm. Until then, Huang Xiaolong could only put up with the little one's muenji. This little cow could really eat. In the first 3 days, it ate 15 godheads per day. But from the 4th day onwards, the number increased to 16 godheads and above before it was full. As a result of its eating capability, the little one grew a circle in size almost every day. In a short 10 days, it had grown more than 10 circles bigger. At this rate, in 2 months, this little cow would reach the size of a mature cow on Earth. What baffled Huang Xiaolong, though, was the fact that he actually couldn't see its strength or cultivation. Moreover, inside the little cow's body was a type of energy that gave Huang Xiaolong palpitations. What exactly this energy was, Huang Xiaolong didn't know. When his divine sense enveloped the little cow to check, he could only see a vague grayish-purple lightning and a faint golden fire. This made him even more curious about the little golden-horned cow's origin. There were very few things that could make Huang Xiaolong fearful after condensing his 3 supreme godheads. Could it be this little cow wasn't a divine beast? Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the little thing chewing on a godhead as the thought flashed in his mind. Above divine beasts in rank were the chaos beasts. However, it was only a mere thought, for the possibility didn't seem high. If this little cow was really a chaos beast, the big shot behind the High God Advancement Tournament wouldn't have given it out as a prize. Thus, a person and a cow moved onward through the Blood Phoenix Forest whilst hunting. Of course, it was only Huang Xiaolong doing the labor while the golden-horned little cow cheered from the side. Very soon, a month had passed. In this 1 month, the little cow had grown many times sturdier, so much that it couldn't be called Little One anymore. Slightly over a month ago when it had just hatched, its height only reached Huang Xiaolong's waist, but now, it already reached Huang Xiaolong's shoulders. If Huang Xiaolong hadn't witnessed its growth with his own eyes, he would not believe that this cow was born a mere month ago. However, Even though the little one had grown considerably, it was still just as cute, and especially good at acting spoiled. Naturally, it remained lazy and gluttonous. Lastly, all it could spit out to communicate with Huang Xiaolong was still moo. During this period, the little cow's pair of golden horns also became more lustrous, with faint lightning symbols appearing on their surface. These lightning symbols contained an innate heaven and earth force, profound and abstruse. Huang Xiaolong studied these symbols for a few days, but couldn't even understand a thing from them. Huang Xiaolong's strength had also improved significantly, already a peak early second-order heavenly god. Just half a step more and he would advance to mid-second-order heavenly god realm. In truth, if Huang Xiaolong was traveling alone, he would have traversed the necessary distance by now, but with the golden-horned little cow, it was inevitable that his speed slowed greatly. According to his estimation, it would take another 20 days or so to leave the Blood Phoenix forest. On this day, when Huang Xiaolong was riding on the golden-horned cow and passed by one of the many streams in the Blood Phoenix forest, a strong sense of danger gripped him. Huang Xiaolong shouted, "Xianxia!" A person and a cow leaped into the air at the same time. Huang Xiaolong had just leaped away when a powerful sword chi arrived at the same spot, splitting the small stream into two sides, causing water to explode into the air. At the same time, a sound of surprise was heard, followed by the appearance of a white-robed young man in Huang Xiaolong's line of sight. The Elephant Genesis sect. Spotting the elephant emblem on the young man's white robe, Huang Xiaolong muttered with a frown, for the young man was a core disciple of the Elephant Genesis sect. The white-robed young man scrutinized Huang Xiaolong, his gaze intense as he spoke. "Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so deeply. It seems you really killed my junior brother." This white-robed young man was none other than Chen Wenyuan, who received Zhao Qinyuan's order to capture Huang Xiaolong. Junior brother? A face flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind, his tone icy. "You are Han Yang's senior brother, Chen Wenyuan." Chen Wenyuan was taken aback. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to guess his identity. "As expected, you killed junior brother." Killing intent flickered in Chen Wenyuan's eyes. When he witnessed Huang Xiaolong's strength earlier, he was 70% sure it was he who killed Han Yang. But now it had become 100%. Otherwise, how could Huang Xiaolong know about him and his junior brother Han Yang? After confirming his suspicion, Chen Wenyuan acted. The long sword in his hand suddenly flew out like a serpent, straight toward Huang Xiaolong's heart. Even before the long sword arrived, the terrifying sword chi it emitted caused prickling pain over Huang Xiaolong's skin. This was the Elephant Genesis sect's poisonous serpent sword art. After reaching minor completion in this sword art, the cultivator would be able to control their weapon to attack the enemy within a certain area, similar to sword control attack, only weaker. However, Chen Wenyuan was a mid-fifth order heavenly god realm. His sword attack was sufficient to pierce a hole through a late fifth order heavenly god's chest if they were caught off guard. Even if the injury would not result in death, it wouldn't be far off. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate, leaving Xianxia back as he circulated his god force and formed a blade over his palm, cutting down. Dang, dang, dang. Consecutive sounds of metal clashing rang in high air. Although Huang Xiaolong successfully dodged Chen Wenyuan's attack, the powerful shockwaves were enough to cause his blood to run chaotically. Just as Huang Xiaolong dodged the attack, Chen Wenyuan's longsword made a turn in the air, once again attacking. The longsword arrived behind Huang Xiaolong in an instant, so fast that Huang Xiaolong did not have time to react. Letting out a bellow, he didn't even turn his body. His Godforce blade slashed toward the back with an Azura sword skill move. The Tempest of Hell. Wind vortices swirled, delaying the enemy's long sword. Huang Xiaolong swiftly swerved his body to the side, just barely dodging the attack. In this split second, the long sword returned to Chen Wenyuan's hand. Although the poisonous serpent sword art was a powerful battle art, Chen Wenyuan could only manage 2 consecutive attacks at his current mid-fifth order heavenly god realm cultivation. Gripping the long sword in his hand, Chen Wenyuan's expression turned grim as he looked again at Huang Xiaolong, great waves of shock battering his heart. Huang Xiaolong actually dodged his consecutive attacks. He had already increased his estimation of Huang Xiaolong's strength. but now he discovered that he still had underestimated him in the end. At this point, Chen Wenyuan couldn't help wondering if Huang Xiaolong was really a late 10th Order High God realm when he entered the Barbarian God sect a little over a year ago. Huang Xiaolong stood in the air, staring down at his robe that was now torn all over by Chen Wenyuan's sword qi. Then he frowned. Although he seemingly dodged the other side's attacks, his robe was badly shredded by the sword qi. Looking at Chen Wenyuan again, Huang Xiaolong's body suddenly swayed, turning into his primordial divine dragon form. Facing a mid-5th Order heavenly god realm, he did not plan to keep his cards until the last moment. Watching Huang Xiaolong suddenly transform into a primordial divine dragon, Chen Wenyuan was dumbfounded, especially when he noticed Huang Xiaolong's aura rise by several folds. Before Chen Wenyuan recovered from his shock, Huang Xiaolong had arrived above his head, sending dragon claws the size of small hills slamming down. Chen Wenyuan paled, but his reflexes were quite good, jumping to the side. He managed to dodge the attack, though just barely. He then saw Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw imprints on the ground with deep fissures running through the earth. Soil and sand flew all over, covering Chen Wenyuan with dirt. Before Chen Wenyuan could deal with the dirt on his body, he saw Huang Xiaolong's giant tail sweeping towards him from the corner of his eye, whistling through the air. Chen Wenyuan slashed out with the long sword in his hand in panic. Zhang! The sword attack imbued with his heavenly god force landed on Huang Xiaolong's tail. Yet it felt like the sword landed on a chaos mountain. Chen Wenyuan's arm was quivering, slightly numb with pain, the long sword in his hand nearly falling to the ground. He himself was knocked into the air and a gush of warm liquid gurgled up his throat, vomiting blood in the next second. Staring at the splatter of blood on the ground, Chen Wenyuan couldn't believe his eyes. He had actually been injured. Great Thousand Sword Array. All of a sudden, Chen Wenyuan hollered, running amok. Vibrant sword qi flew out from his long sword, exactly 1,000 rays of sword qi, forming a sword array that attacked Huang Xiaolong like never-ending waves, one greater than the other, fiercer than the other. This time, Huang Xiaolong did not dodge. As he circulated his god force, a metallic light formed around his dragon body, forming a wall of supreme metal element god force that shielded him. In terms of defense, his supreme metal element god force had the highest power compared to other elements. At this time, Chen Wenyuan's Great Thousand Sword Array attack arrived. Countless rays of sword qi landed on the protective metal wall, creating sharp sounds and causing sparks to flit through the air. Having endured several hundred attacks, the metal wall gave way and exploded, allowing the remaining several hundred sword rays to submerge Huang Xiaolong in their midst. Huang Xiaolong turned his dragon claws as Dark Element Supreme God Force rushed out, striking out an Azura demon claw. The surrounding area darkened, as if the world fell into the darkest Azura hell. The rays of sword qi were knocked back, but a dozen or so slipped through and landed on Huang Xiaolong's dragon body, releasing a burst of sparks as they struck his scales. After the sword rays disappeared, there were several long marks across Huang Xiaolong's dragon scales. Chen Wenyuan, who had previously succumbed to his killing intent, was jolted to his senses watching this, alarm on his face. He knew very well how strong his Great Thousand Sword Array was. Even a late 5th Order heavenly god's body would end up being perforated like a sieve, but against Huang Xiaolong it merely left a few faint scratches. A low dragon growl sounded from Huang Xiaolong. His long body swayed as his two claws reached for Chen Wenyuan. Looking at the two enormous dragon claws coming down on him, Chen Wenyuan panicked, quickly recalling the Great Thousand Sword Array back to form a protective barrier around himself. At the same time, he leaped away from Huang Xiaolong. The giant dragon claws fell on the ring of sword qi around Chen Wenyuan. In an instant, blinding light appeared as the protective barrier shook violently, threatening to break. Chen Wenyuan felt his blood flow in reverse from the heavy impact. However, the Great Thousand Sword Array's sword qi also gave Huang Xiaolong quite a wave of pain. Chen Wenyuan wobbled unsteadily as he tried to retreat further away, then turned into a streak of sword light, wanting to flee. He was even prepared to give up on the Great Thousand Sword Array. This Huang Xiaolong was actually so powerful. He had to return and inform his master, not to mention the fact that Huang Xiaolong could transform into a primordial divine dragon. But Chen Wenyuan had barely moved when a bolt of lightning struck him from high air before he could understand what was happening. The lightning bolt wasn't overwhelmingly destructive, just enough to temporarily numb him, hindering his actions for a while. However, Chen Wenyuan hadn't recovered when another lightning bolt fell onto him, adding to his paralysis. This time, though, Chen Wenyuan clearly saw the thing that controlled the lightning bolt to attack him. It was none other than the cow that Huang Xiaolong was riding just now. A little cow dared to attack him again and again, hindering his escape. Chen Wenyuan was enraged, anger and killing intent erupting in his eyes. At this time, that little cow mooed at him, then turned around and shook its butt. Chen Wenyuan was close to vomiting blood from anger. Even a little cow had the guts to taunt him. Still, he did not lose his reason, knowing very well this wasn't the time to bicker with a cow. However, just as he wanted to start running again, a horrifying power swept over him from the back, startling him. He wanted to dodge at first, but his reaction was still a step too late. Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw slammed onto his back. Like a broken kite, Chen Wenyuan spun in the air, knocking down the surrounding tall trees before crashing to the ground several thousand meters away. Chen Wenyuan felt as if all of his bones were broken from the impact. Piercing pain shot through his body. He struggled to climb up to his feet, but the sky above him darkened. Tilting his head to look, Chen Wenyuan saw a giant dragon leg descending on him. A boom resounded in his ears. Then the world before his eyes dimmed as his consciousness slipped away. Huang Xiaolong dug Chen Wenyuan out from the deep pit, easily digging out his godhead. He had just dug out Chen Wenyuan's godhead when the little cow came running over, mooing cheerfully at Huang Xiaolong as its big eyes stared at the godhead he was holding, shining with greed. Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Seeing how you made a move earlier, I'll give you this godhead." With that said, he threw the godhead to the little cow. The golden-horned little cow gave Huang Xiaolong a long moo, which could be considered as saying thank you, then pounced happily on Chen Wenyuan's godhead and crunched noisily. Huang Xiaolong shook his head watching this. This little one. Huang Xiaolong subsequently checked Chen Wenyuan's spatial ring, which was full of Xinbi. There were at least 100 million by rough estimation. Other than Xinbi, there was a huge amount of golden pearl divine pellets and blue silk pills among other high-grade divine pellets. Not to mention the various medicinal herbs, quite a few of them were 10 million years old and above. There was a bright sunny smile on Huang Xiaolong's face looking at them. Who knew this Chen Wenyuan was so loaded? But recalling the fact that Chen Wenyuan was a core disciple of the Elephant Genesis sect and Zhao Qinyuan's disciple, this much wealth was granted. Chen Wenyuan had been cultivating for more than 1,000 years, so it wasn't such a surprise that he accumulated this much wealth. After burning away Chen Wenyuan's corpse, Huang Xiaolong cleaned up the surrounding scene before bringing little cow away. After leaving the area, he found an obscure valley, dividing the pills and herbs between himself and the little cow. Sitting cross-legged inside a cave in the obscure valley, Huang Xiaolong placed 200 golden pearl, divine pellets in front of him. Moo moo! Looking at the 200 golden pearl divine pellets in front of Huang Xiaolong, the little cow was drooling with desire. You definitely have a share as well. Huang Xiaolong chuckled wryly as he flicked more than a dozen golden pearl divine pellets towards the little cow. The golden-horned little cow opened its mouth and swallowed everything in one go. Then it stared at Huang Xiaolong again with pitiful eyes, calling out moo moo at him. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong's heart pained as he flicked another dozen pills to the little cow. Only after giving it close to 100 golden pearl divine pellets did the little cow stop mooing. It then went and sat down satisfiedly on the side, starting to cultivate just like Huang Xiaolong. Puffs of air came out from the little cow's nose, becoming denser as they accumulated, and soon, the whole cave was shrouded in a misty white fog. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong no longer paid it any attention. Consuming the 200 golden pearl divine pellets in one go, he too started cultivating. As one person and one cow refined the golden pearl divine pellets from Chen Wenyuan's spatial ring, Inside one of the palace halls of the Elephant Genesis sect, Zhao Chenyuan was staring in disbelief at Chen Wenyuan's shattered life token. His eldest disciple was dead. Who could tell him what happened? Was there an expert protecting Huang Xiaolong? That's it, with Huang Xiaolong's astonishing talent, the barbarian god sect would definitely send an expert to protect him. Zhao Chenyuan's expression turned gloomy, even as hesitation crept into his eyes. Punk, I'll let you live a few more days. 2 years later is the joint training of the 3 sects' inner disciples. I want to see who can protect you at that time. Zhao Chenyuan sneered. Time flowed by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. By now, the person and cow inside the cave had finished refining all the good things inside Chen Wenyuan's spatial ring. Huang Xiaolong smoothly advanced to mid-second order heavenly god realm, close to reaching peak mid-second order. As for the little cow, its size grew again. The mysterious lightning symbols on its golden horns had increased in number and became even clearer. Even now, Huang Xiaolong could not see through the little cow's strength. Leaving the hidden valley, Huang Xiaolong continued onward, riding on the golden-horned little cow. Half a month later, the two of them finally left the Blood Phoenix forest. After coming out from the forest, Huang Xiaolong determined the direction and pointed toward the right way to the little cow, who started moving toward the Lin family fort. 10 days later, they arrived at the Green Sun City. This city was located not far from the Lin family fort, and Huang Xiaolong entered after paying 1 Xinbi. Even though this Green Sun City wasn't as bustling compared to Pingyi City, it was still prosperous, with big shops lining the streets as well as busy pedestrians moving along. However, numerous odd glances were directed at Huang Xiaolong by the passers-by, both commoners and cultivators alike, as they watched him enter the city riding on a cow. It reached a point where Huang Xiaolong grew embarrassed by these odd glances. He had to admit, an adult riding on a cow was an odd sight. Fortunately, the golden-horned little cow was quite beautiful with its pair of golden horns and a jadeite green body, especially its eyes, bright and spirited, extremely lovely. This was also the reason why no one laughed or ridiculed him, even after sending odd glances in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Then again, there were always exceptions. Not long after Huang Xiaolong entered the city, a group of youths dressed in brocade robes, all riding on rhino horse mounts of the same color, moved toward Huang Xiaolong. The rhino horse was a variation breed of the rhinoceros demonic beast, known for its speed and mid-power attacks, which made them one of the more popular mounts on the Green Cloud Island. Of course, these rhino horses were sold at a high price, hence only those core disciples of the bigger families could afford them. This group of disciples was speeding down the street and was stunned when they spotted Huang Xiaolong, who was riding on a cow. One of the youths in front of the group burst out laughing and clutching his stomach while pointing at Huang Xiaolong and the little cow with his other hand. Do you guys see that? There's a fool riding on a cow in our Green Sun City, acting all dandy. The rest of the group also erupted into laughter. Let's go tease this fool. I haven't eaten beef for a long time. We can slaughter the cow and have some wine with it later. Ha ha ha. This group of disciples nudged the rhino horses they were riding, stopping right in front of Huang Xiaolong in an uppity manner. Although the little cow had grown taller in recent days, it was still a little short compared to the other side's rhino horses, far smaller in size as well. The same person at the front pointed at the little cow, smirking at Huang Xiaolong. Kid, you must have heard what we said earlier, right? We'd like to buy the cow you're riding. How much? Name your price. What's there to negotiate with a fool? Just throw him 1 Xinbi. It should be enough. 1 Xinbi can buy a lot of cows. Another disciple interjected, already taking out 1 Xinbi and flicking it onto the ground in front of Huang Xiaolong. Kid, you can go after picking up that Xinbi. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the several core disciples' face, saying, Fuck off or I'll break your dog legs before making you scram. The group of disciples stopped laughing, but in the next second, their laughter rang even louder. The disciple at the front was literally swaying on his rhino horse. This kid just said he wants to break our dog legs? The same youth at the front laughed, then said to the rest, Which of you volunteers to go and break this kid's legs? After we slaughter the cow, all of its legs will go to him. Let me. Instantly, A few core disciples cried out, volunteering themselves. However, right at this time, the little cow who had been quiet the whole time snorted out a puff of air through its nose. The rhino horses under these core disciples were frightened all of a sudden and their legs buckled. Being caught off guard, the group of core disciples fell off from their mounts. Although falling off their mounts did not hurt them, their faces and bodies were gray with dust, looking miserable. "Chop this kid into pieces," the core disciple at the front roared after getting back on his feet. The several disciples behind him unsheathed their swords, aiming at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't even move, merely letting out a cold harumph. It was as if these core disciples were struck by a sledgehammer. More than half of them were thrown into the air, plummeting on the stone pavement. These disciples were only High God Realm cultivators. The strongest of the group was only a 7th Order High God Realm, while the rest were between 5th Order and 6th Order. How could these people withstand a soul force attack from Huang Xiaolong? After crashing on the stone pavement, the several disciples were foaming at the mouth, twitching and jerking as if they were suffering from an epilepsy episode. Watching this, the remaining half of the group was dumbstruck on the spot. The disciple at the front of the pack was the first to regain his sense. Pointing angrily at Huang Xiaolong, "Punk, you're seeking death, truly seeking death. Do you know who we are? We're core disciples of the Green Sun City's 4 main families, yet you dared to attack us. You're dead meat. Core disciples of this Green Sun City's 4 main families?" Huang Xiaolong peered at him with disdain. He couldn't be bothered to waste time on these scum, releasing more than a dozen soul force swords. In an instant, the remaining core disciples were screaming their hearts out as their legs, meridians, and veins were severed. Huang Xiaolong gave the little cow a nudge, and both left the scene. Roughly an hour later, the two of them left the Green Sun City. Not long after he left, inside the He family's great hall in Green Sun City, Patriarch He Hanyu was grimly looking at He Cheng, who was now lying in front of him after his meridians and veins had been severed. He Cheng was a good talent of their He family, possessing a mid-rank 7 godhead. He had a very high chance of entering the Barbarian God sect, the Elephant Genesis sect, or the Great Whale sect in the future. Definitely one of the disciples their He family was cultivating with full effort. Yet his legs, meridians, and veins had actually been severed. Without those legendary medicinal herbs to heal him, He Cheng would truly be crippled for life. "Who?" He Hanyu, that had been keeping silent the whole time, suddenly roared, shaking the whole great hall. The present He family elders nearly jumped out of their skin. According to the report from the people below, it was a black-haired young man riding on a small cow. One of the family elder cautiously answered, adding, "This black-haired young man is most likely not a disciple from our Green Sun City." Then the elder reported in detail what he knew to He Hanyu. When He Hanyu heard that the young man had left the Green Sun City in the direction of the Lin family fort, he frowned. The Lin family fort? Could that punk have come from the Lin family fort? "I don't think so," the same elder replied. He Hanyu sneered. "Whether that's true or not, this punk must die. The Lin family fort's Lin Chaochuan has been missing for some time, and us 4 families had been thinking of taking over it anyway. Send someone to the Su family and the others, tell them we're attacking the Lin family fort ahead of schedule. Also, send someone to watch that punk. We cannot let him escape." "Yes, Patriarch." While He Hanyu contacted the other 3 main families of Green Sun City, Huang Xiaolong had arrived at the Lin family fort. Looking at the tightly closed steel gates, Huang Xiaolong directly swung a punch, breaking them off their hinges, thumping loudly as they crashed to the ground. No one knew Huang Xiaolong's purpose in coming here, hence, he did not bother hiding his movements by sneaking in. His plan was simple: control the Lin family fort. "Who dares to cause trouble in our Lin family fort? You must not want to live anymore." A few seconds after Huang Xiaolong broke the steel gates with a punch, a loud, outraged voice thundered from the inner part of the Lin family fort as a figure whistled through the air toward him. Subsequently, various heavy footsteps sounded. A second later, the fort guards arrived in waves. Watching the figure flying towards him, Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed. From Lin Chaochuan's memories, He knew that the current Lin family fort only had one elder guarding the whole fort, which was precisely the figure who was now flying towards him, Lin Hang. This Lin Hang was only a late First Order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. To the current Huang Xiaolong, he barely needed to lift a finger to deal with such a master. Lin Hang descended where the Lin family fort steel gates used to be, looking at the broken gates not far away and the dented punch imprint on them, his face extremely grim. Their Lin family fort steel gates had been strengthened with additional defensive formations, sufficient to block the full-powered attack of an average early First Order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. Yet this black-haired young man broke them with just a punch. He had to be a mid-First Order Heavenly God Realm cultivator at the very least. Lin Hang turned his attention back at Huang Xiaolong. This young hero. May I know your purpose coming to our Lin family fort? Had this been in the past, he would have attacked Huang Xiaolong without another word. However, under the current circumstances, he had no other choice but be polite. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over Lin Hang and the layers of Lin family fort guards, saying, I already killed Lin Chaochuan. If you all submit to me, I will consider sparing your lives. What? Lord Fort Lin is dead. Impossible. This punk must be lying. Just some days ago, Fort Lord Lin sent back a message informing us that young Fort Lord has successfully entered the Barbarian God Sect. Already an outer sect disciple. The present Lin family fort disciples were enraged, shouting insults and words of denial, refusing to believe that Lin Chaochuan was dead. All of a sudden, Lin Hang punched out at Huang Xiaolong, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The punch brimming with killing intent landed squarely on Huang Xiaolong's body. This punk can't even dodge Elder Lin Hang's attack. He has some guts to claim he killed our Fort Lord Lin. Didn't I already say he's lying through his teeth? A bunch of crap. He actually dares to run to our Lin family fort's doorstep and cause trouble. I say he's tired of living. When the crowd of disciples saw Elder Lin Hang's fist landing unimpeded on the intruder's body, all of them broke out in smiles. However, their laughter barely sounded when it was stuck in their throats. The black-haired young man who took on Elder Lin Hang's punch did not budge an inch, sitting firmly atop his cow mount as if the previous attack was nothing but a passing summer breeze. Lin Hang also had an astonished expression on his face, staring at Huang Xiaolong. This? He was a late First Order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. Even an early Second Order Heavenly God wouldn't be able to remain immovable like Huang Xiaolong after taking his punch. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong pointed a finger at Lin Hang. A sharp finger force pierced across the air, and in the next second Lin Hang grunted. His body was knocked back limply, crashing onto the Lin family fort walls. Blood was spurting madly from his mouth. Watching this, the surrounding disciples became ashen, retreating back with apprehension. No one dared to make a sound, nor did they dare to check Lin Hang's condition. You, come here. Huang Xiaolong simply pointed at a peak late 10th Order High God Realm Guard captain. When that guard captain saw the black-haired young man pointing at him, he turned deathly pale, incessantly shaking his head as he retreated further back. He then turned around, wanting to run. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong pointed his finger at the guard captain across space, causing him to fall to the ground from midair, no longer breathing. This swiftness greatly intensified the surrounding Lin family fort disciples' fear and panic. You too, come over. Huang Xiaolong then chose another two guard captains. Both guard captains' legs nearly gave out. Their bodies trembled visibly, but with the first guard captain ending up as an example, neither of them dared to run. The two guard captains cautiously inched toward Huang Xiaolong. What instructions does Senior have? Arriving in front of Huang Xiaolong, the two guard captains stammered. I've already said, if you all submit to me, I can spare your lives. Huang Xiaolong repeated indifferently. The two guard captains exchanged a look, hesitation flickering in their eyes. After several minutes of internal struggle, the two guard captains finally knelt down, submitting to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded with satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on other Lin family fort guards and disciples. At the receiving end of Huang Xiaolong's gaze, the guards and disciples fell to their knees one after another. In just a short while, A large stretch of Lin family fort guards and disciples showed their fealty. Huang Xiaolong's overwhelming strength had extinguished all thoughts of resistance they had before, not to mention the fact that their fort lord was already gone. Submitting to Huang Xiaolong now wouldn't be considered a betrayal. In the end, even Lin Hang knelt down. Following this, Huang Xiaolong left his soul mark on Lin Hang's godhead. As for the guard captains and disciples, he couldn't be bothered to spend so much effort to control them. Deterred by his previous display of strength and adding on Lin Hang's support, these Lin family fort guard captains and disciples wouldn't think of betraying him. Then again, even if they did choose to betray, Huang Xiaolong didn't really mind. What he wanted from the Lin family fort were the Zhenyu sect treasure map and the Lin family fort's treasury. As the entire Lin family fort had submitted to him, Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned around. His hand grabbed through space, catching a He family disciple who was sent to tail Huang Xiaolong. The He family disciple was still in shock after witnessing Huang Xiaolong conquering the Lin family fort, and before he knew it, he was flying uncontrollably toward Huang Xiaolong. Realizing he had been found out, there was a terrified expression on his face, but before he could even plead for mercy, Huang Xiaolong was already scouring through his memories. A few minutes later, the soul scouring ended and Huang Xiaolong threw the He family disciple to Lin Hang. As for how to handle him, Huang Xiaolong didn't need to say it. From the He family disciple's memories, Huang Xiaolong found out he was sent by the He family patriarch to follow him. The group of core disciples he taught a lesson earlier was part of the Green Sun City 4 main forces, the He, Su, Zhuang, and Deng families. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't bothered by this incident. The strongest amongst the 4 families' patriarchs was He Hanyu, who was merely a mid-second order heavenly god realm cultivator. After giving some healing pellets to Lin Hang, Huang Xiaolong had the Lin family fort disciples clean up the surrounding area and reassemble the steel gates, while he headed to the main fort building, riding on the little cow. The Lin family fort encompassed a large area of land, with over 100 courtyards all around. There were front and back courtyards, gardens, a main hall, even training fields. Huang Xiaolong went straight to the building with the secret chamber where Lin Chaochuan hid the Zhenyu sect treasure map. It didn't take long to open the stone door, then finding the treasure map. Other than the map, there was also a key in the shape of a broken sword, which opened the Zhenyu sect's treasury. Huang Xiaolong studied the map in his hands for some time before putting it away, heading out toward the Lin family fort treasury. At this time, inside the He family's Great Hall, He Hanyu received news that Huang Xiaolong entered the Lin family fort. He really entered the Lin family fort? Is that kid some distant relative of Lin Chaochuan? A light glimmered in He Hanyu's eyes. I'm afraid that should be the case. The disciple we sent to follow that punk did not send any news back. It seems he was discovered. Therefore, this subordinate is only guessing. A He family elder answered. He Hanyu sneered. Whether he is or not is not important. Are the Sun and other families ready? They are ready. We can attack the Lin family fort anytime.